Miss Ruan, the medicine is on the cabinet. Don't forget to take it. I'll be leaving now. The round-faced nurse looked at the girl on the hospital bed with admiration. Even after speaking, her feet seemed rooted to the floor, unwilling to move. The girl leaned against the bed, her dark hair contrasting with her fair, glowing skin. Her slightly upturned eyes and long lashes made her beauty almost unreal. But her brows were faintly furrowed, adding a touch of sadness to her pale face, softening her bright looks with a fragile charm. She was truly beautiful. Even though the nurse didn't want to leave, she finally stepped out of the room. As the door closed, Ruan Jiaojiao dropped her act and lay flat on the bed, looking completely defeated. Someone once said the most painful thing in the world is when a person dies before spending their money. But what Ruan Jiaojiao was going through was 10 times worse. She was gone, and all her money had gone to the people she hated most. Just thinking about her awful father, his many children from other women, and his mistresses made her face turn even paler.
She almost felt sick.
Ruan Jiaojiao had once been the eldest daughter of a top wealthy family. Her mother had passed away early. After her mother's death, her father spent his days partying. Though he never remarried, illegitimate children kept appearing one after another. The oldest was only 2 months younger than her, and the youngest was still in someone's womb. To outsiders, her father seemed like a man who, though flirtatious, had remained loyal to his late wife and never let those children threaten Ruan Jiaojiao's position. Many even called him devoted. Whenever Ruan Jiaojiao saw such comments, she would get goosebumps and wish she could drag those people out from behind their screens to make them see the truth. He didn't remarry simply because he couldn't find another rich, naive woman like her mother. It had nothing to do with love or loyalty. Her father had started as a small-time trader who got rich quickly, while her mother was the only daughter of a well-known, cultured family in Haishur. With his good looks and sweet words, her father had fooled her gentle mother and even won over her grandparents. By selling the antique collection from his wife's dowry, her selfish father managed to build his fortune. Unfortunately, luck favored him, and his business kept growing. He became one of the most successful men in Haishur, even well known across the country. After her grandparents passed away, her mother, already weak and burdened with sorrow, followed them the next year, leaving behind little Ruan Jiaojiao, not yet 6 years old. Her father took control of all the property left by her grandparents and mother, claiming he was managing it for her. But from the start, he had no intention of giving anything back. As for the so-called unshakable status of the Ruan family's young lady, what did that have to do with him? It was all because Jiaojiao had learned to act sweet and obedient, winning over her grandparents and standing out among the many children who wanted their favor. Her father, pretending to be a dutiful son, didn't dare go against his parents. From the age of 6 to 20, Ruan Jiaojiao never had a single easy day. In public, she had to act like a polite, well-educated young lady. At home, she had to be the caring granddaughter. She even had to deal with her father's other children, who constantly schemed against her. Though it was exhausting, half of the Ruan family's wealth rightfully belonged to her mother, and to her. She couldn't afford to take even one step back. But fate had other plans. Yesterday, she attended a retro cruise party hosted by a so-called friend. She just wanted to meet someone nice and have a carefree, light-hearted romance to relax a little. Unfortunately, she didn't meet anyone, and instead fell into the sea. When she woke up, she was in this hospital. At first, she thought she had been kidnapped. But then a nurse told her that this was Shanghai in 1978. 1978. Honestly, that almost sounded worse than being kidnapped. Thinking of this, Ruan Jiaojiao sighed softly. After all those years of struggle, everything had turned into nothing. Knock, knock. A sudden knock came from the door. Ruan Jiaojiao quickly sat up, smoothed her hair, and put on a gentle, pitiful expression.
"Come in," she said softly.
2 men entered, their clothes clearly showing the style of that era, mouse suits, black trousers, and pens clipped to their chest pockets. The man in front, a middle-aged man with a square face, looked at her apologetically. "I'm very sorry, Miss Ruan. Because of our mistake, you accidentally fell into the water, when leaving the ship. I've checked. Your relatives in the country are no longer around. If you need anything, please come to me. Mr. Wan gave great support to our nation, and we will never neglect his family. By the way, these are your belongings from the ship. Check if anything is missing. Following his words, Wan Jiaojiao understood that she had been brought to the hospital after falling into the water. Her current identity was that of an orphan, and her grandfather must have done something remarkable for the country. She glanced at the suitcases placed by the wall, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, but her face remained calm. She gently shook her head. Thank you for visiting me. Nothing is missing. The man with the square face smiled and was about to sit down to talk with her when a short-haired woman hurriedly entered the ward. She bent down and whispered something in his ear. The man looked at his watch, frowned slightly, and replied, "Got it." He pressed his lips together, turned back to Wan Jiaojiao with a smile, placed the box of pastries he was holding on the bedside table, then took out a pen and a small notebook from his pocket and began to write something. My surname is Gu Changshan. You can call me Uncle Gu. This is my work address and phone number.
Keep it.
Rest well here, and when you're discharged, call me. I'll send someone to pick you up. The girl on the bed was about the same age as his own child, but she had no family left. Seeing her clear eyes and pale face, Gu Changshan's voice softened. Don't be afraid. The country will take care of you and arrange everything properly. If you need anything or face any problems in the hospital, call me. I have some work to do, so I'll go now. After Wan Jiaojiao nodded, Gu Changshan left the ward with his assistant, closing the door behind him. Hearing the door close and the footsteps fade away, Wan Jiaojiao finally looked at the note in her hand.
Wow.
It was from a government office. This Uncle Gu must hold an important position. She folded the note carefully, got out of bed, and walked to the 3 vintage leather suitcases. She was speechless for a moment. She hadn't seen it wrong earlier. These were indeed the 3 suitcases she had brought to the retro-themed party. All 3 were made of genuine leather, with diamond-studded handles, and each had her initials engraved in the lower left corner. So what exactly was going on? She crouched down and opened the first suitcase. As expected, inside were the identity documents, diplomas, and various certificates she had prepared for the event. Wan Jiaojiao never did things halfway. If she decided to play, she made sure everything was perfectly prepared. At the retro party, she had created the image of a young lady returning from overseas, so she specially ordered identification papers from the 1970s and a foreign university diploma. Wait, something wasn't right. Her diploma was supposed to be from her alma mater, Cambridge, but the one in her hand said Harvard. Other identification details were also different, and her age had changed from 20 to 18. Could it be that she had somehow switched identities with this Miss Wan? Wan Jiaojiao took a mirror from the box, a gold-trimmed tourmaline hand mirror, and looked at herself. Still beautiful. It was definitely her own face. To be exact, it was her face at 18, less dazzling than 2 years later, with a bit of baby fat that made her look more innocent. The box contained some documents and clothes. Then Wan Jiaojiao opened the other 2 boxes. They were filled with her own things, skincare products, makeup, perfumes, handbags, and jewelry to match her daily outfits. Lying back on the bed with the mirror in hand, Wan Jiaojiao drifted into thought. With the clothes and jewelry from these 3 boxes, she could live quite well in this era. But she was Wan Jiaojiao. How could she be satisfied with just quite well? She always wanted the best of everything. Most of these items had been bought just for the retro party. They were only a small part of what she usually used. Since she had fallen into the water when getting off the ship in Shanghai, maybe if she jumped into the Huangpu River again, she could return. Life would be dull if she couldn't spend freely. Once she decided, she was ready to act. But as she got up too quickly, a wave of dizziness hit her. When it passed, she noticed something new in her mind, a symbol that looked like a shopping app. She thought about opening it, and sure enough, a store interface appeared. The app had a simple design, a search bar on top and 6 categories below: clothing, food, housing, travel, people, and general goods. However, only clothing, food, and general goods were active. The others were grayed out. She opened clothing, which had many subcategories: clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry, and more. Everything looked high-end and vintage, matching the style of this era. Wan Jiao clicked on the jewelry section and spotted a vintage diamond watch. Only 9,800. What an outrageous price. She was about to buy it right away, but the screen showed insufficient balance. How could a whole shopping mall not even have 9,800 in balance? Could it be that she had to earn money herself? She opened my wallet and found a balance of 99.9 billion. All those zeros made her dizzy. Even her unreliable father had probably never seen so many zeros. This was real cash flow, not just estimated assets. But why couldn't she pay a small 9,800 when she had 99.9 billion? It turned out she had been blinded by the zeros and hadn't noticed the available balance and taskbar below. Available balance: 5,000 yuan. Withdrawable: task: find your fiancé, Ji Huan, in Peach Blossom Village and match the keepsake with him. Reward: 50,000 yuan. Subway, old man, phone. Didn't it say she had no family? Why did she suddenly have a fiancé and some kind of keepsake? Where was she supposed to find him? But Ji Huan. That name sounded familiar. And Peach Blossom Village, too. Wan Jiao had a good memory. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly realized, oh no. Peach Blossom Village, Ji Huan or Wan Jiao. Weren't those from that old novel her so-called friend had recommended? The one with the unlucky supporting characters. Yes, that was it. Her friend had recommended it because one of the minor characters had the same name as her. The shock of arriving in 1978 had been so great that Wan Jiao hadn't even thought about the possibility of being inside a book. She remembered now. The novel was called Reborn Sweet Wife, Love in the 70s. It told the story of a woman who, in her past life, had let her childhood sweetheart go to the countryside in her place. Feeling lonely, she got involved with a young man from a wealthy family, but her marriage turned out unhappy. Meanwhile, her abandoned sweetheart went to college, married a kind woman, and became a rich man. After being reborn, the heroine followed him to the countryside, studied hard, and eventually they both returned to the city and became a successful couple. It was a typical story of regret and redemption set in that era, filled with family drama and endless conflicts, stretching over 1,000,000 words. And Wan Jiao? She was just a minor character who appeared once in that entire long novel. That's right. In a novel with over 1,000,000 words, her name appeared only once. Because of something her so-called friend said, she opened the book and read for a long time before finally finding herself in it. She still remembered what the heroine said. Oh. Huan's fiancé is called Wan Jiao, right? Such a rich young lady, and now she's gone just like that. How sad. Gone just like that. Those words were really annoying. Still, at least she disappeared early and didn't have to suffer under the author's pen. Her unlucky fiancé, though, was truly miserable. As one of the main characters throughout most of the story, the author described Ji Huan's early life from an all-knowing point of view. He was an abandoned baby, left without clothes at the entrance of an alley on a snowy day. Old Mr. Ji, on his way home, heard a faint cry and saved the few-month-old baby, giving him a chance to live. Although Ji Huan was often looked down upon in the Ji family, as long as old Mr. Ji was in charge, he still lived a few peaceful years. Later, because of old Mr. Ji's job being affected and his ungrateful son's betrayal, their house was taken away, and the old man had to clean public restrooms every day to survive. Exhausted in both body and mind, old Mr. Ji handed Ji Huan half of a jade pendant and a letter before he passed away. The jade pendant was a token from a childhood engagement he had arranged with Mr. Wan when they were young. The two had been classmates and close friends. Their wives were even pregnant at the same time, and after a few drinks, they decided to make their children's bond even closer. Unfortunately, before their children were born, Mr. Ruan's family moved overseas and eventually lost contact. Old Mr. Ji's wife passed away after giving birth to their son. As a busy university teacher with a baby who needed constant care, he had no choice but to ask a distant aunt to help look after the child. One day, he unexpectedly received a letter from Mr.
Wan.
It told of everything that had happened to his family over the years and mentioned that he now had a lovely little granddaughter. If old Mr. G also had a grandson, perhaps their families could renew the engagement. At the end of the letter, Mr. Wan asked him to take care of his small house, as they would soon return to the country. Old Mr. G was happy that his dear friend was finally coming back, but he didn't plan to continue the childhood engagement. He never mentioned it to his family, though he often spent his free time helping maintain his friend's little house. More than 10 years had passed since Ji Huayan was taken in, yet his friend's family never returned or sent any news. Later, the old house was taken over by an ungrateful son. Ji Huayan's grandfather left a keepsake to him and told him about the childhood engagement. On one hand, he hoped that after his passing, Ji Huayan would have something to hold on to. On the other hand, his friend's granddaughter was known for her good character. If the two could be together, it would be perfect. Even if not, if the Wan family ever returned, they might still take care of Ji Huayan for the sake of the keepsake. In the old man's heart, his friend would surely come back one day. No matter how good life was abroad, this was his true home. Sadly, he never got to see his friend again. Not long after the old man passed away, his son came to the house, not to honor his father, but to make Ji Huayan take his own son's place in the countryside program. While living in the countryside, Ji Huayan met the main couple of the story. They only knew each other slightly and didn't interact much. However, the female lead somehow knew that Ji Huayan would one day become the top scorer in Zhejiang province, while the male lead would be the second. Perhaps it was fate. In the first college entrance exam in 1977, Ji Huayan missed the test due to a severe cold, and the male lead became the top scorer instead. The next year, Ji Huayan took the exam again and entered Beijing University as the new top scorer. The three met again at university. During a casual chat, someone came to Ji Huayan with half of a jade pendant and a letter telling him that Wan Jiaojiao had drowned. That was when the female lead sighed with emotion. Later, after graduation, Ji Huayan started his own business. The main couple decided to work with him, but he died unexpectedly. Somehow, the couple managed to gain control of his company's shares and took over the entire business. Their ventures on the mainland flourished, and they later expanded to Hong Kong, where they met a wealthy heir who looked very much like Ji Huayan. Using their connection to him, they gained even more advantages.
Sigh.
Wan Jiaojiao truly felt that her fiancé's life was full of misfortune. He worked hard all his life, only to end up helping the main couple succeed. Wait a minute. Didn't that mean she still had a small house in Shanghai waiting for her to inherit? She carefully unpacked the 3 boxes, checking everything one by one to see if the half of the keepsake was there. Sure enough, at the bottom layer of one box, Wan Jiaojiao found half of a jade pendant, a yellowed property ownership certificate, and the written agreement of the childhood engagement. It was mid to late July, around the time of the college entrance exams. Wan Jiaojiao decided not to bother Ji Huayan for now. She would first get her house back, then go to him after the exams were over. After putting everything back into the box, Wan Jiaojiao felt an itch around her waist and near her collarbone. She gently pressed the area with her fingertips. The skin felt warm and slightly bumpy. Worried, she quickly picked up a mirror and saw that the skin near her collarbone was red. What was going on now? Wan Jiaojiao decided to find a nurse. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the familiar round-faced nurse pushing a cart down the hallway with a serious look. The nurse's eyes lit up the moment she saw Wan Jiaojiao. She quickly walked over and said softly with a smile, "Mr. Wan, why are you out of bed? Is something wrong?" Wan Jiaojiao frowned slightly, her voice gentle and sweet. "Sorry to trouble you again, but I think I might have an allergic reaction. Please go back inside, I'll take a look." The nurse sounded even more anxious than Wan Jiaojiao herself. Of course she was worried. Some allergies could leave marks, and someone as beautiful as Wan Jiaojiao shouldn't have any scars. The nurse pushed the cart into the room. Wan Jiaojiao slightly pulled down her collar, revealing a patch of red skin. Oh my, that looks serious. Normally, if someone else showed her something like that, the nurse would just roll her eyes and walk away. But this was different. Wan Jiaojiao looked like a fairy. The redness on her fair skin looked even more striking. If it itches, try not to scratch it. I'll put some ointment on for you. The nurse carefully applied the medicine with a cotton swab. Then Wan Jiaojiao lifted her clothes a little higher, showing the area around her waist. The redness there was worse than near her collarbone. The nurse's eyes widened as she applied more ointment, trying to stay calm. Miss Wan, it seems you might be allergic to the hospital gown. Do you have your own clothes to change into? Wan Jiaojiao smiled gently, her expression dazzling. Just call me Jiaojiao. I do have my own clothes. Thank you so much. I wouldn't have known what to do without you. The nurse could clearly hear her own heartbeat speeding up. She stared blankly at Wan Jiaojiao's bright smile and stammered, "Why, you're welcome. I'm just doing my job." As if suddenly realizing something, she quickly stammered,
I'm Zank Meihua.
You can just call me Meihua.
Thank you, Meihua.
You're such an excellent nurse. Can we be friends? Wan Jiaojiao looked at her with sincere eyes. Oh, of course. From now on, you'll be my best friend, Jiaojiao. Blushing deeply, Zhang Meihua left the ward awkwardly, even forgetting her cart. A fairy wants to be my friend. Zhang Meihua, you're amazing. Inside the ward, Wan Jiaojiao sat by the bed, watching Meihua's back as she left, smiling softly. The young nurse, with her round face, was already trusted to care for a private room like this. And the Rolex watch on her wrist said enough. It took not only money but also connections to get such a position. And Wan Jiaojiao liked friends like that the most. As expected, during the 3 days Wan Jiaojiao stayed in the hospital, Zhang Meihua took perfect care of her. Every meal she brought was the best the hospital could offer. She even brought homemade chicken soup and fresh fruit for Jiaojiao. The standard hospital sheets and blankets were replaced with fine ones from her own home, afraid her fairy friend might have another allergic reaction. That day, Wan Jiaojiao wore a silk dress with lace and floral patterns, along with crystal-embellished flat sandals. A diamond necklace rested on her graceful neck, matching the diamond earrings on her ears. Her long, dark hair flowed over her shoulders. She looked stunning. Zhang Meihua was momentarily speechless when she entered, then quickly exclaimed, "Jiaojiao, you look absolutely beautiful." Seeing Meihua, Wan Jiaojiao's face lit up. "Meihua, I'm being discharged today. We must stay in touch. You're my first and best friend here." Looking at her delicate, lovely face, Zhang Meihua promised seriously, "Of course we'll stay in touch. You're my best friend too." Then she asked, "Is someone coming to pick you up? Where will you go after leaving the hospital? Can I visit you later?" "Of course you can," Wan Jiaojiao said, then sat down with a small sigh. "I'll probably stay at the Peace Hotel for now. I'm a returning overseas Chinese, and I don't have any family left. I used to have a house here in Shanghai, so I'll go check on it today." If it weren't for that magical shopping app, she would definitely have contacted Gu Changshan by now. But since she had this special advantage, it was better to act freely. First, she didn't want to trouble the government, and she also didn't want to get too involved with Gu Changshan. His sharp eyes made her nervous. She couldn't be sure she wouldn't slip up. She was clever, but dealing with someone like him all the time made her uneasy. Second, good resources should be used wisely. Although she didn't know exactly what her grandfather had done for the country, favors always have limits. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat was the key to lasting success. It was the first time Zhang Meihua had heard Wan Jiaojiao talk about her family. She held her fair hand gently, feeling sorry for her. No wonder, she thought. She had been wondering why Jiaojiao's family hadn't come to visit. Now she understood. When Zhang Meihua noticed the 3 large suitcases on the floor, she quickly stood up. "How can you carry so much luggage by yourself?" "No way, wait a minute. My father works in the military district. I'll ask his driver to take you." As she spoke, she was already heading out to make the call. Wan Jiaojiao quickly stopped her. "Meihua, thank you for taking such good care of me, but we can't use public resources for personal matters. Are there taxis or rickshaws in Shanghai? I can take one of those. Zhang Meihua's eyes lit up.
Yes.
There are lots of rickshaws and tricycles on the streets now. I'll go find one for you. Before Wan Jiaojiao could stop her, she had already dashed out. True friendship comes from sincerity. After spending these days together, Wan Jiaojiao already saw her as a real friend, not like the shallow, fake friendships she had known in modern times. That was one of her biggest gains in this era, a true friend. Jiaojiao, I found 2 rickshaws for you. I even checked their home addresses. Should I ask them to come in and carry your luggage? Let them in. Whatever Zhang Meihua had told them, the 2 men, one older, one younger, came in quietly, heads lowered, and picked up the suitcases without looking around. When the 4 of them reached the hospital gate, Wan Jiaojiao handed the paper bag she had been carrying to Zhang Meihua. Here are some chocolates and a small gift for you. You're not allowed to refuse. Come visit me at the Peace Hotel when you have time. If I leave there, I'll leave you a message. Zhang Meihua stopped resisting, held the paper bag tightly, and looked at her with teary eyes.
All right.
I'll definitely come visit you. After the 2 reluctantly said goodbye, Wan Jiaojiao got into the rickshaw and slowly disappeared into the distance. Zhang Meihua stood there for a long time before opening the paper bag in her hands. Inside was a beautifully packaged box of chocolates, something even the friendship store didn't have, and a small velvet box. She tucked the paper bag under her arm and opened the velvet box. The moment she opened it, Zhang Meihua gasped softly, quickly closed the box, and looked around the hospital nervously, afraid someone might have seen. Clutching the velvet box, she hurried back to her resting room and opened it again. Inside was a blue and white gemstone bracelet. The bracelet sparkled brightly in the sunlight. No woman could resist such a beautiful thing, but it was far too expensive. Zhang Meihua couldn't help worrying. Jiaojiao is too innocent. We've only known each other a few days, and she's already giving such an expensive gift. What if someone takes advantage of her someday? I must look after her. With that thought, she gently touched the blue gem with her fingertip, her eyes full of admiration. I'll just look at it a little longer, then return it to her next time. Wan Jiaojiao, sitting in the rickshaw, drew the attention of many passers-by. Some looked at her face, others at her clothes and shoes. Her dress flowed gracefully, and her face shone as brightly as the crystals on her shoes, catching everyone's eye. 2 rickshaws stopped in front of the Peace Hotel, and the doorman quickly came forward to carry the luggage. Wan Jiaojiao took 2 5-yuan bills from her small pearl purse and handed them to the 2 drivers. The drivers stared at the money in disbelief.
This
is too much. The older man looked especially honest and uneasy, as if the money was too much to accept.
Take it.
I'm very pleased with your service, Wan Jiaojiao said, brushing her hair back as she stepped down from the rickshaw. She had just withdrawn 2,000 yuan from an app today, and the smallest bills were 5 yuan. Besides, as a young lady, she couldn't possibly ask for change for such a small amount. It would sound ridiculous. Without paying attention to the driver's reactions, Wan Jiaojiao turned and walked into the hotel. As she turned around, something seemed to come to her mind. She looked back at the 2 rickshaw pullers, their faces bright with smiles and sweat. You both drive rickshaws, so you must know quite a few others in the same trade, right? Although the older man didn't understand why this young lady was asking, he still stammered out a reply. Why yes, we know quite a few. The younger puller, who seemed to be his son, quickly added, yes, we know many. A lot of our neighbors drive rickshaws too, and even in my wife's hometown, many people have come to the city to do the same. In that case, could you help me find out about a certain family? The more details, the better. Come back here before noon, and I'll give you 20 yuan. At her words, both father and son, as well as the doorman behind them, widened their eyes in shock. 20 yuan just to ask about a family. A regular factory worker only made a little over 30 yuan a month.
Goodness.
This young lady was truly generous. Of course. Just tell us who you want us to ask about. We'll definitely find out. The older man no longer stammered after hearing the price. The Ji Wenhua family from the textile factory. They have 1 son and 1 daughter. Once they got the name, the 2 rickshaw pullers hurried off with their carts. Seeing how generous she was, the doorman became even more respectful. He and another attendant, who had already carried her luggage inside, stood on either side of her and escorted her through the revolving door. When she reached the front desk, the receptionist was momentarily stunned by her beauty. Then, noticing her flowing silk dress and the diamond necklace around her neck, at least 3 or 4 carats, he quickly realized she was no ordinary guest. With a bright smile, he greeted her. "Good afternoon, miss. Do you have a reservation?" "No," she replied, taking out her overseas Chinese certificate. Yes, she was still a citizen of the Sunset Nation, but she knew her citizenship in the Xia Nation was already being processed. "Oh, you're visiting from the Sunset Nation. What kind of room would you like?" The receptionist's smile grew even warmer as he took the certificate. "Do you have a presidential suite available?" "Of course. Our Sassoon Pavilion Presidential Suite on the 10th floor offers a wonderful view of the river." "You have excellent taste," the receptionist said with admiration. "The suite is 288 yuan per night. How many days would you like to stay?" "3 days for now," Wan Jiaojiao said, taking 1,500 yuan from her bag and handing it over. "I'll also be dining at the restaurant, so we can settle the difference later." "Of course, please wait a moment. I'll contact the manager right away." The receptionist respectfully accepted the money with both hands, quickly completed the check-in process, and then called the hotel manager to explain the situation. The Peace Hotel currently had only one presidential suite, usually reserved for top guests. However, due to the country's past circumstances, even though the suite had been regularly updated, it hadn't hosted any new guests for nearly 10 years. The presidential suite came with a personal butler to assist guests with their needs and travel plans. This butler also served as both the hotel's manager and deputy manager. After receiving the call, the 2 managers hurried to the lobby. Within 3 minutes, a man and a woman arrived at the front desk, standing with their hands neatly folded in front of them. They bowed slightly to Wan Jiaojiao with great respect. "Good afternoon, Ms. Ruan. I'm Chin Ping, the lobby manager. This is your personal butler, Ms. Su Chuan." After he spoke, the woman beside him added, "Hello, Ms. Ruan. I'm Su Chuan, the deputy lobby manager and your personal butler. Please feel free to contact me anytime. I'll be available 24 hours a day." Su Chuan looked to be around 40, her hair neatly tied up, her face gentle and kind, giving off a warm impression. Manager Chin Ping wore a suit, his hair styled neatly with gel. His posture and manners were both excellent. Their introductions were similar, but Su Chuan mentioned her position as deputy manager, while Chin Ping did not. It seemed there was a subtle tension between them. However, that had nothing to do with Wan Jiaojiao. As long as they provided good service, their titles didn't matter. Wan Jiaojiao smiled and nodded at them. Following Su Chuan's lead, 2 bellboys pushed the luggage cart and accompanied her upstairs. As soon as the elevator doors closed, the staff in the lobby began whispering excitedly. "Oh my goodness! She's so beautiful. When she walked in, I almost forgot to breathe." "I know, right? I wonder how much her dress costs. It looks even prettier than the silk scarf my mom bought. I really want one too." "Forget it. That's real silk. Even if you saved a few months' salary, you might not be able to buy it."
Sure.
"Didn't you see her suitcase? It's got crocodile leather on it." "Wow. That's the first time I've seen such a big piece of crocodile leather. She's a young lady who just came back from the Sunset Country. We'd better be respectful. Even a little from her could keep us well fed for days." Even without a tip, serving such a beautiful lady is an honor for me, right? It's not every day we get to see someone like her enough. "Get back to work. What's all this noise?" Chun Ping said sternly, glancing at them. Everyone immediately quieted down and went back to their tasks. Chun Ping sighed inwardly. Even after working here for over 20 years, he had never seen someone so stunning, let alone the others. He smiled slightly, lifted his head, and took another elevator back to his office. After entering her room, Wan Jiaojiao gave each of the 2 bellboys a 5 yuan tip, then followed Su Chuan's introduction to look around. The room was over 200 square meters, filled with top-quality facilities of the time. The vintage furniture and warm lighting gave it a grand yet cozy feel. Wan Jiaojiao was quite satisfied. After Su Qiuan left, Wan Jiaojiao took out her body wash, scrub, essential oils, and hair care products from her suitcase. Having stayed in the hospital for 3 days, she was more than ready for a proper wash. Even though it was the best single room, it didn't have a private bathroom, let alone a shower. The summer heat made things worse. Even with the small fanzhong manhwa had brought from home, she still sweated a little. Washing her hair was manageable, but for bathing, she could only wipe herself with a basin of clean water every day. It was really uncomfortable. The hotel bathroom was spacious, and she wanted to take a relaxing bath, but she didn't feel comfortable using the hotel's bathtub. It seemed she would have to wait until she got her own place back before she could enjoy that. After a long 2-hour shower, Wan Jiaojiao finally felt refreshed. She dried herself, carefully applied body lotion and essential oils layer by layer, then moved on to her hair care routine. When everything was done, she continued with her skincare, finishing with hand and foot masks. Only then did she lie down comfortably on the big bed. Taking care of every inch of her skin was a lifelong mission, something she could never relax about. She had studied the categories in the Taogo app and found that all the daily products she used were there, only packaged in vintage-style bottles without labels. No need to compromise on quality. How nice. When the time was right, she threw the hand and foot masks into the trash, finished the last step of her skincare routine, and changed into a silk long dress with lantern sleeves. The dress had light green floral patterns, its hem soft and flowing, and the long sleeves perfectly blocked the sunlight. After applying sunscreen in front of the mirror, she put on a smooth pearl necklace and matching earrings, making her look both gentle and elegant. She placed her things from the pearl bag into a white diamond-studded platinum handbag from H brand, then stepped out. At the restaurant, the staff at the entrance paused for a moment before respectfully leading her to the best seat. After ordering a few recommended dishes, Wan Jiaojiao quietly looked out the window. After a while, all the dishes arrived one by one. She didn't start eating right away, but first touched the edge of the plate with her fingertip.
Warm.
As expected, a chef from the Peace Hotel would never make such a basic mistake. Warm plates helped keep the food's flavor, which made her even more eager to taste the dishes. Using the serving chopsticks, Wan Jiaojiao placed the dishes she wanted onto her plate and began tasting them one by one. The songjiang perch was tender and rich in flavor, so delicious that even someone who had tasted many fine dishes couldn't help but be impressed. No wonder ancient emperors called it the best fish under heaven. Even so, the famous Peace Hotel in Shanghai only served 3 small ones that day, all on her table. Each fish was smaller than a palm, yet cost more than a month's salary for an average worker, truly a rare delicacy. The 8-treasure gourd duck left a deep impression on her. She had once tasted it in modern times, made by a master chef known as the top expert in local cuisine, and it had indeed lived up to its reputation. This dish was very intricate, shaped like a gourd with no visible cuts on the surface. It was said that the duck's bones were carefully removed from the tail, a true test of skill. This time, the 8-treasure gourd duck was even more delicious. The glutinous rice was soft and light, mixed with diced meat, squid, and vegetables, making it flavorful but not greasy. The duck was tender and rich in taste, and when paired with a slightly sweet rice, the combination was surprisingly delightful. The stir-fried shrimp and the borscht were also quite good, though neither dish required much skill or rare ingredients. They tasted similar to what she had eaten in modern times. Since glutinous rice is quite filling and Wan Jiaojiao didn't have a big appetite, after a few bites of the dishes and a small bowl of soup, she was already full. Just as she was wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, her housekeeper, Su Qiuan, hurried into the dining room and bent down to whisper something in her ear. Wan Jiaojiao nodded, set down her handkerchief, and glanced at the clock. It was 11:30. "Could you please ask them to come to the dining room?" "Of course. Please wait a moment, I'll bring them up right away." Wan Jiaojiao smiled and thanked her. Watching Su Qiuan leave in a hurry, she leaned back on the sofa and took a sip of tea. Normally, the Peace Hotel did not allow the rickshaw driver and his son to enter, since they weren't dressed formally and might disturb other guests.
But
Wan Jiaojiao was their most distinguished guest at the moment, and rules could naturally be bent for her. The doorman had overheard her earlier conversation with the father and son, so when he saw them arrive, sweating and out of breath, one of the staff immediately ran inside to inform Su Qiuan. Even so, without clear permission, the father and son could only wait by the small side door next to the revolving entrance. Through the glass, the doorman saw Su Qiuan nod to him from the lobby, so he quickly opened the side door and gestured for them to come in. "Miss Wan is dining in the restaurant. Please follow me." Su Qiuan stepped forward, bowed slightly, and raised her left hand to indicate the direction of the elevator. Standing at the doorway, the father and son felt a cool breeze mixed with a faint fragrance drift out from inside. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Only when Su Qiuan smiled and spoke again did they finally step into the Peace Hotel, moving awkwardly but carefully. As they walked through the grand, glittering lobby, both kept their heads down, clutching the hems of their shirts, afraid to look around, and simply followed closely behind Su Qiuan. The Peace Hotel was well known throughout Shanghai, but very few people had ever been inside. Among all the relatives and friends of this father and son, none had ever set foot there. In the past, and even now, those who could come here were not necessarily high officials, but at least factory directors or people of similar status. For drivers like them, even passing by the entrance, they would only dare to take a quick look from afar, never getting too close. After following Su Qiuan into the elevator, both father and son became even more nervous. It was their first time riding one. They wanted to hold onto the rail for balance but were afraid of dirtying the place. Their stiff postures showed how uneasy they felt. Ding! The elevator doors opened again. Su Qiuan smiled and gestured for them to follow her. There weren't many guests in the restaurant at that moment, but when the father and son caught the glances of the people inside, filled with surprise and faint disdain, they felt even more self-conscious and awkward. "You're here. Please have a seat," Wan Jiaojiao said warmly, her eyes showing no trace of dislike. Her kindness helped them relax a little. They hesitated when they saw the leather sofa, but after Wan Jiaojiao nodded encouragingly, they carefully sat down. Once they were seated, Wan Jiaojiao looked up at Su Qiuan, who immediately nodded and spoke a few words to a waiter. Soon, the waiter brought 2 glasses of cool lemon water and handed them menus. "It's hot outside, have a drink. You must not have eaten yet if you came so quickly to find me. Let's eat first. Order whatever you like," Wan Jiaojia said. The dishes she had barely touched earlier had already been cleared away. In this restaurant, tipping was not allowed, and the best benefit for the staff was being able to eat leftover food from guests. In those days, no one minded eating leftovers. In fact, if they could have food that Wan Jiaojiao had used serving chopsticks for, they would still feel grateful. No need to spend so much. We'll talk to you and then go home to eat," the driver said quickly. Right after he spoke, his son's stomach growled loudly. Both of them blushed deeply, embarrassed beyond words. Wan Jiaojiao smiled and waved for the waiter to bring another menu. "Let's have braised pork, stir-fried shrimp, and 2 bowls of yellow croaker noodles." Before she could finish, the driver's son hurriedly interrupted, "No, that's too much. The plain noodles are ready. You've helped me with something, so having a meal together is nothing. Let's start with these dishes. If it's not enough, we'll order more." People in those days often lacked rich food, so compared to light dishes, they preferred ones with more oil and sauce. After the waiter left with the menu, the coachman's son began to share what they had found out. This Ji Wenhua is quite well known at the textile factory. He's the workshop director there. His wife is a team leader in the same workshop. Their eldest son was accepted into a college, but didn't go. He plans to take the exam again this year. Their younger daughter is still in high school and will also take the college entrance exam this year. The coachman took a sip of water to moisten his throat before continuing. "There are workers from the textile factory living in our alley, so we've heard quite a bit about Ji Wenhua. He started as an ordinary worker, but later he publicly cut ties with his father for moral reasons, and within 2 years, he became a workshop director. Their eldest son was supposed to go to the countryside, but it seems Ji Wenhua spent a lot of money to find someone to take his place. Before anyone could report it, he managed to get his son a temporary job in the city, so he stayed. Their family seems to be doing quite well. It's said that his wife buys several new outfits every year, and everyone in the family has a bicycle. Oh, and with his years of service, he was even offered a house by the factory, but he turned it down, saying it should go to someone in need. Now that the factory is electing a new deputy director, many people say they'll vote for him. Ruan Jiaojiao listened with a faint smile, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. She turned her teacup slowly, then took 20 yuan from her bag and pushed it toward the father and son. Thank you. This is your payment. Oh no. You already treated us to a meal. We can't. The coachman's son started to refuse, but thinking of their family's tight finances, he took one 5 yuan note and pushed the rest back. 5 yuan is more than enough.
Take it.
That's the agreed payment. I have another job now. Would you be interested? Please tell us. As long as it's something we can do, we'll do it. The coachman's son spoke quickly, and the honest coachman nodded beside him in agreement. Ruan Jiaojiao glanced at her watch, took out some paper and a pen from her bag, and began to write. It's around 12 o'clock now. I hope you can help me find a group of people strong and sturdy like you. The stronger, the better, and if they look fierce, that's even better. It would be best if they could bring some wooden sticks. Please meet me at this place before 4 o'clock.
Can you do that?
Seeing the father and son hesitate as they took the note, she smiled and said, Don't worry, nothing bad will happen. You won't need to fight anyone, just help me scare them a little. I'll take full responsibility. Each person will get 5 yuan, and I'll give you an extra 20. The coachman's son swallowed hard, as if making a decision, then carefully folded the note and put it in his pocket.
All right.
Don't worry, we'll be there on time with the people. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. How rude of me. My surname is Ruan Jiaojiao. May I know your names? Hello, Ms. Ruan. I'm Chen Lijian, and this is my father, Chen Dahui. Chen Lijian had wanted to call her Miss Ruan, but after thinking about it, he decided to address her as Ms. Ruan, just like the people at the restaurant did. It sounded more respectful. Mr. Chen Lijian, Uncle Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you both. I'll be counting on you for this matter. No, it's no trouble at all. At that moment, the waiter brought all the dishes to the table. Please enjoy your meal. If it's not enough, feel free to order more. I'll leave you to it. Thank you. The father and son watched as Ruan Jiaojiao and Su Qiuan disappeared from sight, then turned their eyes to the delicious food on the table, swallowing hungrily. They had to eat the yellow croaker noodles quickly, or the noodles would get soggy. As for the braised pork and fried shrimp, they wanted to take those home to share with their family. After all, these were dishes from the Peace Hotel. What a surprise that would be for their family. They quickly finished the noodles and carefully drank the tasty soup. Looking at the untouched braised pork and shrimp, the two glanced around for a waiter. They wanted to ask if they could take the food home but were too shy to speak up. The waiter noticed their hesitant looks and came over politely, bending slightly to ask what they needed. After hearing their request, the waiter smiled understandingly and took the 2 plates away. A short while later, the waiter returned carrying 2 mesh bags. Each net bag held 2 rectangular bamboo boxes. He handed over the one on his left first. These are the braised pork and fried shrimp you ordered. Then he passed the one on his right. These are the dishes Ms. Ruan asked us to prepare for your family: stuffed duck with 8 treasures and sweet and sour ribs. Ms. Ruan said the duck tastes wonderful and hopes you and your family will enjoy it. Hearing this, Chen Dahui's eyes turned red. His son, Chen Lijian, gripped the net bag tightly, pressed his lips together, and softly said thank you. Then he added, if Ms. Ruan likes it, our family will surely like it too. With the waiter's polite smile behind them, the father and son slowly walked out of the restaurant, heading toward the elevator, following the same path they had taken earlier. This time, they no longer walked with hunched backs. They stood tall and walked proudly into the elevator. After struggling for most of their lives at the bottom of society in Shanghai, this was not their first time meeting someone of high status, but it was the first time they had been treated with genuine respect. To be worthy of the respect Ms. Wang Jiao gave them, they could no longer look down on themselves. Just as Wang Jiao stepped out of the restaurant, she saw the restaurant manager greeting her. As the hotel's most distinguished guest, and with her stunning beauty, everyone in the hotel, even the cleaning staff, had already heard about her since she checked in. The manager approached and asked softly, "Ms. Ruan, were you satisfied with your meal today?" Wang Jiao smiled gently and nodded. "Very satisfied. Please thank the chef for me." Hearing that, the manager's smile grew even brighter. "Of course. Chef Su will be very happy to hear that. I'll sign for today's meal. Oh, and please add 2 more dishes for my guests. Have them packed so they can take them home." "Certainly." After the manager handed her the menu, Wang Jiao chose 2 dishes, spoke a few more words to him, and then returned to her room with Su Qiuan. Back in the suite, Su Qiuan served Wang Jiao some fruit and tea. Seeing that she didn't need anything else, she quietly stepped into the adjoining secretary's room. Wang Jiao sat by the window and slowly sipped her milk. Outside, the river stretched wide, dotted with sailing boats. If one listened carefully, the faint sound of boat horns could be heard in the distance. She gazed at the view, her mind already turning to the plans she needed to carry out next. Chun Lijian and his son were honest and obedient. For people like them, Wang Jiao was never stingy. People in this era were simple and sincere. If you treated them kindly, they would repay you with even more kindness, unlike many people in later times, who were often calculating and greedy. Wang Jiao was a smart and capable woman. Since childhood, she had always been the kind of daughter others admired. Even those who didn't truly get along with her still praised her in front of others. However, her intelligence and talent showed mostly in dealing with people and social situations. When it came to business, she had no real skill. In fact, not only business, her studies had also been very difficult. To outsiders, she was the perfect young lady of the Wan family, always among the top students, and eventually admitted to a prestigious university. But behind that success was countless hours of hard work. What looked effortless on the surface was actually the result of hiring one tutor after another, writing piles of practice papers, and memorizing problems she couldn't solve no matter how hard they were. All this effort was just to make her grandparents proud, to make everyone believe she truly was outstanding, and to secure her place as the Wan family's eldest daughter. She also learned music, chess, calligraphy, and painting not to master them, but to be good enough not to lose face at social events. Even though she didn't rely on these skills for a living, she had to know them well enough to appear graceful at family gatherings and banquets. Wang Jiao's grandparents loved tea, so she specially learned the art of tea making. As her tea skills improved, her ability to present herself gracefully also grew. Unfortunately, while many things could be achieved through effort, doing business was not one of them. Thinking of the past, Wang Jiao withdrew her gaze from the scenery. Her fingers tightened slightly around the handle of the porcelain cup. She still felt unwilling to accept it. Yet, no matter how unwilling she was, she had to admit that these few days since arriving in 1978 had been the most relaxing time she'd ever had. Still, no matter what, living each day well was what mattered most. Wang Jiao didn't want to think about where the original Miss Wan had gone, or any other complicated matters. She let out a soft breath, adjusted her posture, sank comfortably into the soft sofa, and opened the Taogo app again. During her days in the hospital, her greatest joy was browsing Taogo. Among the 3 unlocked categories, the highest price for any item does not exceed 10,000. In the clothing section, there are some custom-made pieces and brands that don't exist in the modern world. There are also vintage versions of famous luxury brands, but their logos have been removed. Apparently, those brands don't exist in this world. When buying these items, she can choose to receive them directly, have them shipped by sea, or, for few special products, get directions to the store and buy them in person. Of course, most of those stores are abroad, which means a long journey. The food category includes all kinds of ingredients and fruits from this era, as well as countless candies, pastries, and desserts. However, the desserts seem to be exclusive to the app and not made by people from this time. Wan Jiaojiao secretly bought 2 pieces while in the hospital and tasted them, only to realize they were factory-made. They were edible, but definitely not delicious to her. The general goods category had even more items, so many that it was dazzling. Wan Jiaojiao didn't have the patience to browse through everything. Instead, she opened the search bar and found what she wanted to buy: 3 heavy chain-style iron locks. After paying a very small price, the locks appeared on the thick wool blanket beside her feet. She put the locks into a leather handbag she found in her suitcase, then walked to the desk, studied the old-fashioned telephone for a moment, and dialed the short number for the secretary's room. In less than 2 seconds, the call was answered, and Su Qiuan's voice came through.
Hello, Ms. Wan.
How may I help you? I need to go out this afternoon. Please arrange a car for me at 3:30. Of course. Is there anything else you need? That's all. Thank you. After hanging up, Wan Jiaojiao curled up on the sofa again, tilting her head as she looked at her balance. A 4-digit number stared back at her. What a miserable sight. She pressed her lips together and stared again at the 50,000 yuan reward from her task. She really needed to find that cheap fiancé soon. Wan Jiaojiao picked up the newspaper she had glanced at earlier. The headline was about the college entrance examination. Today was finally the last day of exams. That meant she could deal with the Ji family today and tomorrow, then go find her fiancé the day after and collect the 50,000 reward. Once she got the money, she could buy that vintage diamond watch. Not just the watch, she could also get those brooches and earrings that cost a few thousand each. Thinking about it, Wan Jiaojiao's gloomy mood disappeared, and she instantly felt cheerful again. Yes, her happiness was that simple and genuine. Feeling better, Wan Jiaojiao walked to her suitcase to look for clothes. Since she was going to make an appearance, she had to dress boldly to make an impression. She searched through her things but couldn't find anything she liked. In the end, she had to settle for the first black silk dress she had picked out. There was no helping it. She had just come back from a cruise party, and most of the clothes she brought were long dresses for sun protection. Formal gowns were too much, sleeveless dresses were unsuitable, shirts and pants didn't match the occasion, and swimsuits were out of the question. After going through everything, only a few long-sleeve dresses seemed right for going out. She put on some makeup, applied her favorite lipstick, and was done. The slightly purplish shade gave her a mature and elegant look. Wan Jiaojiao looked at herself in the mirror, blinked, and smiled faintly. She let one side of her hair fall over her shoulder and tucked the other behind her ear, then removed the pearl accessories she had worn earlier. Since the dress's neckline covered her collarbone, wearing a necklace would look too heavy, so she chose a pair of tassel diamond earrings instead and slipped a large Paraiba ring onto her left hand. Speaking of the Paraiba, the bracelet she had given Zhang Meihua was also set with Paraiba stones and diamonds. Both pieces were items she had brought with her. The bracelet was her mother's keepsake, and the ring was something she had bought herself. It was almost funny to think about. Her unreliable father had once dismissed this ring, taking away her mother's collection of emeralds and other precious jewels, leaving her only this one and a few inexpensive pieces. Back then, this gemstone wasn't worth much, but its value suddenly soared later. By the time she had her accident, the ring was already worth over 100 million. Every time her father saw her wearing it, his expression was always complicated. He wanted to ask for it back, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Even though he owned assets worth billions, he still refused to let go of his wife's private savings and his in-laws' inheritance. He even wanted to take his daughter's jewelry. How ridiculous. Wan Jiaojiao made the final adjustments to her appearance in front of the mirror. Once she was satisfied, she stepped out of the bathroom just as someone knocked on the bedroom door. Ms. Wan, the car is waiting at the hotel entrance. Would you like to leave now? Hearing Su Qiuan's voice, Wan Jiaojiao walked to open the door while glancing at her watch. It was already 3:30. Time always flew when a woman was getting ready. Without noticing, more than 2 hours had passed. Yes, I'll go now. She opened the door, slipped off her slippers, and changed into a pair of black pointed high heels. When she saw Su Qiuan lift the heavy bag, she paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, Ms. Ruan." Carrying the bag, Su Cheon followed her out. As they neared the elevator, she quickly stepped forward to press the button and held the door open so Wan Jiao could enter first. At the hotel entrance, a black vintage car was already waiting. The driver, wearing white gloves, stood respectfully by the door. Su Cheon handed the bag to the driver, confirmed that Wan Jiao didn't need her to come along, then opened the car door and bowed slightly as she watched her leave. Sitting in the car, Wan Jiao looked out the window at the slowly retreating scenery, a cold smile curling on her lips. The debt collectors were on their way. She hoped Wenhua wouldn't be too surprised. After leaving the restaurant, the Chin father and son glanced back at the luxurious entrance before hurrying home. Their house was in a narrow alley, surrounded by small buildings that blocked out the sunlight all year round. In this damp and gloomy place lived 40 to 50 families. Most of them were like the Chens, without stable jobs. Some made paper boxes for factories, others worked at the docks carrying goods. The luckier ones had temporary jobs in factories, or like the Chin father and son, pulled carts for a living at the start of the year. Life hadn't always been this hard. In the past, many families had temporary factory jobs. Though they were never made permanent, at least there had been some hope. After the National College entrance exam was restored, many educated youths returned to the cities. Most of them didn't get into college, but once they came back, they refused to leave again. Their families pulled some strings, and many easily took over temporary jobs that others had been doing. The people living in the alley were from the lower class and had no connections. After receiving a small amount of compensation, even though they felt unhappy, they had no choice but to accept it. Because the restaurant was quite far away, the father and son hurried home, taking nearly 40 minutes. Chun Dahui was out of breath and cooled himself by dipping his head into a basin of water, while his son, Chen Lijian, didn't rest for a moment and ran out to call people. The alley was dark, and the small rooms inside were even darker. The Chen family's home didn't even have a window. The Chen family had 2 sons. The older one was Chen Lijian, and the younger one was working as an educated youth in the countryside. After failing the first college entrance exam and knowing his family's situation wasn't good, the younger son decided not to return with the others. He stayed in the countryside, working while preparing to take the exam again. The older son, Chen Lijian, was already married to a woman from a rural area in Pudong. Chun Dahui's wife and daughter-in-law were usually not at home during the day. Like the other women in the alley, they worked at the street corner making paper boxes, where the light was better and easier on the eyes. Chun Dahui placed 2 net bags on the table. After washing his face, he lit a candle, took out some oiled paper from the cabinet, and began dividing the food. The weather was hot, and the food wouldn't last long. He needed to separate it quickly so his wife and daughter-in-law could take it to the countryside for their relatives to taste. Chun Lijian ran through the alley, knocking on many doors. Except for those who weren't home, 8 people came out right away when they heard there was 5 yuan to earn. They grabbed their tools and followed him without hesitation. Why not call that boy from the Chow family? Doesn't he know martial arts? Someone behind him suggested after several houses turned out empty.
Right.
There was still that 17 or 18-year-old boy, Chow Kong, from the Chow family. Chun Lijian told someone to call his mother and wife back home and arranged to meet everyone at the alley entrance. Then he ran to the Chow family's house. That boy, Chow Kong, really had a hard life. His mother had been sickly, and his father worked as a boiler operator at the steel factory, but was a heavy drinker. After his mother passed away, she left behind a weak and frail little sister for him to care for. When he was supposed to be sent to the countryside, his father drank too much at work, had an accident, and passed away. Normally, the steel factory wouldn't have taken responsibility for that, but seeing how pitiful his family was, since if Chow Kong left, only his 7 or 8-year-old sister would be left at home, they gave him a temporary job so he could stay and work at the factory. The little money he earned each month wasn't even enough to pay for one of his sister's hospital visits. In his spare time, he took on any job he could find, working himself to exhaustion. At first, when Mrs. Ruan said she needed someone who looked fierce and strong, Chen Lijian didn't think of the thin and quiet Chow Kong. But after being reminded, he suddenly remembered. The Chow family had moved from a place called Fashi. Both his grandfather and great-grandfather practiced martial arts, and Chow Kong had trained since childhood. Once, he even fought off 3 thugs armed with knives using only his bare hands. Although Mrs. Wan said they only needed to scare someone and didn't plan to actually fight, having Chow Kong there would make things much safer if anything went wrong. Chun Lijian knocked on the door of Chow Kang's house. Only his younger sister was home. Because she couldn't be exposed to heat or cold, she rarely went outside. From the dim candlelight and the paper boxes on the table, it was clear she was secretly making paper crafts. It was secretly because everyone in the neighborhood knew that Chow Kong didn't allow her to do that kind of work. It was too harmful to her eyes. No one from the factory would give her materials for it, but somehow, the little girl had managed to find some on her own. Brother went to the dock with Brother Fusheng. He should be back soon, said Chow Kang's sister, Chow Le. Then she looked nervously at Chun Lijian. Brother Lijian, please don't tell my brother. I'll stop after I finish these, I promise. Chun Lijian wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. I won't tell him, but you must keep your word. Once you finish these, don't do it again. It's too bad for your eyes. You're still a child. You shouldn't worry about earning money. If your eyes get worse, your brother will be heartbroken. After telling Chow Le to lock the door, Chun Lijian frowned and walked back to the alley. Just as he reached the shared well, he saw 2 figures approaching from a distance, one tall and one short, one thin and one strong. It was Chow Kong and Chun Fusheng returning. Chun Lijian wanted to bring Chow Kong because he could fight, but Chun Fusheng was actually the first person the Chun family had in mind for the job. Wan Jiaojiao said the stronger and fiercer, the better. Wasn't she talking about Chun Fusheng? He was over 1.9 meters tall, broad-shouldered and sturdy, with arms as thick as some people's thighs. With his sharp eyes, hooked nose, and a burn scar on the left side of his face, there were few in the whole city who looked tougher than Chun Fusheng. He was incredibly strong, too, able to lift hundreds of pounds with one hand. In ancient times, he could have been a general. His father had been a soldier, but passed away early. Seeing Fusheng's strong build, some people from the army once wanted to recruit him, but his mother refused no matter what. Her husband was gone, and Fusheng was her only child. She even threatened her own life to keep him from being taken away. Unfortunately, she had to work and care for him at the same time, and accidents happened. One day, Fusheng fell face first into a fire and burned the left side of his face. He later developed a high fever that wouldn't go down, leaving his mind stuck at about a 10-year-old's level, simple and innocent. His mother, burdened with grief, passed away a few years later. The army and the factory arranged a stable job for Fusheng at a sugar plant, carrying goods. The pay and benefits were good, and many in the neighborhood envied him. But Fusheng had a huge appetite that only grew with age. What could support a family of 3 wasn't enough to feed him alone. So when he wasn't working at the factory, he often helped carry goods at other factories and docks. People liked hiring him. He was strong, obedient, and worth more than 2 regular workers. When Chun Fusheng and Chow Kong heard about the 5 yuan reward, they immediately agreed to join. They didn't bring any tools, one didn't need to, and the other wouldn't know how to use them anyway. The 2 followed behind Chun Lijian toward the alley entrance. When they arrived, 8 men were already waiting with sticks, surrounded by others who had just returned from hauling carts, and were asking what was going on. Chun Lijian looked over their builds, nodded, and let them join as well. Soon, Chun Dahui arrived, holding 2 sticks. He handed one to his son, and the group, clutching their sticks, marched together toward the address Wan Jiaojiao had given. The small Western-style house left by the Wan family was not far from the Peace Hotel, right in the center of the Bund, with an excellent location. From the busy main street, a small side road led directly to the house. Tall green trees lined both sides of the path, blocking out the noise from outside. The place felt calm and elegant, giving a sense of quiet seclusion in the middle of the city. Sunlight filtered through the thick branches of the plane trees, scattering golden spots on the smooth ground. As Wan Jiaojiao looked at the scenery outside, her heart gradually calmed. The driver drove slowly. When he saw a group of strong men holding sticks standing by the road ahead, He became nervous and wondered if he should speed up and pass quickly. Ruan Jiao, always alert, turned her head to look through the windshield and saw the group as well. "Please stop by the side of the road, Miss Ruan," but the driver hesitated. Those men looked fierce, and he was worried that his gentle passenger might be in danger. "It's fine. They're the people I hired. Please stop near them and wait for me outside." "Thank you." Of course, the driver replied nervously. After stopping the car, he got out under the watchful eyes of the group and opened the door for Ruan Jiao. "Miss Ruan, these are the men we called. They're all strong and reliable. You just tell them what to do." When Ruan Jiao's gaze fell on a man who looked different from the rest, Chen Lijian quickly pulled him forward to explain, afraid she might think he had brought someone extra. "This is a young man from our neighborhood. He knows martial arts, something called Wing Chun," the man said quietly. The moment Chao Kong saw Ruan Jiao, he froze. In fact, everyone did, except for Qin Fusheng, who was only thinking about food. Even Chun and his son were stunned. Ruan Jiao was simply too beautiful. With her carefully applied makeup, she looked almost like a fairy who had stepped into the mortal world. But everyone quickly looked away, afraid of offending their wealthy employer. Chao Kong also kept his head down as he spoke. "Wing Chun, huh?" Hearing that, Ruan Jiao raised her eyebrows slightly. She immediately thought of that famous scene, "I'll take on 10 at once." The thin young man before her didn't look the part at all. Ruan Jiao smiled and nodded at them, then walked toward the villa. The Qin father and son followed without a word, and the others behind them moved as well. Ruan Jiao stopped at the gate, looking at the French-style garden villa. She was now standing before the iron gate that kept strangers out of the yard. But at this moment, the gate wasn't locked. It was slightly open, which meant someone was home. Good, she thought. She had been worried they might not be. Inside the villa, the dining room on the first floor was lively. Ji Wenhua was hosting a dinner for his guests. He was currently competing for the position of deputy director at the textile factory, so he had invited some senior technicians and staff members who could later support him with their votes. "Director Ji, when you gave up your apartment in the staff building for someone in need, everyone at the factory admired you. I'll definitely vote for you. The deputy director's position should be yours. Let me raise a glass to you in advance." A man in a white shirt stood up, lifted his crystal glass filled with a little white wine, gestured toward Ji Wenhua, and drank it all in one go. This was something Ji Wenhua had arranged beforehand. He couldn't openly ask for votes, so he had someone who often flattered him bring it up first. "Oh, not at all. It was the right thing to do. I already had a place to live, so how could I take advantage of the factory? Besides, the factory's success depends on all of you. If I do become deputy director, it will be thanks to everyone's support. Let me drink to that." The others quickly understood what this dinner was really about. But Ji Wenhua had indeed been doing well these past 2 years. Even without their support, he would likely get the position. So, after thinking it over, they decided to go along and raise their glasses too. "You're too modest. Your selfless actions have touched many people. My son even said you're the kind of leader who truly works for the good of the factory." "That's right. With you as deputy director, our textile factory will only get better. The people's choice, the obvious candidate. Old Ji, don't be so humble." After Ji Wenhua saw that he had achieved his goal, he stopped talking about the factory and happily invited everyone to eat. A group of people sat around a long dining table, which was decorated with a candelabrum and many silver forks and knives. Although the dishes were just simple home-style food packed from a state-run restaurant, there were no chopsticks on the table. Everyone struggled to eat with forks and drank white liquor from tall glasses, which looked rather odd. But despite the strange mix, everyone enjoyed themselves. They thought Ji Wenhua's family was truly refined and cultured, and they were glad to be close to him. As the drinks went around, the men began talking about their sons. "Director Ji, I remember your son Inkai is taking the college entrance exam this year, right?" "Yes," Ji Wenhua replied. "That boy got into a junior college last year, and I was already very happy. But he refused to go. He came back crying and promised he'd get into a university this year. The exams are over now, and he's still at school." That boy has a mind of his own. He really gives us a headache. Although Ji Wenhua spoke as if he was complaining, his face was full of pride and joy. Oh, come on. Many people can't even get into a junior college. Inkai just has high standards for himself. Good for him. Like father, like son, haha. Looks like your family will soon have a real college student. That's wonderful news. You must throw a big celebration when the time comes. I'll prepare a big red envelope, haha. Ji Wenhua's face glowed with pride as everyone praised him. He felt completely satisfied and proud. While the men were chatting happily, the women were also having a lively conversation. Oh, Suefin, your home is so beautiful. How you have such a big house. My family still lives in a shared building, said a woman with a short haircut, looking around the dining room with envy. Shun Suefin covered her mouth and laughed. This is an old family house passed down from our ancestors. We're just lucky to have it. After dinner, I'll show you around. One woman lowered her head and muttered quietly. Everyone knew Ji Wenhua had once secretly reported someone, causing her father to be punished with cleaning duty. Yet he still dared to talk about his ancestors. Well, you really are fortunate. Even your silverware looks amazing. I've only seen something like this at the Red House restaurant, but yours is even finer. Look, there are flowers carved on the handles. And your plates are prettier too. Another woman with her hair tied up and wearing a headscarf also started to praise the items, touching the handle of a fork with affection. We have plenty of these at home. If you like them so much, you can take a set of cutlery with you later. Her husband works as a technician at the factory, and her father-in-law is one of the most experienced workers there. He has trained many apprentices, so Shin Suefin is very generous to her. Besides, there are many sets of cutlery in the kitchen, and it didn't cost them anything. Oh my, is that a new watch on your wrist? I saw one at the department store for 188 yuan last time. You're really lucky. The short-haired woman saw Shun Suefin covering her hand and flattered her, giving a thumbs up. Then she said, people are really different. We spend 1.80 yuan on something, and it takes us ages to decide. You just bought a 188 yuan one right away. Not really, it's not about being generous. My husband, old G, bought it for me as a gift for our anniversary. Last time, our daughter Xiaoxiao kept talking about how our friend's parents celebrate many anniversaries, so old G surprised me with this. At my age, spending this much money, ha ha ha. Shin Suefin said this with a proud smile, eager for everyone to envy her and praise her highly. That's because your husband cares about you. My family's guy wouldn't even buy a piece of clothing for himself. Your daughter Xiaoxiao is thoughtful, unlike my kid, who can't even pass gas properly. The woman with her hair tied up was eating small bites of food with her fork when she suddenly looked up and asked, Xiaoxiao is 19 this year, right? Does she have a boyfriend? Hearing this, Shun Suefin became even more proud. Yes, there are some guys pursuing Xiaoxiao, even college students. But she wants to see more options, so we're not in a hurry. The woman with her hair tied up subtly curled her lips. She had wanted to set her nephew up with Xiaoxiao to match them up. But if even college students weren't interested, how could her nephew, who works as a regular employee at the steel factory, stand a chance? She said she wasn't in a rush, but secretly she was thinking about the wealthy family in the big courtyard. Shin Suefin's plans were obvious, and she could hear them from 2 miles away. I think there's no need to rush. Xiaoxiao is pretty, a college student, her brother is a college student too, her father is a deputy factory director, and her mother works at the factory. What kind of person wouldn't be a good match for her? Ha ha. How did it come to this? I'm still just a workshop team leader. Nothing special. Nothing special, the woman with short hair said casually. Oh, it'll happen sooner or later. The woman with a bun listened to their back and forth and couldn't eat her food anymore. Not to mention their 2 children, both high school graduates. Whether they could get into college was uncertain. As for Shun Suefin, she didn't even finish elementary school, could barely recognize a few characters, and still hoped to become an official. This person is really good at flattering. Inkai, right? He's 23 now, isn't he? Has he found a partner yet? During the conversation, another woman mentioned Shun Suefin's child, apparently thinking about introducing him to someone. Our Kai wants to go to the capital for college and find a partner there. Kids grow up with their own ideas. We can't control them. Shin Suifan and Ji Wenhui are truly a married couple. Their expressions when talking about their eldest son are identical. They say they can't control him, but their faces show how proud they are. Oh, the capital. Back in the day, wasn't it all royalty and nobles? Inkai will definitely bring back a daughter of a high official. Haha, that can't happen, that can't happen. Just as everyone was happily chatting, the man who was echoing Ji Wenhui stood up, knocked on the table with his knuckles, drawing everyone's attention and said, "Today, we are lucky to gather here. Let's raise our glasses and wish that under Director Ji's leadership, we will get better and better." Wow, just now he was the deputy director, and now he's even dropped the deputy part. Although everyone had their own thoughts, they still stood up together, raised their crystal wine glasses, and said in unison, "May we get better and better under Director Ji's leadership." The voices of more than 10 people echoed throughout the restaurant. Ji Wenhui's mouth almost stretched to his temples. Before he could wave his hand to signal everyone to sit down, there was a loud bang. The restaurant door was kicked open, and several burly men with wooden sticks stormed in. Because Ji Wenhui and his wife wanted to show off and create a high-class atmosphere at home, they covered the bright windows of the restaurant with heavy curtains, closed the wooden door, turned on the lights, and lit those metal triangular candle holders. The restaurant door was locked from inside. Yuan Jiao originally wanted to be more civilized, but they didn't give her a chance. Reluctantly, they had to force the door open violently. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. The people in the restaurant were all startled. Before they could react, a pleasant female voice came from behind the group of strong men. "I don't know if you're doing well, but I can tell you that Ji Wenhua will never get better."
Who are you? What do you want?
"Why are you breaking into my house?" Ji Wenhua shouted angrily, pounding on the table. This should have been his proud moment, but instead, such an incident happened. Plus, what Wan Jiao said made everyone in the factory look at him. Ji Wenhua felt his blood rushing to his head, and he was furious. The burly men quickly moved the wooden door off the floor and stepped aside, making way for Wan Jiao. "Your house? That's so funny." "What? Do you think you're the boss just because you've been a thief for so long?" Wan Jiao smiled warmly and stepped forward in front of the group of strong men. After glancing around at everyone's expressions, she looked directly at Ji Wenhua, who was sitting at the head of the table with a red face. "Let me introduce myself. My surname is Wan, and I am the owner of this house. As for my name, you're not worthy to know." Ji Wenhua, a hypocrite, was easy to recognize. He sat at the head of the table, his face turning a dark purple from anger. Next to his left hand, a woman with short hair, clutching the back of her chair and looking pale, was probably his wife, Shen Shuifan. The guests at the banquet were first amazed by Wan Jiao's appearance, then attracted by her full of information words. One by one, they leaned in to listen. "Wan family? What Wan family?
Who are you?"
"Breaking into someone's home with this group of hooligans. I will call the police." Shen Shuifan, with a pale face, released her grip on the chair and took a few steps forward, pointing at Wan Jiao and shouting. Seeing her come closer and almost reach Wan Jiao, two strong men behind Wan Jiao immediately stepped forward with sticks, blocking her way and forcing her to step back. Wan Jiao stood still, arms crossed. She was already 1.7 meters tall, and wearing high heels made her even taller. She slightly lowered her head and looked at Shen Shuifan with disdain. "I already said, I am from the Wan family, and I am the owner of this house. Why do I need to explain more? You and your husband are really funny. You've lived in the Wan mansion for so many years, but don't recognize the Wan family. The sign next to the garden gate clearly says this is the Wan mansion. I really don't know if you're blind or illiterate." Standing behind, Chun Lijian showed good judgment. He brought in a single sofa chair from outside and placed it next to Wan Jiao, then patted the dust off it. Wan Jiao slowly sat down, resting her hand on the finely carved back of the chair. She casually looked at the gloomy-faced Ji Wenhua, who seemed about to burst with anger. "Your wife made a good point. Let's call the police and ask how long thieves like you plan to stay. No, we won't call, Ji Wenhua quickly shouted. Feeling that he was being too hasty and deliberate, he took a few deep breaths to stay calm. Then, facing Wan Jiao Jiao, he clenched his fists and sat down. He spoke softly, Miss Wan, I think there's a misunderstanding. This house has been passed down in our family for generations. I inherited it from my father. Maybe you came to the wrong place? You're a woman, and you brought a group of troublemakers into my home without explanation, disturbing my guests. Since you're young, a simple apology might be enough, and I wouldn't pursue it. But if the police get involved, I have some friends at the station. Then, Miss Wan, it won't be just about apologies and money. While twisting the facts, Ji Wenhua was also threatening Wan Jiao Jiao, which made her laugh. Passed down in your family? Looks like your family name is Wan. As for inheriting the house from your father, you really like to tell jokes. My grandfather and your father, Mr. Ji, are good friends. After we went abroad, Mr. Ji often helped us take care of this house. But taking care and owning are different. As his son and daughter-in-law, have you ever seen him live here even for a day? You harmed your own father, just for fame and to take over my house, seeking profit. But your reputation is already terrible. As for profit, do you think there are such cheap things in the world? Let me see. You've been here for 9 years, right? So let's make it 10. I just returned to the country and don't know much about the rental prices in Shanghai. How much do you think this house is worth? Wan Jiao Jiao looked a bit troubled, her long, beautiful fingers lightly tapping the back of the chair. As she finished speaking, Chen Lijian, standing behind her, immediately responded, Miss Wan, the houses in our alley rent for about 3 yuan a month. Your Western-style building should start at least at 50. Chen Lijian was not overestimating the value. For a small house in this location and size, 50 yuan is actually quite low. But in a time when the average worker's wage is only 30 yuan, paying 50 yuan a month for rent is really too much. Chen Lijian was estimating the prices for the past 2 years. 10 years ago, it would have been much less. However, Wan Jiao Jiao didn't care and decided to stick with the 50 yuan per month. 50 a month, It feels a bit cheap, but since our two families are somewhat connected, I'll take a small loss. So, 50 a month is fine. 1 year is 600, 10 years is 6,000, which is a nice round number. Plus wear and tear on the furniture and cleaning inside and outside, you'll give me a total of 8,000 yuan. Let's settle it like that. Does that sound fair? Is that reasonable? Wan Jiao Jiao pointed with her fingers, smiling as she gave them a number. Her bright, charming smile and sweet, crisp voice made the factory workers and their families stare in awe. But the Ji couple, looking at her radiant smile, couldn't enjoy it. They saw her as a cruel, terrifying demon from hell, ruthless and frightening. Ji Wenhui couldn't hold back his reason anymore. He stood up trembling, pointed at the door, and shouted angrily, Get out. Get out of my house. We don't have that much money, and we won't give you any. Forget it. This is my home. It's Ji's house, not Ruan's. Ji Wenhui's face was twisted with rage, his forehead veins bulging, eyes bloodshot, as if he wanted to tear Wan Jiao Jiao apart. His wife, Shan Suifan, was the same. If looks could kill, they would have wanted to cut her into pieces. Chen Lijian and his men stepped in to stand on either side of Wan Jiao Jiao, worried that the angry couple might hurt their guest. Wan Jiao Jiao was not afraid at all. She looked into Ji Wenhui's fierce eyes and smiled even more happily. It's okay if you don't have that much money.
Don't be so angry.
If you get too upset, who'll pay me back? It can't be your 2 children who might not even get into college yet, right? Seeing Ji Wenhui trembling and about to speak, she added with a smile, I'm easy to talk to. 8,000 is too much, so I'll lower the price a bit for you. People standing outside the situation were listening closely, eager to hear how this pretty young girl planned to punish. She waved her hand and calmly said, Destroy everything in this room except the furniture and decorations. Smash all the items inside and out. The clothes and bedding are also ruined. Since your skin is so thick, you don't need these things. I might as well help you get rid of them. How dare you?
No.
Don't go. Stop. You crazy person. You animals. At Ruang Jiao's command, Chen Lijian stayed with Chen Fuxing and Chao Kong to protect her. Two brothers with sticks were left at the restaurant entrance to stop anyone trying to leave. Then, amid the curses and shouts from the couple, a group of over 10 people rushed out. Soon after, loud noises of things smashing could be heard outside. Shun Suifan shouted and tried to rush out to stop them, but Chao Kong, standing beside Ruang Jiao, pushed her shoulder with a stick and she pushed back. "I will send you to jail. You won't die a good death. You little prostitute." Fox spirit, Shun Suifan stepped back several steps, nearly falling, until two other women caught her. She finally steadied herself, trembling as she pointed at Ruang Jiao and cursed. Ruang Jiao brushed her skirt lightly and stood up. "I'm smashing my own house. Who cares? If you don't like it, go smash your own place." "Oh, I forgot. You don't have a home." The couple, Ji Wenhua and his wife, looked down on the factory-provided apartment and refused to accept the assignment, claiming it was selfless and fair. Not long after severing ties with Old Master Ji in the newspaper, Old Master Ji, feeling disappointed in his son's family, publicly signed a document to cut all relations, declaring he had nothing to do with Ji Wenhua's family anymore. At that time, Old Master Ji was indeed very poor, but he was later rehabilitated and cleared of accusations. The house that was taken from him and some compensation money he was owed had already been arranged, waiting for his only grandson, Ji Huayan, to claim it. As for the ungrateful Ji Wenhua family, they wouldn't get a penny. So, if Ruang Jiao drove them out, they would be left penniless and homeless. Just moments ago, they were living grandly in a big house, dreaming of the future. Now, they faced the shame of being expelled and losing everything. This gap in status made Ji Wenhua and his wife feel angry and helpless. Ji Wenhua was so angry that his face turned dark. After taking a few deep breaths, he looked at the factory workers he had called over. "Everyone, don't listen to her nonsense. You all know what kind of person I am and what my wife and I have done for the factory over the years." He then looked at Ruang Jiao with a cold, snake-like gaze. This woman suddenly appeared a few days before the deputy factory director selection and falsely accused me. It seems I've blocked someone's way. That group of troublemakers listens to her.
There are only 4 of us here now.
I ask everyone to help me hold her, and later we will send her to the police to find out who is behind her. Ji Wenhua felt that these people were starting to be convinced by him. He added, "If I become the deputy director, I won't forget your help. The factory is about to set up a new purchasing department, and I think the workers' families should be prioritized." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what Ji Wenhua meant. In other words, if they helped him this time, they would get a chance to become official workers later. Once he made this promise, everyone was tempted. 7 or 8 men moved closer to surround Ruang Jiao. Seeing this, Chao Kong calmly handed a thick wooden stick to Chen Fuxing. Chen Fuxing took the stick and stepped forward, blocking Ruang Jiao. The strong man, as tall as a tower, stood firmly in front of her. He squinted his eyes, looking fierce and intimidating, causing the men who wanted to step forward to stop in their tracks. Chen Fuxing didn't speak. Instead, he held the stick horizontally in front of him, gripping both ends with his hands. It seemed he wasn't even using much force. His veins bulged slightly on his arms, and the stick snapped with a loud crack. He threw the broken stick onto the ground, then made a fist to compare its size, and looked around as if to say, "Try me if you dare, this." The men didn't need to be told to step back. Their family members quickly came forward and pulled their men away. It's funny, getting a permanent job is important, but you need to be alive to get it. With such a terrifying appearance, if he hadn't taken lives, no one would believe it. His fists were bigger than a punching bag, and they probably hadn't even hit the young girl yet, but he was about to be gone. It was so frightening. The people who were taken away by their family members didn't return to the long table. Instead, with the little strength they had, they were dragged to the window of the restaurant. A dozen or so people crowded together, pushing and shoving, keeping a large distance from Mr. and Mrs. G, clearly separated. It seemed they sensed the resentful looks from Mr. and Mrs. G. These people looked at the sky and the ground but dared not look back. They felt uncomfortable inside. This matter had nothing to do with them. They had already tried, but the gap in strength was too big. They couldn't risk losing everything just for a little bit of friendship or profit. If Ji Wenhui and Shun Suifan blamed them for this, it would be unfair. No wonder they were being targeted. These people weren't wrong in their thinking. Ji Wenhui not only hated Wan Jiao, but also resented them. They blamed them for being cowardly and useless. They usually took good care of these people, giving small favors and kindness. But when it mattered most, everyone ran away faster than the others. Especially Leader Zhang. He had just said he would follow his leader's orders and be willing to risk everything for him.
Now. Ha.
They were all ungrateful. Hearing Wan Jiao's sneer and feeling her contemptuous gaze like looking at trash, wishing the situation would turn around, Ji Wenhui sank into despair, slumping into his chair, silent, and bowed his head. Listening to the noise outside, he suppressed all his hatred in his heart. He thought that once these people left, he would find his chance to get back at them. Not only this wicked woman, but also these useless people who were mocking him. He wouldn't let any of them go. The sounds on the first floor gradually faded. Soon after, loud questioning came from the second floor. Should we smash the radio? Smash it. The sewing machine too. According to Ms. Rwan, smash everything that can be smashed. Shun Suifan heard these sounds and went crazy. She desperately wanted to rush out and stop them. But unfortunately, Chen Fushin was watching her closely. She was sitting on the ground, too scared to speak. Her throat was tight, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head. Chen Lijian and his men completely destroyed the first floor. They didn't spare anything, not the dust cover over the sofa in the living room, nor the snacks on the table. Everything that didn't belong in this house was destroyed. Honestly, every item taken out of this house is better than anything in their own home. These poor people are used to hardship, so they feel reluctant to destroy these things. But even if they feel reluctant, when they start to act, no one is soft-hearted. Compared to these things that don't belong to them, the reward Ms. Ruan promised is what they can truly get. That reward is 5 yuan. It's enough money to support their family for a long time. After smashing the first floor, everyone went upstairs. This French-style small house has 2 floors. The first floor, besides the living room and kitchen, was smashed, leaving the dining room and a few empty rooms. The second floor is their real battlefield. The brothers, hearing Chen Lijian's words, raised the radios they had been lucky enough to see a few times but never dared to touch, and smashed them hard onto the floor, breaking into many pieces. Then they used sticks to hit the sewing machines in the rooms until they were deformed, before stopping. Chen Lijian and a few others used knives they found in the kitchen to tear apart all the blankets, sheets, and pillows in the rooms. As for the clothes, because there were 2 women involved, these big men didn't dare to touch them. They wrapped the clothes in sheets and took them downstairs. In the kitchen, there was an empty water tank. They dragged it to the door, threw the clothes inside, and set them on fire. Although the group of over 10 people was poor and didn't know many good things, they could still tell the difference between the ornate furniture and the cheap cabinets and tables. These were the kind of furniture they would have asked a carpenter to make when they got married. There's no need to think. These must have been brought by the Ji family. The group ran around the rooms on the second floor, turning everything into a mess. The floor was covered with broken pieces, and almost everything in the cabinets and on the tables was thrown to the ground and smashed. The study was the best preserved place on the second floor. They came twice, looked at the books on the shelves, but didn't dare to touch them. Finally, one sharp-eyed person found magazines and newspapers published in the past 2 years, and after tearing them apart, they stopped. After causing chaos, the group, exhausted, returned to the dining room. Chen Lijian, as the leader, walked over to Wan Jiao, opened his hand, and held up the money he found in all the rooms. Besides 3 large notes of great unity, the rest were small coins, totaling less than 50 yuan. It's strange to say, but over the years, Ji Wenhui's family has been living very comfortably. No one would believe that their total savings are only what they have now. But the truth is, Chen Lijian only brought honest, hardworking people who didn't hide any money or valuables. The money they found is indeed all they have. Wan Jiao glanced at the money in the handkerchief and didn't find it strange. People like Ji Wenhua probably hid most of their wealth. These small amounts are just for daily expenses. She gently pinched the handkerchief with 2 fingers, took a few steps, and threw the handkerchief and the money inside in front of Shen Suifan. I have something to do later, so I won't waste your time. I came today mainly to tell you that the owner of the house has returned. Glancing at the angry expressions of the couple, Wan Jiao said calmly, I originally wanted to offer you a small compensation, just 7,000. But unfortunately, you didn't appreciate it and even insulted me. Since that's the case, consider the money outside as interest for these years. I will come again tomorrow. I hope by then you have packed your bags and prepared the compensation. Otherwise, don't expect the factory director. I could make your family forego door-to-door begging with broken bowls. After speaking, she didn't bother with the twisted, angry faces of the Ji family and turned to leave without looking back. As she passed the dining room door, Chen Lijian naturally picked up the leather bag on the ground, which contained the 3 locks Wan Jiao brought to secure the door. Unfortunately, they didn't get to use them. Originally, Wan Jiao planned to have someone throw the Ji family out and lock the door. If they called the police, they would go to court. But unexpectedly, Ji Wenhua chose to host guests today. Wan Jiao naturally wanted to help their family save face. Compared to just throwing them out, this way was more uncomfortable for him. Plus, he foolishly revealed his connections. Wan Jiao didn't think Ji Wenhua knew many powerful people. If he did, he wouldn't just be a director and would not have been sent to prison later by Ji Huayan. It's just about doing what's right for the people. Now is a good time to visit the government building and see whether Ji Wenhua will suffer tomorrow or if he and his well-connected friends will all face trouble together. After Wan Jiao and her people left, the restaurant was silent again. The silence was strange, so quiet that even breathing sounded loud. Everyone hiding in the corner looked at each other, unsure of what to say. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. It's getting late. Old Hu and I need to go buy groceries and pick up the kids. Cui Fun. We're leaving first. Hu Lan's woman was the first to break the silence, planning to leave with her husband. She spoke first, and others also started to say goodbye. If I don't go back soon, my mother-in-law will be upset. I should leave now. I need to pick up some documents from the factory. I'm leaving too. I'm going the same way as them, so I'll go with them. After everyone left, Xin Cui Fun, feeling ashamed, couldn't hold back and ran outside. She suddenly broke down in tears. Those animals. They deserve bad luck. My radio, my sewing machine, all smashed. My quilt was torn. I hope they get what they deserve. She ran from the first floor to the second, her crying and shouting echoing through the house. She looked around the second floor, but didn't see any clothes in the wardrobe. She hurried downstairs to look, then saw outside the window facing the garden, a big pot of black smoke rising. As she ran out, she saw a large water tank in the garden, smoking, with a pile of burnt clothes beside it. Shun Chuifan hurried forward to search through the clothes. Inside, there were not only her and her husband's genuine shirts, but also her son's corduroy jacket and her daughter's various styles of blouses. But all these expensive clothes had been burned and could no longer be worn. Looking at the burning water tank, Shun Chuifan used a stick to stir inside and saw her expensive wool coat, which she had paid a lot for and snatched from someone else. This wool coat cost her over 100 yuan, and inside the lining was her secret savings meant for her family. Now, the red coat was only half left, burned to just the sleeves, and all her secret savings inside were gone. Tears in her eyes, Shun Chuifan searched for clothes she could still wear. But those people were so mean, they didn't leave her a single piece. With no other options, Shun Chuifan ran back to the restaurant. Her face, once proud, was now full of despair. All gone. Our whole family's clothes are burned. What should we do, old Ji? Do we really have to move out and pay that little prostitute compensation? Ji Wenhua's eyes darkened, and he remained silent for a long time. His voice was dry and strained. Move? Who said we're moving? A little prostitute who appeared out of nowhere doesn't have a say in this Shanghai market. You go get the passbook, I'll go see Director Wang. Don't tell Xiao Inkai about this so she won't be upset. Okay. I'll go right now. If she left, she really wouldn't have the face to live. As long as she could stay by losing some money, she would still be the admired Mrs. G. As for whether the people today would gossip when they returned to the factory, Shun Suifan didn't care. As long as she stayed, the rumors would naturally pass. Ji Wenhua and his wife's hiding place for money was very secret. It was in an empty room on the first floor. Behind the door of the empty room, there was a section of floor that could be lifted. This spot was in a corner, so few people would notice it. Shun Suifan lifted the floorboard, revealing a small hole they had dug underneath, just big enough to hold a wooden box. She took out the wooden box, opened it, and inside were not only the passbook but also a few small yellow fish about the thickness of a finger and some jewelry and jade pendants. Shun Suifan took out the passbook, put the wooden box back, covered the floorboard, restoring it to its original state, then hurried back to the dining room. Ji Wenhua took the thin passbook from his wife, put this small booklet into his pocket carefully, and then fastened the hidden button inside the pocket. Stay home and tidy up. Later, take a leave from the factory and also go to the school to see Xiao and Inkai. Give them some money and tickets. In the next few days, let them stay at school or at your mother's house. Don't come back. Okay. Seeing her husband almost at the door, Shen Suifan hurried to catch up. When will you be back? I'm going to invite Director Wang to the Red House for drinks later. Just leave the door open for me. Ji Wenhua said this and then hurried out. But when he reached the bicycle shed at the other end of the garden, his normally calm face darkened even more. Little bastards. Damn your whole family. Ji Wenhua cursed, kicked the 2 broken bikes in the shed, and stormed out angrily. Ruan Jiao was very pleased with the people Chen's father and son had brought. As she left, she took an envelope from her bag and handed it to Chen Lijian. The envelope was taken from the restaurant's desk, containing 15 large Unity notes and some nationwide ration and meat tickets. The withdrawal feature on the shopping app is very user-friendly. It not only allows currency exchange for different countries, but also includes various tickets and vouchers used today. With just a small conversion fee, you can exchange them. At first, Ruang Jiao didn't have much time. In total, the Chen father and son could probably find no more than 20 people. So, she calculated based on the wages for 20 people. The extra money and tickets were for them to enjoy a meal at a state-owned restaurant. Whether they would go to a restaurant or how to split the money and tickets was not her concern. After getting into the car, Ruang Jiao told the driver her destination, the government building. On the way to the city hall, she kept busy. She took off her ring and earrings, put them in her bag, then took out a pearl hairpin to clip her hair on one side. Finally, she used a tissue and wet wipes to gently wipe away the overly bright lipstick in front of the makeup mirror, leaving only a light layer to brighten her face. This made her look less cold and noble, and more gentle and kind, perfect for meeting elders. As they approached the destination, Ruang Jiao looked out the window at the grand building. The Shanghai City Government Building is a classic European-style structure with a round dome on top, 6 ionic columns in the middle, and 3 archways below. There are also 2 bronze lions on either side of the arches. This world in the book seems to be a parallel universe to her original one. The names of famous historical figures are different, but the timeline and overall development are quite similar. Just like this government building, which looks exactly like the one she saw in her original world. It was originally a bank building, later became the Shanghai City Hall, and in the later years, it was used again by a bank. Looking at this magnificent building she had seen several times before, Ruang Jiao felt like she was still in her original world. When the driver stopped the car, he immediately got out to open the door for her. Seeing her slowly walk into the city hall, he parked the car to the side and kept a close eye on the entrance, waiting for her to come out. At the entrance of the city hall, there was a large wooden table with stacks of registration books. Two staff members sat beside the table. Before Wan Jiao Jiao reached the door, a staff member with a braid looked up and asked, "What are you here for? Do you have an appointment? Please come and register." In just a few seconds, the girl with the braid performed a quick change in attitude. She went from looking expressionless and cold to smiling warmly and being friendly. It's understandable. Working here is boring and tiring, and she has to meet many people every day. Plus, in the hot summer, they stand by the door feeling the heat outside, which can make them a bit annoyed. But when Wan Jiao Jiao appeared, the girl with the braid immediately brightened up. After all, everyone likes to see someone attractive. Men like it, and women like it even more. Wan Jiao Jiao smiled and shook her head, then took out a note from her bag that Gu Chongshan had given her. "I'm here to see an elder. I didn't make an appointment in advance, so I hope it's okay. I don't know if he's off work now. Could you please ask?" Sorry for the trouble. The girl with the braid stood up, took the note from Wan Jiao Jiao's hand, and happily waved her hand. "No trouble at all. We all know the staff here. Small matter, small matter. Serving the people is what we do, after all." While she responded to Wan Jiao Jiao, the man sitting nearby saw the note and immediately stood up. His expression changed. He looked carefully at the words on the note again, and after confirming he hadn't misread, he respectfully asked Wan Jiao Jiao to sit down. "Please wait a moment. I will contact Secretary Gu now. Xiaobai, please help this young lady register first." Wow, so he's a secretary. The secretary of Shanghai City, impressive. But thinking about Gu Chongshan's commanding presence, it doesn't seem surprising. Wan Jiao Jiao had already guessed his background wasn't small, but she didn't expect him to be a top leader. Someone like Gu Chongshan, even in his busy schedule, still visits the hospital to see her. He speaks kindly and takes good care of her. It seems Grandpa Wan has done a lot behind the scenes. In the novels Wan Jiao Jiao has read, there's little mention of Grandpa Wan and their Wan family. She's really curious about her family, including her parents, whom she hasn't even mentioned before. She thought deeply, but kept a composed smile on her face. When the girl with the braided hair, Xiaobai, heard this, she quickly looked at the note, then was surprised. She sat down on a nearby chair with her Wan Jiao Jiao and started registering her in the notebook. When the man finished his phone call and returned, Wan Jiao Jiao had also completed her registration. They were happily chatting. In just a few minutes, Xiaobai had decided that Wan Jiao Jiao was her good friend. After exchanging addresses and contact information, Xiaobai watched the man take Wan Jiao Jiao away, feeling a little sad. The staff led Wan Jiao Jiao upstairs to the third floor, to an office. They knocked 3 times on the door. When they heard "come in," they entered with her. "Secretary, the guest has arrived." "Thank you, Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen, the staff member, smiled and then turned to leave, closing the door behind him. Gu Chongshan, wearing glasses and holding some documents, saw Wan Jiao Jiao come in. He took off his glasses and stood up to pour her tea. "Why did you leave the hospital on your own? Sit down quickly. I'll pour you some water. Do you want tea? I just got a good pack of shou mei tea recently. Would you like to try some?" Gu Chongshan spoke gently and kindly. Without his usual commanding tone, he seemed like an elder casually chatting with a younger person. Although Wan Jiao Jiao still felt a bit nervous around him, especially worried about being seen through by a smart person. It wasn't that she was afraid he would discover her background, but she was worried that her complicated thoughts inside wouldn't stand a chance in front of him. Since that's the case, it might be better to be honest. Maybe he already saw through her and knew she wasn't as simple as she seemed. "Thank you. Shou mei tea is fragrant and mild, good for relieving heat and summer fatigue. Drinking it in this hot weather is perfect." Wan Jiao Jiao didn't stop Gu Chongshan from pouring the tea. She sat confidently in the chair and smiled in response. Hearing her words, Gu Chongshan chuckled. "Good eye. It seems your grandfather has taught you well." People who understand tea at your age are quite rare." He placed the teacup in front of Wan Jiao Jiao and then sat opposite her, continuing from his original seat. He said, "My father once met your grandfather. He admired him very much. When talking about the past, he always mentions your grandfather, saying he is the most talented and handsome person he's ever seen. You won't find anyone like him in all of Shanghai. She is talented in both arts and martial skills, can write and paint. She appreciates tea, wine, and food, and has a keen eye for treasures. She earns money faster than most people. She is naturally open-minded and patriotic. After secretly donating her family's wealth to the country, she moved her family abroad. Over the years, she and your parents, Gu Changshan was speaking happily, with a look of longing in his eyes. When he reached this point, he became a bit sad. It's a pity I never got to meet them or see their grace. That's truly a regret. Listening to Gu Changshan, Ruang Jiao couldn't help but think of the former Miss Ruan. Her family seems to be full of very talented and impressive people. Ruang Jiao lowered her head slightly and nodded softly, as if agreeing with Gu Changshan. She whispered, if they knew you and Grandpa Gu spoke so highly of them, they would be very happy. Not that high, just proper praise. Gu Changshan smiled. Seeing Ruang Jiao with her head lowered, he felt a bit regretful. He shouldn't have said these things in front of the young girl. She was alone now, and he wondered how sad she must feel inside. Jiao, where are your belongings? Sorry, I was too careless and didn't ask about your discharge time at the hospital to arrange everything for you. Now, Ruang Jiao shook her head. No, it's not your fault, Uncle Gu. It's just that I didn't want to trouble you. My luggage is at the Peace Hotel. I went straight there after leaving the hospital today. Gu Changshan frowned, showing his disapproval. The Peace Hotel? That's quite expensive. I'll have the driver take you to the Foreign Affairs Hotel later. They've already reserved a room for you there. Once your nationality is processed, we'll also prepare a house for you in Shanghai. Don't think of it as trouble. As elders, it's our duty to take care of you. Besides, this is the country's arrangement. It's not trouble, it's what you deserve. Ruang Jiao shook her head again. No, I've never believed in what's deserved or not. Not just me, I believe my parents and grandfather think the same. Helping the country is voluntary. I and they never expected anything in return. Besides, I really don't lack money. She lowered her eyes. Right now, I have nothing but money. Then she looked at Gu Changshan again. I know the country will treat me very well, but I really don't need anything. It's better to leave what I have to those who need it more. She believed that Grandpa Wan and her parents would think the same way here. They helped the country with some unspeakable things in the past. It was their patriotism, and they saw it as their duty, expecting nothing in return. Although Wan Jiao knows she is not a very noble person, she does not trouble Gu Changshan or the country over small matters, especially those related to material things. Gu Changshan now admires Wan Jiao more and thinks she is truly the child of Mr. Wan, with a high sense of awareness. However, this makes him feel even more guilty inside. Before Gu Changshan could speak, Wan Jiao continued. Uncle Gu, I actually came here for a favor. Honestly, I feel guilty for bothering you with this, but in Shanghai, I don't know who else to ask for help. Tell me, what's the problem? Since you call me uncle, don't be shy. I'm happy to help if I can. Gu Changshan was a bit confused. According to the information they had previously checked, Wan Jiao has no relatives. The young girl just discharged from the hospital, in a strange place. What trouble could she be in? Could it be that someone is eyeing her because she looks young and beautiful, with inappropriate intentions? If that's the case. Gu Changshan clenched his fingers tightly on the table, a cold look flashing in his eyes. I have a house, a small Western-style building on Nanjing Road. Wan Jiao took out a folded, yellowed piece of paper from her bag, unfolded it, smoothed it out, and pushed it toward Gu Changshan. My grandfather told me that our family owns a small Western-style house in Shanghai. After I was discharged today, I stayed at the Peace Hotel, then asked around about that house. But I found out it was already occupied. When I went to see the people living there, they said the house belonged to them, but they couldn't produce any proof. I got angry and caused a scene. Uncle Gu, the proof my grandfather gave me is quite old now, so is it no longer valid? Could it be that our old family house? Wan Jiao hesitated, stopping mid-sentence. She knew Gu Changshan would definitely have someone verify this later, to find out what she did this afternoon. It was better to be honest herself now. Because the paper was thin and had been stored for a long time, its edges were slightly torn. He handled it very carefully. Gu Changshan examined the land and property ownership certificate closely and said slowly, "This is a proof from before the founding of the country. According to current rules, the government does not recognize it. But you're different. You are a returning overseas Chinese, so this certificate is useful. You just need to go to the Housing and Land Bureau to get a new document. I will have my secretary handle the paperwork later, so you don't need to worry." However, the registered owner's name is Lu Tingyan. It seems a bit familiar. Before Wan Jiao could start brainstorming and searching her memory for information about Lu Tingyan, Gu Changshan immediately added, "Oh, I remember now. She is your great-grandmother, your great-grandfather's mother. She was a very good woman and helped us a lot with our work at that time." He sighed and said, "It's a bit shameful to admit, but when we checked the archives, we found that your great-grandmother's relatives had already passed away, and your grandfather's property had all been sold. We didn't think to check her property, which was a mistake on our part." Wan Jiao remembered a new person and quickly said, "Uncle Gu is a busy man doing important work. I should be the one feeling ashamed for bothering you over such a small matter." She shyly rubbed her hands and lowered her head softly. "I'm sorry for disturbing you just because of a small issue." "Thank you very much." Gu Changshan put down the yellowed paper and frowned slightly, showing disapproval. "That's our oversight. Jiao, you don't need to defend me. Everything I do is for the people. I'm happy you came to see me. Don't feel bad. Besides, it's a serious matter if such a bad incident happened in my jurisdiction. If they dare to occupy property today, who knows what they might do tomorrow. This is a big problem." He became more angry and picked up the old-fashioned phone on the table. "Hello, Xiaozhang. Come to my office." After hanging up, he calmed himself a little and asked, "You said you had someone look into it and even visited them. Do those people have any connection to your family? Do you know their general background?" Gu Changshan wanted to quickly resolve this problem and find out who these people were. He wanted someone to investigate so they could find a quick way to handle it, saving time. Secretary Wan Jiao was about to answer when there were 2 knocks on the door. Then, a man called Xiaozhang entered. The man wore glasses, looked to be about 30, and appeared very steady and trustworthy. Gu Changshan nodded at him, signaling him to sit in the empty chair beside Wan Jiao. He then introduced them. "This is my secretary, Comrade Zhang Yuan. This is Comrade Wan Jiao, who has returned from abroad. Wan Jiao's family has made great contributions to the country. If she needs anything in the future, Xiaozhang, you must tell me immediately." Zhang Yuan looked carefully at the beautiful young woman in front of him. He was impressed and also realized her importance. Before he even sat down, he quickly stood up, bowed, and shook her hand. "Hello, Comrade Wan.
My name is Zhang Yuan.
If you need anything in the future, you can contact me." Seeing the 2 shake hands, Gu Changshan sat back down and said, "Wan Jiao's house in Shanghai was forcibly taken over. Xiaozhang, you and I will look into this matter together." Jiao, please continue." Zhang Yuan nodded seriously, took out a notebook and pen from his pocket to take notes. Wan Jiao prepared her words, nodded, and began to speak. "My grandfather told me that after I went abroad, he handed over the house to Grandpa Ji Bushu for help with care. From what I learned, the family living there is Grandpa Ji's son and daughter-in-law, named Ji Wenhua and Shen Suifan. They work at a textile factory in the city. Ji Wenhua is the workshop director and is currently running for deputy factory director. When I went there this afternoon, they were having a banquet with guests, apparently related to his campaign." As she spoke, Wan Jiao looked down with some sadness and said slowly, "I originally planned to go alone because I was a bit scared. I asked some drivers who took me from the hospital to the restaurant to accompany me. When I arrived, I wanted the Ji family to return the house to me. They have been living in my house without permission for years, damaging the inside, and should pay rent. But Ji Wenhua not only claimed the house was his but also accused me of being someone hired to disrupt his campaign." She continued, "I thought about calling the police, but I didn't want to trouble Uncle Gu." Later, Ji Wenhua mentioned going to the police station and said he has many old friends there. "I got scared and decided to leave first, but before I could leave, He and his wife started insulting me badly. They even asked their work friends at the party to catch me and take me to the police station. Luckily, the driver who was with me is strong and didn't let them succeed. I was so angry that I caused a fuss inside the house and broke some things. I hope this won't cause any trouble. After Ruang Jiao finished speaking, she carefully looked up at Gu Chongshan with worry and nervousness in her eyes. Although she changed the order of events, the things the Ji family husband and wife did and said really happened. She didn't slander them.
Ruang Jiao spoke confidently.
This is outrageous. Such things like occupying people's homes and acting above the law don't happen here. Where does a small workshop manager get such power? And they even have friends in the police station. These aren't just ordinary friends. They're the kind who can send you to jail and make you unable to speak the truth. Gu Chongshan was so angry he slammed the table and stood up. He had been working to clean up the bad atmosphere in Shanghai and thought it was working. But he didn't expect such bullying to happen right under their noses. He felt both guilty and angry. After Ruang Jiao returned to Shanghai, she was waterlogged and had her property taken away. He only learned about these things after they happened. The young girl was kind and didn't blame him, but could he really pretend nothing had happened? He felt deeply guilty. Seeing Ruang Jiao, who was about the same age as his own child, with no one to rely on in this world, he felt truly sorry. His anger was intense, but his eyes softened. Gu Chongshan spoke gently. Jiao, don't worry. Uncle will make sure to give you an explanation. Ruang Jiao also stood up, fidgeted with her hands, and bowed slightly. Thank you, Uncle Gu. They also said I should come back tomorrow morning if I have the ability. They promised to make me and my family look bad. Gu Chongshan pursed his lips, took a few deep breaths, and looked at Secretary Zhang, who had finished recording everything and was standing up. Find out how long these people have been living in the house and who they've been in contact with. The more details, the better. I want answers today. Tomorrow morning, you and Jiao will go there again. We must find out who is behind all this. They are truly lawless. Gu Chongshan handed the yellowed land deed to Zhang Yuan and asked him to start the process of changing the land ownership. Zhang Yuan carefully packed his belongings, nodded, and left the office. As he closed the door, he silently shook his head. He wondered which unlucky person might go there tomorrow and run into the boss's anger. That would be really bad. But he didn't feel sorry for them. Secretary Xiao Zhang pushed up his glasses. People who do wrong deserve what they get. That way, the city will become better and better. He also felt lucky to have honest leaders like Secretary Gu and Mayor Bai. Working with them, he learned a lot, and his future would be smoother. After Secretary Xiao Zhang left, Secretary Gu gradually calmed down. He quickly asked Wan Jiao to sit down and chat about family matters. Wan Jiao sipped her tea slowly. It was no longer hot. She said softly, "With your help, Uncle Gu, I feel at ease. This is my family's old house. If someone takes it, I would really be upset. Don't be so polite. Just call me uncle. There's no need to be so formal. Besides, it's my duty to help."
The tea, how is it?
Pretty good, right?
Haha.
It's delicious. White tea is best in this season. Bai Hao Inzhen is the most famous. But Uncle Gu's Shou Mei must be top-quality wild old Shou Mei, richer in flavor than what I've had before, with a stronger herbal aroma. Both are excellent, but I prefer the more fragrant Shou Mei. It's not easy to get such good tea. You really went to some trouble, Uncle Gu. Hearing Wan Jiao's praise, Gu Chongshan's face lit up with a smile. He kept nodding and said, "You know how to enjoy tea. My old friends all like Bai Hao Inzhen, saying it's elegant and smooth. But we don't have time to savor every little aroma. I prefer the strong flavor of old Shou Mei. 1 cup, and the summer irritability is gone." "That's wonderful." Wan Jiao smiled and continued talking with Gu Chongshan about tea leaves and brewing techniques. Meanwhile, in an alley in the city of Shanghai, a young man with messy hair and wearing a sleeveless white vest was waiting outside a tobacco and miscellaneous goods shop. The shop sells cigarettes, alcohol, and everyday household items. The entrance is blocked by glass cabinets with a large sales window. There's also a wooden plaque on the wall that says public phone. Such small convenience stores can be seen in almost every busy alley in Shanghai. The shop owners have signed contracts with the post office, so their phone numbers are official. At this moment, the young man in a short jacket is standing at the shop door, also making a phone call. Just now, the shop owner was shouting loudly that someone was calling him. Now, he is waiting for the call to come again. Little Mao, is your mom's eye better now? Tell her not to light candles for work anymore. Earning such a small amount of money isn't worth risking her eyesight. Besides, have you started working at the sugar factory?
Be brave.
Your mom still has good days ahead. Everyone here has been neighbors for decades, so they know each other's family matters well. When little Mao's mother overused her eyes and kept crying, everyone was very concerned. Thanks, Aunt Hong. My mom's eyes are much better now, and she doesn't do those jobs anymore. I got a job at the sugar factory, luckily.
Haha.
I'll bring some sugar for everyone and bring more for my sister Chio. The shop owner's wife rolled her eyes at little Mao and muttered, "Smooth talker." Then, she heard the phone ring with a ding-ding sound. She quickly placed the phone by the window. Little Mao wiped his sweaty hands on his jacket and, after the phone rang 3 times, eagerly answered. "Hello? Brother. Yeah, I got a job at the sugar factory. All the brothers are doing well. Ching also got a job at the pork factory. Yes, we went to help little Sher black market move yesterday. He's pretty well off now, paid 6 months rent in advance. We didn't see little Sher's landlord. We just helped him move and left. Their identities are kept secret, so the other side doesn't know who they are. Since they're using an old manual telephone, they have to call the post office first, and then someone there will connect the call. They don't know if anyone might be eavesdropping, so little Mao and his brother usually speak in code. Because phone calls are expensive, the other side was about to hang up. But today, little Mao just received some news and shouted, Brother!
Don't hang up yet.
The house you asked me to look at has new news. Today, a brother saw a strange woman bringing a group of carters into that place. Because it was far away, he couldn't see her face clearly, but she seemed quite young. When we went there, those people had already left. From the textile factory workers who came out, we learned that her surname is Ruan. She's very beautiful and came to find Ji Wenhua to rent the house. Little Mao quickly and loudly relayed the message. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then a low voice said, Got it. Seeing that little Mao had no other news, the call was ended. Little Mao didn't know how his older brother was feeling right now, nor why he was so focused on that house. He was simple-minded and didn't like to think too much. After paying a high phone bill, he hummed a little tune and greeted the neighbors returning from work. He smelled the delicious aroma of home-cooked meals from each house and headed home as the sunset cast a warm glow. To celebrate becoming a temporary worker at the sugar factory, Mom even exchanged a meat ticket to make him braised pork. Today was truly a day of good fortune. Far away in Zhejiang province, Big Brother Mao hung up the phone at the post office. His expression was calm, but faintly there was a strange sense of tension and nervousness. In the south, men like him, tall and straight like bamboo, were rare. People coming and going from the commune would glance at him as they passed by, but they only looked briefly and then quickly looked away. It was because this tall man had a high nose bridge, short hair that revealed a bit of his scalp on the sides, and an imposing presence that made him seem quite fierce. He stood outside the post office for a moment before slipping into an alley across the street and gradually disappeared from sight. Uncle Gu, I'm really sorry to bother you for so long. Gu Changshan was happily chatting with Ruan Jiao. The girl was very knowledgeable, able to speak confidently about many things, and it was clear she had a solid foundation. The more he learned about her, the more he thought she was excellent, truly a child of old Ruan's teaching. Seeing that the time was almost right, he quickly took out some tea leaves and handed them to Ruan Jiao. Once I find out the details, I'll have Xiaozhang come to see you tomorrow. Those people will be punished as they should. I won't see you off now. After everything is settled tomorrow, I'll have someone bring you to my house for dinner and to meet my family. My wife, Shun Songrong, really likes young girls like you, and I'm sure you'll get along well. Take these tea leaves with you. Drink them at home. I have more, so don't refuse. Wan Jiao was taken to the office door by Gu Changshan. She happily accepted the tea, He handed her. Of course, I won't refuse. If you don't see me off, I was actually planning to ask you for some. After all, good tea like this isn't easy to find. Thank you for your help today, Uncle Gu. Tomorrow, I will definitely come to your house for a meal. I hope you and Aunt Sue won't mind my thick skin. You're such a kid.
Haha.
Gu Changshan didn't insist on seeing Ruang Jiao off. She walked down the stairs on her own, following the same route as when she came. She walked lightly and felt happy. When she packed the tea leaves into her bag, she hummed a tune softly. She wanted to see how the Ji family would react now. Gu Changshan watched Ruang Jiao leave until her figure disappeared down the corridor. Then he closed the door and sat back in his chair, taking a sip of tea. The young girl was new here and unfamiliar with everything. Yet, in such a short time, she had figured out who was living in her house and found out their information. It showed she was thoughtful and prepared. That's good. It means she doesn't have to worry about being bullied. She is brave, clever, perceptive, and well-informed. She will surely do great things in the future. Ruan Jiao slowly walked down the stairs to the first floor. When she passed the door, she saw only Xiao Chen, who had just helped her upstairs. She didn't see Miss Bai, so she guessed she had gone home after work. Outside the city hall, the sky had turned a soft lake blue. Since there weren't many buildings opposite the hall, she could see a few pink clouds sinking toward the horizon. Ruang Jiao loved this time of day, just before it gets dark. Compared to the spectacular sunrise or the colorful sunset, this moment was the most beautiful. The vintage street lamps along the road had already turned on. Under their light, many people hurried home, some riding bikes, others walking in groups, chatting and laughing. In this peaceful scene, she felt more relaxed than ever. All worries and scheming seemed far away. In another era, life might really be better. The driver was very attentive. He kept his eyes on the hall's entrance without distraction. When Ruang Jiao appeared, he slowly drove up to the door and waited. When she was about to approach, he opened the back door for her, respecting her status. After she sat down, he closed the door and returned to the driver's seat. Seeing that Ruang Jiao could come and go from the city hall freely, the driver's attitude became even more respectful. He placed his hands on the steering wheel and looked at her carefully through the rear-view mirror. He asked, Ms. Ruang, are we heading back to the hotel now?
Ruang Jiao nodded.
Yes, thank you. Today was a tiring day. She leaned back in the car seat, squinting her eyes, feeling it was too quiet. She decided to talk to the driver. I just arrived in Shanghai and am not very familiar with the area. If I want to go shopping, do you have any recommendations? The driver knew the busy parts of Shanghai well. As a dedicated hotel driver, he often picked up guests from there. Thinking about places the young lady might like, he said, how about the department store and friendship store? They are the busiest and most complete shopping spots here. But the department store can be crowded, especially on holidays, so it's better to go around noon or in the afternoon when it's less busy. The friendship store is quieter and has many items, but you need to be a foreign guest or show a Chinese expatriate ID to enter. Also, they only accept foreign currency. There's also an antique shop with many old and foreign items, but the prices are very high. After hearing the driver's suggestions, Ruang Jiao softly said, I understand. Thank you for the recommendations. She wasn't interested in the crowded department store. The friendship store and the antique shop seemed like good places to visit. The novel set in that era, which her sisters recommended to Ruang Jiao, wasn't the first one she read. Although she was often busy with work and had little free time, she did read a few novels recommended online to relax during stressful times. Coincidentally, one of those novels was set in that era. In that novel, the friendship store was mentioned. Besides foreign guests and overseas Chinese, people with foreign exchange coupons could also shop there. However, the driver didn't mention the coupons. With a slight doubt, Ruang Jiao opened her shopping app and looked through the various vouchers available for exchange. She didn't find any foreign exchange coupons. Maybe those coupons hadn't been issued yet, or perhaps they didn't exist in this world at all. But no matter which, it didn't stop her from shopping. She was just curious. Back at the Peace Hotel, two bellboys at the entrance acted quickly. One went inside to inform someone, while the other held the front passenger's leather bag and opened the door for Ruang Jiao, following her into the hotel. Inside, the housekeeper Su Chuan, who had been waiting by the revolving door after being notified by the bellboy, was now waiting in the lobby. She took Ruang Jiao's leather bag from another bellhop, quietly asked a question, and then walked toward the elevator. "May I ask if Madame Ruang wants to dine now?" The restaurant received a batch of high-quality ingredients this afternoon, and they are still very fresh. Over the years, no one has stayed in Shaosun Pavilion, and in the past, Su Chuan was still a newcomer. As the hotel's exclusive housekeeper, Ruang Jiao was her first real guest. The original housekeeper was an older gentleman with silver hair and blue eyes. Due to the tense situation at the time and his age, he returned to his home country. Strictly speaking, Su Chuan had no formal training. She became the housekeeper mainly because of her experience, carefulness, and dedication. At noon, Su Chuan specifically observed the leftover dishes that Ruang Jiao had cleared away. The most active was the bass fish, followed by the gourd duck, and the others only moved a little. The songjiang vase is delicious, but hard to find. The gourd duck is tasty, but not suitable for dinner, so Su Chuan mainly recommended the restaurant's fresh river seafood. As long as the ingredients are fresh and the chef does a good job, the food will always turn out well. "I don't really want to eat in the restaurant. I want to order room service." The weather outside was hot and stuffy. Ruang Jiao was walking back and forth in high heels, and she was indeed tired. Now, she just wanted to lie down somewhere soft and comfortable, without worrying about etiquette. Just do what feels best. "Okay, I will arrange that for you immediately." After entering the room, Ruang Jiao headed straight for the sofa, kicked off her shoes, and lazily half-lying on it. While Su Chuan was contacting the restaurant by phone, she also carefully observed Ruang Jiao, who was squinting her eyes and looking tired. Ruang Jiao curled up on the leather sofa, her long legs slightly bent, and her skirt just covering her ankles, revealing a pair of delicate, white feet like jade. Her feet were long and slender, toes small and exquisite, with neatly trimmed nails that had a faint pink hue under the light. After hanging up the phone, Su Chuan quietly walked over to the sofa, picked up the high heels from the rug, and placed them in the shoe rack in the bedroom. Then she brought out the soft slippers provided in the room and placed them on the rug in the middle of the sofa. Because Ruang Jiao takes good care of herself, her feet almost show no pores, and they are fair and smooth. However, Su Chuan noticed some redness near her toes and that she occasionally flexed her foot. This is because she has been wearing high heels for a long time, which can cause her feet to feel sore and uncomfortable. Su Chuan didn't disturb Ruang Jiao, who was resting with her eyes closed. After placing her slippers, she made a quick phone call in a low voice. Soon after, there was a soft knocking on the door. Su Chuan opened the door, and the restaurant server pushed in a food cart. On the cart, there was a paper menu and many ingredients stored in different containers. All these ingredients are the freshest available in the restaurant. How to eat and what flavors to choose are up to Ruang Jiao's preference. When the knocking started, Ruang Jiao opened her eyes. When the server pushed in the cart, she put on her slippers and sat comfortably on the sofa. The restaurant was thoughtful. The ingredients on the cart were diverse, with fresh vegetables and fish and shrimp still swimming in water. Ruang Jiao ordered a small red wine beef steak, some yellow croaker with vegetables, and a seafood congee prepared by the chef today. Since she didn't want to be watched while eating, after the dishes were served, she asked the server and Su Chuan to leave the room so she could enjoy her meal alone. After finishing her food, Ruang Jiao got up and left the suite dining room. The server waiting outside the door saw her come out and quickly went in to tidy up at Su Chuan's signal. Back on the sofa, Ruang Jiao found that the coffee table was already set with fruits, snacks, and hot milk. There were also some books, magazines, and newspapers to pass the time. In the afternoon, Ruang Jiao had turned on the TV. The screen was colorful and quite large for this era, but she couldn't focus on what was playing because the colors were too bright. She turned it off after a short while. Holding a magazine and drinking hot milk, she leaned back on the sofa and looked at it for a few minutes. During this time, the The server pushed the cart out of the room, and after Su Chuan finished a phone call, she left the room as well. After a while, Su Chuan returned and leaned down beside Ruan Jiao Jiao to ask, "Ms. Ruan, would you like me to arrange a foot massage for you?" "Foot massage? Do you have that service here?" Ruan Jiao Jiao became very interested. She didn't expect that foot massage services still existed in this era. At first, she was planning to soak her feet in the bathtub at night to relax, and suddenly, she received this surprise. "Yes, foot massage. As long as you want, we have it." I found an experienced older woman. She has a background in traditional Chinese medicine and used to work for a top family in Shanghai. She also knows some secret recipes from the palace for beauty and health. She is now waiting outside the room. "Would you like me to let her in?" Such a service was definitely not part of the Peace Hotel's usual offerings. It was a special connection that Su Chuan arranged after noticing Ruan Jiaojiao wasn't feeling well. The more Ruan Jiaojiao listened, the more interested she became. There was nothing to think about. Of course, she agreed. After getting the approval, Su Chuan went to open the door and brought in an elderly woman. The woman had long black hair tied up with a small wooden stick. She wore a deep blue short-sleeved top and gray pants. She was not thin like most people today, but was plump and fair-skinned. She had a friendly smile, looked neat, and gave a warm feeling. Her surname was Rong, and according to Su Chuan, everyone called her Rong Ma. She was very polite, entered without looking around, and behaved very properly. Rong Ma carried a wooden bucket and had a medicine box on her back. She took off the medicine box and carefully explained the purpose of each bottle, jar, and medicine packet inside. Worried that Ruan Jiaojiao might mind, she specifically mentioned that the foot soak bucket was brand new and unused, made from aromatic cedar wood, and explained the benefits of this type of wood. Ruan Jiaojiao only had one request: to relax. Of course, she also hoped that her skin could be improved while relaxing. Roma nodded and took out 2 small bottles, 2 wrapped medicinal packages, and some clean cotton cloth. Under Su Chuan's guidance, she went to the bathroom attached to the living room to prepare the foot soak solution. It took about 10 minutes to prepare the foot soak medicine. During this time, Su Chuan came over to explain more about Rong Ma to Ruan Jiaojiao. Rong Ma used to work for a wealthy family, mainly taking care of the lady of the house. The capitalists later received news that their entire family had left, and all the household servants were also taken away. As the ones being exploited, they were not mistreated. Those with homes could go back, while those without homes were arranged to settle down and find work. At that time, Rong Ma's family was very lucky. Unlike now, where factory jobs are hard to get without connections, they had some opportunities. Because they had nowhere to go after leaving the capitalists, Rong Ma's husband was assigned to guard the furniture factory, and her son was sent to work at a meat processing plant. Rong Ma was first assigned to work as a female worker at a textile factory. Later, because she knew herbal medicine and could read, she was transferred to a local store that sold agricultural products, responsible for collecting herbs. Their family is a typical example of social change. Once servants who were scolded and mistreated, they became independent and in charge of their own lives. This is a positive example of social progress. Don't be fooled by Rong Ma's smooth, delicate skin and thick, black hair. She is nearly 60 years old. Her appearance is her best advertisement. Many wealthy families secretly ask Rong Ma for help with health and beauty, which is why Su Chuan came to know her. Snacking. Ruan Jiaojiao listened to Su Chuan's introduction and nodded silently. Who doesn't want to stay young forever? Not only women, but men also like to look young. In this era, without cosmetic surgery, the best skincare products available are usually just snow cream. But what Rong Ma has in her hands are real tools. When Rong Ma was explaining the items from her medicine box just now, Ruan Jiaojiao noticed her hands. They are delicate and smooth, with almost no wrinkles. With hands like that, who would think their owner is a nearly 60-year-old woman? Having skills and good food and drink, it's all well-deserved. Rong Ma carried a foot bath bucket and came out. Ruan Jiaojiao was already sitting on a single sofa. The sofa had a large gap from the coffee table, making it more comfortable to sit inside. Rong Ma placed the wooden bucket beside Ruan Jiaojiao's feet. She didn't rush to let her soak her feet, but took some delicate tools and 3 or 4 kinds of incense from her medicine box. After Wan Jiao chose her favorite scent and lit it on a small wooden table nearby, the gentle smoke and faint fragrance filled the air. Roma touched the water surface with the back of her hand, feeling the temperature was just right, then allowed Wan Jiao to put her feet in. Jiao sat on the sofa, her long skirt hanging down to her knees. She slowly dipped her feet into a wooden tub, gently tapping the water surface with her toes. It didn't feel very hot, so she pressed her feet down until they touched the bottom of the tub. The water for soaking her feet was just right, not too hot. Under the light, the medicine looked brown from a distance, but upon closer inspection, it had a pinkish hue and a faint floral herbal scent. Mom Rome was also busy. She took out a small wooden basin from the bathroom, filled with warm water infused with flower petals. She placed the basin on a low table to the left of the sofa and gently held one of Jiao's hands, placing it into the water. While massaging her hand, she softly explained, "This water is made from peony petals, and I added my own homemade peony essential oil. It's perfect for caring for your hands." Mom Rome was quite experienced. Besides being the wife of a wealthy family, she had also served many other high-status clients. Today's guest was especially striking in appearance, with the best skin she had ever seen. She couldn't help but praise Miss Ruojio. "Your hands are truly beautiful. Among everyone I've seen, yours are the most lovely. Delicate and smooth, like fine jade, sure to bring a lifetime of prosperity." Jiao closed her eyes and leaned back on the sofa, smiling softly. "Thank you for your compliment." Mom Rome gently placed her hand on a clean, soft cloth nearby and wiped away any excess water. "It's not just a compliment. It's the truth. Next, I'll use my special recipe to massage your hands. It contains almonds, honey, and some herbs to nourish and soften your skin, making your hands even whiter and smoother." "Thank you." Mom Rome smiled softly and took out a small porcelain jar. She carefully applied the brown, paste-like substance onto Jiao's hands. The paste warmed on her hands, and after Mom Rome's massage, it slowly melted into a light amber color. After finishing the left hand, she moved on to massage the right hand. When enough time had passed, Mom Rome went to change the water, washed off the paste, and finished by applying a white pearl cream made with milk. That marked the end of the hand care. With the hand treatment done, there was enough time for the foot soak. She dried her feet, which had a faint pink hue, and placed them on a small stool. Mom Rome then applied another homemade ointment to her feet and began massaging the pressure points on the soles. She didn't use much force, just the right amount. Each time, she made Wan Jiao feel a slight ache in her feet, then she would let go. The massage techniques and the creams kept changing, taking about an hour. After applying the final pearl cream, the whole process was finished. While Mama Rong helped Su Qiu untidy up, Wan Jiao walked into the bedroom wearing soft slippers and sat at the desk. Under the light, she carefully looked at her hands, then sniffed them. There was a light, milky scent. Her skin was smooth and not sticky. Everything Mama Rong applied was absorbed. Under the light, her skin looked just as good as the treatments she paid a lot for at beauty salons, maybe even more delicate. She gently tiptoed and felt the ground. The soreness and discomfort had disappeared. Her feet felt very relaxed. Wan Jiao thought for a moment, then exchanged 10 big Unity coupons from her shopping app and put them into an envelope on the table. Many of the good things Mama Rong used are very hard to find in this era, especially the incense, which seemed to contain agarwood. With Mama Rong's skill, 100 yuan was very worth it. Wan Jiao left the room, handed the envelope to Mama Rong, and expressed her thanks. Then she asked Su Qiu to see Mama Rong out. She was ready to go back to her room and sleep. After 2 hours of removing makeup, washing, and skincare, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Dressed in her pajamas, Wan Jiao finally lay in bed. She didn't do anything else or think about anything to pass the time. She turned off the bedside lamp, put on a silk eye mask, and slipped into bed. In less than 3 minutes, she was deep in sleep. Big sky, big earth, the best beauty sleep. Wan Jiao Jiao never let worries disturb her sleep. No matter how tricky the problem, she never thought about it before sleeping. Because thinking about it before sleep only exhausts and torments her. If she can't even sleep peacefully alone, what else can she do? Wan Jiao Jiao didn't sleep peacefully this time. In her drowsiness, she seemed to hear the wind and the sound of waves crashing. When she opened her eyes again, she vaguely saw a back view, a very familiar back view. A woman in a long black dress, her long hair pinned up with a jade hairpin, holding a glass of champagne, standing at the railing of the deck. It was the deck of a ship. She saw the bright lights around her, the sea breeze blowing the woman's long skirt and loose hair around her neck, and faintly heard the cheerful laughter nearby. Wan Jiao Jiao wanted to get closer and see what the woman looked like, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move. She could only watch the woman's back. After a very long wait, she heard a familiar voice calling from nearby, as if calling the woman's name. She couldn't hear clearly, but the voice felt very familiar. The woman heard the call, turned around, and Wan Jiao Jiao saw her side face. Before she could react, her mind suddenly went blank, and she lost consciousness. She sank into another dream. In the early morning, the moon hung high in the sky, shining brightly. Along with the sounds of cicadas and crickets and the gentle flow of a stream, a man opened the small courtyard gate and stepped inside. He took off his shirt, emptied everything from his pants pocket, and placed it all on a bamboo chair in the yard. Then, under the moonlight, he went to the window of the courtyard, picked up a wooden scoop from a water jar, and poured water over himself. One scoop after another, he poured water from his head down. When he was done, he wiped his face, took the items from the chair, and opened the door to go inside. In the darkness, he placed the items on the table, lit a candle on the table, and first took off his wet pants, placing them along with his clothes into a wooden basin. Next, he took a rough, yellowed towel from the shelf, wiped his head and body, and changed into clean clothes from the chest. In the faint candlelight, many different bills and notes could be seen on the table, some in bundles, some scattered, all wrinkled. The man moved a small cabinet in the room, revealing a mouse hole behind it. He removed 2 bricks, took out a rusty iron box. The iron box was quite large and heavy, making a loud sound when placed on the table. He opened the box, revealing stacks of money, bundled neatly with grass ropes. There were at least 3 or 4 stacks on the surface, with more underneath, and loose bills scattered around. The man took out the loose bills and, along with the money on the table, began to straighten and count them. When he counted up to 1,000, he took a piece of grass rope from the bundle on the table, tied that stack, and then organized the remaining bills, placing them aside. The man sat at the table, gazing down with no movement for a long time, lost in thought. After a while, he took out all the money and notes from the metal box, revealing a collection of shiny gold and silver jewelry underneath. Inside the box were gold bars and ornaments, as well as jade pendants and bangles. Many sparkling gemstones caught the candlelight. He seemed to be searching for something. He moved aside the shining pearls and glittering bracelets, then took out an item hidden at the very back, wrapped in a handkerchief. He lifted the white handkerchief, revealing a yellowed piece of paper and a smooth, delicate piece of white jade pressed on top of it. The man gently touched the jade with his fingertips, then repeatedly looked at the letter. He appeared to think deeply, yet also seemed to be doing nothing, just staring at the letter in a daze. Finally, he packed everything back into the metal box, hid it in the hole again, blew out the candle, and lay on a simple wooden bed with his eyes closed. After waking up, Wan Jiao Jiao would lie in bed for a while. At this time, she would keep her eyes closed, let her mind relax, and enter her morning peaceful state. She usually sleeps well and rarely dreams. But last night, she seemed to have had a dream, though she couldn't remember it after waking up.
She felt a bit dazed.
Since she couldn't remember, she didn't force it. After all, it was just a dream. When it was almost time to get up, Wan Jiao Jiao took off her eye mask, sat up against the bed, and turned on the bedside lamp. She checked the time on her watch. Only 7 in the morning. After washing up and changing clothes, she went to the living room. She saw the lights in the suite's living room were on, but she didn't see Su Cheowon's figure. Su Cheowon was not there, but that was no big deal. Wan Jiao had nothing urgent to do, so she decided to go downstairs herself to the dining room for breakfast. Her suite, the Shasun Pavilion Presidential Suite, was on the 10th floor of the Peace Hotel, essentially the top floor, covering the entire level. Just as she stepped out of her door, before she could close it, she heard a dispute coming from the elevator nearby. From the sound, it was the hotel's front desk manager, Chen Ping, arguing with Su Cheowon, with words like resignation and companion mixed in. Wan Jiao didn't listen further or ignore it. She simply went downstairs without paying attention. She quietly returned to her room, closed the door, and then studied how to call the restaurant to order breakfast. The manager and her butler were arguing about something, but Wan Jiao wasn't interested. She didn't go straight into the elevator over their disagreement, because it wasn't necessary. After talking with the restaurant and ordering a simple Western breakfast, Wan Jiao hung up the phone and picked up the newspaper on the table to read. Although the college entrance exams had already ended, the news was still about that. The front page headline was related to it. Wan Jiao flipped through the pages. Before she could find something interesting, Su Cheowon quietly opened the door and came in. Seeing Wan Jiao sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, Su Cheowon paused for a moment, then hurried over. "Sorry, Ms. Wan, I was out of the room just now. Do you want to eat in your room or go to the restaurant downstairs? Should I ask the waiter to bring the menu?" Wan Jiao looked up from the newspaper and noticed that Su Cheowon's eyes were a bit red, as if she had been crying. "No need. I already contacted the restaurant." "Oh, I will be going out later, probably around 9 o'clock, so the time isn't certain." "Okay, I will arrange the driver right away." As a good personal maid, she needed to be always available unless the guest didn't need her. Missing her breakfast and not ordering for the guest would be a serious mistake. Wan Jiao didn't mention this, and Su Cheowon understood that she was letting it go. After informing the front desk to arrange the car, Su Cheowon helped the waiter, who was pushing the food cart, to set the breakfast on the table in the dining room. Once everything was arranged, she quietly left the dining area with the waiter, so as not to disturb Wan Jiao's meal. In the dining room, Wan Jiao occasionally looked at the newspaper and enjoyed her breakfast alone. Outside, Su Cheowon spoke to the waiter, then transferred the breakfast bill to her own name. Although the guest didn't ask her to do this and it wasn't necessary, she still wanted to show her sincerity and good attitude. When Su Cheowon was notified and knocked on the door to enter the dining room, Wan Jiao's breakfast time was almost over. The morning sunlight shone through the Baroque-style window behind her, casting a soft glow around her. This wasn't the first time Su Cheowon was impressed. It should be said that being around Wan Jiao always leaves people feeling amazed. When we first met, she was calm and confident. After dressing up, she looked noble and cool. When she was tired, she appeared lazy and charming. And now, she looks simple without makeup, but still graceful and lively. She has met many wealthy families and hosted many foreign guests, but it is still hard to imagine what kind of family can raise such a girl. The front desk said a Mr. Zhang is downstairs looking for you. He said you made an appointment. Wan Jiao wiped her mouth with a soft cloth, closed the newspaper, and took the warm towel from Su Cheowon to dry her hands. "Yes, we made an appointment. I'll go down now." When Wan Jiao and Su Cheowon, carrying a bag with 3 locks, arrived at the lobby, the manager Chen Ping was talking to Secretary Zhang. Chen Ping was smiling and speaking politely. Secretary Zhang nodded occasionally and returned a courteous smile. It's normal that the hotel front desk doesn't know Secretary Zhang, but Chen Ping and Su Cheowon both know him, even if only vaguely. As managers in the service industry, it's very important not to offend important guests. So, in all of Shanghai, those with power, influence, or many connections are carefully remembered by them. Although Secretary Zhang has never been to the Peace Hotel, he often follows the secretary, and Chen Ping and the others have seen him in newspapers or privately, which is quite normal. "Ms. Wan is here. I won't bother you two anymore." Seeing Wan Jiao approach, Chen Ping politely greeted Secretary Zhang and then left. When passing by Wan Jiao, he also smiled and said, "Good morning, Secretary Zhang. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Have you had breakfast? I just arrived too."
Eve eaten.
"Miss Wan, shall we go now?" Secretary Zhang looked at Wan Jiao and thought that people are truly not what they seem. Yesterday, when he checked the situation of the Ji family, he also found out what Wan Jiao did at the villa. At first, he thought she had suffered a lot there, but now it seems she didn't suffer any loss at all. After learning about this, Secretary Gu didn't think there was anything wrong. Instead, he laughed happily and praised Miss Wan for being clever. Because of Secretary Gu Chongshan's attitude toward Wan Jiao, Secretary Zhang's respect for her increased even more. Likewise, Su Qiuwan, standing behind Wan Jiao, saw Secretary Zhang's attitude and tone of speech, and felt even more that Wan Jiao's background was extraordinary. "Then go now, please. It's my duty. The three of them arrived at the hotel entrance, where a black vintage car was already waiting. "Miss Wan, I won't get in the car. I'll ride my bike there. It will be quick." Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Wan Jiao nodded and got into the car with Su Qiuwan. She understood that Secretary Zhang probably came on his bike intentionally. As a government official, even when helping with official matters, it wouldn't look good to draw too much attention. "Director Wang, brothers, please have some tea first." "Just have some tea. There's not much at home, so please don't mind." Ji Wenhui, who had drunk too much last night and was busy early today, looked a bit swollen and wasn't feeling well. His shirt was clean and neat, but if you looked closely, it didn't fit well. He was still hungover and hadn't changed his clothes. The outfit he wore was borrowed from Shun Suifan's brother, who is short and small. When Shun Suifan's brother's clothes were on Ji Wenhui, the pants were either too short or the sleeves were tight around his wrists, making him look a bit awkward. The furniture in the living room, including the sofa, wasn't damaged yesterday. After spending the night on the sofa, the couple cleaned everything early in the morning to prepare for their distinguished guests. Shun Suifan watched her husband entertain Director Wang and his 5 subordinates, while she quietly cleared the dishes from the coffee table and replaced them with freshly brewed tea. They were both nervous and excited, having not slept well all night. They were excited to finally vent their frustration from yesterday and restore their dignity. They were also worried that the visitors might arrive too early. Before Director Wang and his team came, they finished their work and left. The couple decided to get up at 5. Shun Suifan first went to her parents' house to borrow clothes, then hurried back to help Ji Wenhui change after his shower. Later, Ji Wenhui took the money and went early to invite people, while he went to the state-run restaurant to buy breakfast for everyone. They were quite generous, spending nearly 1,000 yuan on food and drinks. Out of respect for the money, Director Wang also arrived early with his team to help set the scene. "Director Wang, my wife and I really can't express how hard it has been. That group is even more aggressive than bandits. Look at this mess. They caused all of it." Ji Wenhui, while drinking tea with Director Wang, pointed to the items on the floor in the living room and complained. The living room was filled with piles of clothes, all burned and charred, looking terrible. Nearby, there were broken radios and sewing machines, showing they had suffered a lot of damage. Although Director Wang was greedy for money, he still had his standards. He knew what money he could accept and what he couldn't. After enjoying Ji Wenhui's fine food and wine yesterday, he sent someone to find out about the woman named Wan Jiao to see if she was someone he could mess with. Even though Director Wang was quite capable, he was only a local police officer. Only someone at Gu Chongshan's level knew Wan Jiao's true identity, so he couldn't find out anything. In Shanghai, anyone with a bit of reputation would be easy to learn about. If he couldn't find anything, it meant that Wan Jiao was just pretending to be powerful with a small gang of thugs, with a little money but no real skill. People like that, Director Wang could easily crush several of them. He was very confident in himself. "Wenhua, don't worry. If something like this happens in my area, I will give you an explanation. I won't let people like that get away with it. Just wait and see. I believe in you. You're the person I trust most. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have asked for your help. It's just..." Oh, Ji Wenhua had known Director Wang for many years and understood him well. He could tell that the woman named Wang Jiao Jiao wasn't lacking money. If Director Wang was bribed, and if she spoke up later, he might be tempted. He rolled his eyes. We may not be rich or noble, but we are honest people. Being falsely accused like this makes us very upset. We just want to vent our anger and clear our hearts. As for compensation, we don't want anything for ourselves. We want it to go to Director Wang and your brothers. You all took time out of your busy schedules to help me, and I must repay this kindness. Money is just material things. I hope Director Wang and your brothers won't refuse. When Director Wang heard Ji Wenhua say this, his eyes lit up. After exchanging glances with his subordinates, the two of them warmly put their arms around Ji Wenhua's shoulders. With all these years of friendship, honestly, I shouldn't accept so much, but my brothers under my command are not having an easy time. Early in the morning, they had to support you just to save face for me. So, you should split half of the compensation with my brothers and keep the rest for yourself. After all, we lost so many good things. Ji Wenhua obviously didn't take his words seriously. Everyone knew that. No, that won't do. You must accept these. Otherwise, I'll feel uneasy. Our family really can't afford it, or I'd think I was giving you too little. Please accept the compensation peacefully, so I, as your younger brother, can feel better. Don't refuse, okay? All right. I accept you as my brother. I, your older brother, will follow your lead. Let's have some tea first instead of wine, and tonight we'll have a good meal and drink a few cups. Director Wang's chubby hand patted Ji Wenhua's shoulder firmly, his eyes crinkling with a smile, thinking about how much he should ask for later. Seeing the pile of junk on the ground, he thought it wouldn't be enough to get 2,000 or 3,000. Wang Jiao Jiao entered the mansion with the driver and Su Qiuan. What she saw was the scene of brotherly friendship and respect. Sitting in the middle of the sofa, two men were happily drinking tea, their faces flushed, while the people beside them laughed and agreed, creating a lively atmosphere. Originally, standing at the door of the dining room, watching her husband and Director Wang exchange words happily, Shin Shuifan was smiling. But as soon as Wang Jiao Jiao entered, her face changed. Good. You still dare to come. Look carefully, we've already called the police. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Amid the laughter, Shin Shuifan's sharp and piercing voice sounded especially loud, drawing everyone's attention to the door. Oh, planning to turn yourself in? Getting a lighter sentence? Well, your family does have some self-awareness. But that's separate from the matter of the compensation you promised yesterday. Have you prepared the money? Don't think that just because you're going to jail, you can forget about this money. Everyone in the living room, except Ji Wenhua and his wife, was wearing short-sleeved uniforms with white tops and blue bottoms. The person sitting next to Ji Wenhua on the sofa was still wearing a large blue-brimmed hat. Wang Jiao Jiao glanced at the 6 police officers, feeling nothing inside. She responded to Shin Shuifan with her usual indifference and disdain. This made Shin Shuifan furious. She had planned to vent her anger today, not to be angered herself. She originally wanted to rush forward like a shrew, tear at Wang Jiao Jiao's face, and scratch her. Yesterday, she had many people, so she wasn't afraid. But today, feeling confident, she naturally wasn't scared. However, because of the presence of Director Wang, a very important guest, she was afraid of losing her husband's face. She could only grit her teeth and point at Wang Jiao Jiao, unable to say a complete sentence. When Director Wang saw Wang Jiao Jiao, his eyes lit up. He had never known that there was such a charming young girl in Shanghai. Originally, Director Wang wanted to show some kindness, help mediate, and have Wang Jiao Jiao pay some money, so he wouldn't need to use other methods against her. But Wang Jiao Jiao was very proud and didn't even look at him directly, treating him like air. This made Director Wang feel annoyed. He had to make this young girl understand that looks and money are not everything. In Shanghai, power is what really matters. Young lady, don't be angry. Director Wang comforted Shin Shuifan, whose expression was a bit twisted. Then he turned a few steps toward Wang Jiao Jiao and showed a strange smile. Mr. Wang, right? My surname is Wang. I am the police chief of this area. Just call me Director Wang. yesterday, Mr. and Mrs. Ji Wenhua came to report that their home was severely vandalized and they were threatened and intimidated before leaving. Today, I brought a group of police to catch the criminals. These charges are serious. Miss Ruan, you'd better tell us who is behind this. Otherwise, life in prison isn't something a young girl like you can endure. Ji Wenhua, standing slightly behind Director Wang, raised his head proudly, full of satisfaction. He was ready to see how this arrogant young girl would beg for mercy later. Yes, who exactly ordered you to cause trouble at my house? Since Director Wang and the police are here, you'd better tell the truth. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle it, little girl. Wan Jiao found their repeated threats amusing. Seeing Director Wang step forward again, she slightly backed away with a look of disgust. Mainly because he was too ugly to look at. Wan Jiao liked all beautiful things, so naturally she kept her distance from someone like Director Wang. He had a face full of flesh, and sweat was dripping down his forehead. Maybe he hadn't washed properly, as his face was streaked with yellow and black patches. His white uniform was also stained with dark, yellowish dirt. Wan Jiao really didn't want him to get too close, afraid that some strange smell might waft over. There are no masterminds, and there's no need to scare me. This house belongs to me. The couple, Ji Wenhua and his wife, are just intruders who have taken over without permission. Director Wang sensed Ruang Jiao's dislike and grew angrier. His face turned cold. Alright, no mastermind? Then you are the main culprit. What about the accomplices? Are they your family? Did they also participate? You better honestly tell me your home address, so I can have the police bring them in for questioning. Director Wang is not stupid. He is very clever. He avoided directly accusing Ji Wenhua and his wife of trespassing and instead asked about her address and family, just to find out if she has connections. Just returned to the country, with no relatives or friends. I am currently staying at the Peace Hotel. Director Wang, no need to beat around the bush. I am just an ordinary returning overseas Chinese. I already said earlier, this house is mine. If I make a fuss in my own home, is that illegal? Or have you taken bribes from this couple and are protecting them intentionally? Director Wang's eyes darkened further. We are servants of the people. Of course, we wouldn't do such things. You say the house is yours? It is yours? They have all the documents for their house and land. What are you trying to falsely accuse us of? He squinted and looked at Ruang Jiao. Overseas Chinese. Returning alone. You're probably a spy, right? Behind Director Wang, Ji Wenhua's eyes lit up immediately. Spies are punished by shooting. If we can pin this on Ruang, no one will come to fight him for the house. Exactly. Director Wang, you have sharp eyes. She must be a spy. She's here to disturb our peace. Director Wang thought this idea was very good. Once she was in his custody, whether it was money or people, he would be the one in control. He waved his hand. Take them all away. These three, bring them back. Seeing 5 men in police uniforms approaching, Su Qiuan immediately stepped in front of Ruang Jiao. If other guests were accused of such crimes, she might be scared like her driver and stay out of it. But Ruang Jiao was different. She had just seen Secretary Zhang's attitude earlier. The person behind Secretary Zhang was Secretary Gu, who was so respectful to Zhang that it was clear Ruang's background was not ordinary. Su Qiuan protected Ruang Jiao behind her, her face calm and unafraid. This place is not far from the Peace Hotel. Secretary Zhang must be almost here too. Wait. Wan Jiao stopped the approaching people. I wonder how much benefit the Ji family couple gave to Director Wang. They work so hard for them. 2,000? 3,000? They are accusing me of such a serious crime, trying to ruin me. It can't be so little. 5,000? 6,000? Maybe 8,000? Yesterday, they said they had no money to compensate me, but it seems they spent it all here. Director Wang's mouth twitched slightly. There can't be that much. This morning, he only received 800 yuan, which he had to share with his subordinates. It wasn't all for him. Could it be? Does the Ji family really have 7 or 8,000 in savings? He turned around and looked at Ji Wenhua, probing him. Ji Wenhua broke out in cold sweat under his gaze. Before Ji Wenhua could speak to refute, Director Wang turned back and smiled. I'm doing this for the country, for justice. Little girl, if you have any accusations, go to the bureau and accuse us all at once. I am upright and not afraid of shadows. Since you're so confident, why are you protecting them? I say the house is mine, and I have the proof. But you refuse to listen, look, or ask questions. You just want to label me. Is this how the director makes decisions? Ignoring facts, evidence, and law? Director Wang laughed loudly, patting his big belly. I make decisions based on the law. Do I need you, a little girl, to teach me? You said you have no relatives or connections, and you came back alone. Even if I protect them, what can you do about it? Let me tell you, on this land, I am the law. If I say you're a spy, then you're a spy. Even the King of Heaven can't help you. Attack! Director Wang, such authority. Just as Director Wang finished speaking, before his men could act, Secretary Zhang's voice came from the door. Secretary Zhang was carrying a shoulder bag and wiping sweat with a handkerchief, looking a bit out of breath. He hadn't pedaled so hard on his bike in years just to arrive early. Fortunately, he made it in time, so Ruan Jiao wasn't hurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain to the secretary. Director Wang was initially impatient, thinking it was some insignificant person. When he saw it was Secretary Zhang, he quickly changed to a smile and hurried over. Secretary Zhang, long time no see. What wind brought you here? Zhang Yuan is the secretary to the secretary, and Director Wang is an officer in the Shanghai police. They have met many times at various meetings and can recognize each other. Secretary Zhang did not answer Director Wang. After giving him a deep look, he went to Ruang Jiao's side. Sorry, Miss Ruan, I was late. I apologize for making you feel upset. Ruan Jiao smiled. No need to worry. Your arrival is just in time. The Ji Wenhua couple brought the police here, led by a director. I thought they came to be fair, but it's not the case. They even accused me of being a spy and wanted to take me back to question me. Seeing the scene, Director Wang understood everything. Secretary Zhang was here to support this young girl. Thinking about Secretary Zhang's tone, Director Wang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't he alone, with no family? He couldn't bear to think further. He quickly waved his hands. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. It was the Ji couple who led me astray with their words, saying this young lady might be a spy. For the safety of society and the people, I wanted to investigate carefully. Since Secretary Zhang knows this young lady, it must be a mistake. Oh? So it's just a misunderstanding? That's a huge mistake. Ruan Jiao frowned slightly, looking a bit confused. Of course. Just a misunderstanding. Director Wang wiped his sweat and smiled. Then he cast a stern look at Ji Wenhua and Shen Suifan. This couple is spreading lies. They are truly despicable. I will take them back for a proper questioning. Because of Director Wang's threatening gaze, Ji's family realized the situation. They could only look bitter and stay silent, hoping that Director Wang would let them go later. After all, if they tried to drag Director Wang down with them, it wouldn't be good for anyone. But I came today to ask for compensation. They've been taken away, so what about my payment? We agreed yesterday to pay 10,000 yuan. Does that mean I came all this way for nothing today? Ruan Jiao looked very worried, seeming genuinely disappointed about wasting her trip. Ji Wenhua and Shen Suifan stared wide-eyed, their faces twisted with anger. They clenched their fists tightly, barely holding back their curses. Who said they agreed? Yesterday, it was only 8,000 yuan, and now it's 10,000? Director Wang didn't care about the Ji couple's feelings. His main concern was to safely send this young lady away. He firmly said, compensation. Repaying debts is the right thing. I will make them pay right now. When Ji Wenhua heard Director Wang say this, tears almost came to his eyes. They really couldn't come up with that much money. Director Wang walked over to Ji Wenhua. Ignoring his sincere look, he whispered in his ear, think about your son and daughter. Then he raised his head and loudly asked, can you pay 1,000 yuan? Ji Wenhua's eyes turned red. Choking, he replied, yes. Soon after, accompanied by two of Director Wang's subordinates, He entered an empty room on the first floor and pried open the floorboard. He took out a wooden box and brought it to the living room. He then took out his bankbook, placed it on the box, and tremblingly handed it to Director Wang. There are 5,000 yuan in the bank. The box contains jewelry and gold, so it's about 10,000 in total. We really can't come up with more. Director Wang took the box, smiling happily, and approached Miss Wan Jiao. Miss Wan, you point to what you want. If it's not enough, I'll have them bring more. They definitely have more. Now, Director Wang seemed to be so eager to help that he didn't care about others' lives. It was as long as he could crush Ji Wenhua and his wife, the young girl in front of him wouldn't mind his earlier rudeness. Su Qiuan took the box, opened it, and held it in front of Ruan Jiao's eyes. Ruan Jiao glanced at it briefly, then told Su Qiuan to put it away. Forget it. Although it's not a full 10,000, it's close enough. I have a kind heart and don't want to bother with those small amounts. Yes. Miss Ruan is beautiful and kind-hearted. Director Wang felt a little relieved. It's better not to argue. Ji Wenhua and Shen Suifan's hearts ached deeply. Despite their frustration, when they heard Ruan Jiao say she wouldn't mind, they finally relaxed. They had lost the money, but could earn it back. They lost the house, but could stay at Shen Suifan's mother's place. These things would come again sooner or later. They no longer wanted to fight over the small mansion, or try to get their reputation back. The other side was too powerful. They simply couldn't handle it. They tried to smooth things over and knew that the most powerful person they knew, Director Wang, was not someone they could easily control. They weren't wrong. They only regretted not realizing earlier when they paid the 8,000 yesterday, which led to losing even more today. Nothing left. Before Ji Wenhua and his wife could fully relax, Ruan Jiao spoke again. The country has laws and the family has rules. The little thief stole something. Does returning the stolen item mean they are innocent? No, that can't be. A family of 4, with 2 full-time workers earning steady wages and still saving enough money, suggests that the textile factory pays well. Director Wang clearly understands her meaning. No. If that were true, what is the point of the law? Miss Ruan, don't worry. We will explain the situation about their stay at your home, and we will carefully investigate the source of the funds. We won't cover for anyone. Director Wang signals his wife and himself to stay calm. After getting Ruan Jiao's approval, he has the people take the couple away. Secretary Zhang stands behind Ruan Jiao silently, just a supportive tool, always following her wishes. After the Ji family couple is taken away with their heads bowed, Su Qiuan also takes a heavy chain lock from her leather bag and locks the gate of the garden. The group leaves through the iron gate. Su Qiuan uses the remaining 2 locks to secure the garden gate, and Secretary Zhang, watching the police depart, also says goodbye to Ruan Jiao. Miss Ruan, don't worry. I will honestly tell the secretary what happened today. I will also keep an eye on the Ji family couple and ensure they follow the law fairly. I will give you an explanation by noon. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. Please also thank Uncle Gu for me. I appreciate it. After saying goodbye to Ruan Jiao, Secretary Zhang quickly rides his bike back to the city hall. He needs to tell Secretary Gu about Director Wang's situation, especially since Wang has military backing. It's important for the secretary to know early so he can handle it promptly. Ruan Jiao and her companions get into the car to return to the Peace Hotel. Su Qiuan sits in the front passenger seat, holding a leather bag with a wooden box inside, looking calm. The driver, sitting in the driver's seat, looks a bit nervous, glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time. He is afraid. He worries that his hesitation and inaction might cost him his respectable job. But he had no choice. His family depends on him, elderly parents, and a young child. How could he offend the police just because of a brief encounter with a guest, especially when the guest was accused of being a spy? That could mean facing a gun. Naturally, the driver has no courage to interfere. Ruan Jiao notices the driver's unease and plans to give him a small tip later, knowing that she is partly responsible for this trouble. The driver's thoughts are understandable. If it were her, she wouldn't dare challenge the police for a passenger's sake. After all, she's just a worker. Without special abilities or knowing the background, she wouldn't risk it. She's not crazy. Su Qiuan knows Secretary Zhang and would stand in front of her. Ruan Jiao isn't surprised, but she also accepts this situation. In modern times, as a seemingly wealthy young lady from a prominent family, Ruan Jiao doesn't have her own private butler. Her stingy, flirtatious, and irresponsible father doesn't give her much pocket money. Only 500,000 yuan a month plus 1,000,000 yuan on a supplementary card. To ordinary people, this is a huge amount of money. But she is the legitimate only daughter of the Ruan family. She doesn't need to compare her allowance with those from similar backgrounds. Just compared to her father's favored illegitimate children, it's not enough. Later, she went abroad to a top university, made friends through socializing, and got a ride with them to ease her financial worries. She has seen many professional butlers, all trained at well-known butler academies. They handle all aspects of daily life very well. Su Qiuan may not be as professional as those butlers, but in this era, she's quite good. Ruan Jiao admires her. This era has many restrictions. Women can be half the sky, but there's still a big gap. Su Qiuan's ability to reach her current position is truly impressive. She is about to leave Shanghai to find her unfaithful fiancé. There are still some things to settle at her house, like cleaning and replacing items, and she needs someone to handle it. Undoubtedly, Su Qiuan is her preferred choice. She has the compensation from earlier, so paying her salary isn't a problem. The most important thing is whether Su Qiuan is willing. But she knows Su Qiuan will definitely agree because she is smart and she is her best choice. In a house within the military district compound.
Mom.
Where did you put the pastries that Grandpa brought last week? Help me find them. There are no more pastries. The neighbors shared some, and your dad took some to the army. The rest probably went into your stomach, right? Is there anything else tasty at home? I want to go see Jiao later. She just returned to the country. Maybe she hasn't tried our local pastries. I must let her taste some. Zhang Meihua felt a bit worried. She stood in front of the big cabinet in the living room, flipping through things again and again. Since she met Ruan Jiao and became her good friend, with her official stamp, she had been talking about Jiao every day at home. Her mother, Ding Yuanxiu, was almost deaf from listening so much. Ding Yuanxiu placed the freshly cooked dishes on the dining table and asked, I remember a few days ago, you took a lot of snacks to the hospital for your friend. Did you bring any pastries? Of course not. Jiao isn't feeling well. The doctor said she can only eat light food. I only brought fruits and soup cooked by Aunt Chi, Zhang Meihua replied to her mother. Then she sat on the sofa, starting to complain. Oh, what should I bring to Jiao later? She's so kind to me, even gave me chocolates and very expensive gifts. I can't go empty-handed. The silk scarf from my aunt? No, Jiao wouldn't like that. Ding Yuanxiu only knew that the Jiao her daughter mentioned had given her chocolates before. The chocolates tasted really good, better than those from the friendship stores in Beijing and Shanghai. But this was the first time she heard about an expensive gift from her daughter, so she was a bit curious. She sat next to her daughter. What expensive gift? Why didn't you tell me? We shouldn't take such expensive things from others. It's a bracelet. Very pretty. Because it's too expensive, I want to return it, so I didn't tell you. I'll go get it and show you. After saying that, Zhang Meihua hurried upstairs. Soon, she came rushing down again, making her mother, Ding Yuanxiu, shake her head repeatedly. She was already a grown girl, but still acted like a child. It really worried her. Mom, look, isn't it super beautiful? Zhang Meihua held a velvet box, plopped onto the sofa, and opened it like a treasure, saying to herself, Jiao is so simple. She's only known me for a few days, and she gave me such a precious gift. She's so pretty, gentle, and kind. She has no relatives or friends in Shanghai. I'm really worried. The more Zhang Meihua thought about it, the sadder she felt. The more she imagined, the more anxious she became, as if Jiao was suffering a lot in some unseen corner. Ding Yuanxiu listened to her daughter ramble and felt a bit helpless. But this time, she didn't think her daughter was overthinking. Ding Yuanxiu was from a distinguished background and had seen many fine things. Still, this bracelet managed to catch her eye and make her feel impressed. No woman dislikes shiny jewelry, and Ding Yuanxiu is no exception. The wide blue and white striped bracelet is set with several deep blue, clear gemstones that look like the sky, along with many flawless diamonds. It sparkles brightly and looks very stunning. Ding Yuanxiu doesn't recognize the blue gemstone. It seems like a sapphire, but it is much lighter in color. Since it is paired with dazzling diamonds, the gemstone must be very expensive. Ding Yuanxiu has no doubt that Wan Jiaojiao was generous because she liked her family background. Even her colleagues at the hospital, who see her every day, don't know her background. She is a young girl who just returned to the country and has only been at the hospital for 2 or 3 days. So how could she know? As her daughter said, she also thinks the girl is too innocent and doesn't hide her feelings, which is why she was so generous. Zhang Meihua moved several times when she was young because of her father's job. She used to have some friends, but later, either they lost contact after moving or she found out they had hidden motives to flatter her. Now, she has no close friends. When Ding Yuanxiu learned her daughter had made a good new friend, she was very happy. Now, seeing that her daughter's friend is also sincere and innocent, she feels even more pleased. You can let Jiao Jiao come over to play often. We have many empty rooms at home. If she wants, she can stay here all the time. The 2 girls can keep each other company. As for the gift, I'll find one for you. After saying this, Ding Yuanxiu went upstairs to get something. Zhang Meihua watched her mother rush upstairs and come down holding a box, sighing helplessly. Ding Yuanxiu is an adult, but she still acts so lively and carefree, which is quite unpredictable. Here, the gift I chose for you. It's sure to be good. Take a look. Ding Yuanxiu placed her jewelry box on the table and took out a glass-type purple flower jade bracelet. The bracelet is almost transparent, with faint purple threads flowing inside. Very beautiful. This bracelet's opening is too narrow. Neither your grandfather's family nor ours can wear it. Can Jiao Jiao fit it on her hand? If not, I'll give her this jade guanyin pendant instead. Zhang Meihua immediately imagined how Wan Jiaojiao would look wearing it. The white, clear bracelet with the pure jade bangle is a perfect match. Wan Jiaojiao is tall but has a small frame. She gestured and confirmed that she could wear the bracelet. The mother and daughter carefully wrapped the jade bracelet in a soft cloth and then gently placed it into Zhang Meihua's small handbag. What happened? Why are you 2 so happy? A tall man in military uniform came in from outside. After placing his hat on the table, he picked up a porcelain cup and drank eagerly, clearly very thirsty. Dad, you came back so early today. And she hasn't finished cooking yet. Are you done with your work at the army? Zhang Meihua looked a bit surprised. Recently, her father had been busy with army matters, leaving early and returning late. She hadn't seen him for several days. Yeah, I'm done now. I can spend more time with you and your mother. Ding Yuanxiu handed him a cool, damp towel for him to wipe his sweat and cool down. Once you're done, rest well. Aunt Shi made chicken soup today. Drink a couple of bowls later. You must drink a couple of bowls. Suddenly, the phone on the small table beside them rang. After a moment, he answered the call. He didn't say what was discussed, but he hid his smile, his brow furrowing deeper. Then he said, "Okay, I understand. We'll discuss it." He hung up. Seeing his father look a bit unhappy, it seemed something bad had happened in the army. Zhang Meihua couldn't ask what was wrong. Under her mother's hint, she quickly thought of something else to distract her father. And of course, that was my good friend. Zhang Weida, her father, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is your good friend called Jiao Jiao?" Zhang Meihua nodded. Yes, her surname is Wan Jiao Jiao.
She.
Blah blah, pretty and smart. Blah blah. I don't know if she still lives at Peace Hotel. She has a Western-style house in Shanghai. I don't know if she's packed up yet. If not, I'll go over today and help her pack. Zhang Weida squinted, not sure if he was really listening. After a pause, he asked again, "Are you very close to her?" "Of course." Zhang Meihua jumped up from the sofa, patting her chest excitedly. "We are the best friends." Unbreakable friendship. Ding Yuanxiu noticed her husband's unusual behavior and looked at him with a slightly doubtful expression. After receiving a reassuring look from him, she spoke. Jiao Jiao is our Meihua's only and best friend. Zhang Meihua nodded enthusiastically. Jiao Jiao is a bit naive. She has no relatives or connections in Shanghai, so she's quite lonely. Zhang Meihua nodded even more vigorously. If someone bullies her, we, as elders, should help her more. Zhang Meihua agreed. Exactly. That's right. Jiao Jiao is so pretty and delicate. I worry about her being hurt. Seeing his wife defending her friend openly and secretly, and watching their daughter's determined attitude to protect her friend, Zhang Wide had nothing more to say. He went to the study on the first floor and called a few old friends. When he came out of the study, the meal was already served. Meihua, come quickly to eat. Aren't you going to meet your friend later? Dad is going out soon, so I'll take you there. Coming. After returning to her room, Wan Jiao Jiao lazily flipped through a magazine. Feeling too quiet, she went downstairs to the dining room for tea. When it was almost time, she started ordering food for dinner. Halfway through lunch, Su Chuan came to tell her that a girl named Zhang was looking for her downstairs. The visitor was Zhang Meihua. Zhang Meihua, with 2 braids and wearing a light green floral dress, brightened up the moment she saw Wan Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, how have you been these past 2 days? I missed you so much. Zhang Meihua sat down opposite Wan Jiao Jiao and couldn't wait to share her feelings of missing her. With her round face, big bright eyes, and sincere expression, she looked adorable. Seeing her, Wan Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile. Zhang Meihua was simply too cute. I missed you. I've been busy these days handling some house matters. I planned to visit you at the hospital this afternoon, but I didn't expect you to come to me first. Zhang Meihua squinted happily. We're so in sync. Have you eaten? Do you want to have some more with me? Zhang Meihua touched her small belly and looked at the dishes on the table with a slightly troubled expression. She ate quite a bit at home, drinking 2 bowls of chicken soup. She was actually full, but seeing the delicious food on the table, she felt she could still eat a little more. However, she felt she was too fat, and eating more would only make her gain weight, which made her hesitate. Wan Jiao Jiao noticed the longing and struggle in her eyes. I'm eating alone and it feels lonely. Just keep me company and take a few bites of food, okay? Can anyone refuse Wan Jiao Jiao's adorable pleading? At least Zhang Meihua couldn't. She set aside her hesitation, and after the waiter brought new utensils, she happily started eating. While eating, she discussed which dishes were tasty, what made them good, or where she had eaten even better food before. With Zhang Meihua there, Wan Jiao Jiao's appetite grew, and she unknowingly finished a whole bowl of rice. After lunch, Wan Jiao Jiao ordered 2 bowls of coconut bird's nest. She asked the waiter to deliver them to the suite, then took Zhang Meihua upstairs first.
Wow.
This room is so big. It's so beautiful.
Wow.
You can even see the Huangpu River from here. Zhang Meihua had been to the Peace Hotel a few times before, but only for meals. She had never been in the rooms, especially not the presidential suite on the top floor. She came from a wealthy family and had seen many things, but this luxurious and comfortable room was her first time seeing such splendor. She couldn't help but be amazed. After all, the price was high. 1 day's stay cost more than many families' yearly income. Now, in all of Summer Country, only the Diaoyutai State Guest House in Beijing could rival this level of luxury. Thinking of the Diaoyutai, Wan Jiao Jiao felt a little excited. She wondered if it was open to the public now, and if she could stay there for a couple of days when she visited Beijing. The waiter brought the coconut bird's nest she ordered earlier. Following Su Chuan's signal, she placed it on a small table next to the viewing window, then quietly stepped back to give her guests space to chat. Wan Jiao Jiao and Zhang Meihua sat on the sofa by the window, enjoying the air conditioning, sipping sweet soup, and admiring the beautiful view outside, feeling very relaxed. By the way, Jiao Jiao, this is the bracelet you put in the bag last time. It's too valuable. I can't accept it. Zhang Meihua took a few sips of the bird's nest and suddenly remembered this, quickly taking out a velvet box from her handbag. Wan Jiao Jiao opened the box and placed it back on the coffee table, facing Zhang Meihua. You don't like it? Is it not good looking? Zhang Meihua looked at the dazzling bracelet in the sunlight and reluctantly looked away. I like it, but it's too expensive. Jiao Jiao, you can't just take out such a gift casually. What if someone with bad intentions notices you? Zhang Meihua's clear eyes were full of sincerity and concern. Sincerity is always a powerful weapon. A warm feeling crossed Wan Jiao Jiao's mind. I'm glad you like it. If you like it, I'm happy, Wan Jiao Jiao said as she took out the bracelet, held Zhang Meihua's hand, and put it on her wrist. She held her hand and said, Meihua, this bracelet isn't expensive. In the Sunset Country, it's quite cheap. The diamonds on it are small, less than a carat, so they're not valuable. The blue gemstone is also a rare stone, and it's affordable. Don't feel burdened. Look how beautiful it is. It makes your wrist look especially fair. But right now, I probably can't wear this bracelet outside. It's my first day back, and I don't have a suitable gift. Wan Jiao Jiao was right. The development of this world was roughly the same as her original world. According to the timeline, Paraiba tourmaline wouldn't be discovered until 10 years later, so it was naturally not valuable. Zhang Meihua was touched by Wan Jiao Jiao's words. She couldn't help but touch the shining bracelet on her wrist. Seeing her eyes droop with a hint of sadness, she hurriedly said, It's perfect. I love it so much. Look how beautiful it is. Do you really like it? Wan Jiao Jiao asked with a sincere smile. In the future, please don't mention returning the gift. Otherwise, I might think you don't like it, and I would feel a little sad. Zhang Meihua couldn't bear to see her sad. She immediately replied, You're right. Friends shouldn't care about these things. I won't do that anymore. I love the gifts you give me, Jiao Jiao. I'll take good care of them. Please don't be upset. After admiring the bracelet, Zhang Meihua took it off and put it back in the box, then took out a wrapped jade bracelet. It was wrapped in layers of soft cloth. I also have a gift for you. My mom helped me pick it out. Jiao Jiao, do you like it? Wan Jiao Jiao looked at the item inside the cloth and almost couldn't hold back her expression. A glass-type, floating flower jadeite bracelet. The bracelet was almost transparent like glass, with just the right amount of purple snowflake cotton inside, dreamlike and beautiful. It was simply stunning. So beautiful that Wan Jiao Jiao wanted to scream. She was amazed that she only gave a bracelet worth over 100,000 yuan and received a bracelet worth over 10 million yuan in return. It was unbelievable. Her eyes lit up little by little, then dimmed again. If it had been someone else, Wan Jiao Jiao would have politely refused and happily accepted the gift. But when it came to Zhang Meihua, she couldn't do it. Zhang Meihua was her first friend who treated her sincerely, even though her initial intentions were not pure. She had promised that when she had money, she would buy as much jade as she wanted. But this friend was different. Wan Jiao Jiao briefly struggled inside, feeling heartbroken, and pushed the bracelet back, covering it with her hand. I absolutely can't accept this. Your bracelet is worth more than 10 times my bracelet. It's something that can be passed down in the family. Zhang Meihua was stunned for a moment, then pouted and looked at Wan Jiao Jiao with disapproval. Look at you. You just forgot what you just said. We agreed that friends shouldn't argue over gifts, right? We said we wouldn't fuss over these things. Her words made Wan Jiao Jiao speechless for a rare moment. She thought for a long time, but didn't know what to say. All right, just accept it peacefully. My mom picked it out. My mom has many such bracelets. It's not the only one to pass down. Zhang Meihua raised her head, took out the bracelet, and tried to put it on Wan Jiao Jiao's wrist. Besides, no one in my family can wear this bracelet. It's too narrow. Sigh, Jiao Jiao, I'll use a little force, bear with me. Holding Wan Jiao Jiao's soft, delicate hand, Zhang Meihua wanted to squeeze it tightly, but couldn't bring herself to do it. She was afraid she might hurt Wan Jiao Jiao. After thinking for a moment, she took a damp towel from the table, wiped the bracelet, then wiped Wan Jiao Jiao's hand, and finally held a set. The bracelet slipped smoothly onto her slender, white wrist. Did I hurt you, Jiao Jiao? It looks so beautiful. Wan Jiao Jiao was still lost in what Zhang Meihua had just said. She had many such bracelets.
Sigh.
She knew Zhang Meihua came from a wealthy family, but She didn't expect it to be that impressive. Coming back to her senses, she looked at her wrist in surprise. Yeah, it's so beautiful. I like it so much. Thank you, manhwa, and thank your mom for me too. Wan Jiao Jiao also understood now. She no longer refused and happily accepted the gift. Times have changed. She no longer relies on her family's reputation as a wealthy young lady. As long as she keeps doing her tasks, she will always have money. She can repay this kindness someday. Seeing Wan Jiaojia smile and accept the gift without further refusal, Zhang Meihua felt relieved and also smiled warmly. By the way, Jiao Jiao, have you checked out your house? Are you planning to move in soon? If you need help cleaning, just call me. I'll help you get it ready. I've been there, but I can't move in yet. It's a bit frustrating. When I went yesterday, I found someone living there. Zhang Meihua's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Someone's living there? Isn't it your house? Could it have been taken over by the government? No, someone sneaked in and moved in. But this morning, it was sorted out. The police caught them. It's pretty unlucky. Even if I want to move in, I need to clean everything thoroughly. I don't want any of the furniture or mattresses that the family used. Wan Jiaojiao can't move into the small house anytime soon. Besides cleaning and replacing the mattress, the main problem is that the house doesn't have air conditioning. It's July now, and August and September will be even hotter. Without air conditioning, it's unbearable. Although she doesn't plan to move in right now, she must clean and fix the house immediately. Thinking about how that family used her house for so long, Wan Jiaojiao frowned in disgust, feeling uncomfortable all over. This is just too much. It's basically theft. Can you believe there are such shameless people in Husher? Jiao Jiao, did you go alone yesterday? Were you bullied? Don't be afraid. If they try to hurt you, I'll ask my dad to deal with them. Even if they go to the police, they won't get away with it. Zhang Meihua's face turned red with anger. She wished she could rush over and beat that family up. Seeing her angry and protective expression, Wan Jiaojiao couldn't help but laugh. Haha, they didn't bully me. I didn't go alone either. Thanks to the 2 drivers you found for me yesterday. I had them come along, so I didn't suffer any loss. And that family has already been taken to the police station. Their future won't be good either. Even so, Zhang Meihua was still angry. She couldn't understand how anyone could be so shameless as to move into someone else's house openly and without shame. She carefully looked at Wan Jiaojiao and saw that she still had a bright smile, as if she didn't care about the matter at all. This made her feel a bit better, and she said, "It's good you didn't get hurt. Forget it, let's not talk about that family anymore. Are you planning to find someone to handle this in the next few days? Maybe I can take some time off and go with you. I'm planning to find someone, but I probably won't be in Shanghai these days. I need to go to Hangzhou to see my fiancé." As soon as she said this, Zhang Meihua was completely stunned. She stared with wide eyes, looked at Wan Jiaojiao blankly, opening and closing her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. After taking a deep breath, she seemed to find her voice again. "Fiancé? Jiao Jiao, you're not." Wan Jiaojiao sighed. "That's a long story." She roughly explained the story between the Wan family and the Ji family. Zhang Meihua suddenly understood and said, "So, you suspect that Grandpa Ji gave the token to the grandson who went to the countryside?" Wan Jiaojiao nodded. "I want to confirm that and also see him. After all, my grandfather and Grandpa Ji were very close. He was the last person to stay with Grandpa Ji, unlike those ungrateful people. Going to the countryside in Hangzhou, for someone as delicate and beautiful as Jiao Jiao, she wouldn't go alone." Zhang Meihua couldn't possibly feel at ease. Since he's a young person who went to the countryside, once he has a job, he should be able to return to the city. Maybe I can find him a temporary job, so he can come back and you won't have to go to Hangzhou. Zhang Meihua kept thinking her idea was good. It was just a temporary job, and her mother was a staff member at a department store. One word from her, and it would be done. Wan Jiaojiao wanted to, but Ji Huayan was planning to go to Beijing for university. How could he come back just for a temporary job? For 50,000 yuan and to see her fiancé from the story, she was determined to make this trip no matter what. "Thank you for your kindness, but I heard he took the college entrance exam this time. You know I have no family left. Even though this marriage was arranged by our ancestors, I still have some connection to him. I want to see him as soon as possible. Seeing her good friend say this, Zhang Meihua couldn't stop her. Compared to going to Hangzhou, she was more worried about Jiao Jiao's attitude toward the arranged marriage. Well, after you go, you might really. Now, everyone has the freedom to marry and love. Jiao Jiao, you wouldn't just accept this arranged marriage and be with that person, right? Wan Jiao Jiao chuckled softly and said, No way, Meihua. You're so cute. I'll just go take a look like a blind date. If he's decent, I'll treat him as a friend and keep the old friendship going. If he's not suitable, I'll pretend nothing happened, and even if he comes knocking, he can't do anything to me. But if he's good-looking and kind, how about good-looking and kind? Zhang Meihua hurriedly asked, anxious. Wan Jiaojiao smiled brightly, a clever glint in her eyes.
Then,
he's my fiancé. The novel described many things about Ji Huayan, and Wan Jiaojiao was quite sure about his character. He has good morals, is single by choice, and if he's handsome and fit, why wouldn't she want such a fiancé? Originally, she joined the vintage cruise party because she was tired of being single and wanted to find a handsome guy to date. Even though she's in a different time, love can still continue, right? Moreover, her first task in the story was to target Ji Huayan. Since she wasn't sure if her next mission involved him, it was best to tie him down. If he's not handsome, just be friends. If he's handsome, then be a boyfriend. Wan Jiaojiao couldn't help but praise herself. How clever she was. She hadn't considered Ji Huayan's feelings at all. As long as she wanted something, no one could refuse her. Zhang Meihua was first captivated by Wan Jiaojiao's smile, feeling a bit dazed, then stammered, Is he really your fiancé? Of course, fiancé means not married yet. If he's good-looking, I'll take him first. If we don't get along, I can always change. Marriage is a big deal for a lifetime, so we should be careful. Was Wan Jiaojiao cautious? She was cautious, but not completely careful. Zhang Meihua felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. But, dating without the intention of marriage is just playing around. Jiao Jiaoyu. Wan Jiaojiao confidently replied, Of course, I aim for marriage. But if I find someone unsuitable during the process, I can't blame myself. If I see someone more compatible, I can't blame myself either. Compared to divorce later, stopping in time is better. Divorce is so troublesome. It's not just a hassle for me, but also for the civil affairs staff. So, if we see someone suitable, we should tie them up first. If we're truly a match made in heaven, missing out would be such a pity. If it's not suitable, don't settle or be soft-hearted. Just break up and find someone else. Isn't ending a relationship easier than divorce? There are many men. If one doesn't work out, just change. Zhang Meihua was confused. She was originally talking to Jiao Jiao about her fiancé, but suddenly the topic shifted to divorce. However, Jiao Jiao's way of talking about switching partners opened a new world for Zhang Meihua. The more she thought about it, the more she agreed, feeling it was very reasonable and correct. Jiao Jiao, you're right. If your fiancé is good-looking, just go ahead and settle down. I support you. I want to find a handsome guy too, so I can eat 2 more bowls of rice. Jiao Jiao nodded and corrected her. It's not just about looks, but also good character. Looks come first, character second, but both are necessary. Don't ever hurt yourself. In her previous world, Jiao Jiao had seen many examples. Beautiful women often liked to find less attractive men, and many of those ended up being bad guys. She couldn't understand this and found it shocking. Since bad guys aren't chosen based on looks, why not pick handsome ones? Zhang Meihua listened and nodded, her eyes shining with admiration for Jiao Jiao. At first, she saw Jiao Jiao as a younger sister who needed care. But now, she felt Jiao Jiao was more like an older sister. Jiao Jiao knew so much, and Zhang Meihua liked her even more. They drank their sweet bird's nest soup slowly. Zhang Meihua looked up and casually said, Jiao Jiao, when are you leaving? It takes about 7 hours by train to Hangzhou. I'll ask my dad to buy you a soft sleeper. By the way, have you prepared your travel documents and introduction letter? 7 hours by train? Jiao Jiao was surprised. She knew that in this era, there were no high-speed trains. The slow green trains were very slow, but she didn't expect it to be so slow. It was only less than 200 kilometers away, yet it would take 7 hours to get there. But the task was set. Whether it took 7 hours or 17, she had to go for that 50,000 yuan. She didn't know where to get the travel documents and introduction letter, but she planned to ask Secretary Zhang later or ask Secretary Gu tonight. I'll leave tomorrow. Tonight, I'll visit an uncle's house. I'll ask him about the documents then. As for the train ticket, I'll try to figure it out myself first. If I can't, I'll trouble you again, okay? Wang Jiaojiao was very clear about her feelings. She was good friends with Zhang Meihua, but she had never visited her family members. After receiving such an expensive gift, it was a bit much to ask for help from her family. Of course, she needed help buying a soft sleeper train ticket, but she definitely wouldn't ask Zhang Meihua's father. If Secretary Gu hadn't mentioned it, she would have asked Xu Qiuan to buy it at a high price. Xu Qiuan has many contacts, including people qualified to buy soft sleeper tickets. She didn't believe that offering 10 times the price wouldn't get her a ticket. Zhang Meihua didn't ask where the uncle came from. She simply said sincerely, "If you need anything, you must ask me. Don't feel embarrassed. We are the best of friends." Wang Jiaojiao nodded in response. Just as she was about to change the subject, Xu Qiuan knocked on the open door, interrupting them. It turned out that Secretary Zhang had come to find her. Wang Jiaojiao asked Zhang Meihua to wait a moment and then followed Xu Qiuan to the meeting room in the suite. The meeting room was next to the study. It wasn't very big, with a long redwood conference table inside. When Wang Jiaojiao entered, Secretary Zhang was already sitting by the table, with a glass of warm water in front of her and a damp towel wiping her face. "Mr. Wan." Secretary Zhang saw her come in and stood up to greet her. "Sorry to trouble you again. The Jia family couple is now." Wang Jiaojiao sat across from her, knowing that Secretary Zhang was here specifically to update her on the situation. "It's no trouble, just part of my duties. The Jia couple has been transferred to another police station. The latest information is that they used their official positions to secretly sell a lot of fabric from the textile factory. Some of their savings come from this. Another part was exchanged for your family's ornaments and paintings. The police are still investigating exactly how much they took. Once we have detailed results, I will inform you." Secretary Zhang took a sip of water and hesitated before saying, "But since a lot of time has passed and they were involved in black market dealings, many items might not be recoverable. You should be prepared." Wang Jiaojiao wasn't surprised at all after hearing this because she already knew. The Jia couple had taken over the house, so how could they not have taken everything inside? Secretary Zhang smiled and told Wang Jiaojiao about Director Wang's fate. Director Wang and his subordinates were sent to another police station, and by coincidence, they were kept in a room next to Ji's couple. Talking about this Wang who, Zhang Yuan really felt very sorry. In this era, many people had become very thin, almost like bones, and it was rare to see someone as overweight as Wang Hu. But everyone in their circle knew that Wang Hu's size wasn't because he ate a lot of good food every day. Wang Hu's father was a veteran who had sacrificed himself for the country long ago. Because of his father, Wang Hu also joined the army and was a good soldier. Unfortunately, he was injured on the battlefield and had to leave the army. The leaders in the military arranged for him to be a team leader at a police station in Shanghai. After taking the position, Wang Hu worked very hard, catching many criminals and solving many cases. He was very dedicated. Once, while catching a kidnapper, he was stabbed several times but refused to let go. It took days of treatment before the doctors saved him from death. Because of this, he was promoted to director, but it also caused lasting health problems, including weight gain and many small issues. Wang Hu used to be an excellent soldier and police officer, but no one expected him to end up like this. Secretary Zhang was eager to find Secretary Gu because of Wang Hu. Wang Hu's father was a martyr, and Wang Hu himself was a soldier, so he had some connections in the military. Secretary Zhang was worried this matter might be complicated, so he quickly contacted Secretary Gu. The saying, "The dragon slayer becomes a dragon," sounds sad and unfortunate to anyone. But Wang Jiaojiao wouldn't think so. His past glory can't erase the mistakes he's made over the years. He got what he deserved. Wang Jiaojiao only met Wang Hu once, but she felt his endless greed. Greed never disappears. If he was let go this time, he would continue to threaten and harm others in a few days. He was once a hero, but the mistakes he made are his own. No one can force him not to be. Since he did it, there's nothing to regret. Secretary Zhang listened and smiled quietly because Secretary Gu also said the same. Secretary Gu sent people to arrest Wang Hu and others first, then notified the military. Originally, she planned to argue with the army, but unexpectedly, the military didn't want to protect Wang Hu. Before going to the Peace Hotel, Secretary Zhang was still handling matters at the police station. He saw the military leaders come briefly, meet with Wang Hu, and then leave. After the leader left, Wang Hu, who had been silent, suddenly looked very downcast and honestly explained what had happened over the years. The main story was mostly finished. This time, Secretary Zhang came not only to share this news with Ruan Jiao, but also to take her to the bank to withdraw money. Because the deposit slip from the Ji family's compensation needed both their IDs to withdraw, Secretary Zhang noticed this and made sure to prepare the necessary proof for the withdrawal. Since there were customers, Ruan Jiao couldn't go herself, so she asked Su Qiuan to help her handle the withdrawal. After seeing Secretary Zhang to the elevator, Ruan Jiao asked about the letter of introduction. Secretary Zhang explained the process and then asked where Ruan Jiao wanted to go. He said he would help her arrange the required documents. Ruan Jiao told him her plans. Secretary Zhang understood and, after noting it down, took Su Qiuan downstairs in the elevator. Back in the room, Zhang Meihua had finished drinking coconut and bird's nest juice and was looking out the window at the view. When she heard Ruan Jiao return, she happily turned around. Jiao, where shall we go this afternoon? Do you want to visit the department store? Ruan Jiao nodded.
Sure.
I asked the driver yesterday. He said the department store, friendship shop, and the cultural relic store are all good places. We can take our time this afternoon.
Great.
I need to go to the department store today to buy sanitary pads. Shall we go there first? Sanitary pads? Ruan Jiao looked confused for a moment, then understood that she meant tampons. Before she could speak again, Zhang Meihua took a small receipt from her handbag and handed it over. Sanitary pads are something you use every month. You understand, right? My mother used to buy a special kind from the friendship store in Beijing. It was imported from abroad. Unfortunately, we don't have it here in Shanghai, so I can only buy tampons. Hearing this, Zhang Meihua looked a bit sad. It's easy to go from frugal to luxurious, but hard to go back. After trying those sanitary pads, tampons are really hard to use. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something and looked at Ruan Jiao. Jiao, do you have a coupon for tampons? Later, I will ask my mother to give you 2 pieces. You should prepare them. You are probably used to using sanitary pads in Sunset Country, but we don't have them here. We don't have them? A menstrual pad is just a sanitary pad, isn't it? This touches on Ruan Jiao's lack of knowledge. In the novels she read before, she always thought that menstrual pads were just sanitary pads. Feeling confused, Ruan Jiao asked Zhang Meihua for an explanation. Zhang Meihua explained it to her. A menstrual pad is a long rectangular cloth with a string at each end. You can put tissues in the middle of the pad, and during your period, you tie it on your body. It can be used many times. A ticket for a menstrual pad not only allows you to exchange for a new one but also includes a pack of women's tissues to use inside. Ruan Jiao. Without discussing how it feels to use, just the fact that it can be used repeatedly makes Ruan Jiao feel overwhelmed. She asked Zhang Meihua to wait, then went into the bathroom. After closing the door, she searched on Taobao. There are many types of sanitary pads on Taobao. To be safe, Ruan Jiao bought some with brand names printed on them. This shows that these products are not fake, but actually exist in this time. A pack of sanitary pads costs only 80 cents. It comes in a paper box, with 16 small packs inside. Ruan Jiao bought 1 pack, carefully examined it, then added 4 more packs. Holding 5 packs of sanitary pads, she came out of the bathroom and placed them on Zhang Meihua's seat. Is this what you need? I happen to have quite a few. Take these and use them. Zhang Meihua was stunned for a moment, picked up a pack to look at it, and looked up in disbelief. Yes, this is it. Jiao Jiao, you're so clever to prepare so many. She was about to happily hug them, then thought better of it and only took one pack. Jiao Jiao, keep this for yourself. These are hard to find, and one pack is enough for me.
Take it.
I still have plenty here. Plus, I can have someone send me more. I don't lack these, and if I run out, I'll just get more from me. Zhang Meihua's eyes lit up, and she smiled like a crescent moon. Jiao Jiao, you're so kind. Since I started using these, I never want to go back to menstrual pads. Let's go out first. I'll leave these in the room, and later I'll ask the driver to take you back to get the rest. Okay. Wan Jiao Jiao returned to her room to change her shoes and also put on her wide-brimmed woven sun hat. After thinking for a moment, she bought a similar hat from an online shop. Both hats are woven, with black and white butterfly-shaped ribbons hanging at the back. In this era, they look quite fashionable. Since it's sunny outside, wearing a hat can protect you from the sun. Perfect, one for you and one for me, sister styles. Wan Jiao Jiao placed the white ribbon hat on Zhang Meihua's head. It matched her blouse and braided hair, making her look cute and charming, without standing out awkwardly. That hat looks really nice. Hee, I won't hold back then. Wan Jiao Jiao called a car at the front desk, and the two of them linked arms and went downstairs together. Their first stop was the department store. Although Zhang Meihua didn't plan to buy anything, the store was a feature of this era, and Wan Jiao Jiao was very curious about it. Since the department store, friendship shop, and cultural relics store are all close by, and with Zhang Meihua acting as a local guide, they asked the driver to leave after getting off. As they entered the department store, Wan Jiao Jiao felt a cool breeze. It wasn't from air conditioning or fans. Instead, the store had large basins of ice placed in every corner on the first floor. Plus, the spaciousness of the first floor and high windows made it feel very cool. The space was open because the ceiling of the first floor was very high, at least 4 or 5 meters, like a big factory, making it look spacious. But in reality, it was just an illusion of openness. Everywhere on the first floor were glass counters, and many shelves were mounted on the walls, filled with countless goods. They entered in the afternoon, which should be the quietest time in the store. However, as soon as they stepped inside, they saw a counter overwhelmed by a crowd. The sales clerk was shouting, "Line up," but the crowd seemed deaf to the call, waving their money and pushing forward. It was very lively. Wan Jiao Jiao didn't like crowds like this. She was small and slim. If someone pushed her down, who would she complain to? But clearly, Zhang Meihua didn't think the same. She let go of Wan Jiao Jiao's hand and told her to wait on the side. Then she rushed toward the crowd. Wan Jiao Jiao saw her jumping around the edges of the crowd, squeezing through people to ask questions. Her braid was a bit loose. After a short while, Zhang Meihua ran back, panting and looking bored. She said, "I thought I was going to see something fancy, but it's just a brushed glass cup. We already have one at home." Brushed glass cup? Wan Jiao Jiao was about to ask when she saw someone in the crowd holding something and pushing out. It was a set of very bright-colored glass teaware, with several cups and a teapot. In this era filled with black, white, and gray tones, such bright colors really stand out. Seeing that Wan Jiao Jiao was distracted by the brushed glass cup and thought she liked it, Zhang Meihua said, "Jiao Jiao, do you like it? I can buy it for you. I just heard the clerk say they received 50 sets today. I'm sure I can get one." Seeing Zhang Meihua eager and ready to rush over, Wan Jiao Jiao quickly held her back. No, I'm just curious to look. I don't want to buy anything." "Oh, okay." Not able to rush to buy, Zhang Meihua looked visibly disappointed. Then she said, "If you want to buy anything in the future, tell me. I'm good at grabbing things. Every new year, I'm the one who rushes in to buy the holiday goods." Compared to that, today's effort is just a little. Knowing that Zhang Meihua was very good at shopping, Wan Jiao Jiao helped her straighten her slightly crooked hat, praised her, and then left that place of conflict, worried she might get too excited again. The department store had many items. The first floor sold daily necessities, while the second floor had more expensive things like watches and radios. They looked around but bought nothing except some egg cakes that Zhang Meihua mentioned. To Wan Jiaojiao, the items inside were neither useful nor appealing, so she had no desire to buy. After leaving the department store, they walked a few hundred meters to the friendship store. Compared to the department store, the friendship store looked cleaner and more elegant outside. The walls on both sides were made of large windows, giving a clear view of the interior through the glass. Wan Jiaojiao took out her overseas Chinese certificate, registered at the entrance, and was about to go inside with Zhang Meihua. But she was refused. The reason was that Zhang Meihua was not a foreign guest and was not allowed inside, even if Wan Jiaojiao was with her. Since that was the case, Wan Jiaojiao decided not to go in either. Currently, the policy is like this, and it's understandable that others cannot be blamed. It's impossible for her to go inside herself and leave Zhang Meihua outside the door. Don't worry, wait for me. Zhang Meihua originally thought she could go inside with Jiao Jiao. After being refused, she sensed Jiao Jiao wanting to turn and leave. So she patted Jiao Jiao on the shoulder and took out a folded piece of paper from her small bag, handing it to the person at the gate for registration. This was a certificate issued by Zhang Meihua's father. The friendship store now not only welcomes foreign guests but also hosts visitors from other regions, including local officials and leaders. As long as they have the proper proof, they can also enter. After registering their information, the person at the door respectfully opened the big door of the friendship store for the two women. Inside, the store was brightly lit, unlike department stores that often seemed a bit dark. Surprisingly, there was air conditioning here. Apart from Jiao Jiao and Zhang Meihua, there were no other customers. The clean, tidy glass display cases and the light-colored tiled shelves made the already bright store look even brighter. The sales clerks inside stood at their counters with polite smiles. Some of them had trendy curly hair. Steering wheels, stethoscopes, sales clerks, these were very respectable jobs in this era. And to add the word most before respectable, without a doubt, the sales clerks at the friendship store were the most fashionable. They all dressed beautifully and brightly. Anyone who saw them would praise them as stylish. They were the top trendsetters in society. Jiao Jiao ignored the intense gazes from the sales clerks and leisurely looked at the display cabinets with Zhang Meihua. They weren't interested in Maotai whiskey, canned chocolates, watches, or household appliances. They moved to a section that looked like a craft or antique area. Here, they sold embroidery, brocade, ceramics, lacquer carvings, and other fine items. Some objects even had small signs indicating which era they came from. Jiao Jiao didn't know much about antiques or their ages. In her view, only whether something looked good or not mattered. Items that could be sold in the friendship store to earn foreign exchange were likely to be more modern and appealing to the public, suitable as decorations. But one or two pieces weren't enough, and mass production was beyond her means. Ignore the items marked as antique. Wan Jiaojiao's attention is fully drawn to the embroidered decorations on the shelf. This is a set of 4 embroidered items featuring plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. They seem to be double-sided embroidery. The sales clerk at the counter noticed Wan Jiaojiao staring intently, so she took down the embroidery from the shelf and placed it in the glass display case for a closer look. Wan Jiaojiao leaned in to examine it. Indeed, it is a double-sided Su embroidery, crafted by a master. The embroidery shows different colors and shading on each side, creating a dreamy, ethereal effect under the light, which is truly amazing. Similar screens like this usually cost at least 200,000 yuan later on, not to mention a set like this. This is a real piece of art. Wan Jiaojiao watched with fascination, and Zhang Meihua also kept sighing in admiration. Both of them were deeply impressed by this artwork. How much does this decoration cost? Apart from the cash she had just taken out, she still had over 1,000 yuan left from her shopping spree. If possible, she wanted to buy this captivating screen decoration. The price for this double-sided embroidery set is $500. It comes from the most famous embroidery workshop in Suzhou. The sales clerk not only explained the price but also introduced its origin and the various embroidery techniques used. The friendship store was originally open to earn foreign exchange, so paying with foreign currency was normal. Listening carefully to the clerk's detailed explanation, Wan Jiaojiao quickly checked the exchange rate in her mind. Currently, the dollar exchange rate is just under 1.5, meaning 500 US dollars is about 750 yuan. After the explanation, Wan Jiao smiled and nodded. Thank you for the explanation. Please pack it up for me. Certainly, please wait a moment. The short-haired, woolly-haired clerk smiled even more brightly. She carefully packed the decoration into a special paper box and then placed it into a paper bag printed with the words, Friendship Store. Once everything was ready, the clerk carried it out of the counter and said, Please follow me. She then led Wan Jiao and Zhang Meihua to the payment area. Wan Jiao took out the 500 US dollars she had just exchanged from her bag and completed the purchase. After buying the decorative item, the two of them lost interest in the other things inside. They left the store, guided by the clerk's polite farewell. That small folding screen is really beautiful. Jiao, you have good taste. Not long after leaving the friendship store, Zhang Meihua seemed to just realize something. She looked at Wan Jiao with bright eyes. At first, she was shocked by the price of $500, but when she saw her good friend buy it without hesitation, she was also amazed by her financial strength. Exactly. If you like something within your budget, you should buy it right away. Otherwise, once you leave the shop, you might never find it again and regret it. This kind of double-sided embroidery is a top-quality piece. Even after 10 or 20 years, it will still look beautiful. $500 is practically nothing. Wan Jiao smiled happily. She was in a very good mood. Even standing under the sun, she didn't feel annoyed. Shall we go to the antique shop next? It's a bit far from here. We can take a rickshaw to the intersection. You don't need a permit to enter or leave the antique shop, and they don't give receipts for the items. But the prices are high. Usually a few hundreds, sometimes thousands, or even tens of thousands. Zhang Meihua once enthusiastically went in with her small savings, but left empty-handed. So now, just mentioning it makes her feel a bit bitter. Although Wan Jiao hasn't been there, her expression suggests she understands. It's like going to an auction. She likes many things but can only watch helplessly. Maybe we can go another time. We've already bought something we really like today. By the way, Meihua, do you know where Huani Lane is? Wan Jiao and Zhang Meihua leaned under a tree's shade, walking slowly toward the intersection. They can wait until they have enough money to visit the antique shop. Right now, she wants to find some suitable people to help watch her small house, and also clear out the old mattresses and clutter inside. The Chun family and the people they hired last time are very suitable, good quality, and affordable. Yesterday, Chun Lijin even told her their address, so today she can contact them. Huani Lane, Zhang Meihua thought for a moment, then shook her head. There are so many alleys and small streets in the city. I'm not very familiar with that place. But the rickshaw drivers at the intersection should know. That makes sense. They continued walking to the intersection. Zhang Meihua waved to call over 2 rickshaw drivers waiting in the shade, gave them the address, and got into the rickshaw. The 2 cart drivers looked similar to Mr. Chun and his son. They wore sleeveless shirts, had towels wrapped around their heads, and had dark skin. Next to the handles of the cart, they hung bottles filled with water and salt solution. They were very strong and moved quickly. After weaving through the alley for about 10 minutes, they reached their destination. Washing Clothes Alley has no street signs. It is named after the 3 wells at the entrance used by residents. People often wash clothes there, so the name spread among the locals. The 2 men got off the cart. Zhang Meihua paid the fare directly. At this time, labor was very cheap. The whole trip cost only 50 cents, and Zhang Meihua paid extra. Like Wan Jiao once did, not knowing the prices or asking about the fare, she paid 5 yuan without hesitation. But such drivers, who are like the god of wealth, are rare in their lifetime. Wan Jiao now understands the prices, but she doesn't think she was wrong before. She just didn't want to deal with change. If she could do it again, she would still give 5 yuan but split between 2 people. Spend what's needed, save what's necessary. In the afternoon, around 2 p.m., the alley was very quiet. The driver pointed to Washing Clothes Alley, which was narrow and shaded by tall buildings on both sides, making it look a bit dark and messy. Chun Lijian said they lived in Washing Clothes Alley. It was easy to find them by asking around. It seems they don't have a house number or sign because there isn't one. Although no one was inside the alley, there was an entrance. Under a large camphor tree, many women gathered, making paper boxes. Since Ruan Jiao Jiao and Zhang Meihua got off the cart, the women kept glancing at them with curiosity or suspicion. "Excuse me, are Chen Dahui and his son Chen Lijian living here?" Ruan Jiao Jiao and Zhang Meihua asked. The women and children all widened their eyes at once, and their movements slowed unconsciously.
Wow.
Who are these fairy-like women? The first woman, who looked so striking that you wouldn't dare look at her twice, and the second, with a round, white, tender face, looked very lucky and blessed. Both looked like wealthy young ladies. Why are they here in this alley? Oh, they are here to find someone. Everyone was stunned. Aunt Chen, who was still shocked, was nudged twice by someone's elbow. Even Aunt Chen, sitting behind, was tapped several times by the person next to her. They are all from the lower social class and dare not speak to the two glamorous young ladies. Naturally, they can only remind the Chen family members. Ruan Jiao Jiao noticed their small actions and smiled at Aunt Chen. "Hello." Aunt Chen and sister-in-law Chen snapped out of their surprise and quickly stood up. Aunt Chen responded nervously. "Hello, hello. My husband and son are outside pulling carts and haven't come back yet. Who are you? Is this Aunt Chen?"
Hello.
"May I ask when they might return? I have some matters to ask Uncle Chen and Brother Chen for help." She looked like a fairy, dressed fashionably and elegantly, with a kind and friendly way of speaking. They made eye contact. Yes, it was her. Isn't she the young lady who asked her man's son to do some work a few days ago? She was generous, even inviting their whole family to eat meat. Truly, she was the kind of boss they would never meet again in their lives. "Miss Ruan, is it?" Ruan Jiao Jiao nodded in response to Aunt Chen's uncertain look. Aunt Chen hurriedly wiped her stool. "Please sit. I'll go find someone to call them back." Aunt Chen moved her stool next to Ruan Jiao Jiao. Her daughter-in-law, sister-in-law Chen, also wiped her own stool and placed it beside Zhang Meihua. "Please rest for a moment. I'll call them back right away. Yen Yen, go serve tea to our distinguished guests." "No need. We don't drink tea." "No need to trouble yourselves." Oh, I'm sorry." "Yen Yen, please keep company with the two young ladies." Aunt Chen smiled and nodded repeatedly at Ruan Jiao Jiao. When she looked at her old neighbor, her eyes were full of warning. After giving her daughter-in-law a quick look, Aunt Chen ran out of the alley at a speed completely mismatched with her frail body. They also wanted to invite the guests into their home, but their house was too cramped and the electricity bill hadn't been paid, making it too dark and unwelcoming. Sister-in-law Chen looked a bit nervous. She understood her mother-in-law's meaning. She was to watch out so the guests wouldn't be taken away. But she was not good at talking, so she could only awkwardly stand beside the two guests like a piece of wood. The woman busy pasting paper boxes under the shade of a tree also realized what was happening. She secretly observed Ruan Jiao Jiao and the other girl, examining them carefully. This was the boss who asked her husband to do some work yesterday. Not only did she pay 5 yuan in wages, but she also brought back 2 yuan for food and some ration tickets. Yes, Ruan Jiao Jiao initially gave a few dozen yuan to the Chen family father and son. She also placed food stamps and meat coupons in the envelope so they could enjoy a meal at a state-run restaurant. These men chose not to eat at the state restaurant. Instead, they divided the remaining money and took it home, enough to last several days. The women present had different thoughts. Although the two young ladies came to find the Chen family father and son, what if? Every household was struggling, but since they had such a good employer, they didn't want to miss the opportunity. So, an older woman spoke first. "Miss Ruan, may I ask how many people you are inviting this time?" Hearing this, Sister Chen became nervous and looked sharply at her. The older woman wasn't unaware, but considering her own situation, she had to push forward bravely. "My son is strong and honest. If you need more people, could you also consider my son?" Her daughter-in-law had been hospitalized after an early birth, and her granddaughter was weak and needed careful care. In the morning, she visited the hospital to care for her daughter-in-law. In the afternoon, she was busy making paper boxes. Her sons were desperately looking for work, as hospital bills and other expenses were a heavy burden for their family. When she saw someone speak up, the women, busy with their work, also listened eagerly. If her son could get the job, then maybe their men also had a chance. It doesn't need to be many people. I came this time to find Uncle Chun and his son, Wan Jiao Jiao replied. Hearing her answer, the older woman's hopeful expression dimmed, and she sighed with a bitter smile. All right, thank you. Sister Chen finally relaxed. She was really nervous. If the two young ladies weren't here, she might have lost her temper. But facing them, she didn't dare do that. Not only the older woman, but everyone waiting for Wan Jiao Jiao's reply also calmed down and focused on making paper boxes. However, they were less serious than before. As they worked, their eyes unconsciously drifted toward Wan Jiao Jiao. Men like beauty, and women do too. Especially someone like Wan Jiao Jiao. Glance once, look again, and there are only a few chances in a lifetime to see her. Because they were under the shade of a tree at the alley entrance, a breeze occasionally blew through, making the heat bearable. Wan Jiao Jiao and Zhang Meihua waited for about 20 minutes until a figure finally appeared. Here he comes. My husband is here, Aunt Chen happily told Wan Jiao Jiao and Zhang Meihua, then hurried to greet him. Aunt Chen paid a driver she knew to find the person, whether it was her husband or son, just to bring one back. Li Jianchen was sweating and panting as he ran back. Aunt Chen handed him a towel to wipe his sweat. Once he calmed down, he walked with Wan Jiao Jiao and Zhang Meihua to the other side of the eaves to talk. Li Jianchen was worried he might smell bad and bother the two women, so he kept some distance. Ms. Wan, is there something you need? I will be leaving Shanghai soon. I need someone to watch over my house. Inside, the Jia family's belongings and mattresses need to be cleaned out and the house should be swept. If there are repairs needed outside, those should be taken care of too. Including you, there will be 4 or 5 people. Each person gets 5 yuan a day. How long you work depends on when I return. Wan Jiaoju spoke directly and clearly about her plans. She took out keys, 20 ration coupons, and some tickets from her bag and handed them over. This is 200 yuan. Besides the 5 yuan daily wage, the food coupons and meat coupons worth 50 yuan are for your meals. Repair costs will be deducted from this. If it's not enough, you can decide not to do repairs. Your job is to watch the house. Someone must stay there every day. Anyone trying to enter without permission should be turned away. Li Jianchen tremblingly took the keys and money, feeling both nervous and touched. The trust Wan Jiao Jiao showed made him feel very honored. Ms. Wan, don't worry. My father and I will watch the house well. When you return, it will be clean and tidy. As for the things inside the house, Wan Jiao Jiao smiled. You can decide what to do with those items, sell them, throw them away, or keep them for yourselves. I won't interfere. All right. Are you two going back to Heping Hotel now? My car is outside the alley. I can find a brother to take you back. Li Jianchen carefully put the money, tickets, and keys into his pocket and asked for Wan Jiaojiao's opinion. She discussed with Zhang Meihua and planned to go for afternoon tea at the Red House. She didn't like the afternoon tea at Heping Hotel, so they decided to visit the city's most famous Western restaurant for a quick visit. After informing them of their destination, the 3 of them prepared to leave. Nearby, Aunt Chen and Sister Chen, full of anticipation, saw Chun Li Jian's gaze. They were so happy that they hurried to see them off down the alley. Wan Jiao Jiao looked at the crowd under the shade of a tree. Is that Aunt Sun an honest and hardworking person? Sister Chen knew who Wan Jiao Jiao was talking about. She whispered to Chun Li Jian, who looked at her and replied, Yes, I also spoke with her son yesterday. He is honest and doesn't like to gossip. Then bring his son along. There were many people under the tree, but only that aunt had the courage to speak to her. Wan Jiao Jiao didn't mind who looked after the house, as long as they were honest. Anyone was fine. Since anyone was fine, why not choose someone willing to promote themselves? The aunt under the shade was very nervous. The Chin family kept looking over, and she certainly wouldn't be naive enough to think they were looking at someone else. Although she didn't know what they said, she felt, it was her own fault for not paying attention. The Red House mainly served Western food. Their afternoon tea desserts were definitely tastier than those at Peace Hotel. Zhang Meihua and Wan Jiao spent a relaxing afternoon there, enjoying the air conditioning. After packing some desserts, they returned to the restaurant. In the evening, Wan Jiao asked the driver to take Zhang Meihua home. She waited for Gu Changshan's driver to come pick her up. It was impossible to visit someone empty-handed. Wan Jiao brought along snacks from the Red House, as well as chocolates and fruit cans bought from Taogo, carrying a full load in both hands. Of course, Su Qiuwan was the one carrying everything. She took Wan Jiao to the restaurant entrance, and the driver placed the items in the front passenger seat. Gu Changshan's car was not as luxurious as the one from Peace Hotel. The seats weren't very soft and felt a bit stiff. But luckily, the driver was careful, and the ride was smooth. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the government compound. Because Gu Changshan had said there was no need for Wan Jiao to get out and register, the car drove straight in without any trouble, finally stopping at a small gray house. Gu Changshan, his wife, and their son were already waiting at the door. When they saw Wan Jiao get out, they hurried over. Jiao, this is my wife, Dr. Shen Songrong, a surgeon at the city hospital. This is my son, Gu Songyan, a young comrade, who is 15 years old and just started high school. This is Ruang Jiao, whom I told you about before, the granddaughter of Mr. Wan. Jiao is very knowledgeable, and her insights on tea art make me feel quite humble. Feeling a bit embarrassed or not, Ruang Jiao is currently quite shy. She is very knowledgeable. Being praised so highly by Gu Changshan, she feels both shy and a little awkward. Although she is indeed very talented, being praised face to face. Never mind, she's used to it now. Ruan Jiao greets Shen Songrong and Gu Songyan with a proper smile. At this moment, the driver also takes down the gift from the front seat. Seeing this, Gu Changshan disapproves and says, "Why bring things when you come over? Take them back later. We can't accept these." Shen Songrong smiles warmly, gently puts her arm around Ruang Jiao's shoulder, and leads her inside. "Don't stand at the door.
Come in and talk."
Your uncle is right. Who brings gifts when visiting? We're family, so we don't fuss over these things.
You can take the stuff back later.
Next time, don't do this again. They're just some snacks, not expensive. Annie said we're family, so how can what I bring from home be a gift? They're just small treats to show respect to elders. If Ruang Jiao truly has good intentions, no one would dislike her. In just a few words, she makes Shen Songrong laugh happily, which also brings them closer. The driver places the gifts on the living room table and then leaves work. Shen Songrong pulls Ruang Jiao to sit on a soft, redwood sofa. Gu Songyan also sits nearby, occasionally casting curious and amazed looks. Jiao, you're really beautiful. Oh my, how can you be so pretty? Just now outside, in that dim light, I thought you looked nice. Now that you're inside, the room seems brighter because of you. Shin Songrong and her husband had been busy with their careers for a long time and only had children later. After having a child, they looked forward to having a gentle, lovely daughter like Jiao. Although that didn't happen, their son is very well behaved. Still, whenever they see other families with pretty little girls, they can't help but feel a little envious. Gu Changshan had told Shin Songrong before that his wife liked little girls, and that's true. Shin Songrong looks at Ruang Jiao with love in her eyes. To have such a beautiful little girl, how happy must the elders be? She wishes she could hold her like a treasure in her hands. Thinking that Wan Jiao no longer has family, Shen Songrong couldn't help but feel a little pity. You look lovely, gentle and graceful. I feel very close to you as soon as I see you. Wan Jiao didn't flatter or be polite. Shen Songrong was indeed very beautiful, with a classic gentle and intelligent look, an oval face and willow leaf eyebrows. Her family was harmonious, her career smooth, and she always had a smile on her face. It was hard to believe she was already a mother of such a big child. Just being friendly is enough. Come visit our home often. Shen Songrong held Wan Jiao's soft little hand, looking into her pretty, charming eyes filled with obedience. Her heart softened completely. She seemed to remember something and looked at her son sitting on a single sofa nearby. You always say you want to take the exam at Beijing University in the future, right? You can learn from your sister Jiao Jiao. She graduated from Harvard. Harvard? The one in the US? One of the top-ranked universities in the world. Gu Songyan widened his eyes and straightened his back, seeming to find it hard to believe. But Jiao Jiao is only 18 and already graduated from college. Impressive, isn't she? Your sister Jiao Jiao is only 18 and already finished university, Shun Songrong said proudly, as if Ruan Jiao Jiao was her own daughter. When her husband told her today, she wondered if he was exaggerating. How could there be someone so beautiful, smart, and talented in the world? Seeing her today, she finally opened her eyes and even thought her husband was being modest. Her goddess-like appearance couldn't be simply described as beautiful. Listening to Shun Songrong's endless praise and seeing Gu Songyan's admiration and respect in his eyes, she still appeared obedient and calm on the surface, but inside, she was panicking. Actually, she studied at Cambridge. Harvard is okay too, but she hoped she wouldn't be asked to tutor homework later. It can't be, right? Are high school questions difficult now? The knowledge she had worked so hard to learn before, she had long returned to her teachers. Dinner's ready. Xiao Song, set the table, Gu Chongshan called from the other side, interrupting her wild guesses. Before she could react, Shun Songrong pulled Wan Jiao Jiao up. Come on, today Uncle Gu cooked black chicken soup. He started it in the morning before going to work, so it must be very delicious now. Uncle Gu is quite good at cooking, so you must try it later. There is no saying in the Gu family that one should not speak during meals or sleep in silence. On the contrary, the dinner table is very lively. Although there are only 4 people, Gu Chongshan and Shun Songrong keep talking about funny things they encountered today, never letting the conversation die. Sometimes, Gu Songyan also mentions what he did today. Jiao Jiao, is the food to your liking? While chatting, Gu Chongshan and Shun Songrong also pay attention to Wan Jiao Jiao. When they see her eating more of certain dishes, they help her with her chopsticks. Delicious are these. All cooked by Uncle Gu. The food is indeed tasty. Although not as good as a professional chef's, Gu Chongshan has learned to cook as a family skill. Of course, as long as the stove is on at home, Uncle Gu is the one cooking. I don't have that talent. Gu Chongshan smiles and shakes his head. It's not that I lack talent. I just enjoy cooking. Aunt Shun lets me do it. Her hands are used for surgery, so she naturally leaves the chopping to me. She just guides me from the side. Shun Songrong gives him a playful look. The kids are here. What are you saying? Then she smiles and says to Wan Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, don't be shy. Eat as much as you like, just like you're at your own home. Andy, I will. You should eat more too. This open display of affection doesn't embarrass Jiao Jiao. Instead, the young boy sitting opposite Gu Songyan can't take it anymore. He looks at his mother, then at his father, and finally shyly glances at the smiling Wan Jiao Jiao. He then buries his face in his bowl to drink soup, only showing 2 red ears that look like they might bleed. It must be said that, despite the turmoil and darkness this era has experienced, Gu Chongshan has protected his family very well. Gu Songyan is innocent and shows everything on his face. Even Shun Songrong's eyes carry a hint of innocence that doesn't match her age. Such a family atmosphere is truly what many people dream of. By the way, Jiao Jiao, you asked Secretary Zhang about the letter of introduction today. Are you planning to leave Shanghai? The letter of introduction and travel permit are ready. Once you have them, you can buy a train ticket for a soft sleeper. I'll go get them for you. After saying this, Gu Chongshan puts down his chopsticks and walks to the next-door living room. Soon, he returns with some papers and hands them to Wan Jiao Jiao. Here are the letter of introduction and the travel permit. You can go to any city in the country you want. Gu Chongshan did not ask where Wan Jiao Jiao was going because, after a short time together, he knew she was a person with her own opinions and plans. All he could do was help with some small, insignificant tasks. Thank you, Uncle Gu, and thank you, Secretary Zhang. You've been very helpful these days. Since Wan Jiao Jiao had no pockets, she folded the 2 official handwritten notes and placed them aside. I plan to leave tomorrow to visit someone in neighboring Hangzhou. He is my grandfather's chosen fiancé. Although they didn't ask, Wan Jiao explained anyway. Since they would meet again, there was no need to hide anything. Gu Chongshan and his wife spoke in unison. Fiancé, not only were they surprised, but Gu Songyan, who was quietly eating, also looked up with curiosity. Yes, it's an arranged marriage. I heard he is currently working in Hangzhou and I want to go see him. Wan Jiao briefly explained a relationship between the Ji family and their Wan family, the origin of the arranged marriage, and how she discovered it. It was partly true, partly false, but the story made sense. After hearing her story, Gu Chongshan frowned. Are you saying you're not sure if he's really your fiancé? That this is just your guess? Shen Songrong also advised gently. Jiao, since you're not sure, maybe we shouldn't go. We can send someone to investigate first and only go if it's confirmed. Shen Songrong was worried because a young girl as beautiful as Wan Jiao going alone to a nearby city, especially the countryside, was risky. My grandfather has a very good relationship with Grandpa Ji, and the token should still be with him. But I've only met the Ji family twice, and they didn't react to their Wan family at all, so the token isn't with them. It can only be with Grandpa Ji's adopted son. He is called Ji Huiyan. I heard that Grandpa Ji and Ji Huiyan had depended on each other since then, and Ji Huiyan even saw Grandpa Ji off on his final journey. For both emotional and logical reasons, I must go see him myself. That's the right thing to do, Gu Chongshan nodded. Since Wan Jiao had no family or connections, and suddenly had this link, she should go see him. Gu Chongshan and Shen Songrong respected her decision and no longer persuaded her. Since Shen Songrong is a woman, she thought of something else. Jiao, if he really has a token of commitment, then this marriage arrangement. Seeing Shen Songrong's worried look, Wan Jiao smiled and patted her hand. Aunt Shen, don't worry. We are in a new era now, and I definitely won't believe in blind marriages. I just want to see. The fact that he stayed loyal during Grandpa Ji's hard times shows he has good character. If we can become friends and continue the friendship between our families, that would be a good thing. Wan Jiao thought for a moment and added, even if he ends up being my partner, it won't be because of a token. It will be because we truly understand each other and share the same life goals. Don't worry, I won't choose someone just because of an arranged marriage. That's good. Shen Songrong sighed in relief. Although they had only just met, she already saw Wan Jiao as her own child. She was really afraid that Wan Jiao would accept the marriage just because of her grandfather. It's not that arranged marriages are always bad, but when two families have different backgrounds and experiences, it's hard to find common ground. Throughout history, matching families' social status has always been important. It's not just talk. Moreover, many young people went to college or tried to return to the city, but Ji Huiyan was still in the countryside. They just didn't seem suitable for each other. But Shen Songrong could only feel sad inside. She was not Wan Jiao's real elder and couldn't interfere in her life. By the way, I know the mayor of Hang City. We are old classmates. I'll call him later and ask him to send someone to pick you up at the train station and take you to the local commune team. Is there such a good thing? Wan Jiao was happy to hear this, but then she thought it over and refused. That's too much trouble. I can go by myself. Before Gu Chongshan could speak, Shen Songrong quickly said, no trouble at all, just one call. Listen to your Uncle Gu. Otherwise, as a young girl, traveling alone, we would be worried. Gu Chongshan smiled kindly. That's right, it's no trouble. I used to share a dorm with my old classmate, and we're good friends. Tomorrow, I'll ask Secretary Zhang to take you to the station. He will help you arrange everything. The train station can be crowded, and you might find it hard to manage alone. Quietly eating her meal, Gu Songyan also paused, looked at Wan Jiao when she looked over, and gave her a confident little wink, then nodded seriously. It seemed to say, yes, the train station is really super chaotic. Gu Songyan's features resemble Gu Chongshan, but overall, he looks more like Shen Songrong. Since he hasn't fully developed yet, his cheeks still have a baby fat, and with his almond-shaped eyes identical to Shen Songrong's, the white and tender young boy looks very adorable. Wan Jiao was amused by Gu Songyan's small expression. Although I was already prepared to go alone, I still feel a bit nervous inside. I appreciate Uncle and Auntie's kindness. Thank you all for thinking of me. When I return from there, I want to invite Uncle, Auntie, and Xiao Song to a meal at the small Western-style house. I hope everyone can come then. All right, that's settled. Keep eating or the food will get cold. After dinner, Gu Songyan conscientiously started cleaning the table and washing the dishes. Gu Chongshan and Shin Songrong are really good teachers. They don't think sons are treasures that can't do chores. Wan Jiao sat in the living room, chatting casually with Gu Chongshan and his wife, mainly listening to Shin Songrong share funny stories from her past. They didn't ask about her life abroad or her current feelings. Instead, they let her listen as an observer, which made Wan Jiao feel very relaxed. When Gu Songyan finished tidying up and came out, it was time for Wan Jiao to leave. She used the phone in the living room to call Peace Hotel to arrange for someone to pick her up, then followed the Gu family trio out for a walk, easing her digestion, and was then sent to the gate of the courtyard. Before leaving, Wan Jiao persuaded Gu Chongshan and Shin Songrong to accept the small gift she brought. Gu Chongshan even wrote down his home phone number for her, and Shin Songrong left her the hospital office number so she could contact them if needed. As they left the Gu family courtyard and passed by the neighbor's house, Wan Jiao heard arguing from next door. The voices were a bit unclear, but she seemed to recognize them. The Gu family trio also heard it. Gu Chongshan and Shin Songrong paused for a moment, then sighed. Old Bai is starting again. Old Bai? Wan Jiao's ears twitched, and she remembered whose familiar voice it was. It was Xiao Bai, the receptionist at the City Hall building, and Bai Shunning, who had a pleasant conversation with her. She quietly looked at the house next to Gu Chongshan's, which was similar in size to his family's, then calmly followed them and left together. After dinner time at the government compound, it was still very lively outside. Since there were no entertainment activities at this hour, families liked to go for walks or sit under trees with large fans to cool off and chat. Wan Jiao followed the Gu family and met many neighbors. She would stop and greet them each time. Gu Chongshan and Shin Songrong both introduced Wan Jiao as their niece. When they encountered people interested in her, they would subtly change the subject and ask if she had a boyfriend. They walked back and forth until they reached the gate of the large courtyard. The car from the Peace Hotel was already waiting nearby. Not only the driver, but Su Qiuan also came along. The two stood by the car waiting for Wan Jiao. Uncles and aunts, you don't need to see me off anymore. The car is right there. I can go by myself, Wan Jiao said politely, holding her small bag. All right, we'll leave it here. Be careful on your way, Jiao. If you need anything when you arrive in Hangzhou, remember to call us, they replied. Okay, uncle and auntie. Goodbye, Xiao Song. She waved her hand. After Su Qiuan opened the car door, she got in and left. Gu Chongshan's family watched the car drive away and then turned back to the courtyard. Shin Songrong sighed softly. The service at the Peace Hotel is really good. I was thinking about us riding bikes, with me taking Jiao back. Since Gu Chongshan's car was a government vehicle, it wouldn't be appropriate to call the driver to come back late at night. Gu Chongshan smiled, hands behind his back. That kind of service isn't available for ordinary guests. Jiao is staying in a presidential suite that costs nearly 300 yuan a night. He didn't have anyone investigate Jiao's background. It was Secretary Zhang who told him. After all, since the entire floor was reserved solely for her, the room's luxury was obvious. Shin Songrong and Gu Songyan lived comfortably, but hearing the price made her gasp in surprise. What does nearly 300 yuan a night mean? As the secretary of Shanghai City, Gu Chongshan earned a level 5 salary, just over 400 yuan a month. Shin Songrong was a doctor at the city hospital, earning just over 200 yuan a month. They too earn more than 600 yuan together, making them among the top earners in the Shanghai stock market. It's money that most ordinary people might not save even after working hard for a whole year. But for Wan Jiao, this is just the cost of staying at a restaurant for 2 nights. No one knows how huge her hidden family wealth really is. Gu Songyan's weekly allowance is about 2 to 3 yuan. As someone admired by his peers, this young boy, at this moment, feels the big gap in the world. He looks at his mother, shunned Songrong, with a worried expression. Mom, someone like Jiao Jiao, and you still want her to help me with my homework? He doesn't say it directly, but his eyes clearly show. Can our family afford a private tutor? Shunned Songrong. She responds speechlessly. When did I ask Jiao Jiao to tutor you? Gu Songyan raises his voice. Just now, before dinner, you told me to learn from Jiao Jiao. Isn't that helping me with my homework? Did I want you to learn from her intelligence and effort? Education abroad is different from ours. Even if Jiao Jiao teaches you, can you understand her? All day long, what are you thinking about? Have you finished your homework? If you want to take the exam at Dad's alma mater, it's not that simple. As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles. Hearing his mother start her lecture again, Gu Songyan quickly lets go of her hand and runs toward home. I got it. I'll go finish my homework right now. Those outside, taking a walk and cooling off, also heard this. When the couple passed by them, they couldn't help but praise. Little Song is so eager to learn. You teach him really well. Back in the hotel room, a tired Ruan Jiao Jiao reclined on the sofa. In front of her was a table with steaming hot milk and freshly cut fruit. In the center of the table was a neat, thick stack of The Great Unity magazine. This was taken out in the afternoon by Su Qiuan and Secretary Zhang from the Ji family's bankbook. Because Ruan Jiao Jiao doesn't like many people coming in and out of her room, everything was arranged mostly by Su Qiuan herself, delivered to the door by the service staff, and then carefully placed on the table. Watching Su Qiuan come and go, placing desserts and snacks, Ruan Jiao Jiao thought of what happened this morning. She sat up from the sofa, patted the seat beside her, and said, Manager Su, stop busying yourself. Come sit here. I want to ask for your opinion on something. Su Qiuan was preparing a warm towel to wipe Ruan Jiao Jiao's hands when she heard her say this. Although she didn't quite understand at first, she still put down what she was holding and sat beside her. Here's the situation. I need to check out tomorrow morning, and we'll be away from Shanghai for a few days. As you know, I just returned to the country, and I don't have many friends or family nearby. I'm not very familiar with everything in Shanghai. You also visited my old family house with me, and know that I just took it back, so everything inside needs to be redecorated and repaired. Today, I asked the two people you met last time, Chen Lijian and his son Chen Dahui, to help me watch over and clean the house. They can handle cleaning and guarding, but rearranging some furniture might be difficult without the right contacts. When Secretary Zhang goes to get something from the Ji family later, they won't be able to help me coordinate. Although we haven't known each other long, Manager Su, you're a smart person. You can probably tell what kind of person I am. Right now, I lack someone like you, capable, well-connected, and smart enough to be attentive. So, would you be willing to come and help me with some work? Su Qiuan's pupil shrank. She thought a lot and never expected that Ruan Jiao Jiao was actually trying to recruit her to work for her. Honestly, Su Qiuan was tempted. After these 2 days together, she had a good sense of Jiao Jiao's personality. She wasn't temperamental and wasn't like some guests who come and go from the hotel, acting superior and treating staff like servants. On the contrary, she was very kind and charming. Every employee who interacted with her liked her. The two bellboys who could receive tips outside the hotel didn't count, but inside, because they couldn't accept tips from guests, Ruan Jiao Jiao would often order extra afternoon snacks for everyone to thank them for their care. For Su Qiuan, these past 2 days had been the most relaxed days she had experienced at work. The hotel's trivial matters didn't bother her because she needed to be with Jiao Jiao 24 hours a day, and her worries seemed to fade away. She only needed to take good care of Jiao Jiao. Her daily meals and supplies were all in the hotel suite, and even her sleep was in the secretary's room of the suite. Although called a secretary's room, it was equipped with the best facilities, more luxurious than ordinary guest rooms. If you follow Ruan Jiao Jiao to work only to serve her alone, Su Qiuan believes that such an experience will be quite common in her future life.
But
she has been working at the Peace Hotel since she was 17, nearly 30 years to reach her current position. Working only for Ruan Jiao Jiao means giving up everything she has now and nearly 30 years of hard work. Su Qiuan suddenly feels torn and unsure of what to choose. Wan Jiao saw Su Chuan's hesitation and difficulty and continued, "The opportunities the Peace Hotel can give you, I can also give you. What I can't give, I can try to provide. If you're willing to work for me, I will double your salary. You won't need to worry about tickets or certificates, and there will be a good bonus at the end of the year. Since you work for me for a long time, I will also give you a house later, either in Beijing or Shanghai. But as a housekeeper, you know you're not yet a professional. So in the future, I might send you to learn more, and of course, it will be paid training. You will need to live with me if you work for me. There are no fixed holidays, and I can't always focus on family matters, but if you want to go home, just tell me and I will give you paid leave. In terms of life, I might need to travel often, to Beijing or other places, so you will need to help me arrange travel and accommodation. These are roughly my needs and the conditions I can offer. Think about it." Yes, she is basically making big promises to Su Chuan. A big, round promise that almost no one can refuse. What is Su Chuan working so hard for?
Money?
Status? Or simply to improve herself and climb higher? Money, Wan Jiao can provide. Status? Su Chuan can probably see the connections behind her, and in Shanghai, she can go anywhere. And to improve herself, Wan Jiao can offer a better environment, letting her stand on the top and see a different, beautiful view. Indeed, Wan Jiao doesn't have much money right now. She plans to take only 1,000 of the 5,000 yuan on the table and use the rest to buy a mattress and household items. But with her special advantage, Wan Jiao isn't worried. Even if that advantage disappears, she wouldn't be too anxious. There are many things on her body that can be sold for money. A big era is about to begin. Even though she has no business sense, she knows that buying land in a small fishing village will make her rich in the future. Looking further ahead, as long as she buys land in Pudong at the very low prices now, she can wait patiently to collect the money. It will be a bit tiring, but life will be less comfortable than it is now. When she reaches that point, she believes she will be among the first to enjoy the benefits and quickly grow with the times. Su Chuan can clearly hear her own heartbeat pounding. The conditions Ruang Jiao offered are impossible for her to refuse. But right now, her dilemma isn't about the Peace Hotel business, but about what to do with her relationship with her husband, Chen Ping. Yes, Chen Ping, the hotel's front desk manager, is also Su Chuan's husband. Giving up everything now, including nearly 30 years of hard work, also means she must make a quick decision and give up her marriage, which she has maintained for 20 years. Su Chuan sits on the sofa, head bowed, fists clenched, with her hands turning white from tension, as if she's fighting a painful inner battle. Ruang Jiao isn't in a hurry. When making a choice, it's best to be careful. She doesn't rush her, but leans lazily on the sofa armrest, calmly waiting for Su Chuan's answer. "I agree. I want to follow you and be your full-time housekeeper, helping you handle daily matters." After a long pause, Su Chuan lifts her head, her eyes firm as she looks at Ruang Jiao. Her eyes are red, and her voice is a little choked. This decision causes her great inner pain. But she has already made a wrong choice once before. This time, she doesn't want to make the same mistake again. Su Chuan takes a deep breath to calm her emotions, which are about to overflow. This gentle, elegant woman, who always maintains proper manners, is the first time she's lost control in front of a guest. "Sorry for making you laugh at me," she says, calming herself and smiling at Ruang Jiao. "Because of my current job and personal matters, I might not be able to leave my job quickly. Could you give me some time to handle these things?" She observes Ruang Jiao's expression and, seeing no disappointment or displeasure, continues, "I know your house needs someone to take care of it right now. If you're willing to trust me, I can take leave from the hotel to help you handle these matters. During my leave, I will focus on resigning and handling personal matters. During this time, I do not need you to be paid. Is that okay?"
Why not? Of course, that's fine.
Now, Wan Jiao really needs someone to help her handle various tasks. It would be great if Su Chuan could start right away. She straightened her body, stretched out a hand and smiled, saying, "Sister Chuan, please take care of me in the future." Su Chuan also smiled, not just a polite smile, but a genuine one that made her feel relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. She reached out both hands and held Wan Jiao's soft hand, as if grasping a precious opportunity that had been lost. Her expression was serious, but also relieved. "Thank you, Ms. Wan." Wan Jiao withdrew her hand and stood up. "From now on, don't call me Ms. Wan. It's a formal title, but I'm not used to it. Just call me Jiao." Su Chuan also stood up. "All right, Miss Jiao. That sounds a bit younger. Okay, the remaining keys are with you. I need to pack my luggage soon. When I do, please put my remaining belongings in the villa." Wan Jiao took the remaining keys from her bag and handed them all to Su Chuan, then walked toward the bedroom in slippers. Su Chuan quickly followed with the keys but stopped at the door, not going inside. "Miss Jiao, do you need help packing?" Wan Jiao was tidying her messy dressing table, not looking up. "No need. You can rest first. I don't have anything urgent here." "All right, Miss Jiao. Sweet dreams." After saying that, Su Chuan gently closed the door, not disturbing Wan Jiao as she packed. Wan Jiao put aside things she wouldn't need today, then opened 3 suitcases to pack. She wasn't very diligent, but since she knew her belongings well, packing was quicker. The 3 vintage suitcases weren't the same size. They were from the same store and sold as a set. The largest was 34 inches, standing about to her thigh. The other 2 were 32 inches and 30 inches. Inside, they mostly held clothes, shoes, and delicate dresses that couldn't be squished. Wan Jiao emptied all 3 suitcases, feeling exhausted, and sat on the bed to rest for a while. She was resting and thinking, finally deciding to bring the smallest suitcase, packed with 3 sets of clean clothes, a set of pajamas, and other bottles, jars, accessories, and bags. There was plenty of space. Since she wouldn't be back tomorrow night and planned to stay overnight in Hangzhou City, she didn't know if there were good places to stay. To be safe, she also packed her towel and toiletries, adding more bottles and jars. Wan Jiao thought carefully, occasionally adding things to her suitcase. In the end, she planned to stay only one night in Hangzhou and packed her 30-inch suitcase until it was full. Almost done, she went into the bathroom to take a shower. After an hour and a half, Wan Jiao finished blow-drying her hair and walked out of the steamy bathroom, dressed in a gray-blue silk long-sleeve pajamas. She packed her bathing items into her suitcase and threw her dress and accessories onto the footstool at the end of the bed. She was too tired to tidy up now. She decided to ask Sister Qiuwan to help her organize tomorrow. After applying her homemade mask, Wan Jiao leaned on the bed, closed her eyes, and started browsing online shopping. Since she would be on the train for nearly 7 hours, she knew she would have to eat on the way. The modern high-speed train meals are not very tasty, and she didn't know what food would be available on this train. To avoid being hungry, she planned to buy some snacks and treats online. First, she needed a suitable container to hold the snacks. With many people and distractions, she couldn't just pull it out of her small bag. While browsing the department store, she suddenly remembered something and started searching for wicker picnic basket. These baskets are popular for picnics and photo shoots today. They have 2 lids and wouldn't look out of place in this era. They also offer good concealment for her. She found some options online, quite a few styles. Wan Jiao bought a small, rectangular wicker basket. When she received it, she climbed from her bed to the footstool, took out a silk scarf from her bedside table, and tied it around the handle. This made the inexpensive basket look more valuable and more pleasing to the eye. She bought a peach and an apple online, washed them, dried them with a paper towel, wrapped them in oil paper, and placed them in the basket. Cookies, chocolates, and small Chinese pastries were all packed together. To prevent thirst on the way, she also bought a vintage glass bottle of green tangerine juice. She decided not to buy cake for now, as it's too hot in summer and easily spoils. She planned to buy it secretly later if she wanted to eat. These few items almost filled her small basket. Wan Jiao thought she hadn't forgotten anything, so happily went to wash off her face mask. After half an hour of skincare, feeling satisfied, Wan Jiao put on an eye mask, lay on her bed, and thought about the 50,000 yuan coming closer. She fell into a deep sleep. Miss Jiao Jiao, is this how you pack it? Yes, yes. Put this set of clothes in a separate box here, then cover it with the isolation net to keep it apart. Wan Jiao Jiao had a good sleep last night, dreaming nothing. After breakfast with Su Chio Wan, she started organizing her things. Mostly, she was teaching, and Su Chio Wan was learning. Both of them enjoyed it very much. At this moment, Wan Jiao Jiao was braiding her fluffy fishbone braid while watching Su Chio Wan organize. The biggest box was already packed. Now she just needed to put the remaining small items inside to finish. Miss Jiao Jiao, about this set of clothes. Wan Jiao Jiao looked in the direction of Su Chio Wan's voice, squinting at the dust-proof bag she was holding. Oh, this set is velvet. Just place it casually on the remaining side of the box, then pack the other items together. Wan Jiao Jiao responded, finishing her work. She went into the bathroom, looked in the mirror, and then picked up a woven straw hat from the dressing table to wear. Perfect. The person in the mirror was wearing a loose striped silk shirt, paired with an irregular black half-length skirt.
On her feet were sheepskin bottom flats.
The black skirt reached just below her calves, with an irregular, puffed, flower bud shape hem. The fabric was similar to a shirt but a bit stiff, with a strong design sense. Wan Jiao Jiao didn't have many clothes. This set was the most suitable for going to the countryside she could find. The loose fit didn't show her figure, making it easy to move. Compared to other dresses, it was much more low-key. Paired with her lazy, fluffy fishbone braid and a pastoral-style hat, she looked youthful and full of student energy. As for the bag, she thought for a moment in the morning and decided to carry the classic Chanel 2.55 chain bag. The other bags she brought were either decorated with pearls, embroidery, or rhinestones, but C's bag was the most understated. There is also a C brand in this world. The 2.55 chain bag has long been available, making it the perfect choice. Wan Jiao Jiao finished packing and came out, while Su Chio Wan also closed her suitcase. She looked around the room to make sure she hadn't forgotten anything, then called the bellboy to come and carry her luggage. Miss Jiao Jiao, when do you think you'll be back? While waiting for the bellboy, Wan Jiao Jiao sat by the window, slowly drinking milk. After placing her luggage at the door, Su Chio Wan came over quietly to ask. Maybe tomorrow if it's quick, the day after if it's slow. If there are any changes to the plan, I'll call the hotel. You think you can be reached? Wan Jiao Jiao didn't think the plan would change because, as she knew, Hangzhou didn't have many old, famous hotels. Staying there for a day was already the limit. If she wasn't worried about taking a late-night train back, she wouldn't want to stay even one night. She had already decided to go for the 50,000 yuan. Once she got the money, she would leave. Even if shopping or other tasks were assigned to her, she wouldn't be tempted. Since it was related to her unknown fiancé, she could wait until he returned to do any tasks. With the current prices, 50,000 yuan could last a long time. Even if she bought a diamond chain watch from the mall, the rest would be enough for several months of comfortable hotel stays. She could wait. If not, she could go to Beijing to find Ji Huayan. The Dao Yutai State Guest House in Beijing had always been very appealing to Wan Jiao Jiao. That's fine. As long as you contact me through the hotel, I will definitely get the message. This morning, I contacted a spring mattress factory in Shanghai. They have stock. Are all the mattresses in Wan Mansion arranged with the highest standards? Yesterday, Su Chio Wan had quickly made a list of daily necessities based on the 4,000 yuan Wan Jiao Jiao left her. The list included everyday items. According to Wan Jiao Jiao, all used household items in Wan Mansion should be replaced. Items that can't be replaced must be thoroughly cleaned. During breakfast, Su Chio Wan shared her general ideas with Wan Jiao Jiao. For items that required receipts, Wan Jiao Jiao directly provided the receipts. As for other things she hadn't thought of yet, she planned to check carefully at Wan Mansion today. Replace everything as long as you can get it. Don't worry about the price or receipts. I want the best. Su Chio Wan nodded to show she understood. Then, the two bellhops carrying luggage arrived at the suite door. One of them also brought a message from downstairs. Secretary Zhang, who visited yesterday, just parked his bike across from the restaurant. He probably came to see Jiao Jiao. Secretary Zhang. Sure enough, when Wan Jiao Jiao arrived in the lobby, she saw Secretary Zhang talking with the receptionist at the front desk. Zhang Yuan heard someone call him, turned around, and saw Wan Jiao Jiao coming downstairs. He quickly walked over. Good morning, Miss Yuan. Seeing the luggage on the cart behind her, Zhang Yuan adjusted his glasses. Shall we leave now? He looked at his watch. It's exactly 8:50. There's a train to Hang City now, so leaving now is perfect. If you think it's too rushed, we can wait for the 9:40 train. Secretary Zhang clearly did his homework and knew the train schedule to Hang City very well. Let's go now. Please wait a moment. I'll check out at the front desk first. Of course, the earlier they left, the better. Otherwise, they'd arrive too late. Wan Jiao Jiao told Secretary Zhang and then went to the front desk to check out. Ms. Wan, these are your receipts for the hotel expenses. Please check if everything is correct. If there are no issues, please sign here. The young girl at the front desk looked at Wan Jiao Jiao with bright eyes, her voice soft and almost tender. In the vast crowd, thinking she might never see such a beautiful person again, she felt a little sad. Wan Jiao Jiao flipped through the handwritten receipts. She didn't look at the prices, but checked if the meals and snacks matched her 3 daily meals. It seems like some are missing. There's breakfast and also afternoon tea and room snacks. The receptionist girl smiled and explained, your expenses include a breakfast signed by Manager Su. The afternoon tea and evening snacks and fruits are complimentary from the hotel. You are our most honored guest. Thank you. That's all settled. Wan Jiao Jiao signed her name on the receipt and took the money back from the receptionist. There was a thick stack of cash, some small bills, some larger, totaling about 700 yuan. She stayed in the most luxurious suite in Shanghai, ate the freshest ingredients, and spent just over 700 yuan in 2 days. With such prices, she didn't know what to say. Because the train station was far from the hotel and they were in a hurry, Secretary Zhang naturally didn't mention that he rode his bike there. He sat in the front passenger seat, while Su Chuan carried a woven basket and got into the back seat with Wan Jiao Jiao. It was the North Station in Shanghai. Through the car window, Wan Jiao Jiao saw the sign on the building from afar. It was still morning, but the area outside the train station was already crowded with people. Since she arrived in this era, Wan Jiao Jiao had never seen so many people. There were too many outside the train station, and cars couldn't reach the entrance. Unable to do anything, the 3 of them had to get off early. Secretary Zhang carried the suitcase, Su Chuan held the woven basket, and they escorted Wan Jiao Jiao to a slightly open area near the station entrance. Miss Wan, wait here. I'll go inside to buy the tickets. After saying that, Secretary Zhang squeezed into the station through the crowd, without even asking if Wan Jiao Jiao had her letter of introduction and money. At the busy entrance of the train station, even though Wan Jiao Jiao and Su Chuan stood a bit to the side, they were still very noticeable, especially Wan Jiao Jiao. With her pale white skin and a modern outfit she had never worn before, even with her hat pulled low, people waiting nearby and passers-by kept glancing at her from time to time. Being looked at occasionally didn't bother her. Wan Jiao Jiao had always been good-looking since she was young and was used to it. But the loud noise around her was really overwhelming, making her ears ring. Learning from this experience, she decided that next time she would have someone buy the tickets in advance, so she wouldn't have to wait at the entrance and endure such scenes again. Mr. Wan, sorry to keep you waiting. We're going in now. Wan Jiao Jiao and Su Chuan faced the train station entrance, but Secretary Zhang's voice came from behind them. He handed the tickets to Wan Jiao Jiao, and 2 station staff members behind him carried their suitcases and led them around to the back door. Great! At first she was worried about squeezing through the front entrance, but unexpectedly, they received VIP treatment. Luckily, Secretary Zhang was there. Wan Jiao Jiao went through the station's special staff passage to the platform smoothly and without any trouble. Once on the platform, the 2 staff members greeted Secretary Zhang and then left. Secretary Zhang, thank you so much. How much are the tickets? It's no trouble. The train ticket was paid for by the secretary, so you don't need to give me anything. Wan Jiao Jiao nodded, understanding, and didn't bring up the matter again. The Gu family was very kind to her, genuinely caring without expecting anything in return. However, when she visited their home, she still felt a bit reserved. Facing the warm and friendly Shun Songrong, she mostly kept a polite distance. Her upbringing had made her wear a false mask, and the atmosphere in the Gu family made her feel out of place and unsure of herself. She was confused about how to interact with them in the future. She learned to be sincere with Zhang Meihua, exchanging gifts and showing genuine feelings, but with elders. By the way, Miss Wan, the police managed to get a lot of information from Ji Wenhui. Some decorations in your mansion were sold on the black market, and others were given away. The police have already recovered the items that Shen Suifan took back to her family, and they're still investigating the rest. Once recovered, you can go to the police station to sign and pick them up. While waiting for the train, Secretary Zhang mentioned the follow-up on the Ji family. Wan Jiao blinked, shaking off her earlier confusion. Oh, can I ask someone else to handle these matters? Of course. I can just make a call to inform them. That was good. Wan Jiao officially introduced Su Qiuan to Secretary Zhang, asking her to take charge of these matters. Su Qiuan shook hands with Secretary Zhang, and they discussed the general process. 2. The train whistle sounded, followed by the clattering noise, and the train Wan Jiao was riding finally arrived at the station. Since she was in a soft sleeper compartment, she didn't need to squeeze with others. After Su Qiuan and Secretary Zhang boarded, she carefully stepped onto the ornate train steps, holding her breath. The ticket was bought by Secretary Zhang, who knew all the details by heart. He helped Wan Jiao find her soft sleeper berth, placed her luggage, and then hurried to find the train attendant. The soft sleeper was the best seat on the train in this era. It was a small compartment with 4 beds, 2 on each side, arranged one above the other. In the middle corridor, there was a small table embedded in the wall of the carriage, covered with a white lace tablecloth and topped with a small lamp. Su Qiuan knew that Wan Jiao definitely wouldn't sleep on the sleeper bed. She quickly unfolded the neatly folded quilt and spread it on the bed to make Wan Jiao more comfortable. After finishing, Wan Jiao sat on the edge of the bed, took the basket nearby, and placed the green tangerine juice on the small table. Soon, Secretary Zhang arrived with the train conductor. Not sure what Secretary Zhang talked about with him, the conductor was very polite. He not only told Wan Jiao that the dining car was next to this carriage, but also said that once they arrived in Hangzhou, he would come to help carry her luggage. Since they were there, the conductor asked Wan Jiao to get familiar with himself, and also helped punch her train ticket. It was about time. The train was about to depart. Secretary Zhang told Wan Jiao that the secretary had arranged everything for her, and someone would pick her up once she arrived in Hangzhou. Wan Jiao saw Secretary Zhang and Su Qiuan off the train, waved goodbye to them, and then returned to her small compartment. Walking through the corridor, Wan Jiao noticed that there were very few passengers in the soft sleeper carriage. The 3 compartments before her were all empty. That was fine with her. She didn't like noisy environments and didn't want to share a room with strangers. The train clattered along, and Wan Jiao took out the newspaper Su Qiuan had slipped into her basket that morning. She sat on the edge of the bed reading it, occasionally glancing out the window at the passing scenery. The journey would take nearly 7 hours, which was quite long and a bit hard to endure. Su Qiuan and Secretary Zhang returned to the entrance of the Peace Hotel, exchanged greetings, and parted ways. They discussed unfinished matters from earlier during the journey. Secretary Zhang would go back and inform the other side, and Su Qiuan could go to pick up the items whenever she wanted. After entering the hotel, Su Qiuan headed straight to Chen Ping's office. At this time, Chen Ping hadn't started inspecting yet. He was in his office checking various hotel affairs. Comrade Su Qiuan, are you here to see the guest off? Is this a work report? The former general manager and responsible person of the Peace Hotel had gone abroad, and the delegated person had been reassigned. Chen Ping, coming from a humble farming family and being a long-time employee of the hotel, had quickly risen to the position of lobby manager. Although I am just the lobby manager, since the hotel's leadership does not interfere, the entire hotel is basically under my control. All decisions, big or small, must be approved by me. When Chen Ping saw Su Qiuan come to see him, he was not surprised. He stood up and went to make tea for her. How are things? Have you been doing okay these past few days? The staff here all like Ms. Ruan. She seems to be a very polite and cultured person. Su Chowon looked at Chinping's back, took a deep breath, and interrupted him. I am here to ask for leave.
Leave?
Chinping put down his teacup, turned around happily. He looked at the open office door, quickly walked over and closed it. Chuan, have you made up your mind? I know my mother's behavior isn't good, but she's old. Let's just go along with her this time. There won't be a next time. The hospital said she'll be discharged in 2 days. I can give you 3 days off. Is that okay? As he spoke, Chinping looked for paper and a pen to write a leave note. 3 days is enough. Su Chowon pursed her lips as she watched Chinping finish writing the note. She took it and said, I'm not going to the hospital to take care of your mother. I'm going to handle some personal matters for Miss Jiao Jiao. Miss Jiao Jiao? The lady who left, Ms. Ruan? You're willing to take leave to help her with personal matters, but can't you go to the hospital to take care of my mother?
Su Guiwan.
Seeing Chinping's face full of disbelief and anger, Su Chowon once again interrupted him, and, we need to handle the paperwork and get a divorce. She finally said what she had been holding back for 2 years. At this moment, there was pain and sadness, but mostly a sense of relief she had never felt before. Today, besides writing the leave note, I also want to tell you that I will be getting a divorce tomorrow. I will go to the authorities to handle my resignation in the next couple of days. After that, I won't work at the hotel anymore. Our salaries are saved separately, so there's nothing to divide. I will go home to pack my things soon. Besides my own belongings, everything else belongs to you. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave now. Su Chowon calmly finished speaking and turned to leave the room, leaving Chinping, whose eyes were red and face blank, staring blankly at her departing figure. Su Chowon slowly walked down the hotel corridor, reminiscing about her past self. At 17, she came alone on a small boat to find work at a factory. When passing by a restaurant, she saw through the glass window that the employees inside were neat and confident. She never thought she would become one of them someday. The factory only hired temporary workers and preferred those who lived nearby. To get this job, she lied about her address. During the day, she worked at the factory, and at night, she slept in a bridge tunnel. She was lucky and had no accidents sleeping in the tunnel. After a few days, she met her first helpful person in life. This person was a pregnant woman who had fallen by the roadside. She happened to see Su Chowon returning from work at the bridge tunnel. She took the pregnant woman to the hospital, and luckily, both mother and baby were fine. After learning about Su Chowon's situation, the woman's husband offered her a temporary job and even paid for a small house to rent. This job was cleaning and helping out in the back kitchen of the Peace Hotel. She worked in the kitchen for half a year and then met her second helpful person, Mr. Carl, the hotel's general manager. Thanks to Mr. Carl's recognition, she was transferred to work in the main hall and met Chinping, who also worked there. Mr. Carl was a kind and elegant gentleman who taught her many things like a father. Su Chowon was smart and hardworking. Under Mr. Carl's guidance, she absorbed knowledge quickly, like a sponge. Later, because of various reasons, all foreign staff at the Peace Hotel, including Mr. Carl, had to return to their home countries. Before leaving, Mr. Carl asked if she wanted to go with him. He said she wouldn't need to worry about paperwork and that he could help her find a better job abroad. She refused. She still had family here, and by then, she had started dating Chinping. She didn't want to leave everything behind, even though she longed to go. After they left, many positions at the Peace Hotel became vacant. Because Su Chowon and Chinping were experienced workers and had recommendations, they were quickly promoted. Both of them loved their work. After several years of struggle, and despite her mother-in-law's opposition, they married when Su Chowon was 25. Their married life was not perfect. For some reasons, they didn't have children for 20 years, which might have been a good thing. Su Chowon left the hotel and looked back. This iconic building in Shanghai has carried her through 28 years of joys and sorrows. It is probably time to say goodbye. The time on the train was definitely hard to endure. Especially after putting away all electronic devices to pass the time, Ruan Jiao could only stare at the reading lamp after finishing the newspaper. There was no air conditioning on the train. With the occasional shaking and the constant sound of the train moving, she felt increasingly restless, especially since it was already a bit stuffy. A delicious lunch has been prepared for all passengers. If you need to eat, please go to the dining car. The dining car is located at the back of the train, in carriage 15. When she heard the sudden announcement, Ruang Jiao looked at her watch. Only a little over 2 hours had passed since she boarded. Feeling annoyed, she stood up to check out the next carriage. Leaning against the soft bed, even with a pillow, her back still felt uncomfortable. It was better to get up, walk around, and have some food. Hello, are you going to the dining car? Ruang Jiao reached the connection point between two carriages. The shaking and noise here were even more noticeable. Next to the connection was a small crew restroom. The door was open, and inside sat the train attendant who had been brought by Secretary Zhang earlier. Yes, my luggage is over in the soft sleeper carriage. Since there were no surveillance cameras in this era, losing things meant they couldn't be recovered. The train attendant understood Ruang Jiao's worries. The soft sleeper carriage is at the back of the train. To enter, you need to check your ticket. Currently, you are the only passenger in that carriage, and there are nearly 2 hours until the next stop. In short, he was reassuring her that no one else would be allowed into the soft sleeper carriage while she was eating. Hearing this, Ruang Jiao felt relieved. She thanked him and slowly headed to the next carriage. Honestly, aside from external factors, this dining car looked more like a small restaurant. The floor was carpeted, and on both sides, there were several long tables covered with white tablecloths, decorated with small ornaments and green plants. One window in the dining car was as large as the 2 soft sleeper carriages combined, providing plenty of light. Lace curtains hung on either side of the window, and photos and paintings decorated the surrounding walls. The decor here was the best on the entire train. Ruan Jiao entered the back of the dining car. To order food, she needed to go to the front. Since she arrived early, only the busy train attendant was there besides her. She walked through the dining car to the front, where there was a curved ordering counter. Next to it was a rectangular glass display case filled with many bottles of alcohol, mostly yellow beer. In the center was the well-known Matai liquor. Inside the ordering area, a female train attendant was wearing a white uniform and a white hat. She was busy handing out aluminum lunch boxes. A train attendant pushing a small cart took the lunch boxes and carefully stacked them onto the cart. It was clear that these were boxed meals sold to each carriage. The female train attendant noticed Ruan Jiao and quickened her pace. Without looking up, she said, "Hello, comrade. What would you like to order? These are today's dishes, no tickets needed. Take a look first." Behind the counter, a small wooden sign hung, swaying slightly as the train moved. It listed the day's menu. You could order food in the dining car, but it was mainly quick, simple home-style dishes for efficiency. Ruan Jiao looked at the menu but had no appetite. Since she was there, she decided to try the train meal. She ordered stir-fried pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of rice. The female train attendant finished her tasks, then looked at another attendant pushing the cart away. Only then did she lift her head and greet the passenger. Total. She paused when she saw Ruan Jiao, then smiled kindly and softened her voice. That will be 3 yuan and 20 cents. Since there are no meat or grain tickets on the train, the price is a bit higher than outside. Ruan Jiao rummaged through her bag and paid with some loose change she had found earlier at the Peace Hotel. "Comrade, please sit down. I'll ask the chef to prepare it for you right away. It will be fresh and hot. Would you like something to drink? We only have alcohol and plain water here, but I brought some malted milk powder. I can make you a cup." Ruan Jiao thanked the train attendant for her kindness and said she only wanted water. Then she moved to the back of the dining car, leaning against the seat at the very end. Soon, other passengers would come. Sitting at the front was too obvious, and she didn't want to be stared at while eating. The female train attendant watched Ruan Jiao sit down, feeling a bit regretful that her face was no longer visible from that position. She opened the small door beside the ordering counter, quickly told the chef the dishes she wanted, then happily carried the water jug and cups to serve the customers. After pouring the water, she left for less than 2 minutes and then returned with a tray of food. Because there were only a few dishes, the chef must have prepared them earlier, so the food was served very quickly. The female train attendant placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table and quietly asked, "Comrade, where are you headed?" Feeling her words might be a bit too forward, she quickly added, "Tonight, the chef will make braised pork. If you come tonight, I can save a portion for you." Wan Jiao smiled and said, "I'm not that lucky to get a taste. I'm going to Hangzhou City, and I'll get off this afternoon." Hearing this, the female train attendant looked disappointed. "But I'll be back in Shanghai the day after tomorrow. I don't know if I'll take this train again." The train attendant looked even more sad and said tiredly, "Probably not. We still have 3 days to reach the end." Before Wan Jiao could speak, a passenger who wanted to order food arrived. She had to quickly say goodbye to Wan Jiao and get back to work. The new passenger started ordering, and more people came into the dining car one after another, mostly groups of 3 or 5. After all, train food doesn't require tickets, and even if it's a bit more expensive, it's still cheaper than buying a box meal. Coming together to eat is more cost-effective. The dishes like green pepper pork slices and tomato scrambled eggs had generous portions, with more meat than green peppers and more eggs than tomatoes. The taste wasn't outstanding, but it wasn't bad either. Definitely better than the high-speed train meals. Wan Jiao casually took a few bites, feeling about half full, then put down her chopsticks. She decided to fill the remaining space with small cakes and desserts. She stood up, ready to return to her soft sleeper carriage. Suddenly sensing something, she turned around and saw the female train attendant looking in her direction. Wan Jiao tilted her head and waved happily at her. The train attendant, holding a tray, also smiled brightly and waved back. After passing 2 carriage sections, Wan Jiao greeted the train attendant sitting in the small lounge and then returned to her soft sleeper. Feeling bored, she leaned half against the bed and started browsing for small cakes and desserts online. She had overestimated her appetite. Wan Jiao picked out 2 small cakes online, but after forcing herself to eat one, she couldn't eat any more. She unscrewed the green tangerine juice that Su Qiuan had opened and took a sip, which eased the sweet, sticky feeling in her mouth. Then she placed the extra small cake into her basket. Wan Jiao looked at her watch. There were still more than 3 long hours before reaching Hangzhou. She picked out a copy of People's Literature from her shopping to pass the time. She looked at the magazine, sipped her juice, and her restless mood gradually calmed down. When a person is immersed in something, time seems to pass very quickly. In this era, authors whose work is published in People's Literature are naturally talented. Wan Jiao looked at some short stories inside and surprisingly found some enjoyment. During the trip, the train stopped at stations twice. A few passengers got on one after another, but none entered her compartment. "Comrade, we will arrive in Hangzhou soon. Let me help you carry your luggage." The train attendant's arrival interrupted Wan Jiao's immersion in her novel. Unconsciously, they were about to reach Hangzhou. "Okay, I only have this one suitcase." "Thank you, train attendant." Wan Jiao pointed to her suitcase under the small table, then stood up to pack her things. Actually, there wasn't much to pack, just putting the juice into the basket, slinging her shoulder bag, and finally placing the magazine on top of the basket cover. She carried the basket and followed the train attendant to the train car connection. Outside, the scenery changed from endless farmland to scattered low houses. The train seemed to slow down. The swaying and pushing back sensations were very strong at this moment. Wan Jiao had to hold onto the handrail to keep her balance. Such an experience, such a feeling, was truly enough. If possible, she really didn't want to take the train again. When the train arrived at the station, the train attendant quickly carried her suitcase down the platform. Wan Jiao held her basket behind him, carefully stepping on the perforated stairs. "Excuse me, are you Comrade Wan Jiao from Shanghai?" As she steadied herself on the platform, a middle-aged man in a gray shirt and a crew cut approached her. Wan Jiao nodded. This should be the person Uncle Gu, her old classmate, sent to pick her up. "Hello, Comrade Wan. I am sent by Mayor He. You can call me Secretary Zhang. Is this your luggage?" "The train attendant can give it to me. After Secretary Zhang finished introducing himself, he took the suitcase from the train attendant and then asked Ruan Jiaojiao, "Comrade Ruan, are you heading to the local commune now, or staying in Hang City to rest? What a coincidence." "Another Secretary Zhang? No rest now, let's leave right away." "I don't know exactly which commune it is, only that it's Teotihuacan in Hang City." "Do you know about Teotihuacan, Secretary Zhang?" Secretary Zhang frowned and repeated the name softly. The place sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember it immediately. Hang City isn't very big, but it has dozens of communes. Each commune has many villages and brigades. Secretary Zhang was transferred to Hang City with Mayor He, so it's normal that he doesn't remember everything right away. "Let's talk as we go." The driver knows Hang City well. He probably knows more. Wan Jiaojiao agreed with okay, said goodbye to the train attendant and followed Secretary Zhang outside. At the Shanghai train station, they used the VIP employee passage. When they arrived in Hang City, they still used the VIP passage. Next to the passage, a young station staff member saw Wan Jiaojiao and brightened up, eager to help carry her basket. If someone is helping, why refuse? Wan Jiaojiao naturally handed over her basket and relaxed, walking behind the two. Hang City's train station has a different style from Shanghai's. It features traditional Chinese architecture with upturned eaves, very classic. Compared to Shanghai, the station looks smaller and a bit quiet, but that made things easier for Wan Jiaojiao. They came out from a small path beside the main gate. Without walking far, they saw a car parked at the entrance. The young man returned the basket to Wan Jiaojiao, shyly about to ask her name, but Secretary Zhang, who had just put down the suitcase, calmly stepped in and then thanked the young man. Seeing Wan Jiaojiao get into the car, Secretary Zhang patted his shoulder in farewell, then, in the young man's days, got into his own car and drove away confidently. "Oh, Teotihuacan is under Taoyuan Commune. They have many wild peaches in the mountains there, and Teotihuacan seems to have a peach forest." When the driver mentioned Taoyuan Commune, Secretary Zhang immediately remembered. Taoyuan Commune is one of the better developed communes in Hang City. It has a paper mill and a brick factory. He had previously accompanied Mayor He to inspect it. To be sure, sitting in the front passenger seat, Secretary Zhang asked again, "Is there only this Teotihuacan in Hang City?" The driver is a local from Hangzhou who used to drive a small bus back and forth between the communes and the city. Later, because he was steady and skilled at driving, he was assigned to drive for the leaders. Since he mentioned it, it must be there, so Secretary Zhang told the driver to head to Taohua village. Wan Jiaojiao leaned back in the back seat, closing her eyes to rest. Throughout the journey, both the driver and Secretary Zhang stayed quiet, not disturbing her rest. The old-fashioned car had no air conditioning, and sometimes a gasoline smell would fill the air, making Wan Jiaojiao, who was already uncomfortable, feel worse. She kept her eyes closed, frowned, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. She opened her eyes and prepared to roll down the window for fresh air. The windows were manual and quite tight. Wan Jiaojiao used a lot of effort to open the window. A gentle warm breeze blew into the back seat. She took a deep breath, feeling much more comfortable. As the car drove further away from the city, it gradually entered the forested mountains. Because of the surrounding trees, the outside air temperature dropped, and occasionally, she could smell the fresh scent of grass, trees, and unknown flowers. The mountain roads were dirt and gravel, not smooth, but the driver drove steadily and not too fast, so it didn't feel bumpy. After about half an hour, the road widened, and she could see low houses again. "This should be almost there, right? Here is Hongxing Commune. It's about another hour to Taohua village," the driver suddenly explained, causing Wan Jiaojiao to lean back again. It was now past 4:30 p.m., and with an hour left, they wouldn't arrive until around 5:30. She planned to find Ji Huayan, exchange greetings, and show the token, which would take at least half an hour. Then, another hour and a half to return to the city and find a place to stay. She wouldn't get there until around 8 p.m. "Secretary Zhang, do you know any accommodations in Hangzhou? Places like Peace Hotel or Friendship Inn?" she asked. "Haha, we don't have hotels like that in Hangzhou. Only guest houses." "Comrade Ruan, Do you plan to rest in Hangzhou later? There's a guest house near the train station. I can take you there later, he replied. Secretary Zhang's answer made Wan Jiao's head spin. A guest house, she thought, and right next to the train station. Hearing this, Wan Jiao thought of a small train station hotel she had seen in the news before. Damp rooms, small beds, a gloomy, cramped environment.
No.
Absolutely not. Right now, she faced 3 options: stay overnight in the countryside, go to a guest house, or rush back to Shanghai that very night. The quality of the countryside accommodation didn't matter much. What mattered was bothering someone to come pick her up tomorrow, which was definitely not acceptable. If it were her own driver, it would be fine, but this was a favor from Secretary Gu. As for the guest house, she really didn't want to go. If there was no train back to Shanghai tonight, the guest house would be her last choice. If possible, she really wanted to carry her luggage and take the train back overnight. For these 50,000 yuan, she had suffered a lot. Finish the task and leave immediately, no extra time allowed. No matter if Ji Huayan is handsome or not, or if her next mission involves him, neither beauty nor money could stop her from leaving. 50,000 yuan was enough to last her a while. I'm going back. Sorry for the trouble. You're welcome. It's what I should do, Secretary Zhang replied with a smile from the back seat, then turned around and sat quietly, not saying anything else. Not long after leaving the Red Star commune, the car heard 2 sharp honks from behind. The driver slowed down, moved the car to the side, giving way on the left, and warned, "Comrade, roll up your window, or it might be uncomfortable later." The window? She had just struggled to open it, and now she had to close it again? Wan Jiao was a bit confused, but still managed to roll up the window with effort. As soon as the window was closed, a minibus slowly appeared on the left side of the car. After overtaking them, it sped up. The minibus was loaded with luggage on the roof and covered in thick yellow dust, so much so that its original appearance was unrecognizable. Looking through the windshield, Wan Jiao clearly saw the speeding minibus bouncing along the bumpy road, to the point that its wheels almost lifted off the ground. That driver couldn't be a racing driver, could he? Then, the minibus ahead kicked up a cloud of dust and gradually disappeared into the haze. No wonder the driver told her to roll up the window, otherwise, she'd be sitting inside the car covered in dust. This minibus is really scary. Luckily, Secretary Gu arranged everything for her, or else she really didn't dare to sit in such a vehicle. Being on this bus, she felt like her soul might be shaken out. The minibus had already driven far away, and the dust raised by it had settled. The beautiful scenery on both sides became clear again. The secretary in front and the driver rolled down the windows, bringing a cool breeze into the stuffy interior. Wan Jiao didn't want to move anymore. She looked at her red palms from twice rolling down the window and sighed quietly. That's fine. At least she could feel the wind. She could always smell a faint gasoline scent. Plus, the mountain roads kept turning left and right. Wan Jiao, who normally didn't get carsick, started to feel dizzy and uncomfortable in her stomach. To hide her discomfort, she took out a mint candy from her basket and put it in her mouth. Her small face turned pale as she closed her eyes again to rest. The sunlight disappeared as they traveled, and the sky gradually darkened. Only the green mountain peaks still glowed with the sunset's afterglow. Wan Jiao felt the car slow down and seemed to hear some noisy sounds around her. She opened her eyes and looked out. She saw groups of people coming out of a large house. At the gate, there was a sign that read, Taoyuan Paper Factory. On the factory wall, there was a slogan painted, Promote Revolution, Boost Production. Finally, they reached the commune. It seemed the workers from the paper factory had just finished work. Because the workers were coming out and blocking the road ahead, the car had to slow down. But only for a little while. The cars in this era were very precious. The workers looked at the car with surprise and curiosity, then quickly moved to the sides of the road to clear the way, afraid of hitting the valuable vehicle and causing trouble for the leaders inside. Since they had arrived at Taoyuan Commune, it seemed the destination was not far now. Wan Jiao glanced at the time. Indeed, It was only about 10 minutes to Taohua village. She didn't close her eyes again but turned her head slowly to look outside at the scenery. The car wound along the mountain road for a long time, and finally, the road ahead became flat and open. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, saw that Wan Jiao Jiao was not sleeping and smiled, saying, "This is the territory of Taohua village. Keep going forward and you'll reach their team. There are many large dirt pits on both sides of the road at Peach Blossom Village, looking like square ponds." As the car approached the ponds, Wan Jiao Jiao suddenly smelled a strong foul odor, and her pale face started to turn green. She couldn't describe the smell with words. It was like a biological weapon. Could these be cesspits? Although Wan Jiao Jiao didn't know much, she understood that farmers use manure water to fertilize their fields. These small pools, about the size of a swimming pool, probably don't contain just manure, right? She held her breath, feeling more and more uncomfortable, with goosebumps rising on her arms. The secretary Zhang and the driver sitting in the front seat were fine with the smell. Seeing Wan Jiao Jiao's discomfort, Secretary Zhang explained, "These pits are used for pickling bamboo. The pickled bamboo is then sent to the paper factory in the commune. Peach Blossom Village is quite lucky. It's close to the commune. With a paper factory job, the villagers earn quite a bit more money each year." The driver also chimed in happily, "Yes, even though it smells bad, it's all money. My wife's family also has similar pits. They even dug pits into the village and people there enjoy the smell while eating, haha. By the way, it's thanks to our mayor's skill. He found someone who knows traditional paper making." Over the years, Hang City has built many paper factories, creating lots of jobs, and the farmers' lives are getting better. Secretary Zhang felt proud listening to the driver.
Yes.
"And it's because our land is good, with so many bamboos in the mountains." As the car passed the pits and slowly entered Peach Blossom Village, Wan Jiao Jiao relaxed her breath and listened to the driver and Secretary Zhang chatting. She lowered her eyes, lost in thought.
Cars.
A car. "A car is coming to our village." The children playing at the village entrance were the first to notice the slowly approaching car at the end of the road. They shouted and ran into the village to call others. Since it was late July, everyone was busy with the double harvest, harvesting early rice and wheat and planting late rice. When the driver reached the big silver ginkgo tree at the village entrance, the crowd waiting there was either children with runny noses or elders holding large fans. Everyone was afraid of damaging this precious little car, so they kept their distance, peeking at it. Even the most mischievous children didn't dare to get too close. The driver stuck his head out of the window and asked loudly with a smile, "Fellow villager, how do I get to the village chief's house?" Wan Jiao Jiao also looked outside through the window at the villagers. When they heard the driver's question, they suddenly became excited. "Looking for Uncle De Wang. Fudan Milk, the little car is looking for your house. You're looking for my house. Hurry up, go find someone to call De Wang back. I'll go. I run the fastest." Within seconds, a few small children from the crowd ran off in another direction, quickly heading away. An older woman with a flower towel tied on her head covered her fan with a sewing basket and happily stepped forward, saying, "It's my house. I'll lead the way. My yard gate is just right for parking the little car. Thank you, fellow villager. You lead the way, I'll follow behind." After thanking her, the driver started the car again. The crowd around them parted and quickly moved forward, following the woman who was leading the way. This was the first time such a fancy little car appeared in the village. Maybe someone important was sitting inside. Thinking bigger, it could even be a leader from the city. Since the commune was close to their village, it was possible that a city leader was inside. They needed to hurry and find a good spot near the village chief's house to see who was sitting in the car. It might be a very important guest, and they wondered what good news brought the village chief out. Village chief's wife, Song Zhenhua, thought so too. She believed the person in the car must be a high-ranking leader from the county or city. Although her hair was streaked with gray, and she was not young anymore, she was walking quickly and confidently, almost as if she was full of energy. Even young people might not be able to catch up with her. The sun had already set in the west, and the sky was gradually darkening. But the men and women of Taohua village still worked hard in the fields, sweating freely. Village head Wang De Wang was among them. "This year's harvest is really good. There aren't many empty shells in the rice. We'll get a good share this year. Our days are really getting better and better. The village's old expert just finished placing the harvested rice by the water's edge, his face glowing with pride as he spoke. Village head Wang Wang wiped his forehead with a towel hanging around his neck, slowly straightening his sore back. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile widely. Yes, this year, the commune's quota might be lower than usual, so we'll get more new grain. He looked up at the sky and then glanced at the nearly harvested water fields. He waved his hand and shouted, "Time to finish work." With a shout, the men and women in the water fields all relaxed, stopped their work, grimaced, straightened up, and slowly walked ashore. Make sure to take your tools and register them in the storage room. Although everyone worked in the fields every day and was very familiar with the process, tools were very important. Wang Wang still repeated this every day without getting tired. Old Fu, the little car, village chief, hurry home, great uncle. The big leaders are coming to your house. Just as Wang Wang put on his straw sandals, took his pipe and water bottle from the shade of a nearby tree, and was about to head home, he heard some children shouting. Although their calls were different, they were all calling him. Plus, they were saying that big leaders in a small car were coming to his house. Wang Wang dropped his things and ran home. The villagers, hearing these children, also looked surprised. After a second of hesitation, they picked up their tools and followed him. There was no rush to handle the tools. First, they wanted to see the small car. When Wang Wang reached his door, he saw a black small car parked in the open space. Several children gathered nearby, looking amazed, but they didn't dare to reach out. The courtyard gate was crowded with people, all coming from the threshing area to watch the excitement. They chattered and discussed what was happening, and every now and then, there were surprised exclamations and gasps. "Make way! Make way! The village chief is back." People outside the crowd noticed Wang Wang, who was sweating and out of breath, and immediately shouted loudly. His shout made the onlookers quiet down and give Wang Wang a narrow path just wide enough for one person to pass. Wang Wang, why was it that just because he was going home, these people were so reluctant to make way? It seemed they were afraid he might be pushed out. How important was the leader coming to his house? Wang Wang turned sideways and walked in, his heart pounding. Xiao Ji, the young intellectual, came to our village when he was only 13. He was thin and bony, with little luggage. I couldn't believe he was from the city back then. He usually doesn't talk much and works very hard. Now, he's earning full marks. There aren't many young educated youths as capable as him. Village chief's wife, Song Zhenhua, sat on a long bench talking to Wan Jiao about Ji Huan. At first, she was surprised to see this beautiful girl who looked like a fairy was here to see Ji Huan. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. People in the village knew that the young educated youth, Ji, had an unmarried fiancé, but that was only what he said himself. Over the years, no one in the village had ever seen Ji and his supposed fiancé interact. Not a single letter or package had ever been exchanged. Song Zhenhua and other women in the village thought that Ji was just avoiding introductions to potential matches and that the fiancé didn't really exist. Now that she had seen her with her own eyes, Song Zhenhua praised Ji Huan, but also secretly wondered. This fairy-like girl might be here to break off the engagement. It wasn't impossible. Although Ji Huan was tall and steady, he was quiet and not very good-looking. Looking at the girl in front of her, she thought they didn't match at all. Without a fancy house or wealth, how could he afford such a delicate beauty? But these were just guesses. Song Zhenhua wouldn't ask directly. She had watched Ji Huan for 7 years, seeing him work hard to live, gradually changing from a skinny boy into a strong young man. She leaned closer to Wan Jiao and lowered her voice, whispering, "Many families in the village are interested in Ji Huan. He's tall and capable, and 2 years ago, matchmakers kept coming. But Ji Huan didn't pay any attention. He's very honest, never secretly with any girl, and I haven't seen him talk to any girl much." Wan Jiao was amused by the secretive whisper and laughed out loud. Actually, she already knew some of this from reading novels. Ji Huan was a typical hardworking man, focused on studying and building his career. He never showed interest in women, and he was dedicated to his work. It's a pity that he succeeded, but he ended up helping others get married. When Song Jinhua saw Wan Jiao smile, she also smiled. She thought the fairy-like girl was happy with Ji Huayan's attitude and was smiling happily. Wang Deweng finally squeezed into the yard and entered the main hall. He saw his son serving tea to 2 guests, while his wife was smiling brightly at a young woman. He hadn't seen her smile so happily in many years. She was squinting her eyes and smiling so broadly that her teeth showed. Song Jinhua caught a glimpse of Wang Deweng entering and quickly waved to him. "Deweng, have you seen Xiao Ji the educated youth? His fiancé came to see him." She then turned to introduce the young woman. "Jiao, this is my husband, the village chief of Taohua village. They just finished work, so Xiao Ji the educated youth must have finished too. I asked him to call someone for you, because Ji Huayan was still a young boy when he went to the countryside." Song Jinhua added a little before his name. When she called him that, the villagers and the village chief also followed suit. They were used to calling him that even though Ji Huayan was no longer little, they never changed their way of speaking. Jiao introduced herself to Song Jinhua and explained her purpose for coming. Song Jinhua dropped the formal title, Comrade Ruan, and simply called her Jiao, because she thought the name suited her perfectly. Such a delicate and lovely girl should be called Jiao. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Deweng understood. There was no high-ranking leader involved, and the car wasn't here specifically to find him. His excitement turned into a small disappointment. Wang Deweng tidied his mood, ready to go out and see if Ji Huayan was around. Secretary Zhang also stood up at this moment. "Hello, Captain Wang. My surname is Zhang. Just call me Comrade Zhang. We came here specifically to help Comrade Wan find someone." "Sorry for disturbing you." Secretary Zhang then took a pack of peony cigarettes from his pocket, shook one out, and handed it to Wang Deweng. "Comrade Wan is a relative of Mayor He. Please pay more attention to this matter." As he handed over the cigarette, he also subtly drew closer, speaking in a very low voice so only the two of them could hear. This move by Secretary Zhang was not only to make Wang Deweng pay attention, but also to protect Jiao's reputation. If villagers outside found out that the person in the car wasn't a leader and that they were here just to find Wang Deweng, once they left and the excitement died down, rumors would start to spread about capitalism and hedonism. Although most villagers are simple and honest, some are very cunning. Secretary Zhang is used to these dark sides and naturally wants to stop everything early. Otherwise, when they leave, Miss Ruan's fiancé will be the one facing the consequences. Although the higher authorities have relaxed their control now, the countryside doesn't follow these rules. Once someone is labeled, it's hard to predict what might happen. He knows that Wan Jiao is the niece of Secretary Gu from Shanghai, and Secretary Gu is close friends with Mayor He. So, he must handle this matter carefully and perfectly, without any mistakes. Mayor He? Wang Deweng's eyes widened, and his fingers trembling as he held his cigarette. He doubted if he heard correctly and looked again at Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang moved away from him, put the cigarette back in his pocket, and gave him a mysterious smile. Wang Deweng looked away, carefully tucked his cigarette into his pocket, and secretly glanced at the mayor's niece, who was chatting happily with his wife. Wan Jiao was sitting with her back to the door at first, but when Wang Deweng came in, she turned around and stood up. As soon as he saw her, Wang Deweng's eyes met hers.
Wow.
"Oh my goodness. Is this the fiancé of Xiao Ji, the young worker? She's the mayor's niece, and she looks like a fairy fallen from the sky.
Xiaoyi.
Is hiding something deep. Old man, what are you daydreaming for? Are you getting forgetful again? Hurry up and see where Xiao Ji is." Oh, right. Wang Deweng was over 60, so his reactions were a bit slow. He quickly stepped out of the main hall into the yard. Seeing the crowded scene outside the small yard, he shouted, "Is Xiao Ji here? Has anyone seen Xiao Ji?" The onlookers, hearing the village chief was looking for Ji Huayan, stopped their chatter and responded immediately. "I saw Xiao Ji at the grain threshing ground earlier. Yes, he was working there, but he's finished now and isn't here. He's gone home. I saw him go back when I finished work. Wang Dawang got the answer. He knocked on the yard gate with his pipe and loudly said, all right, what's all this crowd for? Tired after a whole day? Aren't you hungry? Go home and eat. Move along. Go back quickly. Don't delay tomorrow's work. Hurry up, or you'll make me angry and scold you. Most villagers in Peach Blossom Village all have the surname Wang, and they are all related ancestors. Although he is called the village chief, he is actually the team leader and village secretary. Everyone just got used to calling him that and couldn't change it. Wang Dawang is a very forward-thinking person. He had studied for a few years and knew how important reading and writing were. After the educated youth went to the countryside, he started a literacy class in the village, encouraging everyone, especially children and young people, to learn. The teachers for the literacy class were chosen from among the educated youth who went to the countryside. He picked those who couldn't do farm work but came from good families. They were mostly young masters and misses used to city life, who couldn't endure farm hardships and didn't rely on public support. Everyone had their own needs, so the relationship between the educated youth and villagers in Peach Blossom Village remained quite harmonious. After the commune set up a paper factory, many jobs were created. Besides the commune workers, the most promising were the villagers from Peach Blossom Village. Because of the proximity and their literacy skills, over a dozen villagers were selected for the paper factory. Year after year, the factory kept expanding its workforce. Now, almost every household in Peach Blossom Village has someone working there. Thanks to Wang Dawang's foresight, every family appreciated him. He became very respected in the village. No one dared to contradict him or ignore his words. If a troublemaker dared to cause trouble, their whole family would be disciplined at home. Under Wang Dawang's stern warning, the people gathered at the door, reluctant but unable to stay. They slowly dispersed, each returning to their own home. Those who arrived early just happened to see Wan Jiao get off the car, and they were instantly amazed. They only took one look but wanted to see her again, then look a few more times. Latecomers saw the car parked at the village chief's house and many people gathered around, so they hurried over to join the crowd. They heard from others that the young comrades coming out of the car looked very beautiful, and naturally, they were eager to see what she really looked like. Unfortunately, they couldn't resist the village chief's authority. Ji Huayan does not like to socialize or join cliques among the educated youth. After earning enough work points, he moved out on his own. Peach Blossom Village, because it supplies bamboo to the paper factory and each household has a worker, many families built new houses. After paying some rent, Ji Huayan moved into the most remote small courtyard in the village alone. This story, Wan Jiao had read in a novel. In the novel, the female protagonist did not get along well with the female educated youth and complained to the male protagonist a few times. At that time, the male protagonist also didn't want to stay cramped at the educated youth camp, so he suggested that Ji Huayan and the female protagonist move in together, sharing the rent. But Ji Huayan refused. When Wan Jiao read this part, she understood Ji Huayan's feelings. He simply didn't want to share space with others, so he moved out. The small courtyard only had 2 rooms that could sleep people, one for the female protagonist, and he didn't want to share with others. Moving out with some rent was probably just a lonely effort. Because of so many small things like this, Wan Jiao never liked the main characters in the story. Especially after the female protagonist arrived, Ji Huayan, who should have been the top scorer in the first college entrance exam, didn't take the test, and instead let the male protagonist take the lead. If you think about it, it was just a coincidence, unrelated to them. She didn't believe that. Village chief, I want to go with you. I've been sitting in the car for too long, and I want to take a walk. Wan Jiao's real goal was the token, but she couldn't say that openly. She wanted to go alone so Ji Huayan wouldn't have to waste time going back and forth, especially since she was in a hurry to get back to the city. Well, that's fine. Xiao Ji's place is pretty remote, only one household nearby. But behind his house is a bamboo forest and a small creek. Many educated youth say it's beautiful and very elegant. Wang Dawang also had his own thoughts. If Wan Jiao liked their village, It would be a good chance for their village to get noticed by the mayor. After all, the mayor of Hangzhou City was a big leader Wang Dawang could only dream of meeting. If they could get on his good side, their village's road construction project would be assured. I heard that Peach Blossom Village is very scenic. I want to take a walk and see around. Secretary Zhang asked the driver to wait here and also went with the village chief to see Wan Jiao Jiao off. Looking at the scenery is just a cover story. The most important thing is that this is the countryside. If you don't keep an eye on things, how can you feel at ease? As Ruang Jiao Jiao and the others just reached the yard, they heard Song Genhua's loud voice coming from the main hall behind them. Wei family, you should also see off your father. He's grown so tall, but he looks like a piece of wood. Hurrying along, the man Song Genhua mentioned as the Wei family quickly caught up. He was the middle-aged man who had just served tea to Secretary Zhang and the driver. He looked honest and simple with dark yellow skin. After seeing the three off, he still remembered to say, "Dad, be careful on the road." Wang Dawang's mouth twitched slightly as he casually and helplessly waved his hand behind him. Ruan Jiao Jiao sensed Wang Dawang's frustration and found this family quite interesting. Both parents are quite sharp, but their son seems a bit slow. He's straightforward and honest.
But
Ruang Jiao Jiao pretended to casually tidy her bag and glanced back at the middle-aged man still standing at the yard gate. Is he really that tall? Ruang Jiao Jiao is 1.73 meters tall. The village chief's son should only be about 3 or 4 centimeters taller than her, max around 1.78 meters. Does Auntie Song have some misunderstanding about tall people? Thinking of Ji Huayan, who is also very tall, Ruang Jiao Jiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat, dampening her faint hope. Village chief. Hey, Su Jiqing, Lu Jiqing, are you rushing back to the youth commune for dinner? On the way, 2 men wearing straw hats approached. Like the village chief's son, they have dark yellow skin and slim builds. If the village chief hadn't spoken, Ruang Jiao Jiao wouldn't have guessed they were city youths sent to the countryside. They look exactly like the villagers. Ruang Jiao Jiao lowered her eyes, dispelling the last bit of hope in her heart. Just making friends is enough. Just making friends. Thinking of the plot in the novel, the female supporting characters and cannon fodder are all secretly or openly competing for the male lead. After the female lead arrives, she is busy fighting with the women around him, never stopping. Thanks to her good memory, Ruang Jiao Jiao couldn't recall any description of Ji Huayan's appearance in the story. It only mentioned that when the female lead saw him after going to the countryside, she was shocked. That shock could be either admiration or fear. Looking at it now, it's mostly fear, about 90%. The village chief chatted briefly with the 2 young workers and then told them to leave. Ruan Jiao Jiao stood behind the village chief and Secretary Zhang with her head down. The 2 young workers didn't notice her. They only found the village chief's guest a bit strange. Nothing else was on their minds, so they quickened their pace toward the youth camp. The village chief's house was quite far from Ji Huayan's place. Wan Jiao Jiao wore soft sheepskin shoes and walked on a gravel path, her face dark with frustration. The sheepskin shoes were very thin. With each step, she could feel sharp stones pressing into her feet. She had no choice but to carefully lift her foot and slow down, trying not to make any noise. Today had been a very colorful day. For just 50,000 yuan, Wan Jiao Jiao experienced many things she never wanted to again. It almost made her laugh with anger. She felt like the main character from the TV show, Transformation, who goes to the countryside to experience life for a prize from her parents. But luckily, she only had to do this for one day. No more. Grinding her teeth, Ruan Jiao Jiao struggled to follow behind the village chief and Secretary Zhang, maintaining a calm appearance. Little Ji, young worker. Little Ji, are you home? They arrived at a quiet small courtyard. The village chief called out twice into the yard. When there was no response, he gently pushed open the wooden door, which wasn't locked. The door swung open. There was no latch inside and no lock outside. The person was probably inside, maybe didn't hear them. Wan Jiao Jiao followed the village chief into the yard and looked around carefully. It was a very ordinary, somewhat dilapidated farmyard. 3 mud brick houses stood close together. The yellowish walls were full of small holes, exposing straw inside. The ground was covered with yellow mud, making the whole house look fragile. The yard was small and easy to see across. Besides a water jar under the eaves and a bamboo lounge chair, it was very clean and empty. Strange. Where could this person have gone? The village chief knocked on each of the 3 closed doors but heard nothing. Just then, from behind the mud brick house, a figure carrying a water bucket slowly appeared. Wan Jiao heard the sound and looked up, frozen in place. She was also surprised. Not scared, but amazed. The man was very tall, at least 1.9 meters, with a very attractive body shape, legs from the waist down. Wan Jiao remembered the village chief saying there was a small creek behind the house. It seemed he was cooling off in the creek, soaking wet all over. His clothes, which were frayed and thin, clung tightly to his body because of the water, outlining perfect muscles. He had abs, chest muscles, everything. Looking further down, his pants were also wet. No, she couldn't look any further. That would be too rude. Wan Jiao forced her gaze downward, resisting the urge to stare. She looked up at his face, just in time to meet his eyes when he looked up. Their eyes locked, both momentarily lost in each other. The man had a very short haircut, high cheekbones, deep features, and sharp, dark eyes that looked very intense and commanding. He had a blank expression, a calm and restrained aura, but his body was full of strength and wildness, full of masculine energy. His 2 contrasting qualities blended perfectly in him. Wild, passionate, fierce, so attractive that he had no friends. Wan Jiao, who had been obedient and proper for 20 years, just wanted to find a very confident man to fall in love with. She didn't know if he was on the cruise, but here, she definitely met him. This man, even his hair suited her aesthetic perfectly. If his name wasn't Ji Huayan, she wouldn't recognize him. She stared directly at him, unflinching. In her steady gaze, he was the first to look away, awkwardly lowering his head and touching his nose. Secretary Zhang watched everything unfold, keeping his thoughts to himself, smiling as he looked at the mountains. The village chief felt awkward. Neither of them spoke, just stared at each other. He felt a bit unnecessary. Until he saw Xiao Jiqing look away, he hesitated and said, That's Xiao Jiqing. Jiao has come a long way to find you. I guess you two have a lot to talk about. I'll go back first. Hua Shen and Andy are waiting for me at home for dinner. As soon as the village chief finished speaking, Secretary Zhang, who had been looking at the scenery, also looked away. I've enjoyed the view. Comrade Ruan, I'll go back with the village chief and wait for you. Neither of them knew that since they were engaged, they must have known each other for a long time. Wan Jiao naturally did not explain. Okay, please Secretary Zhang accompany me to see the village chief, she said with a smile, nodding to the 2 of them. Listen to that. This really is her long-unseen fiancé. So exciting. He seems to have 8-pack abs. Or maybe 6. Not sure. She looked again. Immersed in the village chief's words, you 2 young couple, and still not fully back to herself. Ji Huayan, who hadn't even put down the water on his shoulder, kept holding the water bucket in a pose, watching the village chief kindly close the courtyard gate. Feeling the hot gaze cast back onto him, Ji Huayan stiffened all over, slowly lowering the shoulder pole. You. Both spoke at the same time, then Wan Jiao smiled. She quickly walked 2 steps to Ji Huayan's side, her eyes full of smiles, looking straight at him, and straightforwardly said, My name is Wan Jiao. I came specifically to find you. My grandfather and Grandpa Ji are very good friends. Before he passed away, he told me I still have a childhood engagement back home, with a token, a half-piece of sheep fat jade pendant. I've asked the Ji family, but they don't know anything about it. So, Wan Jiao tiptoed closer, not hiding her curiosity, and looked directly into Ji Huayan's deep, dark eyes. So, the jade pendant is with you, right? Ji Huayan's pupils contracted, and he froze completely, forgetting what he had just wanted to say. Because they were so close, a gentle mountain breeze blew past, carrying a faint fragrance that lingered at his nose. He couldn't describe what it was, pleasant, like floral scent or fruit aroma. Realizing they were too close, he swallowed hard, struggled to step back a few paces, and answered hoarsely, "Yes, I'll get it for you." After saying that, Ji Huan headed toward the tightly closed door, took the key from his damn pocket. Wan Jiaojiao placed her hands on her bag strap, watching him open the door with interest. She was quite satisfied with this fiancé, only regretting the location wasn't right. Otherwise, she would have liked to build a better relationship with him. She looked at the darkening sky and sighed helplessly. She needed to hurry and finish her tasks. Maybe if she returned early, she could buy a ticket back to Hushi. Ji Hui's face remained calm as always, but from the way he looked at the lock and the key, which he hadn't yet inserted, it was clear he was feeling restless. When he had free time, he often thought about many things. For example, if the Wan family returned to the country, would they come looking for him? Would they even know he existed? Would they be deceived by the Ji family? He considered many possibilities, but he never thought it would be a young girl coming alone to find him in the countryside. She looked like a wealthy, well-cared-for young lady, not someone like him, who had no family and nothing. She probably came to break off the engagement on purpose. Ji Hui didn't miss the surprise and admiration in Wan Jiaojiao's eyes just now. There was something in her clear, bright eyes that he couldn't quite understand, perhaps longing, or something else. But what did it matter? He certainly wouldn't be so vain as to think that just one glance would make Wan Jiaojiao want to keep this childhood engagement and become his fiancé. What he had might be nothing compared to what she saw. Ji Hui never thought of himself as a noble person, but he also never believed that just one look could deeply see into someone's heart. He opened an old, rusty metal box and found the jade pendant wrapped in a handkerchief in the dim room. He exhaled softly, clenched the object in his hand, and left the room. "Go sit in the main hall. It's almost dark outside, and the wind will be strong tonight," he said softly, handing the item to Wan Jiaojiao. His voice was deep and magnetic, like a whisper, making Wan Jiaojiao feel a tingling sensation in her ears. Very good, his voice was also to her liking. Wan Jiaojiao nodded contentedly in her heart, but politely declined Ji Hui's kind offer. "No need, I just want to take a look. I'll be going back soon, so I don't want to trouble you." As expected, she was here to break off the engagement. Ji Hui lowered his gaze and said nothing more. All these years of waiting had not been in vain. He should be satisfied. At least she was willing to come personally, crossing mountains and rivers, to break off the engagement. That was a kind of dignity, wasn't it? She could have pretended not to know, as if the older person's words had never existed. Wan Jiaojiao took out her half of the jade pendant from her bag, and it matched perfectly with the one wrapped in the handkerchief. She looked at the jade in her hand, her mind already entering the shopping app to check the progress of her task. As expected, Taogo's balance has become a 5-figure number, starting with 5. The task below is still spinning and hasn't refreshed yet, but that's not important. Taking advantage of the bag's cover, Wan Jiaojiao reached in with one hand and immediately bought the vintage diamond necklace she had been longing for many days, worth 9,800. Perfect! The task is complete. I can go back now. Wan Jiaojiao carefully put the half piece of jade back into the cloth and returned it to Ji Huan, who was gazing downward, lost in thought. "I'm going back now. The main reason I came was to see if the jade pendant is with you. Was the letter inside written by my grandfather? Can I take a look at it?" When she took the jade pendant earlier, she faintly saw a folded letter inside the handkerchief, but the light was too dim to see clearly. Wan Jiaojiao wanted to go back and look carefully to learn more about her grandfather. "Yes," Ji Huan replied. He didn't understand why Wan Jiaojiao returned the jade pendant to him, nor what she really meant now. Because he didn't get the answer he was waiting for, his heart kept hanging there, drifting aimlessly without settling. I will take you to the village chief's house." Ji Huan couldn't let Wan Jiaojiao walk back alone, so he clenched the jade pendant in his hand, ready to see her off. Of course, Wan Jiaojiao couldn't go back alone either. Naturally, she wanted him to see her off. But she quickly glanced at Ji Huan's wet pants and said, "You should go change your clothes first. The wind is so strong. You'll catch a cold. I'll wait here for you, and on the way back, I have something I want to talk to you about. Okay? So, she was waiting for him to say something on the way back. Was she too shy to speak first? Ji Huayan quickly went back to his room, changed clothes, and took out a small metal flashlight from the drawer. Let's go. He walked a short distance behind Wan Jiao, turned on the flashlight, and shone it straight at the path ahead of her. Before leaving the hospital, Wan Jiao looked once more at the taskbar in Taogo. In a short time, she probably wouldn't see Ji Huayan again. If there were any tasks related to him, she should do them now while she could. But the taskbar was still spinning and hadn't refreshed yet. The two walked quietly along the small path, accompanied by the sound of flowing creek water, cicadas singing in the trees, and birds chirping in the woods. Neither of them spoke. Wan Jiao was still trying to find her words. Ji Huayan was too silent, always looking down. With the dim light, she couldn't see his expression clearly or know what he was thinking. However, she did notice the surprise and confusion in his eyes when they first looked at each other. Although Ji Huayan in the story always focused on studies and work and had no women around him, she was such a beautiful girl. He probably couldn't refuse her. Ji Huayan knew Wan Jiao was trying to speak, but he thought she was shy and might not be able to say the words to cancel the engagement. Actually, it didn't matter whether she said it or not. He wouldn't take the marriage promise seriously. After the girl left, he wouldn't bother her life. It was as if they had never met. Do you have any thoughts about this marriage arrangement? Ji Huayan asked, his fingers tightening on the metal flashlight. He spoke with some bitterness. Actually, nowadays, everyone values love and marriage freedom. I didn't want to continue this engagement in the first place. Wan Jiao was breathing in the fresh mountain air, feeling very happy. Even the stones that occasionally prick her feet didn't bother her. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a slight upward tone at the end, sounding a bit charming. Ji Huayan was indeed attracted. When he heard the word originally in her sentence, his heart started racing. He wanted to know what she would say next. Although Wan Jiao had never been in love, she knew the saying, having not eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. In this internet age, she had seen a lot, things she shouldn't have, things she shouldn't look at. She deliberately only said half a sentence to see how Ji Huayan would react. Sure enough, the steady light on her feet flickered twice just now. Wan Jiao smiled slightly. She didn't look up or finish her sentence. Instead, she raised one hand slightly and complained, "Can you help me? There are many small stones on the road, and I can't walk steadily." Ji Huayan didn't speak. He initially wanted to reach out, but thought that might be inappropriate. Instead, he quickly turned his hand over, with the back of his hand facing up, and held it out to indicate she could hold his arm to walk. But he forgot it was summer now. He was wearing a loose, sleeveless shirt. Wan Jiao placed her hand on Ji Huayan's elbow and pretended to casually squeeze his muscle. Ji Huayan didn't realize at first. When that soft little hand touched his skin, he froze completely, as if he couldn't feel his arm anymore. Walking felt like stepping on cotton. "Do you like someone? Want to try with me? Honestly, I really like you. If you don't have someone you like, would you like to continue this engagement with me?" Wan Jiao noticed Ji Huayan's stiffness and went straight to the point. This direct approach hit Ji Huayan hard. He was stunned, his head spinning, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Yes, his words came out faster than his thoughts. He was afraid that if he hesitated, Wan Jiao might change her mind. "I don't have anyone I like." "No, I actually do." Wan Jiao was amused by him and burst out laughing. Why did this usually fierce and proud big dog suddenly seem so silly now? But that was okay. The contrast was cute and easy to handle. Ji Huayan felt very annoyed with himself. Never before had he disliked his own words so much. Hearing Wan Jiao's laughter, he felt a bit discouraged. "Since you agreed, from now on, you'll be my partner, my fiancé." Wan Jiao's voice was sweet, carried by the breeze into his heart. It felt like his whole heart was soaking in honey. Embarrassed, he lowered his head and softly replied, "Yes, your fiancé." "Partner, fiancé." What a lovely title. Wan Jiao Jiao thought their current atmosphere was quite sweet. This must be what dating feels like. The hand that was resting on Ji Huiyan's arm was no longer there. Instead, she linked her arm with his, leaning her body on his to walk. Ji Huiyan didn't know how others usually get along with their partners. Were they also this close? It might not be good if someone saw them. But since they were already partners, maybe it was okay. A faint smile appeared on Ji Huiyan's lips. His arm and ears felt like they were on fire, burning hotter and hotter. Wan Jiao Jiao almost leaned entirely on Ji Huiyan's arm, finally feeling much more comfortable. Thinking about soon parting from her new boyfriend and not seeing him for several days, Wan Jiao Jiao still couldn't resist giving him a little sweet talk. I have no family left now. From now on, you are the closest person to me in this world. I know you are taking the college entrance exam this year, and I believe you will pass. If it weren't for some things I have to do in Shanghai, I really want to stay and spend more time with you. Women like to act cute, and men's hearts can drift away. Not only acting cute, but also giving sweet talk. No wonder people get completely enchanted. Wan Jiao Jiao thinks she is a pretty ordinary love expert. Based on her current progress, once Ji Huiyan returns to Shanghai, she can directly win his heart. It's all about making efforts. Although the times have changed, she still hopes to achieve her goal, right? When you go back to Shanghai, you must come find me quickly. I am either at the Peace Hotel or at the old Wan family house. Do you know my address? Wan Jiao Jiao and Ji Huiyan had already reached the village chief's gate. She loosened her arm around his, and they looked at each other. Peach Blossom Village is already connected to electricity, but Ji Huiyan's house is too remote, and he didn't want to spend the money to install wires. In the village chief's yard, a dim yellow lamp was lit. Under the faint glow, Ji Huiyan looked even more handsome. I know. Grandpa took me there before. After going to the countryside, I also occasionally ask someone to watch over the Ji family. Once I get my notice, I will come back immediately and find you. You must take good care of yourself. Ji Huiyan didn't hide from Wan Jiao Jiao. He directly told her that he had people watching over the Ji family. This showed that he was not just an ordinary young person sent to the countryside. Wan Jiao Jiao looked up, the warm yellow light shining on her charming face, making her look almost unreal in her beauty. Ji Huiyan gazed at her, full of affection, and didn't look away. If this was a dream about to wake up, he just wanted to enjoy looking at her a little longer. Thank you for your time today. When you go back, hurry and have your dinner, she softly reminded him. She still remembered a saying she saw online. If he is just beginning to fall in love, loosen your clothes and let him see. If he has seen many people, stay by the stove. Wan Jiao Jiao plans to do both. Although she can't loosen her clothes now, and she won't be by the stove, she can still be gentle and caring, easy and inexpensive. Okay, you. Wan Jiao Jiao looked at his worried eyes, knowing what he wanted to say. She smiled and said, "There is food in the car, don't worry. Comrade Wan, you're back? Are we heading to the city now?" Secretary Zhang's voice came from the small courtyard. Wan Jiao Jiao listened to his tone and seemed to feel a sense of relief. Seeing Wan Jiao Jiao return, Secretary Zhang indeed looked very relieved. There was no other way. The villager's family was too enthusiastic. Their dinner was already prepared, and they kept inviting him and the driver to eat. They wanted to wait for Wan Jiao Jiao to return, but since she didn't have money or tickets, they naturally refused to sit down. But since they didn't eat, the village head's family also didn't start eating, just waiting quietly. Watching the village head's grandchildren and grandchildren get so hungry they started to eat their hands, Secretary Zhang felt very uncomfortable and anxious. He found an excuse to step outside for some fresh air and happened to see Wan Jiao Jiao return, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. "Yes, let's leave now." After hearing her words, Secretary Zhang hurried to the main hall to call the driver. Usually calm and steady, Secretary Zhang's steps were now hurried. Clearly, he had been waiting a long time. Wan Jiao Jiao and Ji Huiyan stood by the car. Soon, they saw a large group of people coming out of the village head's main hall. Counting roughly, there were about 7 or 8 children and more than 10 adults. It was surprising that the small main hall of the village head's family could hold so many people. Comrades, take care on your way. Come visit our peach blossom village again when you have time. As the village head's family saw them off, Ron Jiao Jiao got into the car and secretly winked at Ji Huan through the other side of the window. When the car started moving, Wan Jiao Jiao leaned back on the seat. Finally, we're going back. I'm so exhausted. She rubbed her sore eyes and prepared to browse the mall. When she bought the chain earlier, she seemed to unlock many new items. She opened the shopping app to check her balance first. Glancing down at the balance, her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief. The task had actually refreshed. After the car engine started, the village head's family hurriedly went back to eat. Wang De Wang saw Ji Huan standing nearby watching the car drive away. Thinking that he wasn't eating at the youth camp and now had to cook for himself, he invited him to his house for a meal. Ji Huan politely declined the village chief's kindness, saying there was still food at home. When the village chief walked back to the yard, he looked again at the departing car, watching until it disappeared into the distance. But it didn't disappear. The car actually stopped and stayed still. Ji Huan thought something was wrong, so he quickly ran over. Indeed, something was wrong. A big problem. If only the task refresh rate could be faster, Wan Jiao Jiao wouldn't be so awkward right now. Task: stay in Peach Blossom Village for 7 days, accompany Fiancé Ji Huan and to receive the university admission letter from Jing University. Reward: 500,000 yuan per day. Leaving Peach Blossom Village for more than 6 hours during the task cancels all rewards. Wan Jiao Jiao counted twice to make sure the reward had 5 zeros. 500,000 a day, totaling 3.5 million over 7 days. Actually, she could consider joining a reality show for this. She awkwardly stopped the car, told Secretary Zhang a quick excuse she just thought of, then handed him the cookies and pastries from the woven basket. Wan Jiao Jiao got out of the car. Secretary Zhang hesitated but accepted, knowing they were hungry and that Wan Jiao Jiao genuinely wanted them to take the treats. He helped her carry the suitcase out of the trunk just as Ji Huan also arrived at the car. Thanks for your help today. Sorry for the trouble. Wan Jiao Jiao didn't explain to Ji Huan first. Instead, she exchanged polite words with Secretary Zhang, watched him get into the car and leave, then turned to look at Ji Huan. She confidently scolded him. What are you standing there for? Do you want me to carry the suitcase myself? No, you see. Ji Huan effortlessly lifted Wan Jiao Jiao's suitcase with one hand, while the other took the basket from her. He was a bit confused, not quite understanding what was happening. I thought about it carefully. Since going to college is such an important thing, of course I should stay here with you to wait for the notice. I didn't eat much on the train, so I'm really hungry. Let's talk while we walk. Wan Jiao Jiao spoke nicely, but her tone was tired. Just thinking about staying here for 7 days made her lose her energy. Ji Huan didn't notice her tone. When he heard her say she was very hungry, he became anxious immediately. However, when he saw her about to walk back in the dark, he stopped her and handed her a small metal flashlight from his pocket. Be careful of the stones on the road. Wan Jiao Jiao took the flashlight and walked ahead. To get back to Ji Huan's house, she just needed to follow the small path to the end. She had walked this route twice before and remembered it well. She was willing to stay in the countryside just for herself. Ji Huan followed behind her, watching her back, feeling a surge of happiness in his heart. But along with happiness, there was also more worry. The conditions in the countryside were not good. He was afraid she might suffer here. Ji Huan. She stayed for me. Jiao Jiao. 50,000 a day. I can do it again. Using the light from the flashlight, Wan Jiao Jiao tiptoed carefully along the rural path. Earlier, she passed by the village chief's house. The yard lights were already off, and faint voices came from the closed main room. She didn't say a word the whole way. Feeling resentful and exhausted, she just wanted to reach her destination and rest well. Ji Huan had grown up as an orphan, then had to struggle alone. He was very sensitive to people's emotions. He noticed Jiao Jiao's unhappiness and felt she was tired from a long day of travel. He felt very sorry for her. He wanted to walk faster to get home and cook, but he had to slow down and follow her closely, afraid she might have an accident. Back in the dark, dilapidated small yard, Ji Huan strode forward, carrying his suitcase into the bedroom. Because he had walked so quickly earlier, he hadn't locked the door. The slightly open door could be pushed open easily. He put down his suitcase, then skillfully lit a candle in the dark. He found more candles from the big table cabinet by the bed and lit them around the room to make the light brighter. Ji Huan regretted why he had saved that little bit of money and didn't install a wire here. Otherwise, Jiao Jiao wouldn't have to rely on candlelight to see. He had heard from villagers that looking at things by candlelight was bad for the eyes. He didn't know if he could get the village chief to install electricity tomorrow. Ji Huan moved very quickly. When Wan Jiao Jiao stepped over the high threshold and entered the room, it was already very bright inside. To her, the brightness still seemed very dim. Ji Huan took a woven straw cushion from a cabinet and placed it on a bamboo back chair. He looked nervously at Wan Jiao Jiao, who had a blank expression.
Jiao.
Comrade Wan, you sit first. I will go cook. Without her permission, even though they were engaged, Ji Huan only dared to call her Jiao Jiao silently. Just call me Jiao Jiao. Comrade Wan sounds too formal. Wan Jiao Jiao didn't feel like talking right now. After gently correcting his way of calling her, she sat down on the nearby bamboo chair. The chair was made of bamboo and was very hard. Even with a straw cushion, it wasn't soft at all. Wan Jiao Jiao didn't want to feel uncomfortable. She wanted to be as comfortable as possible with what she had. So she got up and went to the wooden bed where Ji Huan was sleeping. She sniffed the air gently. There was no strange smell, and it looked clean. She didn't hesitate to put the pillow and thin blanket at the head of the bed, then sat on the edge and leaned back. It was her bed from many years ago, where she had fallen for her beloved. The blanket she had been covering herself with was now under her. Ji Huan's ears, which had just cooled down, suddenly felt hot again. He looked fondly at Jiao Jiao, who seemed close to falling asleep, then quietly said, Jiao Jiao, I will go cook now. Do you want to eat anything special? His voice was nice and he was handsome, but Jiao Jiao felt no interest at all. She was tired, sleepy, and uncomfortable. She didn't want to talk, open her eyes, or move. As for what she wanted to eat, many things she liked weren't available here.
Sigh.
Whatever there is, just eat that. Anything is fine, Jiao Jiao replied, then closed her eyes. Seeing she was too tired to move, Ji Huan carefully took a new blanket from the wardrobe and covered her gently. Although it was summer now, it was still a bit cold at night in the countryside. He was worried she might catch a cold. Let me handle it. Jiao Jiao, stay in a room and don't go out. He originally wanted her to lock the door, but seeing how she looked now, he said, I need to go out for a bit. Can I lock the door from outside? If someone knocks, don't be scared. I will be back soon. Although Peach Blossom Village is well managed by the village chief and the villagers are generally good, Ji Huan still worries that some careless troublemaker might get drunk and come to his house. Seeing that Wan Jiao Jiao did not respond, he sat up, took some loose change from the drawer of the bedside table, and quietly left the room. Ji Huan has always managed his own life, and his skills are just enough to avoid starving. As long as he doesn't go hungry, he doesn't care much about finer things. But for Wan Jiao Jiao, he couldn't just settle for less. After locking the house, he stepped out and ran along the small path behind the house to the creek. In the countryside, during the hot summer days, if you want to keep fresh meat, you either put it in well water or hide it in a wooden basin in the creek. Ji Huan did the same. He hid a piece of meat he bought from the commune a few days ago at a concealed spot by the creek. Originally, he planned to eat it after a tiring day of farming, but now it was just right. He carried a wooden basin with pork belly back to the small house quickly. As he passed the bedroom, he slowed down and listened carefully. Seeing that Wan Jiao Jiao was not up and looking for him, he hurried to open the door of the next room. He took down some marinated soy sauce meat from the beam of the main hall and packed a bag of rice from this year's harvest. Ji Huan then hurried out of the yard to visit a neighbor nearby. The rice fields in Peach Blossom Village were still being harvested, and no grain had been delivered yet. The bag of rice he carried was very precious. Wan Jiao Jiao was lying in the room, neither awake nor asleep, but browsing a shopping mall in her mind. Since she needed a place to stay, she had to buy some daily necessities. At the very least, she needed to replace the four-piece bedding on the bed. She had brought a large suitcase, and when she opened it later to take out her things, it wouldn't seem strange. Once again, she couldn't help but think how ridiculously low the prices were in this era. A set of pure silk four-piece bedding only cost a little over 300 yuan, so cheap it was almost unbelievable. But for an ordinary worker earning nearly a year's salary, this four-piece set was just a temporary, disposable item for Wan Jiao Jiao. Silk sheets and quilt covers can't be rubbed or they will fray. If placed on Ji Huayan's rough wooden bed, they would probably be ruined after a week. After all, she couldn't take the silk sheets back once they were torn. Having bought the bedding and a few towels, she thought about other toiletries she had brought, then happily browsed the newly unlocked items. The items in the mall used to be all under 10,000, but now they have products up to 50,000. However, the living, travel, and people sections on the homepage are still gray and unavailable. I'm not sure if it's because the time hasn't come or if she doesn't have enough money. Most of the newly unlocked items are antiques and jewelry. Wan Jiao Jiao isn't very interested in antiques, but the colorful jewelry dazzled her eyes. She browsed through each item until her gaze stopped on a black pearl and diamond necklace. Looking at the price, it was 38,000. After hesitating for just a second, Wan Jiao Jiao decided to buy the necklace. She just received the money, hesitated briefly, then spent it all on the necklace. The money she had just earned was quickly spent on a chain and a necklace. Once she received the necklace, Wan Jiao Jiao fluttered her dark eyelashes and opened her eyes. They say beauty under the lamp looks even better, and the same goes for jewelry. The pearl necklace was in a white velvet box, with pearls of nearly the same size and a bright shine. It was made of 22 black pearls, each 10 millimeters, and several 2-carat diamonds, arranged in a splash pattern. It looked a bit flashy and was not suitable for everyday wear, only for matching formal dresses. Black pearls became popular in the 1970s because of a psychological effect called anchoring. Their prices suddenly soared. Jewelry sellers placed cheap black pearls next to very expensive diamonds. When people saw black pearls, they naturally compared their value to those costly gems. From then on, the once worthless black pearls became known as the Queen of Jewelry, and their prices stayed high. Wan Jiao Jiao liked the colorful beauty of black pearls, even though she knew that, compared to current prices, this necklace was clearly overpriced. But she wasn't a collector. She bought jewelry not to increase in value or to worry about depreciation, but simply because she liked it. So, it didn't matter to her. She closed the box and, before Ji Huayan returned, she decided to mess around with her suitcase. Otherwise, her suitcase would stay unopened, and there would be 2 obvious items on the bed that couldn't fit into her bag, which would be hard to explain. Ji Huayan left the neighbor's house empty-handed and hurried straight to the most populated part of the village. He wanted to find Uncle Carpenter to help him carry the wooden dowry, which someone had paid a deposit for, but then decided not to take. Uncle Wood, please help me lift the wooden tub onto the cart with Brother Adong. I can pull it back myself. The old carpenter finally sold the items in his hands, happily showing his teeth. Although a few small cabinets were left, the cabinets were popular items, so he wasn't worried about selling them. After hearing Ji Huayan's words, the old carpenter quickly told his son to carry the half-human-high wooden bathtub onto the cart. Once the tub and its contents were secured on the cart, the old carpenter smoked a dry pipe and smiled as he saw Ji Huayan off. He also specifically told him to be careful. He wasn't in a rush to get the cart back. He could come again tomorrow. Pulling the wooden cart along the bumpy dirt road, he had to be very careful that the wooden tub didn't fall off, which was quite tiring. But whenever Ji Huayan thought about these things being for Wan Jiao Jiao, he felt as if he had endless strength. She had given up a good life in Shanghai to stay in the poor peach blossom village for him. Of course, he also wanted to do his best to give her the most comfortable life. When Ji Huayan unlocked the door and entered, Wan Jiao Jiao was already sitting on a bamboo chair, rummaging through most of the items in her box. Toiletries and skincare bottles were all placed on the table beside the bed. At first, she looked a little resentful, but thanks to the healing effect of her black pearl necklace, her mood had improved a bit. Seeing Ji Huayan return, she turned around with a smile. "You're back. Can we eat now?" Wan Jiao's fair face was bathed in a faint candlelight, looking soft and beautiful. Seeing her smiling so happily at him, Ji Huayan felt both shy and a little itchy in his throat. He cleared his throat. "Yes, it should be soon. I asked Aunt Gong next door to help cook. When it's ready, her son will bring it over. Or maybe you want to eat something else to fill your stomach first." At this, Ji Huayan suddenly remembered that he didn't like snacks, and there was nothing at home to fill his stomach. The only thing left to eat at home was the 3-milled flatbread in the hall cabinet, dry, hard, and loud when chewed. Wan Jiao seemed to notice Ji Huayan's frustration and turned back to continue organizing her box, casually saying, "No need. I just want to eat a proper meal. I also brought a lot of food, all in the basket, but I don't want to eat those." Before Ji Huayan could speak, Wan Jiao changed the subject. "Am I sleeping in this room tonight?" "Yes, I'll pack my things now. You sleep in this room, and I'll stay in the main hall, the other room. If you need anything at night, just call me, and I'll hear you," Ji Huayan said as he started looking for things to make the bed again. Wan Jiao didn't unpack her luggage. She sat happily, resting her chin on her hand, watching him busy. He rolled up the bedding on the bed and ran out quickly. Less than a minute later, he came back holding a big bunch of straw. Ji Huayan spread the straw evenly on the wooden bed frame. As he did, he explained, "This is last year's dried straw. I'll put it down and cover it with a blanket so it won't be uncomfortable." Worried that Wan Jiao might think the straw was dirty, he added, "I promise to make it firm and not let the straw touch you." Wan Jiao wasn't very particular about cleanliness. As long as it looked clean to the eye, it was fine. Since he promised, she said, "Then put more straw on it. I want it very soft." "Okay," Ji Huayan responded seriously, his eyes becoming more focused, as if making the bed was a very important task. After finishing the straw, he took out a thick cotton quilt from a big box. The fabric wrapping the quilt was washed until it looked white, but the quilt still looked fluffy. Once the quilt was laid, Ji Huayan started searching another big cabinet. From the corner inside, he pulled out a folded piece of light yellow gauze, which looked like a mosquito net. Sure enough, it was a mosquito net. He ran outside, carried back 4 thin bamboo poles, tied them to the 4 corners of the bed with string, and then spread the mosquito net over the bed. Just as he finished, he started rummaging through a box, like a little squirrel, pulling out a cloth that looked like a bed sheet. Wan Jiao stopped him, saying, "Wait, I brought my own bed sheet and cover. Use mine." Seeing his rough hands with calluses, Wan Jiao glanced at the hot water bottle in the corner. "Is there hot water? Let me soak my hands first." "Okay." After she said that, Ji Huayan obediently put the bed sheet back and found a wooden basin to pour water and soak his hands. He wouldn't ask why or wonder if Wan Jiao thought his hands were dirty. He just listened and did whatever she said. Ji Huayan had lived alone all his life. After his grandfather, who depended on him, passed away, he had no home. During the time when Grandpa was confused about his health, he often held his hand and repeatedly told stories from the past, talking about his friendship with Grandpa Erwan and how excellent Grandpa Erwan was. When he regained clarity, he would feel sad and wish that Grandpa Erwan were here. He would want to send himself to Grandpa Erwan's house, where he had a younger sister of his age. Until just before his passing, Grandpa tightly held his hand and told him about this marriage promise, urging him not to give up and to keep living well. Grandpa Erwan came back, and he finally had a family again. "This water isn't hot, it's just right now. Extend your hand so I can dry it." Ji Huayan trembled slightly and snapped back to himself, not noticing when Wan Jiao had come to his side. He felt her gentle fingertips lightly poke his hand back, causing him to shiver. Instinctively, he stretched out his hands as she asked. Even as a reflex, he controlled his movements to avoid splashing water from the basin onto Wan Jiao. Wan Jiao held a soft, off-white towel. She had bought 5 such towels for wiping her face, hands, and feet, with 2 spare ones. This was the most expensive towel she bought at Taogo. One towel cost 8 yuan. Compared to the colorful printed towels she saw at Baiko Building, this one was thicker and softer, more gentle on the skin. Even towels from the presidential suite at the Peace Hotel didn't feel as comfortable as this. Seeing Wan Jiao want to use such a towel to dry his hands, Ji Huayan instinctively tried to pull back. But Wan Jiao wrapped his hands with the towel and carefully dried the excess water. Honestly, Ji Huayan's hands looked very nice. His fingers were long, his palms broad, with visible veins on the back, and his knuckles were defined but strong. However, there was a flaw. Because he worked outdoors for many years, his palms had thick calluses and the joints of his index fingers protruded, making them look a bit twisted. Wan Jiao turned his hands over, palms facing up, and gently touched his calluses through the towel with her fingertips. They were very hard and thick. Ji Huayan trembled slightly, his fingers curling for a moment, then quickly straightening again. Wan Jiao casually placed the towel on the table and found a jar of hand cream from the bottles and jars nearby, used for making hand masks. She opened it, scooped out a piece, and applied it to Ji Huayan's palms. When Wan Jiao was looking for hand cream, Ji Huayan still obediently held out his hands, like a well-behaved big dog waiting for his owner's next command, remaining still. This time, their skin was touching directly, not through a towel. Her delicate, fair fingers seemed to dance on his tanned, large palms. She dipped her fingers into the hand cream in her palm and gently applied it to different parts of his hands, then moved to his back of the hand. She didn't press hard, just lightly touched, and then separated her fingers. Soon, Ji Huayan's hands were covered with white hand cream, which could be evenly spread with a simple rub. Although she had never been in love, Wan Jiao seemed to naturally know how to stir a man's feelings. Ji Huayan stared at her moving fingertips without blinking. A slight itch spread from his hands into his heart. Even after she stopped, the feeling of itchiness didn't go away. Instead, it seemed to grow stronger. "All right, just rub it in yourself." Wan Jiao looked like a child who had just played a prank. After teasing him, she sat back in her chair as if nothing had happened, reminding him, "The bed sheets and quilt are in the luggage." Ji Huayan pushed down the itchy feeling in his heart and awkwardly rubbed his hands together to spread the hand cream evenly. When he heard her words, he finally snapped out of his daze. His Adam's apple moved up and down as he swallowed hard and managed to say, "Okay." Wan Jiao leaned back in her chair and watched Ji Huayan work. Seeing his hands, now less rough after applying the cream, she couldn't help but tighten her lips. Silk products are very delicate. If the hands are too rough, the bedding could get scratched. At first, Wan Jiao just thought that Ji Huayan's hands were rough because he was just dry and had some calluses, not because they were damaged. But seeing his palms covered with old calluses, she couldn't quite describe what she felt in that moment. He had been working since he was 13, learning to fend for himself. Ji Huayan also understood the value of these bedding items. As he moved faster, he made sure to be gentle with his strength. Wan Jiao rested her chin on her hand, watching Ji Huayan as he searched for things like a little squirrel. Sometimes he found a pillow from the cabinet, other times he carried in a new quilt from outside. During this time, he also took a moment to replace the candles in the room with new ones. The pillows and blankets are filled with last year's cotton. Ji Huayan never thought he would fail to get into university. Because of that, he prepared the materials early and asked the village aunt to help him process them, so he could take them to school later. Ji Huayan taught himself how to put pillowcases and bed covers on the pillows and quilt. Thanks to his early preparation, Jiao doesn't have to use the old blanket, and he feels very happy.
Jiao.
The bed is ready. Ji Huayan straightened up and looked down at Wan Jiao. His hands nervously clenched into fists and hung at his sides, like a soldier waiting for inspection. His voice woke Wan Jiao from her daze. The yellowish mosquito net, the old wooden bed frame, and the neatly made silver-gray satin bedding, with not a wrinkle, surprisingly give off a rustic vacation vibe. Thank you for your hard work, Huan. You're so good. You finished making the bed so quickly. I can't do this. Wang Jiao's praise and her affectionate words made Ji Huan blush. He shyly smiled and promised, "From now on, I'll make the bed for you. Whatever you need to do, I can do it." Wang Jiao kept praising him with sweet words, making Ji Huan blush even more. He walked to the washstand by the door, took his towel, and started wiping the table. He also tidied up the bottles, jars, and toiletry bag on the table. If he had a tail behind him, it would definitely be wagging like a helicopter. "Brother Huan, I brought you some food." A voice came from the yard, loud in the quiet room. Ji Huan put down his towel, quickly opened the door, and went outside. He carried back a 3-tier bamboo food box. "Jiao, do you want to eat inside the room or in the next room?" Wang Jiao looked around the small room. Besides the long table by the bed, there was no other table. If she said she wanted to eat inside, the silly guy would probably go outside to move chairs and tables. "Let's eat in the main hall." Wang Jiao stood up and took the first step out of the door. But after thinking for a moment, she retracted her foot.
No.
If she ate in the next room, she would have to light candles. She was too hungry to wait. "Let's just eat here. The table is right there." "I'm so hungry now, and just want to eat." When Ji Huan heard her words, he felt guilty. He quickly placed the food box on the table, then used both arms to push the table slightly away so that Wang Jiao could sit by the bed and eat. He set the dishes properly and hurried out to get chopsticks. He wanted to serve Wang Jiao and help her eat. Indeed, he wanted to serve her, because he was standing there so foolishly, without any intention of moving a chair to sit and eat together. Wang Jiao didn't like being watched while eating. She was over 1.90 meters tall, and standing beside her, the dim candlelight was even more obscured. She frowned and said, "Don't just stand there, come and eat with me." Her voice was soft and gentle. Even when she raised her tone, it still sounded tender. To Ji Huan, it felt like she was acting cute. Okay, maybe Wang Jiao was too hungry, or perhaps the cook was really talented, but this meal was truly impressive. Although it was just simple home-cooked dishes, Wang Jiao, who usually only ate until she was 7/10 full, ended up overeating. There was garlic spinach, spicy and sour lotus root slices, spicy stir-fried pork, soy sauce marinated meat steamed with wine, and a pea soup. Any of these dishes in the past, Wang Jiao wouldn't have ordered outside. But unexpectedly, they were all delicious. The spinach was refreshing, the lotus root appetizing, the stir-fried pork perfect with rice, the soy sauce meat fragrant, and finally, a bowl of tender pea soup that melts in your mouth. She felt completely relaxed. The cook's skills were truly excellent. Wang Jiao put down her chopsticks and looked at the half of rice left in her bowl, confirming her thoughts. If she was just too hungry, she would already be full now. After savoring the flavors just now, she could pick out many flaws. But no, it was genuinely delicious. Aside from the dishes, the aroma of the rice itself was strong. Each grain was full and shiny with oil, making her feel she could still eat more even after being full. Little Peach Blossom Village really was full of hidden talents. Besides the main characters, including her handsome boyfriend, there was also a secret master chef. Amazing! Ji Huan had been watching Wang Jiao closely. Every time she took a few more bites of a dish, he would quietly pay attention. But after only a short while of eating, she was already full. Even the 8-year-old children in the village ate more than her. Seeing her gaze fixed on her bowl of rice with a faint look of confusion, Ji Huan explained, "It's made by Aunt Gong from next door. The person who just brought the food is her son. Aunt Gong is a good cook. I heard her ancestors were royal chefs. When villagers host gatherings, they often invite her to cook. Although she lives next door, there's actually a forest between them. Since this place is remote, they are the only 2 households nearby." Wang Jiao nodded and quietly remembered Aunt Gong. She wanted to find a time to see what she was like. If possible, her family actually needs a cook, and she thought, here's a ready-made option. Wang Jiao's appetite is very small, which worries Ji Huan a little. "Do you want to eat more?" "No, I can't eat any more," Wang Jiao said. She then stood up, took her basket, and took out the remaining green tangerine juice, untouched apples, peaches, and chocolates. Of course, she also took out the cake she bought earlier that afternoon. She originally wanted to save the cake for Secretary Zhang, but then she thought the weather was too hot and the cream inside might have melted, so she didn't dare to give it to him. After arranging everything, she squatted by the open suitcase. Using the suitcase as cover, she quickly bought a small fruit knife and a set of vintage silver forks from a nearby shop.
Yes.
She was planning to cut some fruit to eat. Ji Huayan was initially unsure what she was going to do until he saw Wan Jiao holding a big, bright red apple in one hand and a small knife in the other, gesturing how to cut it. His heart suddenly raced. Let me do it. He put down his chopsticks and carefully took the knife from Wan Jiao's hand. I'll do it. Do you want to peel or cut into pieces? Both. The peach needs to be cut too. Okay. Ji Huayan went to the main room to get a bowl. After rinsing it at the water basin, he started cutting the fruit according to Wan Jiao's instructions. His hands were steady, and his knife skills were surprisingly good. In just a few minutes, he had diced the apple and the crisp peach. Wan Jiao praised him enthusiastically, then held the bowl and carefully ate the fruit piece by piece. Ji Huayan smiled shyly, wiped his hands, and started eating again. His appetite truly amazed Wan Jiao. He is so tall, it makes sense. With 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a bowl of rice, almost everything except what was left in Wan Jiao's bowl was eaten by him. There's still half a bowl of rice here that I haven't touched. Do you mind? Wan Jiao glanced at her remaining rice and asked tentatively. During this time, food was very precious. If someone wasted it, they would feel very upset. But if they didn't speak up, they might have to throw it away quietly and wouldn't eat it themselves. Hearing Wan Jiao's words, Ji Huayan froze for a moment and hesitated before raising his head slowly. Okay. Noticing that Wan Jiao wasn't making fun of him, he took the bowl in front of her and started eating small bites. Wan Jiao was used to eating 1 bite of vegetables and 1 bite of rice. She carefully scooped small amounts of rice and didn't let the vegetables touch the rice bowl. Even leftover rice looked clean, as if it was just served. Ji Huayan ate very slowly this time, much slower than before. He didn't even pick at the remaining vegetables in the bowl and just ate plain rice. His ears turned red as he ate. Today had been very tiring. Dinner was finished after 8 p.m. Wan Jiao leaned against the bedhead, listening to the loud washing sounds outside. Her expression suddenly stiffened. Oh no! Besides the morning, she hadn't gone to the bathroom all day. And what about taking a shower later? Is there a place to shower here? With this question in mind, Wan Jiao left the room and, under the moonlight, approached Ji Huayan, who was squatting outside washing dishes. Where is the bathroom? This question made the man washing dishes stop immediately. He stood up, wiped his hands with a towel from the lounge chair, and cleared his throat. I'll go get it. Go get it? The bathroom? What kind of confusing answer was that? Wan Jiao felt a bad premonition. She stiffly turned her head to watch him walk away. Sure enough, Ji Huayan came out of the main hall, carrying a bucket-shaped object. He walked to the door of the main hall. Wan Jiao silently looked down, and in the candlelight, it was just a bucket. A wooden bucket with a lid. This can't be, right? Ji Huayan looked a bit embarrassed, tugging at his clothes nervously. There's only an outdoor toilet here, so maybe you shouldn't go. Just use this. I'll clean it up. His voice grew softer and softer until he almost lost his voice. Use this? He'll clean it up? That's impossible. There's no way she would agree. Wan Jiao seemed struck by lightning, her scalp numb, her hair almost standing on end. She forced herself to say firmly, let's just go to the outdoor toilet. It's pretty good. Okay. Wan Jiao wanted to do something and Ji Huayan wouldn't refuse. He took a flashlight and led Wan Jiao along the small path behind the house. Every outdoor toilet in Peach Blossom Village was similar, even at the village chief's house with its blue brick tiles. Surrounded by 3 mud walls, with a low roof and a half-closed wooden door to block the wind, that was a typical rural outdoor toilet. Inside, There were wooden planks for the floor, with a pit underneath. The floor had a slightly wider space on each side, and people squatted over the wooden opening. Wan Jiaojiao held onto Ji Huaiyan's strong, muscular arm, carefully walking along the path. From afar, she could see this toilet that looked like it might collapse at any moment. Even from 10 meters away, she could smell the foul odor. Compared to this real pit, the soil pit used for soaking bamboo in the afternoon was almost fresh-smelling. To help Wan Jiaojiao see clearly, Ji Huaiyan even shined the flashlight over. The toilet was old, broken, dirty, and smelly. Around it, flies and mosquitoes were having a party, swirling like a black whirlwind. Wan Jiaojiao's face darkened, and she shivered all over. She held her breath, gripped Ji Huaiyan's arm tightly, and took 2 steps back. "You said you would clean it up." "Yes, I will clean it up." Wan Jiaojiao ran back in the dark, almost like fleeing for her life, with Ji Huaiyan quickly following behind. "Be careful. Walk slowly." But Wan Jiaojiao didn't listen. Since she could remember, she had never been so embarrassed and humiliated. For this day, she had sacrificed so much for 50,000 yuan. "Don't follow me. Stay back." Wan Jiaojiao reached the door and warned Ji Huaiyan, then prepared to carry the bucket inside herself. "I'll help you carry it. It's heavy." Before Ji Huaiyan finished speaking, Wan Jiaojiao cut him off. "Stop talking. Stay far away." She then slammed the door shut. Ji Huaiyan stood in the yard, feeling a bit lost. Jiao was angry. He should be worried, but for some reason, he found her like this especially adorable, as if she had become even more lively. Ji Huaiyan touched his nose and carefully walked around the small yard before entering the main room. He took advantage of the time when the straw was already burned to prepare a bucket of hot water and planned to heat another one for bathing. Ji Huaiyan moved the large bathtub he bought from the old carpenter into the yard, then scooped 2 buckets of water from the kitchen separated from the main room to clean the tub. Wan Jiaojiao was overwhelmed and felt a bit dazed. After wiping her hands with a damp tissue, she buried her head in her suitcase and found a box containing an aroma diffuser. She dropped 2 drops of orange blossom essential oil into the diffuser, lit the small candle underneath, and the oil would release a pleasant scent as it warmed. As she smelled the faint orange blossom fragrance, Wan Jiaojiao heard the outside water flowing suddenly stop. She had originally planned not to go out, thinking that if she closed her eyes and opened them again, tomorrow would feel less awkward. But if she really couldn't stand it, not bathing in summer would make her feel sticky all over. She had already endured the worst, so even if the conditions for bathing were poor, they couldn't be that bad. After mentally preparing herself, Wan Jiaojiao took a deep breath and gently opened the door latch. "Ji Huaiyan, I want to take a bath." The moonlight in the countryside was very bright, illuminating the open small yard clearly. Wan Jiaojiao looked straight ahead and saw Ji Huaiyan. He was very obedient, carrying a small stool and sitting at the entrance of the yard like a gatekeeper. The stool was short and narrow, and Ji Huaiyan's long legs stretched straight forward, making him look a bit pitiful. Next to him was a large bucket, which looked like a wooden tub for bathing. Wan Jiaojiao's heart settled back into place. Having a bath was better than dealing with all the messy stuff. When Ji Huaiyan heard the noise, he turned his head. The door of the small house was slightly open, and Wan Jiaojiao peeked out from the crack, her small head showing. Even if she no longer called him Huaiyan with intimacy and just called his name directly, he still found it very cute. Okay, supporting herself on the edge of the bathtub, Ji Huaiyan struggled to stand up, wiggling his numb legs. He picked up the tub and headed toward the small house. Wan Jiaojiao looked again at the wooden tub she had hidden in the corner, making sure it was blocked by the cabinet before she felt at ease and opened the door. Ji Huaiyan walked into the small house straight and quietly, not saying anything. He set down the bathtub and went to fetch hot water and a stool. He also bought a low footstool, 2 new wooden basins, and a small cabinet from the carpenter's house. He arranged everything by the edge of the bath, poured hot water into the tub, and adjusted the temperature with cold water from the outside water jar. "Jiao, is this temperature okay?" A mist rose in the room. Wan Jiao touched the water temperature with the back of her hand. It felt just right, so she let him put down the wooden scoop. Yes, it's fine. Seeing Wan Jiao start to untie her braided hair, Ji Huan hesitated while holding 2 empty buckets. Can I heat the water and wash your hair tomorrow? It's too late today, and your hair won't dry. When working in the fields, he had occasionally heard village women talk about it. Sleeping with wet hair could let cold air enter the body and cause health problems. If Jiao really wanted to wash her hair, he wouldn't object. But if she didn't mind, he would dry her hair with a small stove before leaving. Wan Jiao paused her hand as she untied her hair. That's right, there was no electricity here and no blow dryer either.
Got it.
I'll wash it tomorrow. You can go out now. Since Ji Huan entered the room, Wan Jiao hadn't looked at him once. It was too embarrassing, too awkward. She was really afraid of making eye contact with Ji Huan, even though she knew deep down that she was the one who should stay, and Ji Huan had already given her the best conditions. But why was the best condition? Why was the bathroom in the 1970s like this? I'll sit in the yard. Just call me if you need anything, Ji Huan said before leaving. The door was closed with a loud bang behind him. He touched his nose, then sat back on the small bench at the yard entrance. Looking at the bright moon and the starry sky, Ji Huan's mind was filled with the image of Jiao's blushing face and her ears almost bleeding. He touched his rapidly beating heart, and a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Tonight, the moonlight is really beautiful. Wan Jiao soaked in the bath for nearly half an hour before getting out. She always felt her body wasn't completely clean. After all, with just this one bucket of water, it seemed like there was still some leftover shower gel on her skin. But she didn't want to bother anymore. She waited for Ji Huan to finish heating the water, not knowing how long that would take. Wrapping herself in a towel, she slipped on flat shoes and went to wash her face at the basin. There were 2 basins of water in the wooden basin on the washstand, now at room temperature. Besides brushing her teeth and washing her face, she also needs to remove the sunscreen from her face. It took another half-hour of fussing. Wan Jiao quickly took care of her whole body and then changed into a short-sleeved, short-pants silk pajamas. The previous long-sleeve set was left at the Peace Hotel. After washing, Xu Qiuhuan would send it to the small Western-style building. Now, besides the camisole, she only had this one short-sleeve set. In front of the small mirror, she untied her bun, which she had tied for bathing, and let her hair down. She carefully combed it with a brush. The beauty in the mirror, with pink lips, rosy cheeks, red eyes, and watery eyes. Her loose fishbone braid, worn all day, was now spread out, fluffy and curly, making her look especially lazy. Of course, Wan Jiao knew she looked good. After the bath, she looked even more beautiful, but unfortunately, she didn't feel like admiring herself now. She threw down the comb and stood up to open the door. I'm finished washing. Ji Huan saw what she was wearing and almost fell off his small stool. A short-sleeved top showing her white arms and pants that only reached mid-thigh. How could she wear this? He felt his blood rush to his head and quickly stood up to block the door, constantly looking toward the door behind her, afraid someone else was there. Jiao, it's windy tonight. You can just sit inside. Hearing this, Wan Jiao indeed felt it was quite cold in the countryside at night. She nodded and sat back on the bed, watching Ji Huan cautiously move the wooden bucket. This time, Ji Huan was too embarrassed to look directly at Wan Jiao. He honestly poured out the water from the bath bucket and then moved it away, tidying up the room. The floor was muddy dirt, and after getting wet, it became a bit muddy. Ji Huan could only sweep roughly, unable to clean it thoroughly. He frowned, thinking whether he should fill the ground with cement tomorrow. Ji Huan, he heard Wan Jiao call him and looked over without defenses. In just one glance, he saw her fair, long legs swaying by the bed. He blamed his eyes for being too good. Even her pinkish, shiny, neatly done toenails were clearly visible. His eyes felt like they were burned, and he quickly looked down, walking slowly toward her. Right now, besides feeling embarrassed, Wan Jiao was also very tired and sleepy. She was eager to sleep quickly, hoping that when she woke up, everything would seem like it never happened. She pointed to the bowl of fruit on the table and the small box of cake, saying, "I'm very tired. Could you please help me finish these?" "Okay. Also, tomorrow I need to call the city to check in." "Is there a place in the village to make calls?" "No, you have to go to the commune." Although Ji Huan didn't look up, he could sense Ruan Jiaojiao's frustration. He quickly added, "Tomorrow, I will take you to the commune. I will borrow a bicycle from the village head and we will be there soon." All right. "Thank you so much." That's all they could do. Ruan Jiaojiao felt very upset. "Then I'll go now. Remember to lock the door and also turn off the candles." Ji Huan took the things and left, closing the door behind him. Ruan Jiaojiao took a deep, annoyed breath. She slipped on her shoes, locked the door, blew out the candles, and then, by the faint glow from the incense burner, climbed into bed. She didn't want to think about anything. Sleep was the best solution. She pulled down the mosquito net, put on an eye mask, and found a comfortable position. Within a minute, she was asleep. Meanwhile, Ji Huan in the other room wasn't as comfortable. There was no bed, only a few boxes and cabinets. He first tried to make a small bed with 4 long benches in the main room, but found it was impossible to sleep on. Finally, he wiped the old, worn bamboo mat and laid it on the floor to make do. Since he was hot-tempered, sleeping on the ground didn't bother him. By the candlelight, Ji Huan sat on the floor and ate the yellowed, oxidized fruit. He didn't understand Ruan Jiaojiao's idea of solving, which was different from his own. She used a small fork to pick at the fruit, so she hadn't eaten the leftovers. But even if she had, Ji Huan wouldn't mind. He was happy to eat even her leftover food. The cake in the box was black forest cake. The cream inside had melted, so it didn't taste very good. But Ji Huan ate it carefully and was very satisfied. It was his first time eating cream cake. In the past, in the city, there were many milk stalls selling cream without tickets, and his grandfather had bought it many times. The fluffy, cloud-like cream was something all children in the city dreamed of, and he was no exception. But he had never eaten it before. Ji Yingkai and Ji Xiuxiu always take a share, and Shen Suifan would threaten him with her eyes. Ji Huan knows that even if he eats his share immediately, they can't do much to him. At most, they might cause a fuss. But at such a young age, he already understands how hard his grandfather's life is. He doesn't want to cause trouble for his family over his own matters. Later, when he had money, he could easily buy 10 or more cream cakes or go to the fancy restaurant to enjoy real cream cakes. But he didn't. He isn't someone who craves food just for taste, so there's no need to spend money on it. No matter how delicious or tasty it is, it wouldn't be the flavor he was longing for back then. Ji Huan scraped the cream out of the paper box until it was clean, then blew out the nearby candle. The cake was really so good that he thought he might never taste such delicious cake in his life again. Wow. With a loud crow of a rooster, Ruan Jiaojiao woke up from her sleep. Wearing an eye mask, she didn't know what day it was until the rooster crowed several times, and her mind gradually cleared. She was still in the countryside. Ruan Jiaojiao let out a deep sigh and gently touched the smooth bed sheets. This bed, carefully made by Ji Huan, wasn't as soft as a memory foam mattress, but compared to the single hospital bed she had been lying on for 3 days, it was quite comfortable. She had managed to sleep well yesterday. There was too much happening yesterday, so she couldn't think clearly. Now that she was just waking up, her mind was very calm and clear. She began to think about her shopping task. At first, she thought that if she didn't do the task, she might get stuck. But now she realized that wasn't the case. There was a cycle for updates. Previously, she stayed in Shanghai for 5 days without any change, and considering this week-long task, the cycle was probably about a week. If she didn't do the task for a week, it would refresh. Of course, this was just her guess. Whether it was a week or longer, she would do all the tasks in a short time without hesitation. Because the shopping task would provide a total of 99.9 billion assets, which, over 100 years, averages about 1 billion per year. Like completing a game, the rewards are smaller at the beginning and get bigger as you progress. So, at least, you should earn 1 billion in funds before testing out the changes in the tasks. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, if the cheat device doesn't refresh the tasks or gets stuck or disappears, it would be a big loss. But Wan Jiaojiao can't understand why the tasks issued by this cheat device are linked to Ji Huan. Could it be that all future tasks are related to him? Ha ha ha, come catch me. You can't catch me. Suddenly, outside the house, a child's laughter interrupts Wan Jiaojiao's thoughts. Then a little girl scolds, "Shh, be quiet. No more noise. If you want to play, go outside. Jinbao's sister, don't chase us. I won't make noise. I'm good. I won't leave. Golden egg, be good, don't leave." After being scolded, the playing children quickly promise, and finally, everything outside becomes quiet again. What's going on? Wan Jiaojiao frowns, takes off her eye mask, and prepares to get up. Ugh, not knowing how painful it is to move until you do. Yesterday, she sat for too long, and her back and hips hurt. Because she walked quite a bit, her soles were sore from stones, and her calves, thighs, and even her feet were aching. Gritting her teeth, Wan Jiaojiao gets up and lifts the mosquito net. Yesterday, she entered the house at night, so she didn't feel much. Now, looking carefully, the small house is still dark even in the daytime. The only window is right above the bed table, almost reaching the ceiling. Inside the window, there are two small wooden doors, slightly open, with a small beam of light shining through the gap. It's really like day and night in the same place. The wooden door of the small house isn't noticeable at night, but during the day, it looks just as dilapidated as the house. The door has several small cracks. They might not be visible to the naked eye, but when sunlight hits them, it looks like light is leaking into the house, like a funnel. Quite amusing. Wan Jiaojiao drags her sore and painful body to stand up, changes into a long skirt, and tidies herself up. Her short-sleeved shorts pajamas don't seem out of place to her, but she knows that in this era, in such a small village, they could cause a big fuss. It doesn't matter in front of Ji Huan, but since there are others outside, she still needs to be careful. After all, she wasn't afraid of trouble, but didn't want to cause unnecessary problems. She loosely tied her hair into a low ponytail with a silk scarf. Wan Jiaojiao opened the door with a squint. Outside, everything was very quiet. A group of children sat in a circle, heads bowed, seemingly doing something, occasionally covering their mouths to giggle. Directly in front of the small house door, a little girl with two small braids sat neatly. Wan Jiaojiao slightly lowered her head and immediately met the bright eyes of the little girl. Jiaojiao sister, you're awake. I'll go get water for you." Before Wan Jiaojiao could respond, the little girl in a pink floral short-sleeved shirt swung her braids and ran toward the next room. The children in the circle also stopped what they were doing, squatting on the ground, curious, watching Wan Jiaojiao. Wan Jiaojiao recognized a few of the children, remembering they were the village chief's grandchildren. When she first arrived at the village chief's house yesterday, these children had been sent to the next room by Aunt Song, worried they might make noise while playing. Wan Jiaojiao exchanged glances with them for a moment. Then, a little girl came over carrying a wooden basin filled with water. "Jiao, sister, are you washing up in the yard or in your room?" "In my room, I think." Hearing the clear voice of the little girl, Wan Jiaojiao hesitated before replying. It seemed uncomfortable being watched by a group of children, especially with such a young girl serving her. Wan Jiaojiao hesitated, ready to take the wooden basin from her, saying, "I'll do it myself. You all can go play." But the little girl blinked, turned sideways to avoid her hand, and said, "No. Jiao, sister, you're weak. I can carry water. Xiao Jiqing asked me to take care of you, and she even gave me a bag of candy. If you carry the water yourself, I won't get any candy." The little girl looked about 7 or 8 years old, only reaching Wan Jiaojiao's waist. She held the basin tightly with both hands, her black and white eyes full of caution, afraid Wan Jiaojiao might take the basin away when she wasn't looking. Wan Jiaojiao. All right, she would be polite. Since the little girl was so persistent and was brought here by Ji Huan with a bag of candy, she had no psychological burden. If anyone was to be blamed, it should be Ji Huan, not her, Wan Jiaojiao. She returned to her room. The little girl followed her inside and placed the basin on the empty wash basin stand. She swung her pigtails and ran out quickly. Soon after, she brought back a porcelain bowl of warm water and an empty wooden basin. After rinsing her face and brushing her teeth, Ruan Jiao went to the table to start her morning skincare routine. The little girl stood nearby, sniffing the pleasant smell in the air, watching Jiao carefully apply her skincare products. Her eyes gradually became dull. Little friend, what's your name?" Jiao asked as she turned to look at the girl. The girl was startled by her voice and shyly replied, "My name is Jinbao. I am 9 years old. The village chief is my grandpa." After answering, she remembered her task and quickly asked, Jiao sister, do you want to eat breakfast? Inside the house or in the main hall?" Xiao Jiqing has already heated the breakfast on the stove. "Let's eat inside," Jiao said, pointing at the window above the table. "How do you open this window? It's too dark inside. If we open it, it will be brighter." "I'll ask my brother to open it for you," Jinbao said, then ran outside waving her hand. "Shibao, come here." Soon, Shibao arrived and the two children exchanged a few words outside. After a while, Shibao came back holding a bamboo pole. He pushed open the window, and the room suddenly became much brighter. Before Jiao could say anything, Shibao grabbed the pole and ran out quickly. His attitude was as if she was some terrible beast, which made Jiao feel a bit confused. Jinbao came back several times, bringing all the breakfast. There was a bowl of plain rice porridge with rice oil, a dish of greens, a dish of eggplant, and 2 large buns bigger than Jiao's palm. Jinbao ran back and forth, always seeing this beautiful sister still applying something to her face. Her mother also used to wipe her face, but only with a small jar of snow cream. She was always careful when applying it, afraid of using too much. Even at such a young age, Jinbao already had a sense of beauty. When her mother was wiping her face, she would also come over to put some on. Although she was young, she knew that applying snow cream to her face would make her look fair and pretty in the future. Looking at the colorful bottles and jars on the table, Jinbao understood. She decided she must earn a lot of money in the future. Only by buying so many skincare products could she become as beautiful as Jiao's sister. But just thinking that a jar of snow cream could buy lots of candies and several pounds of pork made Jinbao feel a bit sad. She wondered how much money she needed to afford this face. After finishing her skincare routine, Ruan Jiao simply applied some hand cream as a finishing touch. She sat on the edge of the bed, ready to have breakfast. She noticed Jinbao still standing there blankly, so she patted the spot beside her. "Come sit here. Just right, keep me company and chat." Jinbao looked at the shiny silk sheets under Ruan Jiao's hand, blinked, then looked around. She moved to sit on the bamboo chair behind her. The little girl sat quietly on the chair, her small hands resting on her lap, very well behaved. Her eyes watched Ruan Jiao as if she wanted to tell her everything she was thinking. Ruan Jiao smiled slightly, but said nothing. She gently stirred her porridge with a spoon. The porridge was kept warm somewhere, so it wasn't hot. She blew on it and took a sip. It tasted very similar to the old-fashioned white porridge she had in Guangshi, probably made by Sister Gong. "Jinbao, have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat a little more with me?" Ruan Jiao just didn't want to be watched while eating. Having Jinbao eat with her was also nice. Jinbao quickly shook her head. "I'm full today. Xiao Jiqing even gave me a big meat bun. He bought it early this morning from the state-run restaurant." "State-run restaurant?" Ruan Jiao paused her eating. "He went to the commune early in the morning." "Yes. Xiao Jiqing came to borrow my bicycle before dawn, then went back before work started. He bought a lot of things, and they were hanging all over his bike rack." Jinbao's eyes lit up as she spoke, clearly eager about what was hanging there, probably food. Suddenly, she remembered something, relaxed and leaned back. But then she straightened up quickly. "Ah. I saw Xiao Jiqing give my grandma a piece of cloth. I think it was embroidered or something. It must be for making clothes for Jiao. My mom is the best at embroidery. Not just in Peach Blossom Village, but in the whole commune. No one is better than her. A few years ago, during tense times, embroidery on clothes was forbidden and could get you into trouble. So, like Zhenbao's mother, no matter how skilled she was at embroidery, she could only sew clothes and pants in the end. The atmosphere has changed now. Many people come to ask Mother Zhenbao for help with embroidery, and they pay quite a lot. When Zhenbao mentions her mother, she always shows a proud little smile. She brings fabric and asks for embroidery. Maybe, as Zhenbao guesses, she wants to make clothes for herself. Wan Jiao Jiao eats her food and asks, "Did you see what color the fabric was? Solid colors are fine, but floral patterns are definitely not." Zhenbao thinks for a moment and says, "White. I only took a quick look, and besides white, I didn't see any other color. White is good. White matches everything and never goes wrong." Wan Jiao Jiao starts to feel a little hopeful about the handmade clothes from this era. Zhenbao seems less nervous now. She opens up and begins to tell Wan Jiao Jiao about her family. The village chief and his wife, Song Zhenhua, have 3 sons and 2 daughters. One daughter married outside the village, and the other married into the commune. They have 3 sons. Zhenbao's father is the second son. Besides her grandfather, who is the head of the team in the countryside, her father and uncle work at the paper factory in the commune. The village chief has 7 grandchildren and 2 granddaughters. The grandchildren are named Fu, Lu, Shou, Shi, Jin, Yin, and Man, representing good fortune and wealth. The granddaughters are called Pearl. The grandchildren are named with Man at the end, and the others add Egg after their names. The granddaughters' names end with Bao. From Zhenbao's clothes and face, it seems the village chief's family doesn't favor boys over girls. In fact, the granddaughters seem to be more loved. Wan Jiao Jiao listens carefully while eating porridge, occasionally adding a comment. After Zhenbao finishes talking about her family, she seems unsure what to say next and falls silent. Wan Jiao Jiao starts a new topic, asking about Aunt Gong next door. Although Zhenbao is only 9, she is either among the gossip-loving old women or the well-informed children. She knows almost everything that should or shouldn't be known. She can be called the village's little know-it-all. Zhenbao frowns, thinking about where to start, then finally says, "Aunt Gong is very pitiful." She then carefully tells the story of Aunt Gong.
Aunt Gong's name is Gong Xiaomei.
When she was very young, her family was hit by a flood. She fled to Teotihuacan with a group of people. Those who fled with her settled in Teotihuacan under the leadership's arrangements, but Gong Xiaomei, who lost her family, had nowhere to go. Grandma Chun from the village was a widow who wanted to raise Gong Xiaomei as a child bride, planning to bring her home to keep her company with her son. According to the villagers, Grandma Chun was a very capable woman. Her ancestors were royal chefs, and she was often hired for big celebrations in the area. Even though she was a widow, her family was well off. When Gong Xiaomei grew up, she married Grandma Chun's son. They had a very good relationship. One day, Grandma Chun went to help with the banquet. On her way back, she fell and hit her head on a stone. Gong Xiaomei and her husband spent a lot of money at the commune hospital trying to save her, but unfortunately, Grandma Chun passed away. Less than 2 years later, Gong Xiaomei's husband was working in the fields when a wild boar came down the mountain. He couldn't escape and was injured by the boar's tusks. Gong Xiaomei borrowed money from neighbors, but despite her efforts, her husband did not survive. Over the years, she raised her son alone. She earned more than a man in her job and lived a very hard life. My grandma said her family's debts are probably paid off now, and things will get better. But the villagers say that Brother Yukong is a troublemaker. Even if Gong's family pays off their debts, they still have this son who causes trouble. However, I think Brother Yukong is a good boy. Listening to Zhenbao, she put down her chopsticks and suddenly remembered something. Yukong, Wang Yukong, a character from the novel. The heroine once ate his family's marinated meat and was amazed. She wanted to ask him for the recipe just like when he was still a young boy. Wang Yukong wasn't stupid. After tricking her with candy a few times, he didn't say anything. Later, the heroine tried to buy from him with 20 yuan, but Wang Yukong simply told her he didn't know. Not giving up, she planned to go to his house and talk to his mother about a deal. But when she reached his door, she saw Wang Yukong's mother with a stern face and ran away without saying a word. The The story doesn't mention Gong Auntie's name. It only describes her with her hair loose and her eyes dark, which the main character thinks looks like she's crazy. People in the village say their family is hard to get along with, so the main character decides not to pursue it further. Later, when Wang Yukong is mentioned, he becomes Ji Huayan's close helper. It seems he didn't go to high school or college, and the story doesn't mention his mother anymore. Whether someone is easy to get along with or crazy can only be known by meeting them. Wan Jiao plans to find a time to go out and look around. After all, with her skills, it's a shame not to cook for herself every day. When Wan Jiao puts down her chopsticks, Zhenbao stretches her neck to look and asks surprised, Jiao, are you not eating anymore? Honestly, her 5-year-old brother Shibao has a bigger appetite than this. I'm full, Zhenbao sighs inwardly. To become as beautiful as Jiao, not only do you need to spend a lot of money, but you can only eat a little. It's really hard. Even though she's thinking this, her hands are quick. Soon, she tidies up the table completely. Wan Jiao opens the chocolate that she didn't touch yesterday, pours out more than half, and stuffs it into Zhenbao's side pockets.
Yeah.
I can't take these. Zhenbao quickly digs into her pockets, ready to take out what's inside. Although she doesn't know what kind of candy Wan Jiao gave her, the pretty wrapping paper she's never seen before tells her it's special. Wan Jiao bought Hershey's chocolate with an onion-shaped wrapper and foil packaging. She saw it at the friendship store, so she's not worried about trouble. She holds Zhenbao's hand and smiles. Shout, Ji Jiqing gave you a bag of candy. It's your wages for taking care of me, right? Zhenbao nods, a bit confused about why she's saying this. These chocolates are a gift from me personally. They're your wages for chatting with me and telling me many things I didn't know. Wan Jiao gently pats her bulging pocket. Just take it happily. It's what you deserve. Then she takes 2 chocolates from the scattered ones on the table, unwraps one, and puts it in her mouth. She unwraps another and stuffs it into Zhenbao's slightly dazed, still confused mouth. Zhenbao instinctively starts eating. The entrance has a slight sweetness, followed by a faint bitterness. It has a rich cocoa and milk aroma, smooth and delicious. Zhenbao's mouth moved slightly, and her eyes unconsciously squinted. She has tasted chocolate before. During this year's New Year, Dad and Uncle San brought back chocolate that looked like gold coins from the commune. It was given to them by the factory leaders as a reward for their good performance. The 4 small chocolates were divided into dozens of pieces, with each person getting just a tiny bit. But even that tiny piece was full of flavor, making Zhenbao realize for the first time that candies don't have to be only sweet. Bitter and sweet can be just as tasty. Jiao, her older sister, now gave her so much. The family could all share a whole one. Could she accept this? Zhenbao was well educated by her family. She knew she shouldn't take things that weren't hers. She understood how valuable these chocolates were, but Wan Jiao said they were her wages. At this moment, Zhenbao felt very conflicted inside. Wan Jiao gently patted her little head. All right, don't overthink. Just accept it peacefully. If you really feel bad about it, you can talk to me more about the village when you have time. I like hearing about those things. I understand now. Jiao, like grandma, loves listening to stories about the village. Zhenbao looked serious, puffed out her little chest, and promised, Jiao, you can ask me anything you want to know. I'll tell you everything I know, and if I don't know, I'll try to find out for you. Zhenbao, who seemed to be very wise, suddenly remembered something important. She hesitated and quietly approached Wan Jiao. She whispered, Jiao, you need to be careful of the little white lotus in the village. My brother and I saw her bothering Ji Jiqing several times. My grandma said she's not a good person. She also said that men can't be trusted. Even though we saw Ji Jiqing ignore her many times, you still need to be careful of her. Is there such a thing? Wan Jiao became interested and asked about this little white lotus. She remembered there was a female character in the story with the same name called Little White Lotus, but she usually tangled with the male lead. Why is it different now? Zhenbao's brows furrowed deeply, looking like she really disliked this little white lotus. She's really bad. When I was 6, I saw her sneaking into the small woods with Lin Jiqing. Later, while everyone was busy, she pushed me into the paper-making pit. She kept saying it wasn't on purpose, but our whole family knew she did it on purpose. Jinbao was full of anger and resentment. Wan Jiao listened, her fists clenched tightly. Although she was not a good person and her morals were not high, pushing a 6-year-old girl into a paper-making pit was definitely a form of murder. When they entered the village, Wan Jiao glanced at the pit. It was at least 2 meters deep, filled with bamboo and stones. If Jinbao had fallen and hit a stone or a bamboo, she wouldn't be able to stand here talking to her now. Are you hurt? Can't you call the police to arrest her? Jinbao shook her head, feeling wronged, and let out a breath. There was nothing in the pit, just a little scrape on my skin. Everyone was busy transporting bamboo and cleaning up. There were many people around, so it was really crowded. She kept crying, saying she didn't mean to push me. Her parents even knelt down to apologize to our family. My grandpa made them pay for the medical bills, and there wasn't much more to say. Oh, and she's been watching Lin Jiqing since he went to the countryside. Later, Lin Jiqing's girlfriend, Tian Jiqing, also came to our village, and they started causing trouble every day. The little white lotus isn't a good person, and we don't like Tian Jiqing either. She's very proud and looks down on us villagers. But it's strange, after Lin Jiqing and Tian Jiqing left, she suddenly started bothering Xiao Ji Jiqing for no clear reason. Jinbao thought hard for a while. It seems. It started a few days before the college entrance exam. Wan Jiao roughly understood why. Based on the novel's description of Zheng Qiaolian, she was a person who really wanted to move to the city and live like city folks. In the story, the male lead, Lin Yi, was her initial target. He was handsome, well-dressed, and seemed to come from a good family. Maybe during their entanglement, she truly fell in love with Lin Yi, which is why she didn't change her target for so many years. After Lin Yi and the female lead, Tian Yueying, left, no matter how unwilling she was, she had to find a new target. And Ji Huayan, who often helped the educated youth with their questions, was the most likely to get into college, so she naturally chose him. Honestly, Jinbao's guess was exactly what Little White Lotus, Zheng Qiaolian, was thinking. You're not going to cut pig grass, so what are you sneaking around for? What are you holding? Hand it over. As the main characters of Jinbao and Wan Jiao's conversation, Zheng Qiaolian had just sneaked back home. She took an egg from the cupboard, but was caught by her mother. The reason the villagers call her Little White Lotus is because, among the dark and yellowish people in Peach Blossom Village, Zheng Qiaolian stands out, except for a few pampered children from wealthy families. Her features are not very delicate, just decent, but her clear, fair skin makes her look pretty and gentle. Since she was young, Zheng Qiaolian has been lazy and careless, but she is sweet-talking and kind. The Zheng couple, her parents, are honest and gentle, and they often can't bring themselves to scold her harshly. Zheng Qiaolian looks similar to her aunt. When she was little, her aunt married a widower from the commune and became her stepmother. She often took Zheng Qiaolian to the commune to play. At a young age, Zheng Qiaolian saw the difference between the commune and the countryside. When she visited the city, she experienced its busy and lively life. Gradually, she developed big dreams. Zheng's father and mother are very honest rural people, and they get along well with everyone in the village. But because of their daughter, they not only lost face in the family, but also had to clean up her mess when she caused trouble. The whole family feels exhausted. No matter how much love they give her, it has been worn down over the years. When Zheng's mother saw her daughter stubbornly refusing to speak, she quickly stepped forward to grab her from behind. Zheng Qiaolian, not used to farm work, was no match for her mother. Soon, her hand was pried open, revealing the egg she was holding. Ah, are you annoying? It's just an egg. Look at this, my arm is red. Zheng Qiaolian frowned and complained, reaching out to take back the egg, but her mother slapped her hand. What are you doing with the egg? Giving it to Xiao Ji, the educated youth? Forget it. Her mother's chest rose and fell quickly, her eyes red with anger. Everyone in the village knows Xiao Ji's fiancé came to find him. I don't believe you didn't hear. You've been clinging to Lin Yi for 7 years, and the whole family has been embarrassed with you.
How old were you then?
Only 14. Do you know how nasty the things people say are? That you want men at such a young age, that you're already trying to flirt with others. Zheng Qiaolian, you're no longer a child. You're 22. The family has tried to set you up with someone, but you don't like any of them. How long are you going to drag this on? If Xiao Ji, the educated youth, doesn't have a girlfriend, I won't stop you. If you can marry him, that's impressive, but his girlfriend has already come to the village, and she even arrived in a car. Everyone who has seen her says she looks like a fairy. What do you have to compare with her?
Can you please stop being so mean?
I'm begging you, Mom. Mrs. Zheng finally broke down in tears, overwhelmed with sadness. But Zheng Qiaolian had no heart. In fact, her mind was focused on how to attract a city person or a college student. She didn't care about her mother's tears. She sneered, "What does it matter what people say? If I become a city girl, many will come to flatter me. They're jealous now, but later they'll be begging me. And anyway, what if his fiancé comes? I've heard that Ji Huayan has been working in the countryside for years and has never exchanged letters with his fiancé. Their relationship must be bad. As for the villagers worshipping Ji Huayan's fiancé as a fairy, she scoffed even more. Honestly, rural folks rarely see anyone truly beautiful. They spend their days planting rice or digging fields. If a city girl comes along, they all think she's a fairy. If I lived in the city, eating fine rice, using fancy creams, and wearing small leather shoes, I'd definitely be prettier than her." When Zheng Qiaolian said this, she paid no attention to her increasingly disappointed mother, who looked at her with cold eyes. She grabbed her weakly hanging hand, took an egg, and impatiently said, "Enough, enough. When I marry Ji Huayan and go back to the city with him, you'll have a college daughter-in-law. All the shame from before will be gone. Okay, I'm going to the grain drying yard to find Ji Huayan. Just wait for good news." Happily, Zheng Qiaolian ran out of the yard holding the egg, not noticing her mother's increasingly cold and distant gaze, which eventually turned completely emotionless. She happily took the egg to the grain drying yard and casually asked someone where Xiao Ji, the young worker, was. The villagers usually looked at her with disgust and mockery, but Zheng Qiaolian was used to it. Today, however, they all seemed to be watching a show, which made her feel uneasy. Looking for Xiao Ji? He just finished work and is in a hurry to see his fiancée. As soon as the person finished speaking, an ant picking grain nearby also smiled and said, "If I had someone as beautiful as her, I'd be in a rush too. Some people are just worthless, lowly things. No one wants to be with them." Exactly. They should look at themselves in the mirror and see what kind of person they are. On the surface, she looked well-dressed and proper, but behind the scenes, she needed her sister-in-law to help wash her underwear. The two kind-hearted women often teased each other and were very close to Song Binghua. The children at home often played with Jinbao. They truly looked down on this selfish and mean-spirited person. Zheng Qiaolian trembled with sarcasm and couldn't bring herself to hit anyone. Instead, she angrily said, "I have nothing good to say about you, these gossiping country folks," then turned and ran away without looking back. Today, Ji Huayan didn't go to work at the grain drying yard. Instead, he swapped tasks and helped with rice planting. Working at the grain yard required teamwork, but planting rice only needed to be done to a certain amount before finishing for the day. He worked like a tireless bull, bending over all morning to plant rice in the fields without taking a break. Because he promised Erwan Jiao Jiao to wash her hair during the day and take her to the commune, Ji Huayan wanted to finish his work early and go back. He didn't need extra work points. If he hadn't been unable to take leave during the busy harvest season, he wouldn't have let Jinbao take care of Ruan Jiao Jiao. "Little Ji, the educated youth, has returned. Little Ji, the educated youth has returned." Ji Huayan jogged home. Before he reached the yard, the children gathered in a circle and saw him first. They cheered happily. He threw away the stick he was holding, wiped his hands on his pants, and rushed to the small house to give the news. "Little Ji, the educated youth, has come back." He stood at the door, but didn't go inside. He looked at Ruan Jiao Jiao, then shyly lowered his head. He wasn't afraid of Ruan Jiao Jiao, just very shy. After announcing, he cast a quick glance at her and hurried back. Mornings and evenings in the countryside are cooler, But as it approaches noon, it gets hot. Wan Jiao Jiao didn't want to feel the outdoor heat, so she stayed in the shaded room chatting with her little friend Jinbao. Jiao Jiao, I'm back. What do you want to eat for lunch? I bought a piece of pork belly from the commune. Do you want to try braised pork? Last night, Ji Huayan only slept for 2 or 3 hours. Maybe he was too excited or didn't want to fall asleep. After eating cake and lying down, he only closed his eyes briefly before getting up with his tools and leaving. Ji Huayan has been in Taohua village for 7 years. The local native, Zhenbao, doesn't know him very well, but they often meet. However, upon reflection, she realized she had never seen the young educated youth smile. The young educated youth always has a serious face and looks a bit stern. She often hears the village women talk about him, saying he is strong and hardworking. Sometimes they joke about marrying their children to him, sometimes with a smile she can't understand. But from what she knows, the village girls and women are not interested. They think he is quiet and stern, doesn't know how to care for others, and might even hit his wife in the future. With such a big build, he could call his family to help, but he might not even be able to beat them. But now it seems that the young educated youth can smile and speak such long words, and his tone is very gentle. Zhenbao was a bit surprised, but then she thought, this is Jiao Jiao. If the young educated youth still acts stern, he would really be ungrateful. Wan Jiao Jiao slowly fanned herself with a lace mother-of-pearl fan, trying to cool down as the temperature rose. She subtly glanced toward the corner of the room and quickly looked away. That's fine. You decide, but it's better to keep it light. I don't have much appetite. Wan Jiao Jiao, now fully refreshed after waking up, had forgotten the embarrassment from before. Yes, that's how it should be. She kept encouraging herself silently, then calmly looked directly at Ji Huayan. He was standing in the shadow inside the door. He didn't dare get too close, afraid his sweat smell would bother Wan Jiao Jiao. From her perspective, he had sweat beads on his forehead, large drops running down his temples. Some dripped onto his clothes, others slowly traced his features down to his chin, then disappeared into his moving Adam's apple as his chest rose and fell. Was he showing her this in broad daylight? Wan Jiao Jiao quickly looked away and sped up her fan. She cleared her throat awkwardly and said, You should go drink some water and wash your face to cool down. If you get too hot, we'll take me to the commune. Okay. Ji Huayan knew that Wan Jiao Jiao cared about him. He couldn't help but smile slightly. After leaving the room, he washed his face by the water basin under the eaves. Zhenbao quietly watched from the side, eating her snacks. She saw a different side of Xiao Ji Jiqing. Her young face showed a secret smile. Zhenbao felt that her trip was really worth it. She received 2 paychecks, shared many things with Jiao Jiao, and saw another side of Xiao Ji Jiqing. She could proudly say she was the first person in the village to notice this. This made her very happy, hee. Zhenbao kept thinking and couldn't help but smile. Wan Jiao Jiao looked at her, noticing her sneaky smile at the door, and found it a little funny.
What are you thinking about?
Why are you smiling so happily? Zhenbao blurted out, I'm thinking about Xiao Ji Jiqing. Then she secretly moved her chair closer to the bed and whispered, He's like the big dog at the village entrance. So obedient. I never knew Xiao Ji Jiqing could smile like that before. She winked at Jiao Jiao and said, Jiao Jiao, don't worry, I won't tell anyone this secret. But it's not really a secret. Jiao Jiao chuckled softly and gently pinched Jinbao's chubby little face. She didn't say anything more. Indeed, even though they hadn't known each other long, no matter what she said, Ji Huayan always listened. Jiao Jiao, I'm going to Aunt Gong's house. I'll be back soon, Ji Huayan said as he carried yesterday's lunchbox and stood at the door to report to Jiao Jiao. After she waved her fan in response, he quickly left the yard. Jiao Jiao, I also need to go help my mother cook. I'll come back to see you this afternoon. During busy times, everyone gets tired, so the meals are better. Song Zhenhua has to cook for dozens of people, which is quite busy. Besides, her daughter-in-law had already gone home early to help, and Jinbao also needed to go back and help with some small chores. Go ahead. Walk slowly on the way. Jiao Jiao smiled as she watched Jinbao leave. When she heard her shout at the door, the children, who weren't afraid of the heat, quickly followed her. Bad woman. The little white lotus is here. Close the door. Don't let her in. In just a few seconds, Jiao Jiao heard the children outside shouting as they prepared to leave. She slowly fanned herself and walked to the door, looking toward the small yard entrance. The children all crowded at the door, closing the small wooden gate of the yard. They shouted angrily outside, their faces turning red. Being locked outside and hearing the children call her a bad woman repeatedly, Zheng Qiaoyan's face turned pale. But because Ji Huan was inside, she held back her anger and spoke softly through the door. Open the door. I came to see Xiao Ji teaching about something. Children should listen and not delay the adults' business. The children inside refused to listen. Due to their family's influence, they all disliked Zheng Qiaoyan very much. In this era, a village was like a united big community. A girl from Taohua village, who was persistent and kept bothering a young man from the countryside, was known even by the people at the commune. Suddenly, Taohua village's reputation worsened. It also became harder for the girls in the village to find marriage. People might think, if such a girl came from Taohua village, could other girls be just as bad? Marrying a troublemaker would bring trouble to 3 generations. Seeing that the wooden door still didn't move and hearing the shouting inside, Zheng Qiaoyan's temper flared. Just as she was about to lose her patience, the noise inside stopped. She heard a gentle, pleasant female voice say something softly. Then the door opened. Why are you looking for Ji Huan? He's not here now, but he'll be back soon. Wan Jiao Jiao, wearing a hat, stood at the door fanning herself with a fan. Several children stood beside her, glaring angrily at Zheng Qiaoyan. It was as if they thought if she scolded a little, they would all rush forward to beat her.
Zheng Qiaoyan was stunned.
She froze in place for several seconds, her face twisted with shock. Her once delicate appearance was gone, replaced by a strange expression. Is this Ji Huan's fiancé? Her hat was pretty, the fan even glowed, and her dress was so soft and elegant, more fashionable than any cloth dress. And her looks, she was even more beautiful. Her hair was also very pretty. Zheng Qiaoyan had never seen anyone so beautiful in her life. Even Tianyu, whom she once envied, looked plain compared to her. It turned out that city people were truly different from each other. When Zheng Qiaoyan arrived, she was full of jealousy. She was jealous because everyone else was women, and they were all similar, but some people were born city folks, and she had to work hard to compete. But now, seeing Wan Jiao Jiao's appearance, her jealousy disappeared completely. If she were only a little better, she might still feel jealous, but the two of them were so different that jealousy was impossible. She was not jealous of Wan Jiao Jiao, but she hated her. The group of educated youths left in the village were those who failed the college entrance exam last year. Whether they could pass this year was still uncertain. Only Ji Huan was different. He didn't take the exam last year, and among the educated youths, he was known to have better grades than Lin Yi. Since Lin Yi could be the top scorer, Ji Huan must be just as good. But why was this woman going to the countryside to find Ji Huan? She had everything. Beautiful looks, a good family background. With her conditions, it was easy for her to marry a government official or be a wife of a high-ranking person. But why was she still coming to the countryside to find such a poor young man? Why was she so determined to compete with her? Zheng Qiaoyan truly believed that Ji Huan was not worthy of this woman. But she also knew very well that standing next to this woman, she had no chance of winning. Why did you come to the countryside? Wan Jiao Jiao didn't want to stand outside in the hot sun. She just wanted to send the person away quickly so she could rest in the shade. Seeing Zheng Qiaoyan's complicated expression, she felt a bit impatient. Are you here to find my boyfriend? What else would I do? If you have something to say, say it. If not, I won't entertain you. Why is it that even when someone is impatient, they still look so good and sound so pleasant? Zheng Qiaoyan felt a sharp pain in her chest. Ji Huan is just a poor young man. He's been in the countryside for 7 years, and you haven't contacted him. Why are you still coming to find him now? He can't give you anything. The clothes you wear, the things you use, he probably can't even buy them with his entire year's work points. Being with him, besides suffering, what else can you gain? Do you even listen to what you're saying? Wang Jiao thought she was about to go through a bitter rivalry scene, but unexpectedly, she changed her strategy and tried to persuade her to turn back. Could she tell this person that she was attracted to Ji Huayan's looks and was craving his body? Of course not. Wang Jiao completely lost her patience and didn't want to say more. I like it. You don't have a say in it. She then told Jinbao to close the door. Before the door was fully shut, Zheng Qiaolian hurriedly put her hand out and shouted, Wait, are you willing? Is he willing? I heard he went to the commune before dawn to buy a lot of things, food and supplies, spending at least half a year's savings. His savings for half a year are only enough for you to eat in the countryside for 2 days. I understand that you're good-looking and that men like beauty. But if you truly care about him, can you bear to see him work so hard? Wang Jiao's lips pressed into a straight line. I can bear it. He treats me well because I am worth it. So, has no one treated you well? Are you just here to seek attention? As she spoke, her gaze shifted away from Zheng Qiaolian and looked behind her. Well, you can ask him yourself. Jinbao had already seen Ji Huayan approaching. She had loosened her grip on the door early on. After Wang Jiao turned around with her fan and went back inside, she also carried her little group of children and quietly slipped past the stiff Zheng Qiaolian to go home. However, she moved very slowly, her ears pricked up high, occasionally glancing back sneakily. Little Ji, the educated youth. Zheng Qiaolian turned around and looked at Ji Huayan, who stood expressionless behind her. Her legs felt weak. She didn't know how long Ji Huayan had been there or how much she had heard. But she was really afraid he might suddenly hit her. She trembled like a tiny fly and called out softly. Zheng Qiaolian took a few steps back and slowly moved to the side of the wooden door. Ji Huayan's face was dark enough to drip water. He had no intention of paying her any attention. In the past, when Zheng Qiaolian bothered him, Ji Huayan either ignored her or avoided her because he still cared that she was from the village, and he was just a young, educated youth. That's why he didn't lose his temper. But this time, because of her instigation, Jiao looked very angry. He walked straight into the yard and directly closed the gate behind him. Don't let me see you again. I'm not afraid to hit women. A cold, threatening voice drifted out from the thin wooden door, making Zheng Qiaolian's scalp tingle with fear. She panicked and ran away in a hurry. She didn't really like Ji Huayan. She just wanted to leave with him for the city. Now, even if she pushed Ji Huayan's partner aside with his threat, she no longer dared to see him as her target. She wanted to be a city person, not a dead person in the city. If she got hit, she might really die. Ji Huayan knew rumors in the village said he might hit his wife in the future. He was just scaring Zheng Qiaolian earlier. He gathered his courage and stood at Ruang Jiao's door. He felt unsure and hesitated to go in, worried that Zheng Qiaolian's words might affect Ruang Jiao. At this moment, he was thinking about separating from her. Such a little breeze and you blocked it. Come in quickly. Ruang Jiao glanced at Ji Huayan with a bit of annoyance and quickly fanned herself. She wasn't angry, just a little irritated from the sun. Ruang Jiao has soft skin and doesn't sweat much. When she gets hot, her face turns red and feels stuffy. This feeling of heat won't go away easily. She was a bit regretful now. Why does the female supporting character always get to see everything? Why should she make things difficult for herself and suffer? Ji Huayan hesitated, then took a few steps closer and squatted near Ruang Jiao's bed. I'm happy to do this. It doesn't cost you anything. I have money and can support you. Ruang Jiao knew that he probably felt uncomfortable after hearing Zheng Qiaolian's words. She curled her lips and thought to herself, having money is one thing, supporting me is another. Ji Huayan didn't realize how much she could spend. He was a bit naive. Sometimes, she herself was afraid of how much she spent. Seeing that Ruang Jiao didn't speak and kept fanning herself, Ji Huayan got anxious and wanted to prove something. He stood up, moved to the corner of the room, and moved aside a small cabinet. Then he half-kneeled and reached behind the cabinet to get something. Ruang Jiao curiously stretched her neck to look. She saw Ji Huan take out a rusty, large iron box from behind the cabinet. The iron box was heavy and made a loud clang when placed on the table. Ji Huan opened the lid, casually found a piece of clothing from the cabinet, wrapped it around the bottom of the box, then squatted down and held it up with both hands, offering it to Ruang Jiao. The iron box was tightly sealed. On top, there was a layer of money tied with grass ropes, some whole and some in small bundles. Ruang Jiao looked up at Ji Huan. Following his eager yet nervous gaze, she closed her fan and used the fan's ribs to open the money on top. There was quite a lot of money inside. She peeled back 3 or 4 bundles and then saw what was underneath. There were pearl jewelry, gold and silver ornaments, and many pieces of jewelry embedded with gemstones. Ruang Jiao looked away, realizing she had underestimated Ji Huan. "You're quite impressive." Her tone was casual, but her words were sincere. At 13, when Ji Huan went to the countryside with nothing, he managed to build a large family fortune in just 7 years without anyone knowing. Truly impressive. To Ruan Jiao, this wealth may not seem like much, but for rural folks, it's money they could never earn in a lifetime. All for you. All to spend. These funds and items were accumulated by Ji Huan through trading between the black markets in Shanghai and Hangzhou. Besides this box, he also kept some money hidden when he visited Shanghai during his leave. Ji Huan, who deals in black market trades, understands the market trends well. He believes that the country will eventually allow private businesses, probably within a year or 2. Originally, he planned to use these resources as capital to develop his future in Beijing. But now, with Ruan Jiao, he only wants to give everything to her, including what he hid in Shanghai. As for developing in Beijing, he has other plans for that when the time comes. Seeing the love and nervous hope in Ji Huan's eyes, Ruan Jiao's tone softened. "I can spend money easily. I can't live on just this. I will earn a lot. All for you," Ji Huan quickly replied. He admits he's not noble, driven by desire and eager for Jiao's affection, falling into her warmth. Jiao's kindness is beyond words. She doesn't mind that he's shy and reserved, poor and rough, tall and fierce. She came just for him, to stay here and endure hardships, just to witness him get his diploma, and to go back to Shanghai together. Ji Huan treasures this happiness and doesn't want to lose it. Unaware of how wonderful she is, Ji Huan had long been captivated by her, repeatedly. Now, she feels she's found a boyfriend who matches her aesthetic, obedient and silent, and even more attentive. Ignoring the box of things, Jiao stared at his slightly parted lips, her eyes darkening. Maybe a kiss? She's already close, no need to rush, right? Just as she leaned forward, she wrinkled her nose at the smell of sweat on Ji Huan. She quickly leaned back and hurriedly said, "Go take a shower, okay?" Ji Huan was aware that his scent had affected Jiao, so he quickly stood up, placed the metal box on the table, and hurriedly took out clothes and pants from his suitcase before rushing out of the room. After Ji Huan left, Ruan Jiao collapsed onto the bed, annoyed, and punched the soft mattress. Her first kiss definitely shouldn't have gone like that. In the past, Ruan Jiao was never someone who showed her emotions openly. She always behaved confidently and maintained proper manners in front of others. But now, feeling angry, she didn't realize that she was starting to show her true feelings in front of Ji Huan. She looked at the metal box on the table, took a few deep breaths, sat up, and gently tapped inside with a fan. The bundle of money should be about 1,000 yuan, but there were scattered bills totaling over 7,000. The money in the box could be withdrawn, but not deposited. Ruan Jiao usually spent money from there, so she didn't really want to keep it. It might be better for Ji Huan to take the money back and invest it, since he had that ability. She didn't like the jade, silver items, or small gold bars either. Ruan Jiao rummaged through the box and picked out a few gemstone jewelry pieces, 2 pearl necklaces, and a delicate shrimp-shaped bracelet. The gemstone jewelry looked a bit old-fashioned, but the stones were good quality. She could design new patterns when she returned to Shanghai and have someone make them. The pearls were actually very fine, full, uniform in size. It would be a waste to leave them with these other items, as their luster was somewhat dull. The shrimp-shaped bracelet was a hollow, round silver bracelet, without any stones embedded. Since it was silver, it wasn't very expensive. However, it was small in size and finely crafted, so Wan Jiao also took it. But now it was heavily oxidized, all black. She would need someone to clean it before she could wear it. After choosing what she liked, Wan Jiao quickly washed herself in the creek and also washed her clothes. Ji Huayan, who had been bathing, returned. She waved at him, and when he approached, she leaned in and started sniffing. There was no sweat smell, only a faint scent of plants mixed with soap. Quite fresh. Wan Jiao was satisfied. She tilted her head back, and Ji Huayan lowered his head. They looked at each other silently, neither saying a word. My neck is so sore. You should squat down. After Wan Jiao scolded him sharply, Ji Huayan looked at her with reddened ears and watched her squat down. They faced each other. When she squatted, Ji Huayan's strong body wrapped around her legs hanging by the bed, creating a tense, intimate atmosphere in the small room. Wan Jiao lowered her head and carefully examined his features with her eyes. Thick eyebrows, deep eyes, long eyelashes, high nose, and finally her gaze settled on his slightly pink, moist lips, which had just been touched by the stream. She placed her hands on Ji Huayan's shoulders and slowly leaned forward. Ji Huayan knew what was about to happen, and his heart was pounding fast. He unconsciously moved forward a little, his arms, which were supporting him on the bed, slowly tightened, gently wrapping around Wan Jiao's legs. They drew closer, so close that their breaths intertwined. Wan Jiao slightly lifted her eyes to meet Ji Huayan's incredible dark gaze, then lowered her eyes again. That glance seemed to steal Ji Huayan's reason. He was about to reach out and hold her head. Brother Huayan, I brought food. An untimely voice suddenly interrupted. Ji Huayan quickly withdrew his hand, stepped back to create distance, and stood up. His ears turned red, as if they were about to burn. He lowered his head and stammered, Jiao, I'll go get the food. He didn't dare look at Wan Jiao, bowed his body, and strode toward the door. As he stepped over the threshold, he tripped and almost fell. Fortunately, Ji Huayan didn't lift his head, or he would have seen Wan Jiao's furious eyes. She was really angry. She just wanted to experience the feeling of a kiss. Was that so hard? She had saved her first kiss for 2 generations, and now she couldn't even give it away? It was ridiculous. Jiao, eat in the main room. It's brighter there, and it's better for your eyes. Ji Huayan stood at the door, gathered his courage, and spoke, then lowered his head again, seeming shy. Wan Jiao looked at him irritably. They hadn't even kissed. Why was he shy? She angrily crossed past Ji Huayan and went to the next room, sat heavily on a long bench, and waited with a serious face for him to serve the food. Ji Huayan carefully arranged the food in the lunchbox and neatly set out the bowls and chopsticks. Then he whispered, Jiao, you eat first. I'll be right there. Uncertain of what he was thinking, his face turned redder and his voice grew softer. Seeing this, Wan Jiao almost couldn't hold back her anger. She didn't mind eating alone, as long as no one stared at her while she ate. So she waved her hand to dismiss him, letting him go outside to cool off. When Ji Huayan came back busy from outside, Wan Jiao, who wasn't feeling very hungry, had already finished her meal and was leisurely drinking the lotus root soup. Jiao, I'll go boil some water. Later, I'll wash your hair, okay? Ji Huayan thought he might have been too abrupt earlier, which made Jiao upset. He felt helpless facing her anger, and could only be careful to soothe and please her. Humph. Jiao responded with a soft hum, and then put down her bowl to go back to her room. He had no idea that Jiao wasn't angry because he was too abrupt, but because he wasn't abrupt enough. While Ji Huayan was boiling water and eating, Jiao was busy herself. She poured water from the hot water bottle into an unused wooden basin and started washing her undergarments with special laundry detergent, which she preferred to do herself. Jiao didn't like others touching her personal clothes, so she always did it herself. In modern times, there are washing machines, but here she had to wash by hand. Despite being delicate, she never complained about this. Thinking about letting others wash her clothes made her feel uncomfortable all over. After washing, she hung her clothes in a remote corner of the room. As for the shirts and skirts she changed out of yesterday, she would either pay the village aunt to wash them or take them back herself if necessary. She definitely wouldn't do it herself anymore. After finishing her meal, Ji Huan followed Jiao Jiao's request and moved the bamboo lounge chair under the eaves, wiping it carefully with a towel. Jiao Jia planned to lie on it to wash her hair. The bamboo lounge chair was similar to those in barbershops, a bit hard, with the headrest sides slightly higher. Ji Huan placed a small stool and some bricks on the bench to adjust it to the right height. He put his own pillow on the chair to make Jiao Jiao more comfortable and then slowly untied her hair ribbon, carefully combing her hair with a brush. Careful observation reveals that Ji Huan's hand is trembling slightly as he fears accidentally hurting Wan Jiao Jiao. Wan Jiao Jiao fans herself intermittently, looking up at Ji Huan with a serious expression, then slowly closing her eyes. The water temperature is just right, and the gentle pressure on her head feels very soft, with no pulling of her hair. Wan Jiao Jiao enjoys a scalp massage, smelling her fruity floral shampoo, and, with the breeze blowing, she begins to relax and browse happily. She still has a few thousand yuan left in her shopping balance, but that doesn't stop her from browsing and adding items to her cart. After all, a shopping cart is meant for adding things. She can clear it with one click later and feel happy. Wan Jiao Jiao scrolls through products in the store, also paying attention to outside matters. After washing her hair twice, she teaches Ji Huan how to apply conditioner. Once the conditioner has sat on her hair for a while, Ji Huan carefully rinses it twice more, then gently presses out the water with a towel wrapped around her hair. Ji Huan is very patient, wringing the towel repeatedly and pressing again and again until her hair is about 70% dry, thanks to the towel and the breeze. After applying the essential oil, Ji Huan's large hand moves constantly through Wan Jiao Jiao's thick, black hair, massaging and carefully using his fingers to comb it out, helping it dry faster. Wan Jiao Jiao squints and reaches out to touch her hair, which is almost dry. She slowly sits up, lifts her pillow higher, and leans against it. Jiao Jiao, can we go to the commune later? The sun is too strong now. It will be very hot outside. Wan Jiao Jiao strokes her hair and nods. After all, relying only on sunscreen and a small hat isn't enough under such strong sun. It's better to leave when the sun is about to set. She notices Ji Huan coming back and forth, arranging the stool and the wooden basin for washing her hair, about to walk toward her room. Suddenly, Wan Jiao Jiao remembers something and raises her voice. Wait, what are you going to get? Ji Huan turns around, looking a bit confused. I saw your clothes on the table yesterday and wanted to wash them. Is that okay? Yes, indeed. Compared to asking the village woman for help, isn't Ji Huan more suitable? And besides, what's wrong with a boyfriend helping to wash a few clothes? It's a natural thing to do. I'll go get it. After saying this, Wan Jiao Jiao went into the house. She picked up a shirt dress from the table, thought for a moment, then turned away from the door. She squatted by the suitcase, pretending to search, and quickly bought a small bottle of neutral laundry detergent from an online shop. She handed the item to Ji Huan and stood beside the wash basin, teaching him how to wash. The shirt and dress shouldn't be scrubbed hard. They could only be soaked and gently pressed to remove dust. Ji Huan is very smart and understood immediately. After Wan Jiao Jiao explained once, seeing him do it properly, she stopped interfering and leaned back in her chair, running her fingers through her hair. The washed clothes were hung in the shady, cool area behind the house. His clothes were also hung there. Watching the clothes sway gently on the same line, Ji Huan looked very happy. Life in the countryside is really boring. Just after one night, Wan Jiao Jiao started to feel a bit restless. She stood up slowly and walked to the back of the house, planning to see the room where Ji Huan slept yesterday. When she pushed the door open, she found the room was extremely empty and bleak. Inside, there were only two old, worn cabinets and a cracked square table, with no other furniture. The floor was covered with yellowed bamboo mats, and the quilt was folded into a square and placed in the middle of the mats. Looking carefully, she saw the room still let in light. Sunbeams passed through the uneven tiles and shone directly onto the dusty ground. Compared to her own room, this one was quite bright and looked quite cheerful. Jiao Jiao Jia. This voice was clearly from her little friend, coming to find her. Ruan Jiao Jiao peeked out of the room, and Junbao was already bouncing into the yard. The children who were behind her had delivered Junbao and then ran off. Ruan Jiao Jiao was feeling bored, so Junbao's visit was a good chance to chat and pass the time. The gossip in this village was even more interesting than modern high society gossip. Junbao, sitting on the same bed and leaning on a bamboo back chair, took a few sips of water, caught her breath, and then started chatting. Jiao Jiao Jia, I was listening for you at noon. Xiao Ji Jiqing didn't pay any attention to Xiao Bailian. He was like that before, just pretend Xiao Bailian doesn't exist. But my grandma said, men are no good. Jiao Jiao Jia, you still need to be careful. Not only my mother but other grandmothers and aunts in the village also say the same thing. Men now seem honest, but their true intentions are hidden beneath the surface. Jinbao tilted her chin, imitating how adults speak, with lively expressions and tone. Ruan Jiao Jiao held back a smile and said, thank you for the reminder. I will be careful. The earthen house has poor soundproofing. As Ji Huayan came out from the small path, he overheard their conversation and froze in surprise. Ji Huayan. He is not a good person, but in front of Jiao Jiao, he can promise everything to be the best and most honest person. Thinking about how he spent a whole bag of candy to take care of Jiao Jiao, only to be secretly watched by Jinbao, made him feel a bit upset. Afraid of startling the two inside who were happily talking, Ji Huayan lowered his head and quietly retreated to the small path, walking around to the stream. Inside the house, the little girl and the woman didn't know anyone had just overheard their talk. Jinbao nodded happily after hearing Jiao Jiao's reply. But speaking of which, Xiao Bailian seemed to be scared by something earlier. We were walking ahead of her, and she hurried to catch up, even falling into a patch of wild grass nearby. She got up and ran away quickly. When my brother and I passed by the grass, we saw a broken egg. Such a pity. Scared by what? Jiao Jiao repeated, a bit confused. Jinbao nodded and said, maybe a snake. I was scared of snakes before too. My grandma said snakes come out when they get warm. With the weather now, it's about that time. Snake. Hearing this word, Jiao Jiao's skin crawled with goosebumps. She's not afraid of the dark or ghosts, but she fears snakes, insects, and mice. The thought of a snake appearing at the door of the small yard made her feel terrible. Jinbao noticed Jiao Jiao rubbing her arms, realizing she might be frightened. City-raised young people seemed to be afraid of snakes, and Jiao Jiao's sister wouldn't be an exception. She shouldn't have said that. Jinbao rolled her eyes and quickly changed the subject, telling Jiao Jiao other funny stories. Stories about city youths, villagers from Taohua village, or neighboring villages. As Jiao Jiao listened, she became absorbed and stopped thinking about what had just happened. During the storytelling session, Ji Huayan quietly entered the room and brought 2 bowls of mung bean soup and a plate of assorted snacks bought from the commune. He learned how to make mung bean soup from Aunt Gon a long time ago. He cooked it in the morning and kept it cool in the stream. Now, it's just the right temperature to drink. Ji Huayan. What exactly did I attract by spending a whole packet of sugar? Time passes quickly. Only a corner of sunlight remains in the yard, signaling it's time to leave for the commune. Wan Jiao Jiao listens to many new and interesting stories and feels very happy. She never thought that such a small countryside could have so many unbelievable things happening. Junbao is also very happy. With Ruan Jiao Jiao and Ji Huayan's constant encouragement, she eats a lot of snacks and drinks 2 bowls of mung bean soup. Her belly is full and round, and she's worried she won't be able to eat dinner later. She licks her lips, still sweet and happy, and squints her eyes with joy. Ji Huayan feels even happier. Besides reading stories from novels, the best part is that Ruan Jiao Jiao pulls him to sit beside her and fans her. They sit very close. Ruan Jiao Jiao smiles, and he also smiles back. She's surprised, And he also pricks up his ears to listen to Jinbao's next story. Being by her side makes him naturally happy. Wan Jiao Jiao brushes her hair back and ties it with a silk scarf, then puts on a woven sun hat perfect for summer. After locking the door, the three of them set out together. Today's path is a little different from yesterday's. Near the edge, a small trail cleared of big stones has appeared. The path outside Ji Huayan's yard is made of stones and dirt, which is quite difficult to clear. Creating such a narrow trail must have taken a lot of effort. Unfortunately, the narrow trail is right next to a patch of wild grass. If Jinbao hadn't mentioned that thing, Wan Jiao Jiao could happily walk along the path. But thinking about the snakes that might be hiding in the grass, she'd rather walk in the middle of the path, even if her feet hurt. While Ji Huayan was thinking that Jiao Jiao might not like the trail he cleared, Jinbao, walking ahead, found a stick and started knocking on the grass while shouting, "Jiao Jiao Jia Jia, don't be afraid. I'll walk in front and keep knocking. If there's a snake, it'll definitely scare it away." It's the snakes she's worried about. Ji Huayan felt a bit annoyed. He shouldn't have just cleared the roadside yesterday for convenience. He stared at Wan Jiao Jiao's slightly arched foot and softly said, "Jiao Jiao, let me carry you." Carry? Even though she had never been carried before, she knew she would need to spread her legs and lean on his back. But she was wearing a skirt, so how could he carry her? Ji Huayan also realized this and quickly added, "How about you sit on my shoulders?" Sit on your shoulders? Wan Jiao Jiao stopped walking to look at Ji Huayan's strong arms and broad shoulders, thinking about how risky this position might be. Seeing her stop, Ji Huayan thought she agreed. Before she could react, he squatted down, reached out with his long arm, and easily lifted her onto his shoulders. Startled, Wan Jiao Jiao held her scream in her throat, hurriedly clutching his head with her hands, afraid she might fall. But I have to say, Ji Huayan was very strong and steady. After the shock wore off, Wan Jiao Jiao found that sitting on his shoulders actually felt pretty good. His arms around her legs were very strong, giving her a sense of safety. Walking was steady, with hardly any bumps. Breathing the air from over 2 meters high, she didn't have to worry about snakes or walking herself. She rested one hand on Ji Huayan's head and happily swung her toes. Maybe Ji Huayan's hair was too rough, so her hand slowly slid to his ear. Feeling the warm temperature, she playfully touched it with her fingertips. Touch, pinch, knead. Surprisingly, the hand felt quite nice. Ji Huayan had walked this path countless times, but never found it so difficult as now. He tried to stay rational, forcing himself not to notice the little hands messing with his ears, while also paying attention to his footing, afraid of stumbling and dropping Wan Jiao Jiao. Banjiao hummed a little tune as she walked, hitting the grass with a stick. Just as she turned around to say something, she saw the two people behind her, and her pupils shrank in shock. Wan Jiao Jiao, sitting high, immediately spotted Banjiao standing there dazed. Her mouth formed an "oh," and her eyes widened with surprise. Wan Jiao Jiao wasn't embarrassed at all. She smiled at her and kept her hands busy messing around. When Ji Huayan was about to reach Banjiao, she seemed to snap out of her daze, grabbed her stick, and without looking back, ran away quickly. Walking out of this small path full of stones, I reached the flat main road in the village. Although it was still a dirt road, there were no stones on it because it hadn't rained and there was no mud, so it was still easy to walk. Ji Huayan slowly crouched down and put Wan Jiao Jiao down. After she stood steadily, he slowly straightened up. "Am I heavy?" The first thing Wan Jiao Jiao asked when she turned around was this. "No, not heavy. Very light." Ji Huayan spoke honestly. He had once carried a wild boar from the mountains to the commune to exchange for money, and it wasn't heavy for him. Wan Jiao Jiao's weight was nothing. If she wanted, he could take her to the commune like that, or even to the city. It wouldn't be impossible. The setting sun shone on Ji Huayan's face, giving it a golden glow, and his pupils turned a light brown. He had very good bone structure, with a strong three-dimensional look but not stiff. Wan Jiao Jiao felt he might have some mixed blood genes. Maybe his parents or grandparents were mixed race, but it wasn't very obvious in him. Not being obvious was a good thing. If it were too obvious, his peaceful life might not have been possible. Wan Jiao looked around, seeing no one nearby. She beckoned to Ji Huayan. Bend down. Ji Huayan obediently bent down, and even lowered his head. Wan Jiao tiptoed lightly, tilted her head, and touched the corner of his mouth. When I come back from the commune, I don't want to walk, and I want to go home just like before. I also like that small path. Thank you for your hard work. After saying this, Wan Jiao ignored the stiffened Ji Huayan and walked toward the village chief's house. Her steps quickened, and she exhaled softly while fanning her face with her hand, trying to dispel the heat rising on her face. Ji Huayan, standing there in a daze, slowly reached out to touch his lips, but his hand stopped in midair and then lowered. That fleeting warmth from earlier didn't seem like his imagination. He came back to himself, pressed his lips into a smile, and watched Wan Jiao's distant figure. His eyes were full of genuine tenderness and love. He muttered softly, "Good." Wan Jiao was familiar with the way to the village chief's house. Zhenbao, who had arrived earlier, was already waiting in the yard. Seeing only Wan Jiao enter, she curiously stretched her neck to look behind her.
Oh.
Comrade Jiao. Welcome, welcome. In the yard, besides treasures, her grandmother Song Zhenhua was sitting on a small stool, sorting vegetables. Oh, your face is all red from the sun. It's quite hot today. Come sit down and have some water. Song Zhenhua only found out this morning that Jiao, who was sent away yesterday, actually didn't leave and stayed in their peach blossom village. Early in the morning, Xiao Jijiqing came to borrow a bicycle before dawn. Without saying much, she must have gone to the commune to buy things. She thought Xiao Jijiqing might buy some snacks or pork, but surprisingly, he was so thoughtful. He even bought fabric for her and her second daughter-in-law to help make a pair of shoes. But that's not all. The most surprising part for the old lady was still to come. Xiao Jijiqing brought a bag of sugar from the commune just to let Zhenbao go early in the morning to take care of Jiao and keep her company, worried she'd be bored alone at home. Song Zhenhua went to pick vegetables in her own field in the morning and met a few old neighbors from next door. After exchanging news, she learned that last night Xiao Jijiqing even went to the carpenter's house to buy something. He bought the biggest bathtub they had, something that was hard to come by. In the countryside, people didn't fuss over such things. When men jumped into the creek, women just poured water in the house to wash. That bathtub required a lot of wood and skilled craftsmanship, so it wasn't cheap. Usually no one would buy it. The carpenter's wife thought she had lost this item to herself, but it turned out she ran into Ji Huayan yesterday. So she spent the whole morning spreading the good news and praising Ji Huayan to everyone. When combined with Zhenbao rushing home at noon, Song Zhenhua also learned from her that Jiao's meals were still prepared by Gong Xiaomei, handed over by Xiao Jijiqing, especially the braised pork. Gong Xiaomei's involvement meant there was a family celebration. Everyone knew she was skilled, but she didn't start cooking until she was paid. If she cooked every meal like that, Song Zhenhua felt her heart ache. The older generation had the wisdom of experience. After observing Ji Huayan and learning these things in the morning, Song Zhenhua, who initially thought Ji Huayan and Wan Jiao didn't seem a good match, changed her mind. They were undoubtedly a perfect pair. If Jiao married Xiao Jijiqing, their future would surely be filled with happiness. Song Zhenhua could see that Wan Jiao wasn't lacking money. She came from a good family, was beautiful and well-shaped. There were plenty of eligible men around for her to choose from. But when a man isn't lacking in family background, what matters most is whether he has a sincere heart. Clearly, Ji Huayan's embarrassment in the morning, his seriousness and affection when mentioning Wan Jiao, all were seen by Song Zhenhua. She paused her vegetable picking, stood up, and looked at Wan Jiao. She even tilted her body slightly and looked behind her. Song Zhenhua and Zhenbao are truly like a grandmother and granddaughter. Their actions and expressions are very similar. Wan Jiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Grandma Song, no trouble at all. We're leaving soon. Ji Huayan is behind us, and he'll arrive shortly. Their small move was noticed. The grandmother and granddaughter both quickly looked back, and their faces showed the same regret. You're going to the commune, right? Xiao Jiqing said this morning that you would go there in the afternoon. The bicycle is right there. I put a small cushion on the back seat for Jinbao to sit more comfortably. Thank you, Grandma Song. Song Zhenhua casually wiped her hands on her apron and then pushed the cart. Hearing this, she immediately said, No trouble at all. I should thank you. Xiao Jiqing gave Jinbao a bag of candy and a meat bun this morning. Jinbao didn't do much after going there, but she brought back 2 bags of chocolates. Chocolates are such precious things. Her face showed some embarrassment. When she learned about this, Jinbao's family had already shared everything, leaving only 2 or 3 pieces that hadn't been eaten. Such precious things are too hot to handle. She wanted to return them all but couldn't. Seeing her family happy, she didn't want to criticize them, so she mentioned this with only awkwardness and shame. One thing is one thing. The chocolates are my reward for Jinbao. She told me many interesting stories, and she deserved it. It doesn't matter. Oh, Comrade Jiao Jiao likes these stories? Tomorrow, I'll let Jinbao take you to the ginkgo tree. We tell stories there every day, and they're the newest. No need for a reward, just come and listen. Jinbao nodded repeatedly. Jiao Jiao sister, come with me tomorrow. The stories the grandmothers tell are so interesting. I didn't hear them today, my grandma told me while cooking. Wow, Wan Jiao Jiao, just after moving to the countryside for a day, is about to join the Peach Blossom Village Information Department. It's so funny. Okay, I'll go with Jinbao tomorrow. Do I need to bring anything? Song Zhenhua waved her hand. You don't need to bring anything, just go. After a pause, she added, but if you want some snacks, you can take a few. It's nice to eat while listening. It makes things more enjoyable. Wan Jiao nodded in agreement. It was probably like eating popcorn while watching a movie. While they were talking, Ji Huaiyan arrived at the courtyard. His ears, face, and even his neck were red, and he couldn't hide the small smile tugging at his lips. Seeing his shy expression, Song Zhenhua glanced at Wan Jiao and immediately understood everything, grinning from ear to ear. It wasn't the heat, it was excitement. She pushed the bicycle toward Ji Huaiyan and said with a laugh, All right, you two should head to the commune now. If you wait any longer, it'll be dark before you get back. Hearing that, the two didn't waste any more time. Ji Huaiyan swung his long leg over the bicycle. Once Wan Jiao had settled in and adjusted her flowing skirt, they set off. At first, Wan Jiao held onto the seat properly. But once they left the village and reached a quiet path, she gently wrapped her arms around Ji Huaiyan's waist.
Wow.
He was really fit. Before, Ji Huaiyan always wore loose clothes. Even the first time she saw him drenched, his shirt had only clung to his stomach a little. But now, she realized his waist was actually quite slim. When she held him, she noticed that even with both hands, she could almost circle his waist completely. Not only that, she could feel the strength in his back through his shirt. Just as she was about to tease him again, Ji Huaiyan's low voice came from the front, slightly strained. Jiao, maybe. Wait until we're back. He paused, then added, If you keep that up, I might lose balance.
All right then.
Safety first. Wan Jiao rested her cheek against his back, withdrew her hands, and gave his stomach a light pat to show she understood. Even though she stopped, Ji Huaiyan's body remained tense all the way. A soft, boneless little hand was tightly wrapped around her in front, while behind. Wan Jiao leaned against his back, her breath hitting his spine, making him feel very hot and uncomfortable. Ji Huaiyan sped up, pedaling harder. At this moment, he just wanted to get to the commune quickly and then go home as soon as possible. As for why he wanted to go home so urgently, only he knew the reason. Okay.
Fine.
I'll write a letter. The commune post office was small. Some people were nearby writing letters, then going to the window to buy stamps. The phone booth was not crowded. When Wan Jiao and Ji Huaiyan arrived, only one person was in line. That person was an old man. With help from the postal workers, he dialed a number. It only took a few seconds from when the call connected to when it ended. The old man shouted 5 words loudly, then hung up. He looked pained as he paid 1 yuan and left, clutching his chest. When it was Wan Jiao's turn, she took out a few notes from her crossbody bag. The first call was to contact Su Qiuan, but she wasn't sure if she was at the Peace Hotel. The postal worker helped dial the number and then handed the receiver out of the small window. "This is the Peace Hotel." "Hello," a young woman answered. Her voice was a bit distorted, but it was clear she was a young girl, not Su Qiuan. "Hello, could you help me contact manager Su Qiuan?" There was a pause on the other end, as if she was asking around. After about 10 seconds, she replied, "Hello, Manager Su is currently on leave. Are you a guest at our hotel?" "Yes, my surname is Wan. I used to stay at your Shashuan pavilion. I have some matters to discuss with Manager Su. When she returns, could you please pass on a message for me?" Wan Jiao leaned against the post at the post office, her fingers unconsciously tapping the phone line repeatedly. Ji Huayan stood at the entrance, not at all trying to eavesdrop on her call. The postal worker inside was a chubby woman. She looked at Ji Huayan standing at the door and then at Wan Jiao talking on the phone. Although many people came and went at the post office every day, and many made calls, she remembered Ji Huayan very well. After all, there were no two men in the entire Taiyuan commune who were this tall. This man almost calls the post office every week, but he never says a word, just listens on the other end. It seems he's probably talking to this woman colleague. Wan Jiao sensed the gaze directed at her. She looked up and saw the gossiping eyes of the chubby lady at the window. The chubby lady was caught, but she didn't feel embarrassed. She calmly looked away, took a sip of tea from her enamel cup, as if she wasn't the one gossiping just now. Wan Jiao didn't mind and continued speaking into the phone. "Yes, I'll be back in a few days. Oh, and please tell her for me. 2 days from now, around this time, I'll probably call again." "Yes, thank you." The woman on the other end of the line knew Wan Jiao well. Almost everyone working at the Peace Hotel knew her. After Wan Jiao gave her last name, the woman promised enthusiastically to contact Su Qiuan. 3 minutes of calling, 1 yuan per minute, so 3 yuan and 3 cents in total. Seeing Wan Jiao hang up, Ji Huayan naturally came in to pay. Calls at the post office work like this. You pay for each call, and only after paying can you make another call. Wan Jiao asked the chubby lady to connect her to the second call, this time to Secretary Gu's home. Secretary Gu probably already knew she was staying in Taohua village. But knowing isn't enough. Out of politeness or other reasons, she should call and say hello. The line rang several times before someone answered. Wan Jiao immediately recognized it was Gu Songyan, Secretary Gu's son. After a few words, that call also ended. In less than 2 minutes, costing 2 yuan and 20 cents. The third call was to Zhang Meihua. Zhang Meihua was worried that Wan Jiao might be in danger going alone to Hang City, so she specifically took leave to go with her. Wan Jiao didn't agree, but promised to call her to report safety whenever she could. Zhang Meihua was worried that Wan Jiao might call her at work, so she left the hospital office number just in case. This time, the call didn't go smoothly. On the line was a middle-aged man's voice. When he heard Wan Jiao wanted to speak to Zhang Meihua, he seemed surprised. He asked her to wait and said he would call back later, then hung up. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the post office phone rang. After the woman confirmed the call, she handed the receiver back to Wan Jiao. Jiao.
Phew.
Are you back yet? Zhang Meihua's voice was a little out of breath, probably from running to make the call. Her tone was always warm and lively. As soon as Wan Jiao heard her voice, a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Not yet. I will come back in a few days. Wan Jiao roughly explained her current situation and why she wouldn't be returning immediately. There was some distance between Ji Huayan and Wan Jiao. Plus, the place where the letter or package was sent from, the post office, was noisy, so he couldn't hear exactly what she said. But from his observation, Wan Jiao looked polite but somewhat distant during the first 2 calls. However, this call showed she was much closer and more relaxed. Is the person on the other end a man or a woman? Or an elder? Ji Huayan didn't know. He only felt a bit stuffy inside, but he quickly pushed the feeling down. Zhang Meihua couldn't understand why her good friend, who was doing well in Shanghai, chose to stay in the countryside. Although she had never been to the countryside, she could tell from the returning educated youths from Shanghai that the conditions there were very poor. But she did understand one thing. Jiao Jiao's fiancé must be very handsome. Really, super handsome. In this era, the term love brain hadn't appeared yet, but if Zhang Meihua knew that phrase, she would think it fit Wan Jiao Jiao perfectly. For a man, she was willing to stay in such a tough place. No matter how good-looking he was, that wasn't right. Zhang Meihua was very worried that her simple friend might be being deceived. She carefully inquired about how her fiancé treated her. They talked about this topic and ended up chatting on the phone for over 10 minutes before hanging up. After hanging up, Zhang Meihua still felt worried and sighed deeply. The middle-aged man sitting in the office chair looked troubled.
Meihua.
This is the office. Next time, try to keep your calls shorter or others might gossip. Got it, second uncle. Please give my regards to second Aunt Binbin. I'll come to your house for dinner in a few days. Oh, your second Aunt will be happy to see you. Alright, it's time to get off work. Go home early and don't wander outside too much, so your parents won't worry. Got it. Zhang Meihua waved her hand and left the office with a mind full of thoughts. Wan Jiao finally finished all her calls. After 3 calls, she spent more than 20 yuan. Ji Huayan didn't mind paying at all. He was happy to spend money on Wan Jiao. Meanwhile, the chubby lady sitting by the window looked a bit complicated. After collecting the money, she thought the two would leave. But the fairy-like female officer finished her call, and then it was this tall male officer's turn to call. They looked at each other and clearly didn't treat money seriously. Their hands were too loose. Wan Jiao wasn't curious about who Ji Huayan was calling. She went to the post office entrance and saw a lively supply and marketing cooperative across the street, so she decided to go in and look around. I'm going to check out the supply store across the street. You finish your call and find me there, she said to Ji Huayan. The phone on Ji Huayan's side was already connected. He didn't rush to speak first, but nodded in response to Wan Jiao, saying, Okay, you pick what you like and I'll come to pay later. Okay. Wan Jiao smiled and turned to leave the post office. Brother?
Who are you talking to?
Sounds like a female officer. Do you have a girlfriend now? The person on the other end kept asking questions. Ji Huayan softly replied, and said, It's your sister-in-law. He didn't know how gentle his tone was now, but the person on the phone felt it. He shivered all over, clutching the phone with his shoulder and rubbing his arms. Brother, when did you start dating? Is she from the countryside? Or, Xiaomao asked a bunch of questions quickly, but Ji Huayan interrupted him and asked about something else. Oh, we checked. Ji Wenhui and his wife are both in jail. And that little bastard Ji Inkai has had a tough few days. I heard his uncle's family even wants to kick them out. The small Western-style house has a new owner, the girl with the surname one we heard about before. Yesterday, Xiao Wei went to see it. Several men came and went moving things, but Xiao Wei was afraid of being mistaken for a thief, so he just looked from afar and didn't get close. By the way, brother, I changed some of the things you asked for. Are they still the same? The items in Xiao Mao's words refer to jewelry such as gold, silver, and jade ornaments. Since Ji Huayan started making money from black market trading, he often exchanges these kinds of jewelry. He is always willing to trade with anyone who offers him jewelry or accessories. He knows clearly that this situation can't last forever. The valuable jewelry and gold that are now hot commodities will eventually regain their true worth. When that happens, selling them then will bring much higher profits than black market trading. Yes, keep trading, especially the shiny and large ones. Yesterday, Jiao only picked a few items from the metal box and returned the rest to him. Most of the items she selected were jewelry with embedded gemstones. Ji Huayan knew she didn't like the jewelry itself, but was interested in the gemstones. Knowing her preferences, Ji Huayan naturally wanted to exchange as many as possible for her, as long as she was happy. Okay. So, brother, shall we contact each other again in 2 days? Before ending each call, Ji Huayan and Xiao Mao always agree on the next meeting time. As long as the weather is good, they won't break their promise. No need.
Just wait for me to come back then.
Also, don't let anyone go to see the house over there. After hanging up and paying, Ji Huayan, with the expression of fat sister hesitating to speak, simply walked quickly out of the post office. The supply and marketing cooperative was indeed very lively. Workers leaving the factory would stop by, whether they needed to buy something or not. The cooperative was a small, single-story building made of blue bricks and tiles, with 4 large shops lined up in a row. The walls were all connected, making the interior quite spacious. There were separate areas for selling food, clothing, fabrics, and daily necessities. In the very center, there were radios and watches, items most ordinary families wanted, making it look like a small department store. Wan Jiao slowly walked past glass display cases, looking at the shelves filled with colorful items on the walls, but she didn't feel much desire to buy anything. However, influenced by the lively atmosphere inside and thinking about bringing some snacks to share with everyone tomorrow, she went to the area selling pastries. She bought a little of everything: peach cookies, egg cakes, and rice puff candies. In this era, shop assistants always show respect first to the clothes people wear, then to the person themselves. As soon as Wan Jiao entered the supply and marketing cooperative, she was noticed. Even though she wandered through most of the store without buying anything, the clerk at the snack counter still greeted her very warmly. A person dressed plainly came to the supply and marketing cooperative. If they didn't buy anything, the clerk would just think they couldn't afford it and only dared to look. When it was Wan Jiao, her clothes and appearance made everything clear. Even if she didn't buy anything, people would think she wasn't poor but simply didn't like what was there. This is how double standards and reality work. The clerk carefully wrapped the pastries with a string. At that moment, Ji Huayan made a phone call and entered the store. There were quite a few people inside, but he could see Wan Jiao immediately. "Are you only buying this much? Do you want to buy a can of malted milk?" Ji Huayan knew Wan Jiao wasn't saving money, but simply didn't like the items. He hadn't bought anything tasty before and couldn't recommend anything. However, he knew malted milk was famous. He wanted to buy some yesterday morning, but there was no stock. Now he saw it on the shelf and thought Wan Jiao might like to try it. "The pastries are for Aunt Song and the others. Tomorrow, I plan to go to the village entrance with Xinbao to listen to their stories." As for the malted milk, Wan Jiao thought about it. A little girl on the train once wanted to give her some to drink, and the taste shouldn't be bad. She nodded. "Then I'll take a can. Also, buy half a pound of sunflower seeds. They probably like to snack on them." "Okay." After buying the items, Ji Huayan paid and was about to leave with Wan Jiao. In an unintentional moment, he caught a glimpse of the shoe section. It seemed like he remembered something. He lowered his head and whispered something to Wan Jiao in her ear, then walked over there. The shoe display case had many kinds: liberation shoes, white sneakers, leather shoes, and in the corner, 2 pairs of thick-soled fleece-lined shoes. What caught Ji Huayan's attention was the pair of plastic shoes on the top shelf of the glass case. To him, these shoes weren't as beautiful as Wan Jiao's own shoes, but they were still pretty. Especially the pink pair. Jiao's skin was fair, and they would look great on her. He remembered that yesterday, after her shower, she was still wearing her flat shoes that made walking difficult. He thought he should get her a pair of easy-to-wear slippers that wouldn't get wet easily. These plastic shoes were perfect. "Could I see that pink pair, please?" Ji Huayan pointed toward the shoes inside the glass case and asked the clerk. At first, Wan Jiao was a bit confused. But when she saw Ji Huayan pointing to the dull pink, slightly fluorescent plastic shoes, she froze. "It may not be extremely ugly, but it has nothing to do with being attractive." Ji Huayan sensed Wan Jiao's resistance. He gently pressed the edge of her plastic sandals, frowning. "These shoes are too hard. Hard soles and stiff laces, probably going to scratch the tops of her feet. She looks so pretty, yet these shoes are so useless. Why are so many people still buying them?" Ji Huayan couldn't understand, but he indeed gave up on buying them. After abandoning the plastic shoes, Ji Huayan turned around and bought a whole piece of oilcloth from the fabric stall next door, then left the supply store with Wan Jiao. "Do you think those shoes look good?" she suddenly asked. Ji Huayan took a few seconds to respond, then nodded. "They look nice." He didn't understand why Wan Jiao suddenly asked him this, and he added, "Do you like them too?" But those shoes are too stiff. They might hurt your feet. I'll ask someone next time to see if there's a softer pair. Before he finished speaking, Ruan Jiao raised her voice to interrupt. No. No need. That's not my type. She quickly changed the subject. Should I go back now? The sun is almost gone. Ji Huan looked up at the sky, asking for her opinion. How about we buy some meat? You didn't seem to have much appetite at lunch and didn't eat much. Maybe tonight we can try a different way of cooking. No red braised meat, something else. It was hot and stuffy at noon, so Ruan Jiao really had no appetite. Ji Huan finished all the leftover dishes. He hadn't even thought about giving her some for the next meal. Ruan Jiao pursed her lips, savoring the taste from lunch. It was indeed very good. The red braised meat was cooked in the style of dompa pork, braised in a clay pot with wine. The fat was not greasy, and the lean meat was tender, full of soft, sticky texture. Okay, let's have the red braised meat. I want to eat it, she said. After hearing her answer, Ji Huan took her to the agricultural and food supply station. Inside, they sold grains, eggs, vegetables, and similar items. There were also dedicated staff collecting produce and eggs from local farmers. The pork stall wasn't inside the food supply station but set up at a side entrance with a long table. Ruan Jiao looked at the empty, bare long table and the flies flying around nearby. She didn't go forward, but stayed by the bicycle, watching Ji Huan walk past. Everyone relies on grabbing good meat. If you're late, you can only buy a couple of bones at most. But Ji Huan knew the unspoken rules here. He stepped forward and spoke briefly with the meat seller. He bought the best pork belly originally meant for himself at 3 times the price. Although it was triple the cost, no meat ticket was needed. Compared to the black market, the price wasn't too different, and the meat was really good. After buying everything, Ji Huan hung the bags on the handlebar, covered the front with a tarpaulin, and took Ruan Jiao on the bike to head home. Back at the familiar small mud house, Ji Huan put down Ruan Jiao, unlocked the door, and then went out with the things. Ruan Jiao, familiar with the place, went straight to Ji Huan's sleeping room. She bent down and picked up the pillow from the bed. Although she hadn't done anything all day, she felt very tired. Especially after waking up, her body was sore, and the bumps from the bike ride made her even more uncomfortable. She placed Ji Huan's pillow on the recliner, and with the evening breeze, she slowly closed her eyes. Ji Huan didn't come back empty-handed. He was holding a brand new bamboo mat and also had a copper iron. Once he saw that Ruan Jiao was truly asleep, he took off his own shirt and covered her with it. Then, he quietly went to the back to collect the clothes. After gathering the clothes, he first went to the small kitchen in the main hall to boil water for a bath. While boiling, he carefully swept the room where Ruan Jiao was sleeping. He laid oil paper on the ground next to the bed, then placed the new mat on top, and finally wiped the mat clean with a towel. Since there were no suitable slippers, he created an environment where slippers weren't needed. After bathing, Jiao could walk directly on the floor without worrying about wet shoes or dirty feet. Outside, the sky had turned deep blue, and the small house was dim inside. Ji Huan had just finished tidying up. A breeze drifted in from outside. It seemed something was hanging at the foot of the bed. Under this breeze, the pole and the bedpost bumped twice, making a click-clack sound. Because of the poor lighting, Ji Huan hadn't noticed what was hanging there before. He looked over and saw 2 pieces of cloth vaguely hanging, but he didn't know exactly what they were. While hesitating about whether to light the candles inside the house first, Ji Huan heard the creaking of the lounge chair at the small house's door. He quickly stepped outside. Jiao, are you awake? Would you like to eat and go to bed early? Ruan Jiao did move slightly and opened her eyes. However, her mind was not fully clear. She looked blankly at the distant sky and did not reply. I want to drink malted milk. Without saying a word, Ji Huan immediately prepared a cup of warm water with malted milk and handed it to her. He softly said, I'll light the candles inside the house first, okay? Ruan Jiao replied softly, holding the slightly warm enamel cup with both hands, sniffing the smell inside, and giving a low response. The malted milk in the enamel cup had a milky scent mixed with a grainy aroma, which was quite pleasant. She took a small sip, then a little more, but looked disappointed. She had thought that this popular drink of the time would taste quite good. But it was not like that. The malted milk had a faint milk flavor but a strong sweetness, like pouring water into an empty cup after drinking milk, then adding some sugar. Strange tasting. Ji Huan lit about 7 or 8 candles inside the house, barely enough to light the room. Unintentionally, he caught sight of something hanging at the foot of the bed. He only glanced quickly, and then suddenly withdrew his gaze, feeling the back of his hand burn slightly from the candle wax. Ji Huan, you should drink it. I can't drink anymore, Wang Jiao called out softly to Ji Huan. Her voice, which had been a little hoarse earlier, became smoother after coughing twice and soothing her throat. Ji Huan responded silently, took the cup from her hand, and went straight to the main room, walking a bit hurriedly. This was very strange. Ji Huan usually responded to anything she said. Wang Jiao squinted to watch him disappear at the door of the main room, then turned her head to look at her own sleeping room. Wang Jiao. Her close-fitting clothes hanging at the foot of the bed. She suddenly sat up straight, wanting to put them away. But then she thought for a moment and slowly lay back down. Anyway, she had already looked. The black lace style was quite pretty. However, she didn't think much of it, but it seemed that Ji Huan was more frightened than she was.
Good family man.
Suddenly, the phrase popped into Wang Jiao's mind. Laughing at her own strange thought, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ji Huan was hiding behind the stove, tending the fire. Compared to the bright red flames inside the stove, he wasn't doing much better. His mind was full of the scene he had just seen, and he couldn't forget it. When he heard Wang Jiao's laughter outside, he snapped back to himself, slapped his own face, then fetched water and changed the bucket. Ji Huan hid in the main hall for a long time until Wang Yukong, Uncle Gong's son, came to deliver food before he appeared. Wang Jiao didn't tease him. She lay on a chair alone, looking at the stars, and only before going to bed did she put away the things at the foot of the bed. Ji Huan opened his lunchbox, as usual, and started arranging the food. Wang Jiao sat on a stool in the main hall, watching him with interest. Even in the dim candlelight, it was clear that Ji Huan's face was unusually red. Wang Jiao observed carefully. Maybe because of the lighting, her left cheek seemed redder than her right. During dinner, neither of them spoke. Wang Jiao simply thought that he was running a high fever now, and she was afraid that if she said anything more, he might explode. Ji Huan wanted to say a lot, but no words came out. Not long after dinner, Wang Jiao started taking a bath and preparing to sleep. Although taking a bath right after eating isn't very healthy, the summer wind felt too sticky on her skin. Plus, the dirt road to the commune was dusty. She didn't care about health. She just wanted to wash quickly and sleep early. While Wang Jiao was bathing inside, Ji Huan stood by the table in the main hall, carefully ironing her skirt and shirt. When she had asked Ji Huan to wash clothes during the day, she mentioned it casually. At that time, she didn't expect there to be an iron in the countryside, but Ji Huan remembered it. Actually, Peach Blossom Village did have an iron, but it wasn't electric. It was an old-fashioned copper kettle. The kettle was filled with hot charcoal, and with a long handle, it could be used to slowly iron clothes. Ji Huan placed 2 layers of his own clothes under Wang Jiao's skirt and carefully ironed her clothes with the copper kettle.
He was quite experienced at this.
Because of his black market business, he specifically arranged for 2 transport drivers to help him. They occasionally brought him some items from the city. To hide their activities, everything was packed tightly in sacks. If it was daily necessities or canned food, it was fine. But if it was clothing or fabric, especially shirts, they had to be ironed before selling. Everyone in the village said Aunt Gong's son, Wang Yukong, was a troublemaker who didn't work in the fields and liked to hang out at the commune. But that wasn't true. Ji Huan, as a young worker, couldn't always go out. Most of the black market dealings were handled by Wang Yukong. He left at night to go to the commune and returned home to sleep during the day. There was no time for farming. People knew Aunt Gong had a hard life, in debt and raising her son alone. It was indeed tough and difficult, obvious to anyone with eyes. But they didn't know that 3 years ago, their life had already improved. Ji Huan wasn't a stingy person. When Wang Yukong helped him, he was generous. In just a few months, Wang Yukong earned enough to pay off his family's debts. He was only 14 years old at that time. Aunt Gong couldn't stop her son from taking risks or making deals, and she didn't use his earnings to pay off debts. Instead, she paid them back slowly, step by step, following the original plan. The villagers were sharp-eyed. She had to keep up the original appearance so everyone wouldn't notice their family was struggling. Moreover, Gong Xiaomei always kept a stern face, making everyone think she was difficult to get along with. This kept some mischievous children away, preventing secrets from being exposed. That's also why the heroine was so frightened. The steam and heat made her feel tired, and she started to feel sleepy. After coming out of the bath, she stepped onto a small stool, her water-glossy feet finally steadying on the brown bamboo mat. The oil paper underneath kept out dirt, and the bamboo mat above wouldn't wrinkle. Honestly, Ji Huan was very careful. Compared to slippers, she preferred this kind of floor. After full body care, she changed into short-sleeved pajamas, then waited for Ji Huan, who had finished everything and was ready to tidy up the mess. While he was busy, Ruan Jiao had already gotten into bed, leaning against the headboard, half-closed eyes, trying to sleep but not quite. Once Ji Huan finished tidying up the safety department, he didn't leave. Instead, he stood outside on the cool mat, hesitant to speak. Ji Huan, I'm so sleepy, Ruan Jiao said, her eyelids almost closing. Her cheeks were flushed with warmth, and her voice was soft and sweet, adorable beyond words. Before Ji Huan could speak, she added, "Come over here." After saying that, Ruan Jiao covered her mouth with her hand, yawned slowly, and a faint mist appeared in her eyes. Ji Huan took off his shoes and stepped onto the cool mat to approach the bed. He originally wanted to squat down and talk, but Ruan Jiao didn't give him the chance. Like a little cat, she rubbed against him, wrapping her arms around his waist, her face pressed against his stomach. "You're so good. Why are you so nice?" she mumbled, so sleepy she was a little confused. She wanted to praise Ji Huan, but kept repeating the same 2 sentences with her eyes half closed. Her voice was nasal and tired, like she was acting cute. Even though she only said these 2 things, to Ji Huan, it was as sweet as honey. He carefully supported Ruan Jiao's back with one hand and gently stroked her soft hair with the other, his face full of gentle smiles. Only when she stopped speaking did he hesitate and softly ask, "Jiao, do you
Still want to
play?" He found it hard to say, and his face turned red after saying those words. Still, he had promised Ruan Jiao on the way to the commune. He could just delay going to the creek to soak later. He waited a long time, but didn't hear a response from Ruan Jiao. She had fallen asleep. He supported her back, bent down, and leaned toward the bed. Once Ruan Jiao was comfortably asleep on her pillow, he wrapped one arm around her waist and gently took her hand, which she hadn't let go of. At this moment, half of Ji Huan's body had entered her sleeping space, and her sweet scent filled his breath. He held this position, gazing at her lovingly. Her fair, jade-like skin, thick, curly eyelashes, cute nose, and pink lips, all as beautiful as the villagers said, like a fairy descended from the heavens. Ji Huan covered her with the blanket on the bed and then restrained himself, straightening up. He lowered the mosquito net and blew out the candle. Closing the door, Ji Huan turned around and looked up at the moon in the sky, sighing softly. Tonight's moon is really beautiful. The next morning, Ruan Jiao woke up again to the sound of roosters crowing. Yesterday, she went to bed without wearing an eye mask. Her last memory was hugging Ji Huan and praising him, then she remembered nothing else. She never thought about any inappropriate intentions or schemes between a young man and woman sleeping together. If Ji Huan really dared to do anything, she would probably just laugh. She lifted the mosquito net and squinted at the high window. The sky outside was a bit dark. Ruan Jiao picked up the flashlight Ji Huan left on the table and checked her watch. It's 6:37. Wan Jiao Jiao went to bed very early yesterday, so she woke up very early today. It was still before sunrise, and the sun hadn't shone into the small yard. Mornings in the countryside are indeed a bit cold, even in summer. Wan Jiao Jiao got up wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and soon her arms were covered in goosebumps. The long-sleeved shirt from yesterday had been washed and ironed by Ji Huiyan, hanging on the bedpost. Only the shirt could keep her a little warmer, so she changed into it without hesitation, then took out a pair of black wide-leg pants from her suitcase. She opened the door, and the morning air was especially fresh and cool, with a hint of crispness. Distant mountains were shrouded in a faint mist, and the golden sunlight shone on the mountain peaks, creating a breathtaking scene. The small yard was very quiet. The latch on the gate was open, and Ji Huiyan was probably not at home. Wan Jiao Jiao took action herself, pouring the slightly cooled water from the thermos into a porcelain cup and a wooden basin, then brushed her teeth and washed her face. While skincare, she heard the wooden door of the yard open. She was massaging her face when she went outside and saw Ji Huiyan returning with a familiar lunchbox. Seeing Wan Jiao Jiao standing at the door, Ji Huiyan paused for a moment, clearly surprised that she was awake so early. Good morning. Seeing her handsome and caring boyfriend bringing breakfast back so early made Wan Jiao Jiao very happy. Good morning. Ji Huiyan still carried the dampness of the morning on his shoulders. As soon as he returned home and saw Wan Jiao Jiao smile, his mood was naturally very good. After greeting him, Wan Jiao Jiao went back to her room to finish her skincare routine. She applied sunscreen on her face and neck, hummed a little tune, and went to the next room. On the table in the main room, there was a bowl of plain rice porridge, 2 small dishes, and a bowl of egg custard. Only one bowl of porridge. Wan Jiao Jiao looked confused at Ji Huiyan, who was boiling water.
Yes.
I already ate. To reassure her, he explained, You didn't eat those 2 buns yesterday, right? I ate them for breakfast. Although they had only been together for 2 days, Wan Jiao Jiao knew a little about Ji Huiyan's eating habits. 2 buns? Someone with his size wouldn't be full with just that, even if it was someone else. That's all? Ji Huiyan didn't want to lie, so he answered honestly, yes. Yesterday, his breakfast was some leftover noodles and steamed buns, which were very hard but filling. Today, he woke up late and didn't have time to make himself steamed buns or porridge with rice, so he could only eat a couple of buns. The new rice at Gong Auntie's house was running low. But luckily, today was the last day of the double harvest. By tomorrow or the day after, a batch of new rice would be available on the black market. He planned to ask Wang Yukong to buy some more for him. Wan Jiao Jiao went to the cupboard, picked a bowl without cracks, and asked Ji Huiyan to warm it for her with hot water. After Ji Huiyan poured hot water into the empty thermos, Wan Jiao Jiao divided the porridge into portions. Eat with me. You know my appetite. I can't finish all this, so come and eat. Ji Huiyan walked to the table and saw 2 bowls of porridge, one big and one small. The big bowl was from Gong Annie's house, and the small bowl was the one Wan Jiao Jiao just picked. The small bowl, about the size of a palm, was placed in front of her. Before Ji Huiyan sat down, she had already used a wooden spoon to scoop off some rice oil and started eating. Hurry and sit down.
This is enough for me.
If not, I still have plenty of cakes. Wan Jiao Jiao knew Ji Huiyan was standing by the table, hesitating to say something. She grabbed his arm and made him sit down, then scooped some food into his bowl. Yesterday, Jinbao had explained to Wan Jiao Jiao what double harvest meant. It was the time when everyone had to hurry to cut the rice and then quickly plant the next crop. During this busy season, no one in the village was idle, and even the children who studied at the commune school had to return home to help. It'll be finished today. After that, things will be quieter for a while, and I can even ask the village head for some time off, Ji Huiyan said to Wan Jiao Jiao as he spoke, occasionally placing food into her bowl, though his own porridge was barely touched. When he was sure she was full, he began clearing the table. Sunlight had already spilled into the courtyard. Ji Huiyan went back to his room, changed into older, worn-out clothes, hung a towel around his neck, and got ready to go to work. Before leaving the yard, he turned back and said, I asked Aunt Gong to make a pot of mung bean soup. Her son, Wang Yukong, will chill it in the stream behind the house later. If Xinbao hasn't arrived by then, make sure to check who it is before opening the door. Don't be afraid. He sounded just like a parent giving last-minute instructions before leaving home, reminding her again to check carefully. Wan Jiaojiao gave him a playful look. Got it, just go already. I'm not a child. Ji Huaiyan smiled and was about to leave when Wan Jiaojiao caught his hand. Bend down a little. He leaned forward obediently, and she stood on tiptoe to give him a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips. Your clothes are too dirty, so I won't hug you, but I still want to give you a little kiss. Don't work too hard, okay? They were standing so close that Ji Huaiyan could feel her breath on his face as she spoke. This time, he didn't freeze for as long as he had yesterday. Her lovely face was reflected clearly in his eyes, his heart pounding as he managed to squeeze out a soft Just as Wan Jiaojiao was about to step back, Ji Huaiyan suddenly found the courage to lower his head again and lightly brushed her lips with his own, copying her gesture. Wan Jiaojiao's eyes lit up, and she was about to say something when, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a small figure by the fence, a pair of little hands gripping the wooden slats, eyes wide in surprise. It was Xinbao. No one knew when she had arrived. She hadn't made a sound. Wan Jiaojiao wasn't embarrassed, but Ji Huaiyan, noticing her gaze, turned his head and immediately flushed red. He quickly said goodbye, opened the gate, and hurried out of the yard. Wan Jiaojiao watched him rush around and couldn't help but laugh. Xinbao, like a little adult, came in from outside the yard and stood beside Wan Jiaojiao to watch together. She sighed softly. Little Jiqing.
He's too shy.
He just touched her a little, and that's all. He's inexperienced and shy, Wan Jiaojiao replied. Once he gets used to it, he won't be shy anymore. Wan Jiaojiao didn't see Xinbao as a stranger or even as a child. Xinbao followed behind Wan Jiaojiao into the house, pouting and nodding. Yeah, I was shy too when I saw adults kiss for the first time. But after seeing it more, I got used to it. She seemed experienced and gave her opinion wisely. What you all do isn't really a kiss, just a touch. I think the old Jiqing was more exciting. Wan Jiao, don't tell anyone I said that. Really? Wan Jiaojiao and Xinbao sat in the main hall, listening to her secret, with wide eyes. Xinbao took out a notebook and pencil from her small cloth bag slung across her shoulder, nodded seriously and frowned. Really? I watched very carefully. I'm sure I saw it. Back then, Lin Jiqing kissed Xiaobalian. Although Xiaobalian made the first move, Lin Jiqing pushed her away later. But Xiaobalian definitely stuck out her tongue. They were way more exciting than you guys. Xinbao spoke, not forgetting to compare herself, making Wan Jiaojiao start to wonder who was really the time traveler. Xinbao, you're only 9 years old. Wan Jiaojiao, not backing down, pursed her lips and said, we're still learning. We learn from each other and improve together. We'll definitely be more exciting than them in the future, but honestly, she didn't expect that in the novel, the devoted male lead, who is supposed to be noble and righteous, would have had intimate contact with the female supporting character. Xinbao lowered her head and began writing carefully, saying, my grandma said Lin Jiqing isn't a good person. A good male comrade wouldn't sneak into the woods with a female comrade, especially since he has a girlfriend. Xinbao paused, then added, I told my grandma and you about this. Even my parents don't know. My grandma said Xiaobalian probably did it on purpose when she pushed me, but she didn't mean to hurt me. She just wanted to make a fuss and get me to tell about that day so she could force Lin Jiqing to marry her. Oh, now I understand everything. Everything is connected. Before, Wan Jiaojiao was confused about why Xinbao was so vicious when she caught Zheng Qiaolian with Lin Yi in the small woods. Logically, she should have been happy. Now I see the reason. Indeed, Zheng Qiaolian was almost crazy trying to be with Lin Yi, but even if she claimed they were together, no one would believe her. Even if she said Lin Yi was acting inappropriately, others would think she was just imagining things, because her innocence and reputation had already been ruined long ago. My grandma didn't tell anyone about this. First, she didn't want to help Xiao Bai Lian, making her feel worse. Second, my grandma said that Lin Jiqing's partner is also difficult to deal with. If it got out, that Tian Jiqing would definitely come to our house and cause trouble. Wang Jiao strongly agreed. Yes, if under the pressure of rumors and public opinion, Lin Yi married Jing Qiaolian, the heroine who desperately wanted to be with Lin Yi might really go crazy. I have to say, Aunt Song is very wise. Are you doing your homework? Wang Jiao saw Zhen Bao writing very hard, as if she was carving words rather than just writing. When she asked, Zhen Bao slightly shrugged her shoulders, which had been raised high, and then let them fall. Her voice, which was once lively, became dull.
Yeah.
The holiday is almost over, and I haven't finished the words the teacher asked us to write. The busy holiday refers to the break during the double harvest period. Although the elementary school Zhen Bao attended was already on summer vacation. But since the people in Taohua village had tasted the benefits of education, they all paid special attention to their children's studies, especially the village chief, Wang Dowang. Even though school was on summer break, the commune still had private classes run by teachers to tutor the children. Zhen Bao mentioned this yesterday. Wang Jiao didn't disturb her, just quietly watched her write. Then she noticed that as Zhen Bao kept writing, her whole head was pressed against the notebook, and her mood gradually sank. Is anyone there? Hearing the voice, Wang Jiao didn't move, but saw Zhen Bao suddenly throw away her pencil, jump off the bench neatly, and cheerfully say, Here I am. Wang Jiao also went outside and saw a very thin boy standing at the gate.
He was really very thin.
Thinner than anyone Wang Jiao had seen since coming to the countryside, looking like a refugee. He is wearing a very thin sleeveless short jacket patched many times, and matching patchy three-quarter pants. The jacket is a bit too loose on the boy, and through the wide collar, you can see his prominent collarbones and ribs. His lower body is even more noticeable. His exposed calves are very thin. He is holding a clay pot with both hands and is talking to the enthusiastic treasure. This thin boy with sunken cheeks is Gong Anti-Sun. When Wang Jiao walks closer, Wang Yukong lifts his head and immediately stares wide-eyed. After treasure gently kicks him, he quickly recovers and stammers, Sister-in-law. Not, comrade, I help. Xiao Ji Qingbing with that. It seems like his tongue is tied or he forgot what to say, so he awkwardly raises the clay pot in his hand and smiles shyly. Green bean soup, right?
He told me about it.
Sorry to trouble you and your mother these days. Wang Jiao smiles and helps him out. No trouble. I'll go put it away. Later, I'll close the yard gate for you. Sorry to bother you. Wang Yukon quickly walks toward the small path behind the house after speaking. He walks very heavily, full of frustration.
Damn.
Why did I embarrass myself in front of my sister-in-law? Green bean soup. Why can't I say it when it's right on my lips? If I get another chance, I'm sure I can say it well and won't be embarrassed. Without an excuse, Treasure can only continue doing her homework with a look of deep misery, but she actually doesn't have much left to do, finishing in less than an hour. During this time, Wang Jiao is also busy, going to her room to pick up a book she bought on the train and continuing to read. When Treasure finishes, the two start chatting again, mostly Treasure talking and Wang Jiao listening. Near noon, Ji Huayan returns, and Treasure is taken away by her younger brothers and friends. Ji Huayan doesn't come back empty-handed. Besides his daily lunchbox, he also has a package wrapped with oil paper and grass rope. Because Wang Jiao has a poor appetite at noon, Ji Huayan specially asks Aunt Gong to prepare some appetizing dishes, mostly sour and spicy small dishes, with no meat. After eating, Ji Huayan hands the package, which looks unremarkable from the outside, to Wang Jiao, then goes to take a shower behind the house. Previously, Ji Huayan always said what he thought, but this was the first time he was so secretive, which made Wang Jiao interested. Sitting in the main hall, she placed the oiled paper package on the clean table and slowly untied the straw rope. It turned out to be a pair of white cloth shoes with thick soles. Wang Jiao immediately remembered what Zhen Bao said yesterday. She saw Ji Huayan give her grandma a piece of cloth. At first, she thought he wanted to make clothes, but it was actually for shoes. The upper part of the shoes and the thick soles inside are made of white cotton fabric with a layer of dark green rubber at the bottom. The embroidery on the shoes is quite detailed, featuring peonies and butterflies, with different shapes on each side. The peonies are not in the bright red and green typical of this era, but are embroidered with several shades of blue silk threads, giving a cool, elegant, and beautiful look. This must be Zhenbao's mother's idea. It definitely isn't Ji Huayan's taste. Wan Jiao really liked these shoes. She knew just by looking that they would be very comfortable to wear. Wow, little Ji Jiqing actually learned to surprise her on his own. She happily returned to her room and soaked her feet in a wooden basin that Ji Huayan had prepared but never used before. Because the weather was hot, she didn't set the water too hot, just slightly warm. When she was almost done soaking, Ji Huayan, covered in water vapor, came back from behind. Without her saying anything, he naturally poured out the foot bath water. I really like these shoes. They are handmade by Zhenbao's mom, right? Yesterday, Zhenbao told me, and I thought you were going to make me clothes. These shoes are even better than clothes. Ji Huayan, you're so kind. Wan Jiao rested her feet on the bed frame, doing foot care, still praising him happily. This was also one of her learned experiences. No matter what her boyfriend bought, as long as he put effort into it, she would praise him, make him feel proud, and he would be more motivated to prepare more surprises. On the other hand, if she showed no appreciation or criticized directly, it would hurt his feelings and he wouldn't surprise her anymore. Ji Huayan was indeed feeling proud at this moment, unable to hide the smile on his face. He noticed that Wan Jiao was uncomfortable walking, so he specially asked Song Zhenhua, who was the most comfortable shoe repairer in the village, and Zhenbao's mother, who was the best at embroidery, to work together on making these shoes. He bought enough fine cotton fabric to make 3 pairs of shoes like these. To make her pay more attention and finish early, he not only gave her meat vouchers, but also promised to give up the remaining fabric. Ji Huayan had thought about buying clothes for Wan Jiao, but there were no good materials in the commune. In other words, not only the commune but also the market only had cotton linen or synthetic fabrics, which didn't match Wan Jiao. I'm glad you like it. I guess the shoe size by eye, so it might not be exact. Does it fit well? After applying foot cream, Wan Jiao stepped into the shoes, took a few steps, and happily said, "Perfect fit." The cloth shoes were very light, and the soles were really soft, feeling like walking on cotton. Thinking about not being hurt by stones when walking in the future made her happy. Wan Jiao fluttered like a little butterfly to Ji Huayan's side and hugged him. Before Ji Huayan could feel anything, she let go. It's not that she didn't want to keep hugging him, but it was hot, and Ji Huayan was always very warm. She didn't want to be sticky all afternoon. You're so amazing. You can tell my shoe size just by looking. I also love the embroidery colors on the shoes, deep and light shades of blue. Very beautiful. Did you choose them? I don't like the big red and green flowers from the supply store. I prefer this kind. You really understand me, Wan Jiao asked knowingly, not to tease Ji Huayan, but to praise him while also mentioning her preferences. This way, even if he chooses the shoes himself in the future, the risk of making a mistake would be lower. It's embroidered by Sister Xianghong herself. I just said I wanted it to look nice and delicate, Ji Huayan honestly replied and secretly remembered Wan Jiao's preferences. He didn't like big red and green colors. Pink was probably her favorite. For some reason, he also thought of that pair of pink shoes. Unfortunately, the fabric was too stiff. Wan Jiao pulled Ji Huayan to sit on the bed and said, "That's because the person you found is really talented. Actually, I don't really like very pink colors either. I feel they don't suit me." "Oh, so that's how it is." A trace of regret flashed in Ji Huayan's eyes. In his opinion, Wan Jiao looked good in any color, especially pink. But since Jiao didn't like it, he wouldn't mention it. Wan Jiao knew nothing about farm work and had never been to the field since going to the countryside. She only knew that working in the fields was very tiring. From Zhenbao, she learned that yesterday Ji Huayan worked all morning to stay home with her, completing a whole day's work. Anyone doing that would be exhausted and unable to straighten their back. Although she didn't understand rice planting well, Zhenbao's description made her feel a little of the hardship involved. Ji Huayan is tall and usually bends over, which is already tiring. But he had to bend continuously for several hours, making it even harder. I'm not tired. In the afternoon, I will go to the grain storage to move rice. The village elders said it might rain tonight, so the village chief decided to harvest the rice today and transport it to the commune to sell. Ji Huayan was tired, but he didn't lie. For him, the morning work wasn't really tiring. His tiredness came from yesterday's intense activity. Even after a massage before bed, he still felt uncomfortable when he woke up. But Ji Huayan hid his discomfort very well, showing no signs of it. The villagers working in the morning secretly admired Ji Huayan's strong body, especially his waist. Yes. In the afternoon, I will go with Zhenbao to the ginkgo tree at the village entrance. When you're done, come pick me up, Wan Jiao nodded. Although she didn't like rainy days, a little rain in summer to cool down was quite nice. Okay. Ji Huayan watched her promise. Wan Jiao slightly tilted her head and looked at Ji Huayan. They faced each other silently, as if the whole world suddenly became quiet. The atmosphere was perfect for something to happen. Would it be inappropriate not to do something now? Wan Jiao tilted her head and slowly leaned in. To prevent any unexpected changes, she wrapped her arms around Ji Huayan's head. Their hot breaths intertwined again, foreheads touching, noses close, and lips gradually nearing each other. This time, it was no longer just a kiss on the corner of the mouth. Suddenly, the old wooden door in the yard creaked open, and Zhenbao cheerfully shouted, "I'm here." Ji Huayan's pupils widened instantly. He hurriedly tried to pull away from her. They had come so far, one more step, and it might be too much. Wan Jiao made up her mind. Ignoring his faint struggle, she used both hands to hold his face and stood up, leaning down to kiss him. Zhenbao closed the courtyard gate carefully. As she reached the door, she saw Gauda Xiaoji, a young educated youth, looking down silently and walking quickly past her. Because it was very sunny outside, Zhenbao squinted to get used to the light and didn't notice Ji Huayan's almost smoking head. Wan Jiao nodded at Zhenbao, but her mind drifted back to the brief touch just now. How to describe it? A little disappointed. There was no tingling or numbness that shot straight to the top of her head, no feeling of weakness all over, no rapid heartbeat, no warmth or dizziness. Apart from feeling her lips a bit soft and Ji Huayan trembling, there was nothing else. Maybe it was because the position was wrong, or they were in a hurry. Next time, they could try going deeper. Yo, yeah. Jiao, Zhenbao called Wan Jiao several times. She waved her small hand in front of her eyes before bringing her back to focus. Huh? What's wrong? Jiao, your face is so red. Oh, it's because I was in the sun just now. People with fair skin turn red easily. Wan Jiao explained calmly. Zhenbao didn't notice anything unusual about Wan Jiao. Her eyes were focused on her shoes. These shoes were made by my mom and my grandma. I knew about them last night. Zhenbao squinted happily, covering her mouth to giggle mischievously. I didn't say anything this morning on purpose, thinking Xiao Jiqing would tell you himself. Isn't that a nice surprise? Yes, it's a wonderful surprise, you clever little girl. Your mom's embroidery skills are indeed as good as you said. Very beautiful. Wan Jiao smiled along. Zhenbao's mother was very skilled at embroidery. Although her work wasn't as delicate as the double-sided embroidery she bought, the flowers had very subtle shading, and her mother was very sensitive to colors. They chatted and laughed, then prepared to leave. Before leaving, Wan Jiao and Zhenbao divided the pastries they bought, packing them into small bags and placing them in a basket. Also, during lunch, Ji Huayan took some mung bean soup from the creek after his bath. Wan Jiao poured it into a glass bottle that previously held green tangerine juice, then tightened the lid and placed a damp, wrung-out towel beside the basket. Ji Huayan left the house key with Wan Jiao while eating. She locked the 3 doors of the house and the gate of the yard one by one, then stepped onto the small path that she deeply resented. Walking in her new shoes felt completely comfortable. The soles of the shoes are made of rubber, and the inside is soft with multiple layers. No matter how she walks, she won't feel stones pressing against her feet. Actually, she didn't know, and Jinbao didn't know either. Ji Huayan gave Song Zhenhua a large piece of cloth and a pair of liberation shoes that fit Wan Jiao's size. The cloth shoes have dark green rubber soles, cut from liberation shoes. Liberation shoes are not very soft and can be tight on the feet. Cloth shoes are soft but not hard enough where they contact the ground and can get wet easily. By combining the advantages of both, Wan Jiao now feels happy. Don't run. Take this whip. Take this stick. The group of little black balls that often follow Jinbao started running around again. Some children hold small bamboo sticks, others hold thick grass ropes, and they chase each other with flushed faces and sweaty brows. They're like a pack of energetic dogs that just ran out, full of energy and not tired at all. But even while playing and making noise, the children are very polite. When they saw Jinbao and Wan Jiao on this small path, they all stopped chasing, afraid of bumping into them. Only after they left did they start playing again. Is the grain drying yard far from here? Wan Jiao wanted to go see Ji Huayan and watch him work, also to learn more herself. She really couldn't imagine what the grain drying yard looked like and was curious. It's not far. Just follow this road straight ahead. Jinbao pointed to the left after coming out of the small path. Wan Jiao had never taken that route before. Usually, she would come out of the small path and go straight, either to the village chief's house or past it to leave the village. She walked along the flat, dirt road. At first, the quiet road only echoed with cicada sounds, but as she went further inside, voices grew louder. The grain-drying yard is about the size of a soccer field, and the ground is a rare sight in the village, a cement surface. Some men, shirtless, held tools that looked like oversized nunchucks, hitting the golden grain stalks on the ground. Others used tools like nine-toothed rakes to spread out the rice, while some swept the grains into baskets, shook them, and then packed them into burlap sacks. The packed burlap sacks were carried into the nearby house, which was probably a granary. At the entrance of the granary, there was a middle-aged man holding a notebook and pen, recording information while loudly confirming details with others. There were many men and women working actively in the grain-drying yard. They were busy sweeping, blowing away dust, and even women were working hard on the only threshing machine, stepping on it to separate the rice grains. The women had short, unevenly cut hair and were small and thin. Aunt Gong is operating the threshing machine, someone said. Jinbao looked in the direction of Wan Jiao's gaze and immediately recognized Aunt Gong Xiaomei. Aunt Gong used to have long hair. She sold it at the commune a while ago, and the money was used to buy some pork to help Brother Yukong stay healthy. Jinbao was quick to remember details about people just by seeing them. Wan Jiao glanced at Aunt Gong, who was sweating and working hard, then looked away, searching the crowd in the grain-drying yard for Ji Huayan. He was tall and stood out in the yard, easy to spot. She hadn't noticed him earlier because Ji Huayan was inside the granary. As he stepped out, Wan Jiao's eyes immediately locked onto him. Ji Huayan had left in a hurry at noon and forgot to bring a towel to wipe his sweat. He casually lifted his shirt and wiped his face with it. And, in that moment, Wan Jiao, with her sharp eyes, clearly saw the scene hidden beneath his clothes. His well-defined abs and the faint lines leading into his pants were visible. It was probably too hot, and Wan Jiao felt a bit thirsty. Influenced by the lively atmosphere of the grain-drying yard, her gaze also became intense. Ji Huayan was very sensitive. When he felt the burning gaze fixed on him, he quickly lowered his shirt and shot a sharp look in that direction. When he saw that the person staring was Wan Jiao under the shade of a tree nearby, his expression softened, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He nodded to the person at the warehouse door, then took long strides toward Wan Jiao. Quick, wipe your sweat. The towel in his basket was still cool. Ji Huayan took it, shook it open, and pressed it to his face. He let out a low sigh. After carefully wiping his face, Ji Huayan took a deep breath, feeling a bit cooler. Wan Jiao occasionally looked at his face and sometimes glanced at his waist. After Ji Huan finished wiping his face, he quickly handed her some mung bean soup in a glass bottle. I want a sip too. Staring at Ji Huan's moving Adam's apple, Wan Jiaojiao, who was already a bit thirsty, naturally didn't want to hold back. Then I'll go now, keep the towel for yourself. Come pick me up after work. Okay. Be careful on the way. If you want to go home, you don't need to specially tell me. I'll ask Sister Song later. Alright. By the way, the key is with you. I don't have pockets. Because the grain drying yard was crowded and everyone was watching, plus Ji Huan knew he didn't smell good. They kept a distance of about an arm's length. Ji Huan reached out to take the towel, ready to watch Wan Jiaojiao leave. Wan Jiaojiao also wanted to watch him go back. They looked at each other so intently that their eyes almost seemed to stretch. Neither of them moved first, and they kept saying goodbye several times, reluctant to part. Only when someone in the grain-drying yard called Ji Huan did they finally separate. Zhenbao, holding a light basket that didn't weigh much, stood in front of them, looking like an invisible person. Neither of them even looked down to see her. Zhenbao, who was 9 years old but had quite rich life experience and knowledge, felt for the first time that she seemed especially unnecessary. For some reason, Wan Jiaojiao felt that her mood was very good right now. She took the basket from Zhenbao's hands and even hummed a song. Jiao Jiao, sister. You went too far. In a good mood, Wan Jiaojiao kept walking along the road. Even at the fork in the road, she continued straight. Fortunately, Zhenbao, who still hadn't digested the dog food she had just eaten, called her to stop. Only then did Wan Jiaojiao, who was getting carried away, come back to her senses and pretend nothing happened. At the entrance of Taohua village, there was a very dense and huge ginkgo tree. The trunk was so thick that 3 people holding hands could barely wrap around it. It was said to be nearly 1,000 years old. Village chief Wang Dowang valued this ancient tree very much. He built a fence around the ginkgo to prevent mischievous children from carving on it or damaging it. Behind the ancient tree, there were several smooth stones, which had been there since Wang Dowang could remember. Every household sitting under the ancient tree to relax and chat would sit on these stones. Year after year, the stones have become smooth and shiny. They have lost their rough surface and developed a thin, slightly glossy coating. Actually, it's just SOSO. They look down on us villagers. Last time I went to the supply store, the clerk even gave me a cold look. Ignoring you is already good. We're doing pretty well. At least our clothes are decent. Even if they see we are from the countryside, they just roll their eyes and ignore us. Oh, you should see how they treat the people from Chen's village in our commune. They want to touch the fabric, but they get a slap on the hand with a ruler. Now, many people, mostly older women, are sitting on the stones under the tree with a few young girls mixed in. They chat while working on their tasks. No one is idle. Song Zhenhua is quietly sitting on her stone, holding her sewing frame, listening carefully to their stories about the supply store clerk looking down on people. Next to her, there is a small bamboo chair with a backrest, which everyone in the household has. It was brought specifically for Wan Jiaojiao to sit on. Chen's village? Is that the big team that can't meet the annual grain quota? An older woman asked while sewing. Yes, that's the one. My brother-in-law's family is from there. The village has no main road, only small paths, and the mountains are even denser than ours. I heard. The woman speaking suddenly stopped. Song Zhenhua waited for a few seconds, but didn't hear her continue. She looked up impatiently and urged, "Don't keep us in suspense." "Oh, here comes Jiao Jiao. Come quickly and sit." When she looked up, she saw the woman who had just spoken staring wide-eyed. Following her gaze, she saw her granddaughter and Wan Jiaojiao walking over. She quickly stood up to greet them. Some of the villagers sitting at the entrance had seen Wan Jiaojiao on the first day, while others only knew her name but had not seen her in person. They regretted not being there that day to join the lively scene. This is comrade Wan Jiaojiao from the city. She's Xiao Ji's youth friend. Song Zhenhua briefly introduced Wan Jiaojiao to everyone. Wan Jiaojiao nodded and smiled at the older women and young wives sitting in a row, then sat down on the bamboo chair. Zhenbao didn't have a chair. With a gloomy look, she took the small shoulder bag her grandmother handed her, pulled out some paper and a pen, and crouched on the ground to write on a stone. All right, everyone just get to know each other. There are no outsiders here. Where were we just now? Let's continue. Song Jinhua waved her hand and sat back down on the stone to keep sewing the shoe sole. Chun Family Village, Chun Family Village. Oh right, go on. Wan Jiaojiao's arrival made everyone quiet for a while, but compared to her, the half-finished story they had been listening to was far more interesting. Soon, the lively atmosphere returned, and several people urged the woman who had been talking to continue. The woman glanced at Wan Jiaojiao for a few seconds, then went on. I heard that in their village, many families can't afford to find brides, so they try to exchange marriages. The ones they trade for are often people who aren't very bright, lazy men, older widowers, or those with bad legs. The girls born in Chin Family Village are really unlucky. Her tone carried a mix of sympathy and anger. The people sitting around, cooling off and gossiping, sighed after hearing this. Some said it was pitiful, while others cursed those who arranged such unfair exchanges. The ones who cursed were mostly older. They had clearly suffered similar unfairness in the past. Back then, they couldn't speak up, but now that they were in charge of their own lives, they could say whatever they wanted. I've got some fresh news, something that happened just last night. The commune might already know, but I bet no one in our village has heard yet. A woman holding a wooden basket of sweet potato leaves looked up after the group had quieted down, her face showing a hint of pride she couldn't hide.
Tell us.
Hurry up. Everyone reached into their pockets. Some took out a few peanuts, others a few pieces of dried sweet potato, and handed them to her. It was an unspoken rule. Whoever shared the latest news would get a little information fee. It didn't matter how much. It was the thought that counted. Life in Taohua village was pretty good. Every household had small snacks like these. If you shared something new that no one else knew, you could collect quite a handful to take home for the children. Wan Jiaojia followed their example, unwrapped a paper packet from her basket, and handed over 2 pieces of sponge cake. When the woman accepted them happily, Wan Jiaojiao opened another packet of sunflower seeds, planning to share them around so everyone could snack while they chatted. At this moment, Jinbao became very clever. She threw away her pencil and took over the task of handing out sunflower seeds, giving each person a handful. First, it was a way to relax, and second, because she had small hands, she could give out more seeds and save some for next time. Everyone who received the seeds was very happy. They all smiled and thanked Wan Jiaojiao, especially the aunt who received the reward of an egg cake. Her smile couldn't hide her happiness, and she started talking openly. There was a murder case yesterday at the 5th Brigade, not far from our village.
Wow.
That's really big news. Everyone looked up eagerly. The 5th Brigade isn't a village itself. It's a large group formed by combining several villages. Many different families live there. It's not very united like a single village, and there are often small conflicts and disagreements. It's a common topic for nearby villages to talk about. But this was the first time there was a murder. Wan Jiaojiao was also surprised. She had only seen such things in the news before. Even when she studied abroad, such events felt very distant from her. This was her first time seeing it so close. Because working double shifts was too tiring, yesterday during the day, our family bought some meat at the commune to share with everyone. We think life is good, and my daughters-in-law work hard. I gave some to them to take back to their families. The aunt kept talking with a prefix, but she hadn't gotten to the main story yet. No one hurried her. Everyone listened carefully. My youngest daughter-in-law is from the 5th Brigade. She took the meat over and stayed for dinner with my youngest son. After dinner, it got dark, and the night road was hard to walk. The young couple planned to stay overnight there. But suddenly, the brigade's gong rang loudly, and someone shouted that there was a murder. Everyone rushed out in a panic. My son and daughter-in-law went too. The 5th Brigade had only 2 households, with 17 people. Only a baby girl in swaddling clothes survived. The 5 or 6-year-old children weren't spared. Not only did others gasp in shock, but even Wan Jiaojiao's skin crawled. This was a terrible family massacre. How deep must the hatred have been? The murderer wasn't anyone else. It was the girl's mother. She drank pesticide stolen from the brigade's storage room right in front of everyone. She vomited blood and then started stabbing her husband with a knife. The aunt spoke with a sad expression, saying, "My young daughter-in-law knows this woman. They're not close, but they grew up together. This woman's family and her husband's family are both in the 5th Brigade. Her family favors boys and once married her off with just 2 bags of corn. Her husband's family is lazy. She works day and night, often hungry and cold, and sometimes gets beaten. My daughter-in-law says she's only had 1 girl in all these years, and the others didn't survive. We don't really know what happened, but last night she first poisoned her husband's family, then took a pot of meat to her family, and after her family was gone, she returned smiling. They say the people from the brigade saw her on the road and thought her smile was too creepy. When they followed her, they found out what happened. The brigade called the police, and the team members were dispersed. My son and daughter-in-law found it too frightening and went home in the dark. After finishing, the aunt sighed softly. It looks like life is about to get better. While no one else spoke, Wan Jiao asked, "What about the child?" Song Zhenhua sighed and replied, "Probably someone from the brigade will take care of her, but maybe no one will. In the end, she might be sent to Hongxing Commune, where there's a children's home." Talking about that children's home was also sad. Most of the children there are girls, and even the boys are often born with disabilities. Sometimes, baby girls are abandoned right outside the home.
Hongxing Commune, Rue Jiao repeated softly.
Even in a whisper, Song Zhenhua heard her and nodded. "Yes, it's right next to our commune. When we go to the city, we pass by there. Maybe because this matter was too shocking and upsetting, no one spoke for a long time." Wan Jiao lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes hiding her emotions, lost in thought. "Don't think about that anymore. Let's focus on living our own lives. Since it's the 5th Brigade, I have something to tell you. I don't know if you've heard about it." The older woman raised her voice, breaking the quiet under the tree. Wan Jiao looked up and saw that her eyes were still red. "Do you know the old man Wu living at the very edge of the 5th Brigade? He's never married." The older woman brought up a new topic, and Song Zhenhua eagerly responded. They probably already knew. At that time, he was the only son in his family, growing from a young man into an old man, and he was very stubborn about getting married. Luckily, his parents later had another son, or else he would have been so angry he might have died. Another auntie, munching on sunflower seeds, became interested. "Isn't he supposed to be a special?" She quickly looked at Wan Jiao and politely asked, "Isn't it because he's not in good health and afraid his wife would find out, so he didn't marry?" Wan Jiao raised an eyebrow. "Got it, he's probably castrated. We don't really know if that's true. Anyway, he hasn't married, and for many years, he hasn't had a close partner. Even the neighbors and relatives who visit often don't have anyone. His younger brother, who is about 10 years younger, is quite nice. He often visits him and brings good food from home. Tell me what happened to him." "Exactly. He's not married, so what? Did he change his mind and decide to marry now?" Suddenly, a peanut was thrown at them. The aunt who was talking didn't get angry. She picked it up and ate it. "Throw more. Just 1 peanut. What do my grandchildren eat? I'll give you. Take it. You old thing, hurry up." Jinbao, who hadn't been writing and was sitting on a stone swinging his legs, caught Wan Jiao's glance and took 2 pieces of sugar candy to be the top supporter for the aunt. The aunt happily took the sugar candies, showing a gap-toothed smile, and said cheerfully, "He didn't want to marry, but his son came to find him." "His son? What?" The aunt and the older woman, both holding sunflower seeds, couldn't hold their surprise. They opened their mouths wide. "How old is his son?" The woman sharing the news looked at the questioner with a slightly mischievous look. 7 years old. "What? Isn't he about the same age as my man? Almost 50, right?" Yeah, you can't tell. It seems it's not impossible. It's very doable." As soon as she said this meaningful phrase, the older woman and aunt burst out laughing, giggling happily. Even Jinbao, sitting nearby, started laughing.
"No.
You can understand too?" Wan Jiao looked at him in disbelief. Jinbao, still giggling, shifted on the stone and moved closer to Wan Jiao's chair. "What's wrong, Sister Jiao? Do you know what they're laughing about? Zhenbao blinked and shook her head. I don't know, but if I don't laugh with them, I might seem strange. It's even stranger if everyone laughs together. But from another point of view, Zhenbao is so young and already understands social manners, can gather information, and is good at talking. As she grows up, she will definitely be very clever and live a good life. The older woman on the other side finished laughing and continued. Old Wu definitely doesn't recognize him. When he saw that kid kneeling at his yard door in front of all the team members, he just patted his chest and said he was still a young one. A young one. Haha. The woman held back her laughter after speaking, then started laughing out loud. Everyone looked stunned, like they had lost their breath, and burst into laughter. The woman wiped away tears from the corner of her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and calmed down. But I believe what he said. Maybe that kid deliberately went to Old Wu. Old Wu is doing pretty well. He can eat enough for himself and his family. His house is a big blue brick house he built himself with only 2 rooms, but that's quite impressive. I heard he earns a lot of work points and often goes to the mountain to pick medicinal herbs to sell to buyers. Over the years, he doesn't drink or smoke and even eats eggs every day, so he must have saved quite a bit. The onlookers frowned. Thinking about it, it's not impossible. If he really had that idea, there's no reason not to marry. Besides, if the eldest son is really his, who wouldn't be happy? There's no need to say such things. Song Zhenhua added, this is a tricky matter. No one can prove whether he is young or whether the child is really his. Everyone has their reasons. Is it just one child? Where is the child's mother? Has the family appeared? The older woman shook her head. I haven't heard anything. I only heard that the child came on his own. After so many days, I don't know what the final outcome will be. Hey? Isn't there a blood test for paternity? Why didn't they do it on the spot? Yes, if they did, they would know if the son is really his, right? Everyone, including the women and aunties, thought they had found a solution. Wan Jiao spoke up. Blood tests for paternity are useless. Everyone's eyes turned toward her. She explained, our blood types are divided into several kinds. Some people share the same type, while others do not. A blood test to check family relations only shows that 2 people's blood types might be the same. It doesn't prove they are related. In other words, even if someone is a parent and child, their blood might not match. The women listened carefully and nodded, ready to tell their families what they had learned. No one doubted what Ruang Jiao said because she was from the city and knew more than they did.
Well,
if that's true, it gets complicated. Old Wu might even go to the police to check. No one likes to be falsely accused. Exactly. I heard. Ruang Jiao listened quietly as they continued talking, piecing together most of what they knew about Old Wu. Overall, he was a strange man. In a time when family traditions are very important, it's impressive that he firmly decided not to marry or have children, despite pressure from his parents, and chose to live his own happy life. Most people think he's selfish and hopeless, but life is only once. If he doesn't hurt others physically, what's wrong with choosing what makes him happy? Old Wu had no other hobbies. He liked taking care of flowers and plants. He didn't grow vegetables in his garden, only flowers he brought back from the mountains. Strangely, everything he planted seemed to grow well and was very well cared for. But he was afraid others would call him a capitalist, so when the flowers started to bloom, he would pick the buds off. In a few days, I'll find out more and tell you, she said. While speaking, Ruang Jiao seemed to hear the sound of a gong being struck in the distance. Song Zhenhua immediately recognized the sound and said loudly, the Double Harvest Festival is over. Everyone can stop working. Finally, it was over. These days were really tiring. Now they could rest properly. Yes. They started talking about their own small family matters again. Ruang Jiao rested her chin on her hand, looking toward the direction of the grain drying area, waiting for the person who would come to take her home. Xiaoji was very quick. The sound of the copper bell rang, and within 2 minutes, Wan Jiao saw his figure appear at the end of the road. He jogged over toward her. Zhenbao noticed that Wan Jiao was staring straight into the distance with bright eyes and a smile that she didn't even realize she was making. Hey, little G, the young worker is here to pick you up. Yes. I'm going home now, Wan Jiao said with a smile, taking out snacks from her basket and handing them to Jinbao to share with the women. They had been talking for a while, and everything they said was interesting. It wasn't a waste of time coming here. Plus, she brought the snacks specifically to share with them. She carried a basket with a bottle of mung bean soup, greeted everyone, and then went to meet Ji Huayan, who was rushing over. It's better not to sit and wait for Ji Huayan to arrive. After a long, hot day of work, hearing the teasing from the women might make him lose his temper. Ruan Jiao Jiao, you are truly the best girlfriend in the world. So thoughtful. She carried her basket, walking faster and faster, eventually starting to jog to meet him. Why are you running? I'm right here, I won't disappear. Just wipe your sweat. Panting, Ji Huayan smiled and wiped his face with a towel around his neck, then carefully dried his hands before taking the basket from Ruan Jiao Jiao. I wanted to see you sooner. He actually said sweet words. Ruan Jiao Jiao felt like she was starting to understand what many people meant by the sweetness of love. Even though she wanted to scratch her foot, she couldn't help but smile. She found his words a bit awkward, but hearing him say that made her super happy. Let's go. These shoes are very comfortable. I didn't get stones in my shoes on that small path. As long as you like them. I just heard a lot of things. Do you know the 5th Brigade? I'll tell you. At this moment, Ruan Jiao Jiao was like a child just picked up by her parents, happily sharing everything that happened in kindergarten. The falsehood that had been ingrained in her bones was now completely gone. Walking down a quiet little path, she held Ji Huayan's finger and gently swung it. The sunset cast long shadows of the two, and the chirping cicadas became more melodious. Ruan Jiao Jiao usually has a regular sleep schedule, sleeping about 9 to 10 hours each night. She went to bed early yesterday and woke up early today. Due to her biological clock, she naturally felt sleepy early today. After taking a shower, she finally got out of the bath, feeling extremely tired, almost too exhausted to do her skincare routine. Her strong desire to look good pushed her to finish the simplest skincare, then she squinted her eyes, changed her clothes, and went to open the door. The wind outside was quite strong, making the surrounding trees rustle loudly. Tonight, heavy rain was definitely coming. Ruan Jiao Jiao didn't have time to think much, just felt the wind was a bit cold. While Ji Huayan was pouring water, she climbed into bed drowsily, put on an eye mask, mumbled good night, and fell asleep in a second. In the middle of the night, fierce wind roared, lightning flashed, and thunder boomed. Bright lightning almost split the sky in two, and the heavy rain poured down like a dam, opening its floodgates. Boom! The loud thunder echoed throughout Peach Blossom Village, causing the ground to tremble in fear. The earth trembled, and Ruan Jiao Jiao couldn't ignore it. She immediately woke up. She groggily sat up, lifted her eye mask and mosquito net, and through the old wooden door, she saw a fleeting flash of light, followed by a loud thunder. She turned on her flashlight, checked her watch, just past midnight. She looked at the window that Ji Huayan had closed, then crawled back into bed, pulled the blanket over her head, and prepared to sleep again. She was no longer afraid of the dark or thunder. Even if the storm was fierce, it didn't bother her anymore. In her daze, she suddenly remembered something and pulled off the blanket. Ji Huayan's room seemed to have holes in the ceiling. Light couldn't get through, so how could it stop the rain? After thinking for a moment, she changed her position and put on her eye mask again. Ji Huayan wasn't a child, and if his room had leaks, the main hall wouldn't.
There was no need to worry about him.
Listening to the wind pounding against the wooden door, Ruan Jiao Jiao tossed and turned in bed. Finally, she took a deep breath, turned on her flashlight, got out of bed, and opened the door.
Ugh.
As she opened the door, the wind carrying rain and fog hit her, causing her to get goosebumps all over. She crossed her arms, hunched over, and gently pushed open the door at the end of the corridor. Inside was empty. The flashlight shone on the ground, which was wet from the rain. Small puddles had formed in the dips on the ground. It was a heavy rain outside, with occasional showers inside. She grabbed the door handle, closed the door, and shivered as she walked to the next room. Holding the flashlight, she pushed open the door and saw a neat pile of blankets and pillows on the dining table, with a torn old bamboo mat beside them. As for Ji Huan, she quickly swept the area with the flashlight and saw no one except for containers collecting rainwater scattered on the floor. Suddenly, something moved behind the blankets. Ji Huan half closed her eyes and stood up, hoarsely asking, "Jiao Jiao." It turned out he was covered by the blankets. He was actually lying on the table, sleeping, with red marks on his face from being pressed. Jiao Jiao shivered from the wind, moved the flashlight beam away from him, and hurriedly went inside to pick up the pillow on the table.
"I'm freezing.
"Come back to the room with me." After saying that, she quickly jogged back to her room. Ji Huan hesitated for just a second, then obediently picked up the blanket and followed her. Back inside, she closed the door, and her cold body gradually warmed up. Neither of them lit a candle. Under the faint light of the flashlight, one climbed into bed and curled up under the covers, while the other spread out the blanket and slept on the new bamboo mat. Jiao Jiao, having been blown by the wind for a while, lost all her sleepiness and became fully awake. Ji Huan also had no desire to sleep. He lay on the floor, smelling the faint scent of orange blossoms in the room, and the lingering soreness in his waist eased quite a bit. "Are you close to Aunt Gong's son?" Jiao Jiao's voice was soft. Outside, the heavy rain was loud, and with the mosquito nets separating them, her voice sounded even quieter. But Ji Huan clearly heard her words. He cleared his hoarse throat and replied, "Yes, very close. He used to help me with some dealings in the black market." "The black market?" Jiao Jiao's interest was piqued. She lifted the mosquito net, and a small head peeked out from the bed frame. She had indeed guessed right earlier. Wang Yokong's first reaction was to call her sister-in-law, but he suddenly changed his mind after just saying one word. Jiao Jiao knew they must be quite close, especially since in the original story, Wang Yukong later became Ji Huan's subordinate. But she didn't expect Ji Huan to be so honest, openly mentioning their business. "What is the black market like? Is it in Taoyuan Commune?" "Yes. The commune has one and Shanghai also has." "Do you know how to set up a stall?" "The black market is usually in small alleys, where people lay out a piece of oilcloth and sell their goods on the ground. It opens around 3 a.m. and closes by 5 a.m. Everyone covers their faces with things, so no one knows who the buyers and sellers are." Wan Jiao Jiao's arm rested on the bedpost, and her small face leaned on her arm. She asked, "Are there guards watching? Or has the black market boss already made connections so no one will come to arrest anyone?" She had read about similar scenes in novels before, so she had a rough idea.
"Yes.
The black market boss usually has connections. If the police in uniform want to catch someone, they get warned in advance. When I first came here, I almost got caught twice. Since I had no money to pay the boss, I could only stay outside and sell things, so no one was told to chase me. Later, I made many connections. I started doing business in the city, and also brought the newest things from there to sell here. I didn't need to show myself. I just sold everything to the black market boss and made a profit. Later, it was Gong Ant's son who handled the deals with the boss. He was about the same age I was when I first moved to the countryside." Ji Huan told his story casually, barely mentioning the hardships and dangers. Wan Jiao Jiao listened carefully and asked softly, "Are you thinking of yourself and wanting to help him?" "That's part of it, but not all. He was very small and thin back then, even thinner than when I first moved to the countryside. Seeing him depend on Gong Ant, I remembered when I lived next to a public toilet in the city with my grandfather, praying every day for someone to help him. I helped him because he was suitable. If he had been reckless and impulsive, even if he had the same experiences as me, I wouldn't have cared. I would have risked myself." Wan Jiao Jiao strongly agreed. "Having kindness is good, but it shouldn't go too far. Has he made a lot of money these years? Why does he look so thin? I know he might want to avoid attention, but sneaking some good food now and then shouldn't hurt, right?" Hearing her confusion, Ji Huan chuckled softly.
"He eats quite a lot.
Gong Ant is a good cook. No matter how much he hides it, he wouldn't be starving. Now he's growing taller and longer, and since he doesn't gain weight easily, he looks especially thin. Is that so?" "Yes. Gong Ant loves him very much, and even wants to help him get into a high school in the commune. He used to attend elementary school, and I also taught him a little. He wasn't able to get into college yet, but passing the high school exams was not a problem. Ji Huayan finished his black market business on both sides. His brothers in Shanghai had all spent money to buy factories. As for Wang Yukong, Ji Huayan originally planned for him to follow Aunt Gong's advice, finish high school and then go to college and later find his way to Beijing. However, after Wan Jiao arrived, he realized Aunt Gong's cooking suited her taste very well. He started thinking about arranging for Wang Yukong to study in Shanghai and having Aunt Gong cook for Wan Jiao full-time. But it was a bit complicated to arrange for Wang Yukong to attend high school in Shanghai, as he didn't know the school teachers there. So these past few days, he was thinking about who to contact to help with the arrangements. Wan Jiao moved her pillow to the edge of the bed, leaned on it chatting with Ji Huayan in a relaxed way. Listening to the rain gradually getting lighter outside, she slowly fell asleep. In the early morning, Tahua village was drizzling continuously, and the sky was very dark. A faint mist covered the small courtyard, making the trees and paths outside look blurry under its influence. Compared to the coolness outside, the inside of the house felt much warmer. Because of the lack of light, it was almost impossible to see clearly, not even able to see your hand in front of your face. Ji Huayan had woken up long ago, but he didn't get up immediately. He stayed lying on the ground, wanting to stay a little longer. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Ji Huayan gently pulled his quilt up to his nose and sniffed. He felt that after a night, his quilt seemed to have absorbed the scent of orange blossom from inside the house, light, with a fruity sweetness. Even if he was reluctant, after a few minutes of hesitation, Ji Huayan still got up. He tiptoed in the dark, folded his quilt carefully, then put on his shoes and quietly left the room. Apart from the sound of opening and closing the door, he made no noise at all. Today was really cold in the morning, so cold that it didn't feel like summer at all. But Ji Huayan was in a good mood, and this temperature was just right for him. After a simple wash-up, he put on his straw hat and dark brown palm raincoat in the main hall. He didn't even bother to tidy up the rainwater containers on the ground. He simply carried his food box and disappeared into the fog. Gong Xiaomei got up at the first crow of the rooster. Besides cleaning the house, she also had to feed the chickens. Gong Xiaomei has 4 hens in her yard. 2 are her own, and the other 2 belong to Ji Huayan. Because he rented the small yard, he could raise chickens there too. But since he usually didn't have time to clean or feed them, he let Gong Xiaomei take care of the chickens. He gets 1 egg a day from his 2 hens, and any extras are given to Gong Xiaomei. After cleaning the chicken coop, she quickly washes her hands, picks vegetables, and starts making breakfast. At this time, Wang Yukong, who had been away at the black market, has also woken up as his jet lag returned to normal. After washing up, he helps his mother with chores. When Ji Huayan arrived, Gong Xiaomei had just finished stir-frying some vegetables, and porridge was still simmering in the clay pot. The small kitchen was filled with a faint smoke and a strong, inviting smell. Little Ji, the young worker, has arrived. The porridge isn't ready yet. You can sit and rest for a while. Seeing Ji Huayan come in, Gong Xiaomei turned her head with a smile and greeted him, still busy with her work. She wiped her hands on her clean but slightly frayed apron and started kneading dough. This was the breakfast she prepared for her son. Wang Yukong was growing quickly, his height increasing fast. But because of poor nutrition, his bones sometimes ached. Although he kept it hidden well, his mother, who always paid close attention to him, could not miss it. Every day, she tried her best to prepare delicate and nutritious food. But after eating, Wang Yukong only grew taller, with no extra flesh on his body, which made her feel upset. He was just like his father, hard to fatten no matter how much he ate. Wang Yukong helped burn fire behind the stove and saw Ji Huayan sticking his head out to say hello. Ji Huayan nodded and placed a food box on the table between the stoves. Thanks a lot, Aunt Gong. Do you have to go to work today? It's no trouble at all. You gave me so much money and tickets, how could it be trouble? I'll be going to work later, but it's a light job, just weeding in the fields. Gong Xiaomei has paid off all her debts at home. In theory, she could now rest peacefully and no one would say anything. People would just think she deserved a break. But she couldn't sit still. Although she had some savings, she wanted to save more for her son. After all, He would need money for school, marriage, and building a house in the future. Her son had been through hardships since he was young. She didn't want him to go to the commune school and continue living the hard life he knew. Her life was different from his. She had experienced sweetness first, then bitterness. She was cared for by her in-laws as if she were their own daughter, and her childhood sweetheart, who had long known her feelings, was her husband. Her first half of life was free of any hardship after meeting this family. After her in-laws passed away, her husband treated her even more dearly, often saying he wanted to give her the same love he had for his parents. Having experienced such deep love, Gong Xiaomei naturally looked down on other men. She preferred to raise her children alone rather than remarry through matchmaking. Whenever she felt exhausted and almost unable to go on, thinking back to the past and tasting the sweetness she once had gave her strength. Her son was different. He was young then and had no memory of his father. He had gone through hardships with her. She hoped her son's future would be full of happiness after hardships, and that each day would be as sweet as honey. Because of this, she could never stop working. Ji Hui finished preparing breakfast early, greeted everyone, then hurried back home. He first placed the lunchbox on the stove, then started cooking his own breakfast. He made a few hard buns and a pot of old rice porridge. In the countryside, stoves are designed to save firewood, so they can cook rice and boil water at the same time. He quickly finished his breakfast, warmed the food from the lunchbox on the stove, and then grabbed some pickled vegetables from the jar to eat with the buns and porridge. Inside, Wan Jiao Jiao was also awake, but because it was so cold, she curled up in her quilt and didn't want to get up. Even wearing the long-sleeved shirt from yesterday, she still felt cold in this weather. Unfortunately, her luggage was already spread out in the room, with only a few sets of clothes. Even buying a thick coat now was not an option. After lying for a while, Wan Jiao Jiao shivered as she got up, locked the door, and went to the bathroom. After finishing everything, she slightly opened the door, leaned her body against the doorframe, stuck her head out in an awkward pose, and called Ji Huiyan. He had just finished his breakfast. When he heard her soft call, he quickly put down his bowl and hurried outside. "Do you have warm clothes? I'm so cold." Wan Jiao Jiao's voice was trembling, her face pale, and her eyebrows slightly furrowed, looking very pitiful. "Yes, I'll get them for you." He said this and tried to go inside. But Wan Jiao Jiao didn't move aside at all and looked at him sadly, saying, "Can I find some myself?" "All right, just in those 2 big boxes. Be careful when opening them so you don't hurt your hand. Okay?" After answering, Wan Jiao Jiao closed the door, took a flashlight, and started to look through the boxes. The first box contained mostly thin clothes, some made of cotton, others of linen. All of them were quite old, and many had patches. The second box held thicker clothes, probably for winter, wear during the colder months.
But they weren't very thick.
Wan Jiao Jiao touched the padded jacket and pants. Inside, it seemed only a thin layer of cotton was packed. Winter in the south doesn't always snow, but the damp, cold weather can't be blocked by just a little cotton. Spending so much money, but still unwilling to buy warm clothes for yourself. Wan Jiao Jiao pouted, feeling a bit upset. She continued to look deeper into the box. At the very bottom, she found a rabbit fur cape. She pulled it out and sniffed it. There was a faint, slightly bitter herbal smell. The cape was large, made of gray rabbit fur patches. Wan Jiao Jiao draped it over herself. It just covered her whole body and reached her ankles. Having such a cape was enough. She didn't need to worry about staying warm on top, even if her lower body was cold. She didn't even change into pajamas inside, just wore her small cloth shoes and went out. The temperature was just right. Her face felt a little cold, but everywhere else was warm. She was very satisfied. After finishing her washing and skincare routine, Ji Huiyan, already quite full, ate breakfast with Wan Jiao Jiao again. After breakfast, Ji Huiyan lit a candle inside the house, opened a small crack in the window, then put on his raincoat and went out again. When he returned, he carried 2 paper-wrapped bags. Seeing Wan Jiao Jiao look at him with curiosity, he unwrapped the paper and poured the contents into 2 wooden basins. It's herbal medicine to ward off the cold. I got it from the village doctor. Cold and hot treatments help prevent illness. Soaking your feet in these herbs will make you feel better, Ji Huayan explained as he poured hot water into the basins. Once the herbs had steeped enough, he added some cool water to adjust the temperature. He was originally sitting in a cushioned chair, but seeing how big he was and how small the chair was, every time he moved, it creaked. Wan Jiao felt sorry for the chair. She suggested he sit by the bed instead. One basin of water for each of them, placed side by side. Wan Jiao gently lifted her big toe, quickly and cutely tapping the water surface 3 times to check that the water wasn't too hot. Only then did she touch the water with her foot and slowly dip it in. Ji Huayan watched her small movements with a smile that he couldn't hide. While soaking her feet, Wan Jiao played with Ji Huayan's large hand, her eyes fixed on his foot submerged in the light brown medicinal water. Honestly, Wan Jiao had noticed his hands before, but she had never really looked at his feet. His feet were even more attractive than his long hands. They had wide tops, long toes, neatly trimmed and clean nails. Most importantly, his feet were very white. Wan Jiao pretended to casually lift her own foot for comparison. Hers was still whiter. But she was naturally fair-skinned and had always taken good care of herself, so she couldn't really compare. Thinking carefully, it was easy to see that Ji Huayan's skin was very fair. He had spent so many years in the countryside, often working under the hot sun. Compared to the villagers' dark and yellowish skin, he only tanned to a wheat color, showing he was naturally fair-skinned. With this train of thought, could it be that Ji Huayan's thighs might also be very white? Wan Jiao's thoughts drifted as she glanced over. Ji Huayan felt very uncomfortable being watched so intently, especially since she seemed to be looking at him the whole time. He cleared his throat and said helplessly, Jiao. Wan Jiao also coughed twice, pretending nothing was happening and quickly looked away. She realized she had been staring more and more upward. How bold of her, truly too bold. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she stepped on the bottom of the wooden basin, causing a small splash of water, and changed the subject. Did you fix this room? Was it leaking before? Yes. I repaired the roof twice. Once when I first moved in and again last winter. When I first moved in, I thought I would stay for a long time, so I fixed the inside and outside of this room. I didn't spend much on the other 2 rooms because I didn't use them. Last winter, the roof leaked with rain and snow, and some tiles fell off under the weight, so I fixed it again. Now it doesn't leak, so you can rest assured. Ji Huayan's voice carried a faint smile. He thought Wan Jiao's little actions earlier were very cute. But at this moment, Wan Jiao frowned. Although it was just a sudden idea for a topic, Ji Huayan mentioned that last winter, which was exactly the time of the 1977 college entrance exam. Could it be that he missed the exam because he had a fever? Wan Jiao thought this to herself and asked aloud.
Yes.
It snowed heavily last year, and then it rained. I got soaked, hurriedly changed clothes, and went to Aunt Gong's house to sleep. But the next day, I still had a fever and couldn't take the exam. Ji Huayan spoke very calmly, as if missing the exam was just a small, insignificant matter to him. He wasn't surprised that Wan Jiao knew about his fever and missing the exam. Everyone in the village knew and felt sorry for him. Wan Jiao lowered her eyes, playing with Ji Huayan's hand, but her heart was not at peace. She knew for sure that this had something to do with the heroine of the story. Given Ji Huayan's orderly way of doing things, even if the heroine hadn't been reborn or experienced life in the countryside, he would still have moved here from the youth training station. But why was it that he could participate in the first college entrance exam back then, yet now he had a fever and missed it? This wasn't something that simple butterfly effects could explain. Is it really just an accident? Could someone have deliberately tried to stop you from taking the exam? It was probably an accident. Ji Huayan wasn't even sure himself. He continued, the tiles were indeed damaged by the snow. As for someone causing trouble, I can't find any suspect. At that time, the youth trainees at the station would borrow books from each other and set exam questions for fun. My grades were the best among them, so if jealousy was involved, it wasn't impossible. I observed those youth trainees who came to study in the yard. They only looked at me with sympathy and pity, not with the satisfaction of having done something bad. Hate also didn't seem likely. I usually don't communicate much with others, and after moving out of the youth training station, I interacted even less with them. If someone wanted to exclude me for personal gain, they might aim to get into college themselves. But their target wouldn't be me, it would be someone with similar grades. My grades have always been good. If I couldn't get in, none of the other youth trainees in the village could either. They wouldn't need to offend me. Moreover, without the first batch, there was a second. If I found out about it, that would be more trouble than it's worth. Ji Huayan had indeed ruled out those possibilities and finally concluded it was just an accident, simply considering himself unlucky. Wan Jiao felt a surge of anger inside her. Ji Huayan analyzed things logically, and her conclusion was correct. But he didn't know that there was another person who had been reborn in this world. She had no grudges or jealousy towards Ji Huayan, and she wasn't even directly benefiting from anything. She just knew that Ji Huayan would become the top scorer in the college entrance exam later. Instead of encouraging herself and her partner to improve, she wanted to harm others. Wan Jiao kept gently touching Ji Huayan's hand, but he was quick to notice that her mind had drifted far away, lost in thought. He was about to speak when she asked first, "Have you observed the male and female young workers? Could it be someone you usually get along with well? Or someone you hardly know? It could be either a male or female young worker." I still can't believe such a coincidence happened right before the college entrance exam. Maybe the person who did this didn't think much, just acting out of pure malice, who knows? Although she didn't know exactly what the heroine Tianyu did in the story, Wan Jiao was convinced it was her who had done something sneaky. Ji Huayan was lucky. He had a high fever but was fine. But what if luck wasn't on his side? A tile falling and hitting his head or eyes, a high fever going unnoticed, or him forcing himself to continue the exam despite feeling terrible. In those days, medicine wasn't as advanced as it is now. There were many cases of people going crazy or losing their lives from fevers, as Bao had told her several times. If such accidents happened, where could she find a handsome, caring boyfriend like him? Ji Huayan knew Wan Jiao cared about him. Even though he sensed her anger, a secret joy and a hint of sweetness still rose in his heart. I've observed the male young workers, but I usually don't contact the female young workers. It's not good to observe female colleagues. Whether it's human error or an accident, it's all in the past now. As long as my mind is still clear, I believe I can get into university. If it was human-made, once or twice, then there will be a third time. They've tasted the thrill of doing bad things, and their future will go astray. People like that aren't worth our worry. Just watch their future outcomes. They won't be happy.
So,
Please don't be angry anymore, okay? Ji Huayan's voice was deep and gentle. As he spoke, he gently held Wan Jiao's delicate hand in his large palm. Wan Jiao looked up at Ji Huayan with a very complicated expression. If she didn't know what happened next, she might feel comforted. But she knew too much. Later, the main characters not only did business with him but also, after his death, used their friendship to get help from Ji Huayan's family. Their business grew bigger and bigger, their life was sweet, and everywhere they went, they were praised. But it's better that Ji Huayan doesn't know. Wan Jiao lowered her head and moved her feet out of the water. Anyway, with her here, neither the main characters nor anyone else could take advantage of Ji Huayan. His people and money belonged to her. She would also carefully settle the account for the college entrance exam. After soaking her feet, maybe because of her mood, she felt warm all over. The rain outside seemed to have stopped, but Wan Jiao didn't like the wet, muddy ground, so she stayed inside the small yard and didn't go out. Ji Huayan found the books he used before, including some math, physics, and chemistry books, as well as his notes, magazines, and journals. Life in the countryside was boring. Usually, on rainy days, he would read books, practice calligraphy, and pass the time. Wan Jiao put on her cloak and brought the armchair into the main hall. The main hall was brighter, which was better than lighting candles in the room. She opened Ji Huayan's notes, which were filled with dense writing. His handwriting was very nice, with sharp strokes and flowing style, like running water. Ruan Jiao had practiced many fonts, small regular script, slender gold style, and others, but her favorite was semi-cursive script. Compared to the more free-flowing cursive, semi-cursive was neat and proper. Using Ji Huai's fountain pen, Ruan Jiao wrote a line on the cover of his notebook. "There will be times to ride the wind and break the waves, just hang the sail and cross the vast sea." Ji Huai took it, looked at it, and sat at the table with the notebook and pen, starting to write. From Ruan Jiao's perspective, she could only see his ears turning red. When the notebook was returned, under her wishful poem, Ji Huai added a poem called Shangyi. Ruan Jiao rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, then placed the notebook on her lap, wrote 2 lines, and handed it back. Ji Huai received it, smiled knowingly, and then wrote Song of Lianian. They exchanged writings. Ruan Jiao wished him a bright future, and he wrote love poems. If she wished him success in the college entrance exam, he would write love poems. If she wished him to top the list, he still wrote love poems. By the end, Ruan Jiao had exhausted all her ideas for poems and had to stop the contest. However, Ji Huai still seemed a bit eager to continue. His ears were flushed with a red glow that spread to his cheeks. He was very shy, but his poems became more straightforward with each one. This made Ruan Jiao realize something later. Ji Huai was quite secretly playful. In this emotional competition, he seemed shy but never backed down. He kept attacking honestly and gently, using both direct and subtle ways. The morning passed quietly. After lunch, the two of them read for a while. Then Ji Huai started washing Ruan Jiao's hair. Since there was no sun, he carefully used a charcoal basin to dry her hair bit by bit. Life in the countryside had few entertainment options. Working hard all day and taking care of the family left everyone tired. When there was free time, no one paid much attention to boredom. Resting was enough. Although Ruan Jiao felt a little bored, she was used to being patient with loneliness. In the afternoon, she took a pencil and started drawing jewelry designs in her notebook. While drawing, she quickly sketched a portrait of Ji Huai reading quietly. Ruan Jiao was good at many things. She had learned painting, calligraphy, and music, sketching, oil painting, traditional Chinese painting, comics, and watercolor. To outsiders, she looked impressive, but only insiders knew she wasn't perfect. Still, her skills were enough for her at that time. She was the best at playing piano among those who played, the best at drawing among those who could draw, the best at dancing among those who danced, and the best at calligraphy among dancers. Who could say she wasn't talented? Dinner was early today because Gongshin finished work early, so they ate before 5. Ji Huai had just finished washing the dishes when they heard children shouting outside the small yard. Ruan Jiao carefully avoided the muddy spots in the yard and stepped on the dry ground to open the door. Outside were Zhenbao's 2 younger brothers and some unknown children. "Zhenbao Jia told you to come quickly. Come see the fun. Big fun. There's a fight at the youth station. It's the Little White Lotus. Little White Lotus is fighting with the female youth. We just saw it." Zhenbao Jia went to call her mom. They panted and spoke in turn, giving a rough idea of what had happened. They just found out that Zheng Qiaolian and the young educated youth were fighting at the youth station. Zhenbao asked them to call her, and she went home to inform Aunt Song. Ruan Jiao didn't really like joining such lively scenes because she was afraid of accidents. Too many people might push her and cause her to fall. But she was really bored in the yard, and going to see what was happening seemed okay. There probably weren't that many people in Taohua village. Ruan Jiao told the children to go back first, then hesitated and looked back at Ji Huai, wanting to get a clear answer from him. "Go ahead." Ji Huai saw Ruan Jiao turn around with a worried face. Besides her hesitation, there was a hint of hope in her eyes. He held back a smile and said, "Some young educated youths borrowed my books and haven't returned them yet. Can you go with me to get them?" Books are very important." "Then I'll go with you," she said, not because she wanted to see the scene, of course. Ruan Jiao took the opportunity to step down. After Ji Huan locked the door and squatted down, Ruan Jiao happily leaned over. The path was full of puddles and mud. Wearing white cloth shoes, no matter how careful she was, her shoes still got dirty. Ji Huan was very thoughtful. Ruan Jiao silently gave him a thumbs up in her mind. Ji Huan walked steadily. Actually, he always was very steady. His strong hand held her leg, and she leaned on his back. Besides feeling the warmth coming from him, she hardly felt any bumps. Since she could remember, this was the first time someone carried her on their back. The last time was also the first time she sat on someone's shoulder. Unlike last time, the sense of security on his back felt even better. They left the small path and reached the main road. Ji Huan didn't put her down. At this time, most families were at home eating, and apart from the faint smoke from cooking, there were no other shadows on the road. The youth station was a dilapidated thatched hut in Taohua village, so it was in a relatively remote spot. Ji Huan took a few steps along the main road, then deliberately turned into a small path. When they were close to the back of the youth station, he finally put Ruan Jiao down. They had come out from behind the youth station building. At this moment, the front gate was surrounded by scattered people, some even holding bowls of rice, watching the scene. Song Zhenhua and Jinbao took the best seats to watch the show. Glancing at the tall Ji Huan, she quickly focused on Ruan Jiao, who was wearing a rabbit fur cloak beside him. Song Zhenhua and Jinbao moved slightly aside, making way for the older women and young women around them, and waved to Ruan Jiao. Ruan Jiao looked at Ji Huan, then jogged inside with a smile on his face. The shouting and scolding in the youth camp yard hadn't stopped. Ruan Jiao went to Song Zhenhua and immediately saw two women fighting fiercely in the yard. Actually, it wasn't really a fight, more like one side overpowering the other. The female youth had Zheng Qiaolian pressed on the ground, slapping her repeatedly. Both women were covered in dirt and mud, and their angry words were hard to hear. Besides them, a man wearing glasses stood under the eaves with his head bowed. A short distance away, there were about 7 other youth, men and women inside the yard. Those two are the parents of little White Lotus. Oh, having such a daughter. Really? Such a tragedy, Song Zhenhua whispered to Ruan Jiao, her tone full of sympathy. Hearing this, Ruan Jiao looked again at the emotionless woman with a headscarf. Her face and eyes showed no sign of emotion, as if the girl being beaten on the ground wasn't her own daughter. Zheng Qiaolian truly lost her loving family, but she didn't realize it at all. The one under the eaves with glasses is Zhou Jiqing. The girl fighting with little White Lotus, Su Jiqing, they are a couple. They had stopped fighting earlier. Su Jiqing said little White Lotus climbed into Zhou Jiqing's bed while working. As soon as Song Zhenhua finished speaking, a woman she had seen yesterday handed them a handful of pumpkin seeds, cracking them as she spoke. They probably didn't do much, but I heard that when little White Lotus was found, she was completely naked. Zhou Jiqing probably can't escape now. Such bad luck. The older woman quickly cracked more seeds, pouting her lips, and continued. Zhou Jiqing and Su Jiqing are both from families where their parents don't care about them. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be here while most other youth have gone back to the city. They originally planned to go register on the day the results came out, but things got complicated. However, I think the young workers this week are also not suitable. How can someone sleep so deeply that they don't notice a girl undressing and slipping into bed? They only realized when other young workers came back. Seeing Ruan Jiao's surprise, Annie chuckled. My daughter-in-law is also a young worker. She knows a lot. Ruan Jiao was indeed a bit surprised, but not because Andy knew so much. She was surprised that Zheng Qiaolian changed her target so quickly. Thinking about Zhenbao that day, she saw her panic. It seemed she wasn't scared of a snake, but rather frightened by a big dog. Ruan Jiao turned her head and met Ji Huan's smiling gaze. She tilted her head and blinked, then quickly looked away. Everyone make way. Make way. Village Chief Wang arrived late and strode into the young workers' area, commanding the two fighting to be separated. Normally, Song Zhenhua had received the news early. Could Wang, who shared a room with her, not know? Of course he knew, but he deliberately came late. Because of Zhenbao's matter, The village chief's family held a grudge against Zheng Qiaolian. But even though they held a grudge, it didn't affect her family. Otherwise, Wang Dawang could easily have people assign the hardest, most tiring work for Zheng's family, making life difficult for them. When he learned that Zheng Qiaolian was fighting with Su Jiqing, Wang Dawang no longer hurried to mediate. After all, Zheng Qiaolian had always been lazy with work, unlike Su Jiqing, who worked hard and was furious. Of course, she would get beaten. After such a disgrace, the crowd should be dispersed, and they should close the door to settle the matter inside. But Wang Dawang seemed to forget this. He directly pointed out Zhou Jiqing, who was lowering her head under the eaves, in front of everyone, and asked for her opinion. Zheng Qiaolian was from the village, while Jiqing was an outsider. But Wang Dawang had no bias and intended to handle the matter fairly and justly. Most villagers had long held grudges against Zheng Qiaolian. The village chief's actions didn't just offend them. Even Zheng's parents didn't say a word. Su Jiqing understood the village chief's intention. As long as Zhou Jiqing insisted Zheng Qiaolian was acting improperly, he wouldn't face any trouble. Everyone understood this, and Zheng Qiaolian certainly understood it too. Both looked at Zhou Jiqing, one hopeful, the other pleading and looking pitiful, while they waited for her response. Wan Jiao and the others were watching Zhou Jiqing, waiting for his choice. Zhou Jiqing was not tall, at most about 1.7 meters. He had dark yellow skin and ordinary features. Whether in the city or the countryside, he looked plain and unremarkable, not attracting any attention. Zhou Jiqing moved his mouth slightly, looked up at Su Jiqing, and his eyes were complicated, full of sadness and pleading. Although he didn't say a word, Wan Jiao knew he had chosen Zheng Qiaolian. No surprise at all. People like to compare things. They compare products to find the best, and the same goes for other matters. Certainly, Zheng Qiaolian's reputation wasn't good. But compared to Su Jiqing, she had many advantages. Su Jiqing had no family support. His urban household registration had turned into a rural one after moving to the countryside. Whether he could get into college was uncertain, and his looks were far behind Zheng Qiaolian's. If it weren't for Zheng Qiaolian, Zhou Jiqing might have really gone to get a marriage license with her, just getting by together. But with a second choice, he started comparing, then decided to abandon Su Jiqing with ready-made reasons. Sorry, I looked at her body. I can only be responsible, he said. Just listen to that, such a grand excuse. No matter how sad or upset he acted, it was still just an excuse. The village chief had just made it clear. It was his own unwillingness to get back on track. Such a bad person. Song Zhenhua spat. His eyelids are too shallow. He'll cry later. All right, let's go home. This is so boring. The aunt was still eating sunflower seeds. She didn't say who he referred to, but from Wan Jiao's perspective, it was Zhou Jiqing. Although both of them saw each other as stepping stones, he didn't realize that Zheng Qiaolian, who was loved by her family, had actually been abandoned. And if we talk about cleverness, Zhou Jiqing probably wasn't as smart as Zheng Qiaolian. In the future, he would live very close to nature. Ji Huayan accompanied Wan Jiao to watch the play, then went back behind the youth station and carried someone home. As for getting the book, nothing was more important than going home. On the other side, Zhou Jiqing, just as Wan Jiao thought, was full of comparisons and choosing the best option while the two women fought. In his view, Zheng Qiaolian's parents looked a bit cold, but they were also upset with her. After all, they had loved their biological daughter for many years. Once the conflict was over, it was a good thing. Although the government provides some support for college students, the money for travel, meals, and books is not enough. If Zheng Qiaolian married him, Zheng's family would surely pay for his college. Even if he didn't pass this time, with Zheng Qiaolian's help, he could wait for the next college entrance exam and wouldn't need to work in the fields. Most people in the yard had already left, including Zheng Qiaolian's parents, who silently followed the villagers. Su Jiqing wiped away her tears and refused to look at Zhou Jiqing anymore. She went straight back to her room. Then, from the poorly insulated mud house, faint, suppressed crying could be heard. Zheng Qiaoyan's face was swollen like a pig's head, with redness and scars on her cheeks. Tears welled up in her eyes as she happily threw herself into Zhou Jiqing's arms and cried loudly. She had chosen him as her second option, after Ji Huayan, who was the best student besides her. Finally, she had caught him. Zheng Qiaoyan clenched Zhou Jiqing's shirt, hiding her hatred behind her love, while complaining about her pain. They hugged each other without caring about anything else, one comforting, the other crying. Only they knew how much of it was real. At night, Ji Huayan still slept in the same room as Wan Jiao. The rain had stopped, but the ground was not yet dry. Before sleeping, Wan Jiao waited and waited, but didn't see him return. She went out to check and found Ji Huayan tidying up the main room, seeming to plan to sleep there. She said nothing and took his hand, leading him away. Ji Huayan didn't resist and obediently followed her back to her room. The big wolf. He didn't take the bedding or pillows.
Just pretending.
They blew out the candle, and neither spoke. It was only about 8 o'clock. Wan Jiao wasn't as sleepy as the past 2 days. She hugged a pillow and moved to the edge of the bed, wanting to chat before sleeping. Grandpa Ji, did he tell you about the past? About my grandpa. Without the rain noise, her soft voice was very clear in the dark.
Yes.
He told me a lot. Can you tell me? What kind of person was my grandpa? According to Grandpa Ji, Wan Jiao was very curious. From Secretary Gu's words, it is clear that his father greatly admired Grandpa Wan, and Secretary Gu himself also highly respected Grandpa Wan. Wan wanted to know what kind of person Grandpa Wan was, especially in the eyes of Grandpa Ji, who was a good friend of Grandpa Wan. Grandpa said he spent his whole life lucky enough to meet Grandpa Wan. This opening is quite interesting. Wan listened carefully. At that time, Grandpa was an orphan, earning money by collecting newspapers from the newsstand and selling them on the streets. There were many children like him selling newspapers, mostly orphans or children from poor families. They earned only a little each day, just enough to get by. Grandpa said he was most jealous of the children who sold cigarettes outside dance halls. Cigarettes. Wan always thought that Grandpa Ji was educated and could become a university teacher, and his family should have been well off, but she didn't expect his background to be like this.
Yes.
Children selling cigarettes outside dance halls often received good tips from drunk customers. Even without tips, the profit from selling a pack of cigarettes was more than selling newspapers. However, selling cigarettes required a deposit of money, which made people trust you to handle the cigarette boxes. Grandpa was working hard to save money, praying every day that a customer buying newspapers would tip him, so he could save up that money faster. Ji Huayan's voice was deep and slow, and Jiao listened very intently. The first time I saw Grandpa Wan was at a coffee shop. At that time, he was feeling down because other newspaper boys had taken his customers. He was walking on the street when he heard pleasant music coming from a coffee shop. He stood by the window, listening to the music and watching the important guests inside drinking coffee and having breakfast. The doorman at the coffee shop saw him and tried to chase him away, but the customers inside stopped him. Was that my grandpa? Ji Huayan's voice carried a smile as he slowly said, Yes, that was Grandpa Wan. He was wearing a white suit, with his hair neatly combed back, looking like a very noble young gentleman. He stopped the doorman and said he wanted to buy a newspaper. The doorman took him inside, and after Grandpa Ji bought a newspaper, he asked his butler to give Grandpa Wan $1. $1 back then was a very valuable currency. Grandpa, a humble newspaper boy from the bottom of society, had never received such money, let alone owned it. He said that day was the happiest day of his life, after living for over 10 years. Carefully clutching his treasure, he didn't even want to sell newspapers anymore, and hid in an alley. He blew on the large coin, then held it to his ear to listen. The coin made a faint buzzing sound. Grandpa said that was the most wonderful sound in the world, and also the beginning of his dreams. Grandpa returned the remaining newspapers and money to the newspaper office, then took all his belongings and successfully exchanged them for a small wooden box of cigarettes. He had already planned that once he saved enough money from selling cigarettes, he would buy a rickshaw, then save more to marry and support a family. A life that seemed to stretch out endlessly. Wan Jiao Jiao sighed softly. Yes, it was a life that seemed to have no end, but at that time, many people dreamed of such a life. Then, he began to talk about life at the dance hall entrance, which was not as smooth as Grandpa thought. Every evening, many people like him waited at the door. When customers came out, everyone rushed forward. Grandpa was young and small, often pushed out by the crowd. Later, with experience, he gradually stood out in the crowd and managed to make some sales. He did this business for several months until one winter night, Grandpa met Grandpa Wan again. That day was very cold, and few people stayed at the dance hall entrance. Grandpa huddled in a corner, staring intently at the door. Soon, he saw a black car stop at the entrance, and a young man in a coat got out, Grandpa Wan, who had once given him a big coin tip. Grandpa, with good eyesight, noticed that as Grandpa was quickly led into the dance hall, he seemed to drop something. Grandpa went over and picked it up, discovering it was a gold-edged steel pen. He wanted to wait outside for Grandpa to come out and return it. Unfortunately, his act of picking up the item caught the attention of some drivers waiting nearby who wanted to snatch it. Ji Huayan paused here, deliberately creating suspense. As expected, the story made Wan Jiao Jiao eager, and she hurriedly asked, "And then? Did my grandpa happen to bump into him? Do you think Grandpa Ji is a good person for returning the lost item? After all, many stories have such scenes." Ji Huayan chuckled softly. No, Grandpa was beaten up and his pen was also stolen. Huh. Such a twist made Wan Jiao Jiao laugh out loud too, because life isn't a TV drama, things don't always happen perfectly. After Wan Jiao Jiao finished laughing, Ji Huayan continued, Grandpa was hurt pretty badly, but he endured the pain and waited outside the door for Grandpa to come out. When he saw Grandpa, he told him what happened. Grandpa burst into laughter when he heard. Later, Grandpa sent Grandpa to school. Many years later, Grandpa found out that the pen that night was actually a message from Grandpa. In Grandpa's eyes, Grandpa was a very complicated but impressive person. The first time he took Grandpa to the Red House for Western food, Grandpa couldn't use the knife and fork and was laughed at. Grandpa simply told the staff to bring chopsticks and comforted Grandpa, saying, "In this country, we should eat in our own way, not follow those foreign ways." I think foreigners means Westerners. Hearing this, Wan Jiao Jiao's heart suddenly beat faster for a moment. Did people also use the term foreigners back then? It probably existed. Maybe she was just being too sensitive. She took a deep breath and kept listening to Ji Huayan. At that time, Grandpa was also studying at the school, but he often skipped classes to go to restaurants or eat on the street. He told Grandpa that students who never skipped class weren't good students. Wan Jiao Jiao. What kind of story is this? Ji Huayan seemed to notice her silence and continued with a smile. Grandpa believed him. Grandpa's words he trusted completely. So, they skipped classes together. When it was time for exams, both of them scored first. One was the official top student, the other was the opposite. Grandpa was scolded by the teacher for a long time and was made to copy essays. Grandpa listened from under the teacher's window, enjoying it while he listened. But on the way back, he still helped Grandpa copy the essays. Grandpa was very good at imitating handwriting. He copied Grandpa's writing so well that the teacher couldn't tell the difference. Grandpa said he wasn't cut out for studying. He used to envy those who could read and write, but when he experienced it himself, he realized how hard learning was. He didn't want Grandpa's money to be wasted on him, so he worked very hard every day memorizing everything. Grandpa once advised him that going to school was only to learn to write and recognize characters, so he wouldn't be easily tricked in the future. Grades didn't mean everything. Grandpa understood all the reasons, but he still refused to change. He kept working very hard to memorize his lessons. In the end, with Grandpa Ruan's help, the two of them took the university entrance exam together and both entered the school as top students. Later, Grandpa stayed at the school to teach Chinese, while Grandpa Ruan went home to run the family business. They saw each other rarely, but always kept a close bond. Grandpa said that Grandpa Ruan was a very great person, always doing noble things. If Grandpa Ruan hadn't appeared, he might have been living a simple life pulling carts or might have joined a gang and ended up on the streets. He wanted to help Grandpa Wan but lacked the ability. So he chose to become a teacher, hoping to train more capable people to support Grandpa Wan. After Ji Huayan finished speaking, he fell silent. Wan Jiao didn't speak either, feeling very complicated inside. She had always known that Grandpa Wan was a very great and powerful person. From Ji Huayan's words, his image became clearer and more vivid. He was playful, lively, and very open-minded. If Grandpa Wan really was her grandfather, her childhood and her life would surely be happy and beautiful. Suddenly, Wan Jiao felt a strange, hard-to-explain sour feeling in her heart. It rose straight to her nose and spread to her eyes. She remembered everything from the past and quickly closed her eyes tightly to calm her emotions. In the darkness, any feelings or sounds seemed amplified. Ji Huayan knew Wan Jiao was upset and thought she missed Grandpa Wan. He didn't know how to comfort her. After a moment of silence, he asked, "There will be a market open tomorrow near the commune. Do you want to go and take a look?" Wan Jiao's nose sounded a bit congested. She expressed her thought with one word and didn't speak again, afraid her voice might reveal her choking feelings. The market is allowed by the commune. It happens once a month and many people come to sell things. It's mostly team members and villagers. It's very lively, but they can't sell grain or use money. They can only exchange goods or use tickets. Before she could reply, Ji Huayan patiently explained, most people in the commune are farmers. The team issues some cloth tickets each year. As for grain tickets, meat tickets, and oil tickets, they need to bring grain, soybeans, or the pork they get each year to exchange for tickets. But they can only exchange these items. Things like soap tickets or industrial coupons for milk powder are hard to get and they rarely have access to them. So, the commune provided this opportunity. People in the commune could exchange their household tickets for vegetables and fish, and street vendors could also get tickets that they usually couldn't access. What time is it? Wan Jiao's mood had calmed down, but her voice was still a little hoarse. Probably around 6 o'clock. We need to get up. Many people in the village will go to set up stalls or take a walk tomorrow. We might have to walk or ride a tractor. They might need to use the village chief's bicycle tomorrow, so Ji Huayan could try to borrow it early, but he wasn't sure if he could, so he didn't mention it. Call me tomorrow. After her mood settled, sleepiness washed over her. Wan Jiao hugged her pillow and lay back on the bed. Okay, how about we have breakfast at the state-run restaurant tomorrow? They have soy milk and fried dough sticks, lots of food. Though the cooking might not be as good as Aunt Gong's. Sounds good. Wan Jiao put on her eye mask, her tone dragging long with tiredness. Ji Huayan also closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips, silently thinking, sweet dreams, Jiao. In a bright, spacious office, the decor was very elegant and luxurious. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling window, tall, brightly lit buildings and the city night scene could be seen. Wan Jiao felt a bit confused, not understanding how she ended up here. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open and 2 women in suits walked in from outside. The woman behind was wearing a silk blouse and a pencil skirt with a very sharp and heroic look, short hair with a stylish design, giving a very neat impression. The woman in front was dressed in a suit and trousers with high heels, tall and slender, with long hair tied at the back. Although Wan Jiao couldn't see her face clearly, her aura alone made her feel that she was extraordinary. The woman walked straight to the large office desk, sat in a leather executive chair, and looked at the documents on the desk while speaking. Report on tomorrow's schedule. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a string of pearls falling into a crystal plate, very pleasant to hear, with a hint of coldness. The woman with short hair was probably the secretary, diligently reporting the schedule, from morning meetings to evening banquets. The schedule was very tight, even including lunch meetings with certain companies to discuss projects. However, some of the names, places, and companies the secretary mentioned sounded very familiar to Wan Jiao, but she couldn't remember where she had heard them before. There are 2 more matters not included in the schedule, and I am waiting for your decision. The short-haired secretary glanced at the woman focused on signing documents and continued, the nursing home called. The old man and the old lady are insisting on seeing you and have started refusing to eat. Your father's case is about to go to court. His lawyer contacted me and said your father wants to see you before the trial. The woman didn't reply immediately. Instead, she slowly finished signing 2 documents, capped her pen, and said calmly, "If someone wants to die, don't stop them. As for the other one, tell him that if he feels lonely, I can send a few people to keep him company. After all, he has many illegitimate children. Keeping him company is also a way of showing filial piety." She then took her bag from the cabinet. "All right, it's time to go home. You should head back now." After the short-haired woman left, the woman tidied up her things and went to turn off the lights at the door. For some reason, Wang Jiao walked over to the boss's chair and looked at the open document on the desk. At the end, in large, flowing handwriting, were 3 names: Long Fei Fengwu. Wang Jiao's pupils shrank instantly. In the moment all the lights went out, she suddenly looked up sharply toward the door. The woman also unexpectedly turned her head to look over. At this moment, her face was no longer blurry, but clearly reflected in Wang Jiao's eyes. It was her. Jiao? It's almost 6:30 already. Ji Huayan crouched by the bed, softly and gently calling Wang Jiao to wake up through the mosquito net. He had gotten up around 5 o'clock, and besides boiling water and doing laundry, he had also gone to the village chief's house with some things. Song Zhenhua, knowing his purpose, happily lent him her bicycle and even returned the things Ji Huayan brought. She said that she and Zhen Bao were good friends with Wang Jiao, so borrowing a bicycle was no big deal. Today, Song Zhenhua didn't really need the bicycle. She mainly took a tractor because she had more things to carry. Wang Jiao was groggy and half asleep, still in a daze. It felt like she had a very vivid dream. When she woke up, her heart was pounding, but she couldn't remember what the dream was about. Ji Huayan placed the hot water in the room, then closed the door, and went to clean the room at the far end. Wang Jiao felt a bit sad and listless. She washed up, did her skincare, changed clothes, and even walking was with her arm linked around Ji Huayan, leaning on him as they moved. Ji Huayan was very hungry. He woke up in the morning and drank a glass of malted milk, then ate a few leftover pieces of cake to fill his stomach. He thought that if Wang Jiao was hungry, he would steam an egg for her first. "I'm not hungry, I just can't remember the dream I had last night. I feel tired." Ji Huayan didn't know how to comfort her, so he slowed down his already slow pace, making sure Wang Jiao was comfortable. When they reached the main road, Wang Jiao let go of his arm and kept a little distance from Ji Huayan. This morning was very lively. Many people were on the village road. Although they were engaged, Wang Jiao didn't care about others' looks. But since they were not yet married, and in an era where rumors could be harmful, Ji Huayan's university acceptance letter hadn't arrived yet, so it was better to be cautious outside. They arrived at the village chief's house. Village chief Wang Dewang was sitting in the yard, holding a bowl of porridge and drinking. When he saw them, he smiled and greeted them, pointing to the bicycle under the eaves. Zhen Bao heard her grandpa's voice and hurried out of the main room. Her mother, a gentle woman with a pale face, followed behind her. Ji Huayan knew Wang Jiao liked Zhen Bao, so he had specially greeted Aunt Song. He took Zhen Bao to the market. In the morning, when she woke up and found that her grandma and others had left without waiting for her, Zhen Bao thought she had been abandoned and almost cried. But when she learned that Ji Huayan and Wang Jiao were going with her, her mood instantly brightened, and she smiled happily. Now, hearing that they were coming, she was so eager to leave that she almost ate only a few bites of breakfast before rushing out. Zhen Bao's mother had no choice but to wait for her daughter, put a boiled egg into her small bag, and then sent the 3 of them on their way. Wang Jiao sat in the back seat. Zhen Bao was carried onto the front bar of the bicycle by her grandpa and sat diagonally on the large bar. As for whether sitting like that would hurt her bottom, Zhen Bao, who was used to it, thought, "That's really no problem." The 3 of them set off a little after 7 a.m. compared to those going to set up stalls. They were a bit late, but for those just going to visit the market, it was just right. On the way, Wang Jiao didn't hold her tempting slim waist, but kept her hands firmly on the bicycle seat. After all, on this road where she had once never seen anyone, many people were walking to the market one after another. Amid the cheerful sounds of woohoo from Jinbao, the three of them overtook the crowd of pedestrians and arrived at the entrance of the collective state-run restaurant before 8 o'clock. The restaurant was small, with 2 open storefronts, inside which there were a few wooden tables and benches. At the entrance, a small table was set up for frying fried dough sticks, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Many people waited at the fried dough stick stall. As soon as they were ready, they eagerly reached out with chopsticks to grab them. Compared to the lively scene outside, the inside of the restaurant was not very crowded, probably because of the current time. Ji Huan parked his bicycle, then took Jinbao and Wan Jiao into the restaurant. Just inside the main door of the state-run restaurant, there was a small counter for ordering food. Behind the counter, a blackboard listed today's supplies, with the menu and prices below. A fried dough stick cost 5 cents, and a bowl of soy milk was also 5 cents. Other items like plain porridge, 8 treasure porridge, millet porridge, and so on, all cost less than 1 dime. The most expensive items on the menu were meat buns, meat pies, and sugar cakes. Each meat bun cost 1 dime, and the 2 types of pies were priced at 1.5 dimes and 1 dime respectively. Because they used white flour, meat, and sugar, these items naturally cost more. Wan Jiao had never been to a state-run restaurant before. In Shanghai, she ate all 3 meals at the Peace Hotel, and her only afternoon tea outing was at the Red House. For her, the prices at the Peace Hotel and the Red House were already shockingly low, and now seeing this state-run restaurant, it felt like it was free. Wan Jiao ordered a bowl of soy milk, a fried dough stick, and a small bowl of millet porridge. She usually didn't like greasy foods, especially in the morning, but the rich aroma in the air made her feel a little tempted. Ji Huan ordered the 2 most expensive pies from the blackboard menu, plus an extra fried dough stick and a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. He didn't order the meat bun because Wan Jiao hadn't touched it last time. When it was Jinbao's turn, she hesitated. Her mother had packed money and food coupons in her bag, but there was no oil stick coupon. Smelling the tempting aroma of fried dough sticks in the air, a 9-year-old girl couldn't hide her expression. Before Jinbao could speak, Wan Jiao said, "Jinbao didn't eat much this morning, so her appetite should be better than mine. Let's get her meat bun, a bowl of soy milk, and a fried dough stick." As she spoke, Wan Jiao gently touched Jinbao, who looked a bit unsure and was about to refuse. "You're still growing. You need to eat more, you know." Before Jinbao could speak again, Ji Huan took out money, food coupons, and 3 oil stick tickets for the clerk behind the counter, who was wearing a white hat and apron. The clerk was a chubby lady. She cracked sunflower seeds and called out to the kitchen, then handed them a plate and a pair of long chopsticks, telling them to pick their oil sticks at the door. Wan Jiao and Jinbao chose a table near the back. She took out tissues from her bag to wipe the table and chairs. While Ji Huan brought their breakfast from the window one by one, she was ready to start eating. Jinbao wanted to open her bag to find money and coupons. Both Wan Jiao and Ji Huan noticed her move. They looked at each other, and Wan Jiao acted first. She placed her hand on Jinbao's arm. "Eat first. If it gets cold, it won't taste good," Ji Huan quickly added. "Breakfast is my way of thanking you. You don't need to pay. These days, with you keeping Jiao company, I feel at ease." Ji Huan spoke sincerely. Jinbao, feeling worried, blinked and looked at Wan Jiao, wanting her approval. "It's true. Xiao Ji, the educated youth, should thank you properly. Without you, his partner in the village would be so bored." Hearing Wan Jiao call him, his partner, like a villager, Ji Huan's lips curled into a smile that he couldn't hide. Jinbao nodded, blew on her bowl's edge, took a sip of soy milk, and said, "Thank you for the breakfast. When I grow up, I will invite you to the best restaurant and order a big table of meat." Wan Jiao touched Jinbao's braids and smiled. "Then we'll be waiting. The best restaurants are not cheap. You need to study hard, grow up quickly, and earn lots and lots of money." Jinbao patted her chest seriously. "Don't worry. Not only you two, but also your future children. I will invite them. I will earn a lot of money in the future and buy many face-washing products to look as pretty as Jiao Jiao Jia. Zhenbao silently made a vow in her heart, her eyes lingering on Wan Jiao Jiao's face. She lowered her head and started eating eagerly. Before Wan Jiao Jiao could say anything, Ji Huan spoke first. While eating, he said seriously, "You work hard. Our children will definitely have big appetites. Yes. Eat as much as you want. Please take care of the children." Wan Jiao Jiao gave a playful glare at Ji Huan, whose ears turned red again. She pouted and thought silently. Children may not be certain, but the process can be arranged quickly. Wan Jiao Jiao ordered 3 breakfasts, but she almost tried all the foods at the state-run restaurant, because Ji Huan always let her taste first to see if she liked the flavor. If she didn't like it, he would quietly finish eating himself. The 3 of them left the restaurant and got on bicycles to go to the market. Zhenbao, sitting at the front handlebar, was touching her little belly with one hand, her eyes full of confusion. She felt she hadn't eaten much, so why did she always feel full? How strange. The market was set in a forest area next to the commune. The land was flat and open, with not many dense trees. Even if many people gathered there, it wouldn't feel crowded. When the 3 arrived, it was the busiest time at the market, with the most people. Everyone who wanted to set up a stall was there, and those wanting to exchange farm products also came. Despite the crowd, Ji Huan, who was tall, quickly spotted Song Genhua's stall at the entrance of the market. Peach Blossom Village is close to the commune, and they had a tractor, so they arrived early and secured a good spot. Zhenbao also saw her grandmother and happily ran over to call out to her. Song Genhua's stall wasn't very big. It had some layered sols, shoe insoles, and vegetables from her family's garden. Besides her, there was her eldest daughter-in-law and 2 big grandsons she hadn't seen before, probably Fu Dan and Lu Dan. According to Zhenbao, these 2 brothers went to help their grandparents outside the village during the busy season, so they weren't in the village. Wan Jiao Jiao and Ji Huan went over to greet them and also placed their bicycles behind Aunt Song's stall. The market was really lively, with all kinds of stalls. Besides common vegetables, there were poultry like chickens, ducks and geese, various eggs, small fish, frogs, and shrimp caught from the creek, wild fruits, mushrooms, and wood-ear mushrooms from the mountains. Wan Jiao Jiao and Ji Huan walked side by side, browsing from stall to stall. The array of goods was so colorful that she could hardly recognize most of the items. Ji Huan walked while paying attention to Wan Jiao Jiao's gaze. He observed where she looked and explained what the items on the stall were.
Suddenly,
Wan Jiao Jiao stopped in front of a very small stall. This stall was very tiny, occupying just a small stool, not even really a stall. The thin girl running it was young with dull yellow hair. She didn't shout loudly like others nearby, but sat crouched on the ground, staring at a small cloth bag on the stool in front of her. Wan Jiao Jiao was quite interested in what was inside her small bag. It held a flat, smooth green tea leaf, probably long jing. The tea leaves were picked at different times, processed with varying techniques. Some were tender, some older. Some looked dark green, others appeared black. "Hello, comrade. May I take a look at a bit?" Wan Jiao Jiao asked the girl softly, leaning down. The girl seemed startled by the sudden voice and quickly stood up. Because she stood so suddenly, she felt dizzy and almost fell backward. Luckily, Wan Jiao Jiao caught her in time, preventing an accident. Her gaze shifted from her white, delicate hand holding her arm to the owner of the hand. The girl looked as if she had been burned and hurriedly pulled her arm away. Feeling that her actions might seem inappropriate, she awkwardly stammered, "No.
I'm dirty."
"Thank you." She suddenly remembered what Wan Jiao Jiao had asked earlier, then quickly wiped her hand on her pants and held out the small cloth bag. "You can look. I picked it myself. My dad roasted it. Thank you," Wan Jiao Jiao said, then pinched 2 pieces of the tea leaves inside the bag, which still looked decent. She examined them carefully and sniffed at them. Indeed, it was Longjing tea, and not just any Longjing. Despite the rough processing, she could still smell a faint floral aroma, indicating that the tea trees from which the leaves were picked were extraordinary. If an experienced person had processed it, the final product might even be more valuable than the top-tier orchid-scented Longjing from later times. Ji Huan, noticing Wan Jiao's intent, immediately said, "I'll take all of these." "What kind of exchange do you want?" The young girl's clear black and white eyes suddenly lit up with amazement. She looked around, leaned forward slightly, and lowered her voice to whisper, "Can I exchange these for industrial coupons?" It seemed she thought her offer was too low, so she hurriedly added, "Or, I can trade for something else. The total here is 1 Jin 7 Liang." I waited at home. Her clothes were very ill-fitting. They were too tight, filled with pudding, and the original long sleeves had become three-quarter sleeves. The shoulders were pulled tight, and the hem was too short, sewn onto pieces of different-colored fabric. She was twisting her hands nervously, her initial joy gone, replaced by worry. She wanted industrial coupons because they were very valuable on the black market. One coupon could sell for over 2 yuan. They were very popular, needed to buy radios or TVs. She wasn't asking for too much. Once, she took some tea leaves to the black market, and someone offered 2 yuan 50. Unfortunately, the deal fell through when she was told the red armband people were coming, and everyone ran away. After that, she never saw that person again. But she was smart. If someone was willing to pay 2 yuan 50, it meant their tea was worth more than that. If her school fees for the next semester had been settled, she might have gone to the market again to try her luck. She probably would have kept trying to find someone in the black market. Before Ji Huan spoke, Wan Jiao had already checked the price of tea online. The best quality Longjing tea from Shifeng costs about 8 yuan per jin. Her own tea was not very good, with mixed quality, some old, some new, but she could sell it for 4 yuan per jin. Ji Huan quietly told Wan Jiao the exchange rate for industrial coupons, waiting for her decision. Her eyes flickered, and she found the place online where she could exchange for coupons. One coupon costs 3 mao, 0.3 yuan, and she could exchange 10 coupons a month. Based on her expected price, Wan Jiao reached into her bag and took out the 4 coupons she had just exchanged. She held the small coupons with the back of her hand, palm hiding them from view, and gently pressed them against the sweaty hand of the young girl. "These teas are quite nice. May I ask, did you pick them from the mountain?" Her heart was pounding. Through the small gap where her hands covered her, she saw the 4 coupons. Not just one. Faced with Wan Jiao's question, she wished she could tell her everything about herself. "This is an old tea tree planted in my family's yard, with a total of 12 trees. My father said that my grandfather was already here before he was born, but I don't know who planted them originally. I am from Qinjia village. My name is Qin Xiaoping, and my father's name is Qin Guimao. If you are still interested in tea, I will pick the best for you next year." Isn't Qinjia village the same one that Annie and Big Sister mentioned before? They said this village is a bit remote, and the people are very poor. I remember your name is Qin Xiaoping, and you are from Qinjia village. After she finished speaking, Ruan Jiao noticed 2 old, worn-out textbooks in the girl's bamboo basket and asked, "Are you going to school?" When she mentioned this, the girl's eyes shone even brighter. "Yes, I am studying high school at the commune. Thanks to your kindness, I have saved enough for my tuition, and I still have some left. Thank you so much." Based on her introduction, she is probably an only child, and her father and she rely on each other. Living in hardship, yet her father still wants her to go to school, which shows he is not a foolish man. I wish you success in your studies. Next March, I will send someone to your home to collect the tea. You only need to show them the tea trees. You don't need to worry about picking or processing. We will pay according to this price, okay? Yes. Thank you. The girl's eyes were almost teary with excitement. This means her future tuition is secured, and her father no longer has to work tirelessly making bamboo baskets. Of course, professional work should be left to the experts. This is Hangzhou City, the birthplace of Longjing tea, and there are plenty of skilled craftsmen here. 12 old tea trees can produce nearly 2 ounces of premium tea. Based on their quality, Ruang Jiao is already looking forward to the final product. After saying goodbye to the girl, Ruang Jiao Jiao walked a little way before taking out a wet wipe from her bag to clean her hands. It's not that she disliked touching the girl earlier, but she didn't like her hands and body feeling sticky and greasy. After wiping her hands, Ji Huayan quietly took the wipe, cleaned his own hands, and then put the used wipe into his pocket. A cloth wet wipe, in front of everyone, is better not to be discarded carelessly. Ji Huayan bought a little rooster and a bag of mountain delicacies. The two crossed the fresh produce area of the market and arrived at the food section. Here, they sold homemade pickled vegetables, dried bamboo shoots, sweet potatoes, and other side foods, along with snacks and treats brought from home. Sister Gong and Wang Yokong's stall is set up right here. They sell dried bamboo shoots, dried sweet potatoes, and the famous Hangzhou snack called Ding Shengao. Ding Shengao is made from glutinous rice flour, oil, and sugar. Sister Gong dyes the snack red with red yeast, adds red bean paste inside, and puts a lot of effort into it. She wants to prepare more tickets before her son goes to the commune school. One reason is to avoid making her son feel upset, and the other is to ensure the tickets are used wisely. Ding Shengao has a good meaning, and with Sister Gong's skill, both parents taking their children to the commune and young people staying in the countryside for exams like to buy a piece to eat while walking. Although the small Ding Shengao that Ruang Jiao Jiao saw last time was not very big, many people still bought tickets for good luck and the upcoming notice. Last time, Ruang Jiao Jiao hurriedly looked at Sister Gong at the grain drying yard. Her face was red because she was working hard on the threshing machine, and her expression was a bit twisted, so Ruang Jiao Jiao couldn't see clearly. This time, she saw Sister Gong clearly. Sister Gong looks very thin and old, with prominent cheekbones and hollow cheeks. When she doesn't smile, she seems a bit harsh and mean, especially with her eyes drooping at the corners. After sending away 2 customers, Sister Gong carefully hands her tickets to her son, who puts them into his bag. Seeing Ji Huayan and Ruang Jiao Jiao coming over, Sister Gong immediately smiles and greets, "Little Ji, the young person from the commune."
Oh.
"Is this your girlfriend?" Truly, Sister Gong was stunned and speechless. She usually only likes to focus on her work and had heard villagers talk about Ji Huayan's girlfriend. Everyone said she looked like a fairy, including Ji Huayan himself when he returned. But Sister Gong had never seen a fairy and couldn't imagine what she looked like. She just knew that Ji Huayan treated her with great care, so she must be a very good girl. To her surprise, she really looks like a fairy. It's a look she could never have dreamed of. "Hello, Sister Gong. Thank you for taking care of me these days. Your skills are really excellent." Ruang Jiao Jiao's voice brought Sister Gong back from her thoughts. She quickly said, Oh, if you like it, then just like it. Have you tried Ding Shengao? Take 2 and taste." As she spoke, Sister Gong used one hand to hold the oil paper and the other to lift the steaming lid, ready to pack the snacks. Her business is quite good. She came early in the morning, and only a few pieces of Ding Shengao are left, about 5 or 6. "Then I won't take it. I bought the rest myself." "Aunt Gong, don't be polite. Just sell it at the original price." Ji Huayan said nothing and simply took out a grain coupon, handing it to Wang Yukong. He had noticed earlier that Aunt Gong quoted a price that matched the value of this grain coupon. "Well, I won't be polite then. It tastes good. When I go back to the village, I'll make it for you. When that time comes, please don't refuse." After saying goodbye to Aunt Gong and her son, Ruan Jiao Jiao carried 6 paper-wrapped packages. She opened one and placed it in Ji Huayan's empty hand, then opened another to eat herself. The steamed cake was still warm, soft and sticky, but not too much. The inside bean paste was smooth and not very sweet, just right in taste. Ruan Jiao Jiao liked it very much. There wasn't much else to look at, so the 2 of them returned to Song Genhua's stall. They gave the remaining cakes to Zhen Bao, put the purchased ingredients into Song Genhua's empty basket to help carry back, then rode their bikes to the commune. Earlier, when they called the commune, Ruan Jiao Jiao asked a woman from the Peace Hotel to help pass a message to Su Qiuan. Even though it wasn't a scheduled time now, she didn't know if the woman had delivered the message. Traveling back and forth between the commune and the village was inconvenient, so Ruan Jiao Jiao decided to try her luck. This morning at the post office, there were fewer people than that day. Only one person was writing a letter. Today, the staff at the window was not the same chubby lady from before, but a young man. He was very enthusiastic when helping Wan Jiao dial the number. If it hadn't been for Ji Huayan's cold stare behind her, he might have started introducing himself. When the call connected, it was still the same woman from before. Coincidentally, Su Chuan was at the Peace Hotel at that moment. The other side told her to call back in 5 minutes, then hung up. Su Chuan had indeed arrived early. In the morning, she went with Chun Ping to get a divorce certificate, then they returned to the Peace Hotel together. Her resignation procedures had already been completed with the leader. Today, she was waiting for Wan Jiao's call and also wanted to say goodbye to her colleagues and take one last look at the place where she had worked for so many years. The woman hurried to the first-floor lobby after hanging up. Su Chuan was chatting with someone at the reception desk. Not far away, Chun Ping watched her talk and laugh, his eyes filled with complex feelings. There was reluctance, guilt, regret, sadness, and a bit of relief. When Su Chuan received the message, she hurried to the second floor. As Chun Ping passed by, neither of them spoke. They just nodded in greeting. Time is ruthless, and it has worn away the love between them. But even though love is gone, their years of companionship are real, and they parted on good terms. Su Chuan entered the elevator, her eyes showing her sadness. Chun Ping was raised by a single mother and had never liked Su Chuan before they married. In the beginning, they relied on their strong feelings to finally convince Chun Ping's mother and get married. Their life after marriage didn't change much. They worked busy hours, leaving early and returning late. Even if Chun Ping's mother didn't like Su Chuan, they didn't see each other often. There were disagreements, but Chun Ping always managed to fix things, protecting Su Chuan and making his mother happy. They had been married for 2 years and had no children. Rumors spread in the neighborhood. Chun Ping's mother was very critical of Su Chuan, often scolding her and suggesting Chun Ping should have her checked, implying she was at fault. The checkup was fine, but both partners needed to be tested, and Su Chuan insisted on this. Chun Ping was not very macho, so he agreed to her request. When the results came back, Chun Ping had some issues, and with current medical technology, it might not be possible to fully cure them. Su Chuan also had issues, caused by neglecting her health when she was young, which could be treated but not guaranteed to result in pregnancy. Chun Ping was stunned, but Su Chuan felt a little relieved. They could have children, but it would be better if they couldn't. Chun Ping kept his test results secret from Su Chuan and told her only his own. Chun Ping's mother was shocked and locked herself in her room, crying all night. When she came out, her attitude towards Su Chuan changed. She no longer showed concern or care daily, and outside, she praised her daughter-in-law's good qualities. They lived peacefully for about 10 years. But when Chun Ping's mother found the medical report about Su Chuan's cold uterus while cleaning, her attitude changed again. After discovering this matter, the Chun family immediately had their most intense argument ever. She didn't listen to her son Chun Ping's explanations and firmly believed that Su Chuan was a useless mother hen, encouraging her son to deceive her. She clearly knew in her heart that her son couldn't have children, but when both of them had health issues, even though Su Chuan had been treated, she still thought this woman should be inferior to her son. Perhaps she was also convinced that Su Chuan loved her son, and on the other hand, she felt that since she was old, she wouldn't leave, so she let herself act out. In the past, Chun Ping could mediate because her mother was willing to give her son a way out, but now that she was in charge, the more Chun Ping tried to mediate, the more the old lady hated him. As a result, besides the old lady feeling satisfied, both husband and wife were exhausted physically and mentally. To avoid the unreasonable old lady, Su Chuan preferred to sleep in the hotel lounge every day rather than go home. Later, because of her age and fragile bones, the old lady slipped and broke her leg at home, and she specifically asked Su Chuan to take care of her. Su Chuan went. She endured all kinds of rejection and mockery. After all, the old lady was old. But after just 2 days of caring for her, she heard the old lady tell Chun Ping that Su Chuan should sell her work to stay home and take care of her. People's families are lively and caring, but for her, there was nothing. The old lady cried painfully and reminisced about how difficult it was to raise Ping. When he was young, Ping was indeed a caring and responsible husband, always protecting Su Qiuan. Maybe now the love isn't as strong as before, or maybe her mother's unreasonable behavior exhausted him physically and mentally. In the end, he chose his mother over his wife. He tentatively suggested that Su Qiuan stay to take care of her, stop working for now, and wait until his mother's attitude softened before returning. But this was just a big lie. Su Qiuan was very clear. As long as she took a step back, she would go from being suspended to resigning, and eventually lose herself. She spent as much time and energy on work as Ping did. Since it was his mother, why shouldn't he be the one to stop working? Su Qiuan couldn't compromise. Because of this, they had a cold war for a while until the hotel welcomed guest Wan Jiao Jiao. Su Qiuan hid her sadness behind her eyes and smiled silently. Perhaps they mistakenly believed that their love was firm from the very beginning. "Hello, Miss Jiao Jiao. I am Su Qiuan." Yes. The interior of the house has mostly been renovated, but some damages on the outside are still being repaired. The Ji family couple also brought back some books and decorations, and we have arranged everything. Regarding high school in Shanghai, I happened to hear about this before. There are two options. First, you can pay to buy a household registration for a food ration card. With this, adults can bring children over and enroll in a Shanghai high school. The second option is to buy a formal job costing around 3,000, which allows the household registration to be transferred directly to Shanghai, but you need to work or find someone to work in your place. Listening to Su Qiuan's explanation, Wan Jiao Jiao naturally preferred the first option. She just wanted that household registration, so Wang Yukong could go to school. Is the first option available for purchase? Yes, I know someone who is looking into it. However, because many educated youths in Shanghai are not returning through official channels, the price of household registration has increased, probably over 1,000 to 2,000. All right, then you negotiate directly with that person. If you can get it, take it. If the money isn't enough, wait for me to come back. It should be in a few days. After chatting with Su Qiuan about other things, Wan Jiao Jiao hung up. Not far from her, Ji Huan saw her hang up and quickly stepped forward to pay. The young man at the counter couldn't hold back and looked at Wan Jiao Jiao. "Comrade, are you here visiting relatives? I haven't seen you before." He had seen Ji Huan call from the post office and knew he was an educated youth. In his view, when fate comes, you should seize it. What if they're not actually a couple? Before he finished speaking, Wan Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "I'm here to find my partner, so I look unfamiliar. Sorry for helping with the call earlier." Then she looked at Ji Huan and said, "Huan, let's go, Huan." Ji Huan's face, which had just darkened, warmed up at her words, filling him with endless sweetness. He didn't look at the disappointed young man and responded with a smile. "Okay." Across from the post office was the supply and marketing cooperative. Wan Jiao Jiao had visited there before, but she was uninterested. Today, however, it was still morning, and the cooperative was crowded with people, as if they were rushing to buy some popular goods. The clerk shouted loudly, "All sold out! All sold out! Everything is gone." Wan Jiao Jiao was curious about what they were fighting over, and she heard Ji Huan explain, "It's white rabbit milk candies." He is tall and has a wide view, so he saw what they were fighting over. White rabbit milk candies are not rare in Shanghai. Department stores sell them. But in this small community, they become very popular. A thin, middle-aged man with a smile on his face squeezed out of the crowd, carrying 3 mesh bags of white rabbit candies and many other things, clearly having collected a lot. As he left the supply and marketing cooperative, he saw Ji Huan outside, who was very noticeable, and his eyes lit up. "Little brother Ji, are you here to buy things at the community?" As soon as he spoke, he noticed Wan Jiao Jiao, who was wearing a woven sun hat. Earlier, Wan Jiao Jiao had been looking down, so he didn't notice her. When she looked up and saw him, he stared wide-eyed and stammered, "Teach this? This? What is this?" The words Wan Jiao Jiao said earlier at the post office kept echoing in Ji Huan's mind. He wore a sweet smile and a shy look, saying, "It's my girlfriend, comrade Wan Jiao. Jiao, this is a friend of mine, brother Huang Qiong." Wan Jiao nodded and greeted the middle-aged man. She thought about the name Huang Qiong, confirming that there was no such person in the novel. "You brought your younger sister to the community to buy things, right? Meeting is fate. Here, I just bought a lot of white rabbit candies for my son. You can take this mesh bag back and enjoy." Ji Huan didn't refuse and took the mesh bag directly. "Thank you, brother Huang. I was worried I came too late." "No need to be polite. It's all fate." "Well, see you later. I still need to bring some Bai Chueling, a brand of skincare, back for your sister-in-law. If I come back late, she'll start scolding me." After Huang Qiong left, Ji Huan didn't immediately introduce himself to Wan Jiao in detail. Instead, he took her to buy some meat and then rode his bike back to the village. Wan Jiao was a bit confused but didn't ask. Ji Huan probably didn't say anything because it was crowded outside and not suitable for talking. On the way back, the sun hiding behind the clouds quietly reappeared. Many people who had finished selling their goods carried baskets and walked along the road, making it even livelier than when they went to the community in the morning. Wan Jiao sat properly, her hands clasped on the bike seat. Because of the noisy chatter around her, she didn't talk much with Ji Huan. Because of the sunlight, Wan Jiao shrank behind Ji Huan, lowering her hat brim and not even lifting her head. Ji Huan was wearing his best clothes today, a white shirt. Because of the sunlight, the thin shirt became see-through. Wan Jiao squinted and leaned back, looking at the muscles and slim waistline reflected through the shirt, her eyes darkening. What is the third kind of absolute beauty between moonlight and snow? It is male beauty. When Ji Huan turned into the road leading to Peach Blossom Village on his bike, passing the paper-making pits at the intersection, Wan Jiao relaxed her held breath and asked, "Are you serious about what you said last time?" After turning onto the road to Peach Blossom Village, there were almost no pedestrians on either side. Even though Wan Jiao spoke softly, Ji Huan quickly caught her voice. "Last time? Everything I told you is true." Ji Huan was a bit confused. He really didn't remember which time Wan Jiao was talking about, but he could guarantee that if he had said something to her, it would be true. "It's the last time you took me to the commune. You said you were afraid of falling, and when we went back,
Just touch me."
Whenever Wan Jiao mentioned the last trip to the commune, Ji Huan immediately understood what she meant. After she finished speaking, Ji Huan's body started to heat up uncontrollably again. As the bike sped up, the warm breeze blowing through Wan Jiao's hair brought a response from ahead.
"Okay."
When Wan Jiao and Ji Huan returned to the village chief's house, Song Zhenhua and Jin Bao hadn't come back, and village chief Wang was also not home. After parking their bikes in the yard, they greeted Jin Bao's mother, who was embroidery under the eaves, then headed back. In the countryside, insects and ants are plentiful, especially after rain, which makes mosquitoes breed more easily. Once inside, Ji Huan told Wan Jiao to rest in the main room first, then took dried mugwort from the cabinet to fumigate the house. He thoroughly fumigated the inside and outside, including the windows. After fumigating, Ji Huan wiped the cool mat on the floor with a cloth, then went to the small creek behind the house for a quick wash before returning. In the main room, Wan Jiao was taking down her fishbone braid she had styled in the morning and tying her hair into a bun. Seeing Ji Huan return soaked in water, she stood up eagerly, her face showing clear anticipation. "Is it done fumigating?" Water droplets still clung to Ji Huan's face. Because he was in such a hurry, his newly changed clothes and pants were wet from the water, leaving dark streaks on his body. After receiving Ji Huan's approval, Wan Jiao took his hand and walked into the next room. She kept humming softly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wan Jiao was very gentle, but she easily pulled Ji Huan into the room behind her, without any trouble. She closed the door and latched it. The room was already dim, and after closing the door, the only light came from the slightly open window. Wan Jiao let go of his hand, took off her shoes, and sat on the edge of the bed on the bamboo mat. A beam of sunlight from the window shone onto the bamboo mat, making the dust floating in the air clearly visible. The whole world seemed to quiet down. Ji Huan slowly approached Wan Jiao Jiao. Since she was sitting, his eyes were just level with her stomach. Because of the light, Wan Jiao Jiao tilted her head back and couldn't see Ji Huan's expression clearly. She could only faintly see his Adam's apple moving. She knew Ji Huan was nervous, but she was nervous too. Wan Jiao Jiao was not someone who gave up easily, especially now that they were at this point. After giving herself a mental boost, she lowered her head, swallowed hard, and her trembling hand rested on Ji Huan's stomach. Ji Huan was wearing a common short-sleeved shirt from the countryside, made of cotton with frog buttons. The space between the buttons was quite large, and Wan Jiao Jiao easily slipped in one finger. Then 2, 3, until her whole hand was inside, pressed tightly against his stomach. Her palm moved slightly, then she curled her fingers and gently traced the firm, beautiful lines under her palm, moving downward little by little. Ji Huan was feeling uncomfortable now. His breathing grew heavier, and heat surged through his limbs, like a volcano about to erupt. Feeling Wan Jiao Jiao's hand moving further down, he let out a muffled groan, quickly raised one hand to press on his stomach, and held back her wandering hand. Jiao Jiao, Ji Huan's voice was hoarse, filled with a faint plea. Wan Jiao Jiao's heart was also unsettled. Finally, she had touched his 8-pack abs. She ignored the heat on her face, grabbed Ji Huan's arm with her other hand, and gently applied some force. Ji Huan sat on the edge of the bed, straightening his back as she gently pressed against him like a small cat. Wan Jiao Jiao loosened her firm grip and traced her hand up his back. In the dim room, with only faint light, Wan Jiao Jiao saw tiny water droplets on Ji Huan's eyelashes and a slight redness at the corners of his eyes. Her delicate hand moved higher, brushing over his warm neck, then pressed down firmly. She leaned in, wrapping one arm around Ji Huan's shoulder, and tilted her head to kiss him. Unlike their brief previous touch, she stayed on his lips for a long time, feeling the heat and slight trembling, then slowly pulled back a little. Ji Huan had nowhere to put his hands, so he clenched the edge of the bed tightly, his veins bulging and his hands turning pale. Just as he thought it was about to end, Wan Jiao Jiao pressed her lips against him again, and the tense moment finally broke. With her eyes closed, she held onto Ji Huan's shoulder tightly, trembling slightly. But it wasn't out of shyness, rather from excitement. It turned out that a real kiss could give a tingling, numbing feeling, like hair standing on end, something very strange and wonderful. Feeling it was enough, Wan Jiao Jiao pulled back to catch her breath, then looked up to see Ji Huan's eyes, which were faintly reddening.